press cut and the craft artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts2 stable and the ones that I design.
Hi, I'm Jo and I have the pleasure of demonstrating for That's Crafty. That's Crafty are a family-run business that started online in 2005. Initially as an online business, the company has grown and Graham joined the business in 2015 and they now produce their own surfaces and stencils. That's Crafty have a wide range of products including stamps, surfaces, stencils, paints, inks and mediums, all geared up for mixed media and papercraft alike. I hope I can inspire you by bringing along my experience together with the That's Crafty products. So make sure you don't miss the That's Crafty shows.
Hi, we're the team from Daisy Bee Stamps. My name's Nina, this is Josie, and this is my dad Roy. And we design and manufacture our very own polymer stamps. All our designs complement each other so that you can use them again and again to create something new.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hello and welcome and good morning to the crafts. Hold on a minute. Let me just start again. Good morning and welcome. It's lovely to have your company. You are, of course, joining us here at the craft store. I am at the craft store, aren't I? Yes, I am. You are joining us here at the craft store. I'm really excited this morning because the lovely Jenny, we have her in the building. Me and Jenny haven't worked together for such a long time. It's been years.
It's been lovely, lovely to see you again.
It's lovely to see you, Jenny. Neither of you. Neither of you, lovely Jenny. Jenny, I mean, your work is just exquisite. Obviously, years of experience. I mean, you obviously adore this because you keep coming up with amazing ideas. I mean, wonderful concepts that you shared with us in your books. I mean, it is an absolute passion, isn't it?
Afraid so, afraid so. It sort of is, and it's one of those things that will go on forever.
Yeah.
You know, it's not a job. And when I eventually one day I might well leave the circuit, then I shall just retire quietly to my workshop and sit and sew till they pack me in a little box and cart me away.
You're never ever going to retire.
No.
That's not going to happen. We've literally just been talking about Jenny zooming round Doundle like, you know, she's, I don't know, powered by something. And this is it. I mean, you don't do going slow, you don't do taking it easy, you do creating, you do, you know, getting out there and doing.
But life's here to be enjoyed, and let's
Absolutely.
enjoy it to the full.
Yes.
I mean, I know we've been restricted, but hopefully restrictions are coming. Even in restrictions, you can enjoy people's company. You can talk on the phone, you can see us live.
Yes.
You can craft everybody.
Yes. Oh, Jenny, I think us crafters have been saved, quite frankly,
yes.
because we've
yes.
always had something to
yes.
do. I absolutely do. I think through lockdown, this is when it's proved that crafting
yes.
is absolutely
yes.
good for
and
you.
it'll go on doing that. I mean, it keeps your brain going, your fingers
yes.
going, you're putting things together, you're creating order out of chaos, all good for the brain,
yeah.
and it's distracting you.
Yes.
And we've needed distraction, and we're going to go on needing distraction.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
everybody's just got to keep on watching because we're going to distract you.
In the best possible way. Now, these fabrics are absolutely beautiful. You've got choices. Now, first of all, you've got your 10 fat quarters. Jenny, I mean, they feel beautiful. The prints, and I will show some of them behind me in better detail in a few moments' time. But the prints, this is exquisite.
They are so lovely. They are soft, they are gentle, they are sea colours. This is the seaside in its sort of glorious... I live by the sea, so I see these colours all the time.
Yeah.
You've got sort of your beach there. The designs on them are fantastic. That piece of fabric in the middle, Leonie will show you that.
Yeah.
That is, buy this in a big piece.
Yeah.
It's
buy
beautiful,
lots of it.
absolutely.
Yeah.
And then you've got the, not rock formations, what do they call those things?
Like the fossils.
Thank
yeah.
you.
Oh, that's so pretty.
And then this is like Emsworth Harbour as the sun comes up and it glints on the pools of water left by the receding tide, and it's just lovely.
Yeah.
Really is. Look up at the night sky and there are the birds going across the night sky. And as the light fades in Emsworth Harbour, you can see the deeper blue of the background. Aren't I waxing lyrical?
Oh, you're doing good,
No, you're not allowed
Jenny.
to come to Emsworth.
You
because
keep
too many
going.
tourists. and then that one I particularly like. Now this is just sort of the little sea ripples as it comes in and out over the sand.
Yes, and the pebbles
by the tide.
Yeah, you've got your gorgeous pebbles in there.
Yes.
That is absolutely stunning. And look at the birds again.
And there's the birds in the morning sky when it's all bright and fresh and beautiful, twinkling away there.
Oh, do you know what, Jenny? And the quality, I mean, these feel so soft.
They are. They were an absolute dream to work with. When I opened the box, I thought, yay, what am I going to do with it? And I've had great fun making certainly 4 finished things and indeed 1 partially finished thing.
Yeah, that, honestly, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, it is busy. If you want to get these now, you've got your 10 fat, 10-piece fat quarter bundle. Now, saving £8.50, £29.99. That's 592632. I am going to show you that one bigger. Have a look at the website because obviously you can get them bigger as well. So with this one, you've got your choice. So you're going for 2 of your fabrics, and they are half-metre pieces. I mean, this is the one Jenny's absolutely in love with. And when we see Jenny's finished sample, you'll be able to see why. I like that. This is beautiful, and whichever way you hold it, I'm going to spin it in a second, because you can see tides, you can see mountains, you can see landscape.
Yes, you can. And when I first got my piece, I thought, I don't really want to cut it up, and it lay there on the workshop surface. I just couldn't bring myself to. But that is a hanging in itself. Your embroiderers out there.
Look at that.
Buy that because add your threads to it, add some quilting to it. Just use it as a panel.
Yeah.
You
free
can
motion
chop it in
stitching
half,
on
free
that.
motion all over that. Chop it in half, you've got 2 panels.
Yeah.
And it's lovely. You could put little boats on it, cottages in the far distance. It was a super fabric.
That is
really nice.
Absolutely stunning. Again, you do have your choices, so you're getting... Oh, I didn't do it as good as you did, Jenny?
Never.
No, I didn't. No, I definitely didn't. It's okay. Shall I run through the options? So you have got the beautiful... What was that? Sorry, my love. Tights. We've then got... Oh, look. There you go. That's your ocean beach glass. That makes sense, doesn't it? The next one, the ocean ebb and flow, and just look at how soft and beautiful that is. We've then got the gorgeous birds. So what's that one called? Claw murmuration. It's your murmuration, of course, because they're murmuring. So that's your... And what's that one called? Depth murmuration. Okay. And again, because this is... Do you know what? That's what on my bucket list for this year is go and see a mermaid.
Right.
I want to do it. I want to go and see one in real life. You've then got your mocha sea flower, beautiful, and then the ocean sea flower. We've then got the beautiful depth urchin, stunning, and then your land urchin, and then last but by no means least, the sand pebbles. Oh, I love these. Okay, yeah, you can get 2 half-metre pieces. They can be the same, obviously they can be the same fabric, which means you can get a piece, a metre piece, and I think they don't cut them, do we?
No,
That's what we were chatting about.
No, if you order, say, 3 pieces, well, you wouldn't order 3, you would order 4, you will get 2 metres of fabric.
Amazing.
Yes.
Amazing. So if you do want to create a massive panel with that, you could do so.
There is actually on the Shell Rimmel website, there is the quilt made with that, which I've made a smaller version of because I only had fat quarters to work with. But if you go to their website, the Shell Rimmel, website, there is the quilt pattern. It's a free download.
Amazing.
It's easy to make. I'll be showing you how to make up the components of the flying geese that goes in it, but you just need a big piece of that.
Beautiful.
Ace quilt.
Beautiful. Jenny, can I pinch this?
Yes,
because
you can
I'm
do.
dying to show some of the stuff you've been making. Well, this is why Jenny's just phenomenal. Look at the texture on that is
what
amazing.
you've got there, that basically comes from a book called Tucks and Textures 2, which sadly we don't have on the show, which now has landscapes in it. And there you've got thin tucks made using the zipper foot. You've then got some twin needle work coming down onto the C.
Yeah.
So move your finger down a bit. That's
Yeah,
done with twin
all
needles.
this.
There's a tiny bit of fringing tucked in there for the grass.
There's fringing ease.
That's
Yeah, I
it.
can see that
and
here.
then you've got the ruching that represents sort of the rocky bit that's there.
Yeah.
And then finally down the bottom are some twiddle tucks, and you'll find the twiddle tucks in Creative Tucks and Textures, which we do have on the show.
Amazing.
So that was just you. Oh no, of course the fabric was just itching to be used like that.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And it just looks, as soon as I saw that, it's so visually interesting. But yeah, the fabric it just works so well. That is gorgeous.
Yes.
Absolutely gorgeous. If you do want the book, we have got an amazing selection of Jenny's books. I mean, there's so much in these. There's so much inspiration, so many ideas. And again, Jenny's experience is just phenomenal and different. I mean, you've seen with that, different, you know. She'll give you so many good ideas. Again, only $14.99 as well, if you would like to get hold of that. That's 941634. However, you can get this in a bundle, so if you did want to go for it in your bundle, and again, that's always your better prices. That does come with your material magic, which is just there. And look, yeah, you definitely get it in the bundle, because look, your price is only $18.94. You're saving a massive £6, and yeah, it's so beautiful. And I mean, your books, Jenny, is so inspirational. You give us so many ideas.
Thank you.
If
I'd had more fabric and more time, I'd have made more things.
Yeah.
But one or two of the ideas in there would have really lent themselves.
Yeah.
But we've also got some layer cakes on here, which would work fantastically well with the circles that are in that book.
Amazing, amazing. Yeah, pop that into your basket. £18.94. I mean, that on the front cover is just exceptional. 153971, your item number. Okay, if there is anything you want, you know what to do. Check your baskets out. It is, of course, craftstore.com or 01733 602,000. We have got extended delivery on your fat quarters. You just wait until the 6th of June, which sounds ages, but we're nearly end of May already, aren't we?
It won't be long for it's the longest day.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Terrifying.
Yeah, especially when you look at the weather. Anyway, have a look at the website. That's where you'll see absolutely everything, including the jelly rolls, the layer cakes, sorry, that our Jenny was just chatting about. If you've any questions, email in. If you just want to tell Jenny she's fabulous, obviously email in studio@thecraftstore.com. Do you know, it's early, but it doesn't feel early today, Jenny. I don't know why. It doesn't
No, it
feel
isn't. As I
silly
sort of
early.
drove, and I left at 3 o'clock in the morning, as you drove up the country and the sun rose up. It did actually, it feels almost like mid-morning. Could nearly be lunchtime. Actually, I must show everybody this one also. Now,
I
this
love
was
that.
done, again, with the fabric. So I thought, OK, we're thinking C. So wiggly seams, curved seams going across there, bit of applique.
Beautiful.
And then, if you didn't fancy that, if the camera goes behind me, look at the piece of bargello, the cushion at the very top there. Go across there, wrong way there. That's it.
That's so nice.
So there's your bargello, which I'll demonstrate in a moment. And then below that is a mini version of the quilt I was saying that's on the Shell Rummel website.
That's
So
phenomenal.
just put in Shell Rummel into the search engine. It will bring up the website. There is your free pattern. It's for considerably bigger than that. But I just made that out of fat quarters.
Oh, Jenny, that is my favourite piece. That fabric, I know now why you wax lyrical so much about that fabric, because it looks fabulous.
It does,
That is
and it's
beautiful.
just, it will go anywhere.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
doesn't, it's not in your face, it's just gentle, it's delicate, it's
Yeah.
lovely to work with, and just
Yeah.
such pleasing colours.
Yeah.
You could put in with it a blender or two if you wanted to, or just use the fabric as I've done. I was just given the fabric and told to get on with it and do something, so I did.
Over to you, Jenny. What would you like to
What I'm going to do
demonstrate
is show you
for
the
us?
bargello cushion. So if we can go back to the bargello cushion, the one on the top there, that would be fantastic, please.
She's on it.
Okay,
Yeah, that's stunning.
Brilliant. So this is made from what is basically known as a strip patchwork technique. And you cut strips a certain size. The actual width of the strips is irrelevant. All the strips on that particular cushion front were all cut to the same width, but you could have used different widths.
Okay.
So returning to the cutting mat, as we are now, I have different widths of fabric, just a small scrappy bit to show you what to do.
Okay.
Cut your various strips of fabric and sew them together to make a striped band. I would suggest you press the seams open and flat. Now, obviously, if you're going to make cushion, you're going to use full widths of fabric, either straight across your fat quarter or indeed across your half yard or half metre. When you do cut your strips, please cut them from side to side across the fabric, selvage to selvage, not down it. It will lie better, it will flow better. Join your various pieces together, press your seams open and flat, and then we're going to use what's known as a cylinder method, where you will join the raw edges, thereby basically making a cylinder that you can put your hand in.
Oh, yes.
Now, when you're using a bigger piece, what it pays to do is to hold it up and put the raw edges together and hang it so they hang level. Because sometimes in the sewing the band has twisted and you have to readjust the ends of the fabric. So get it hanging level. That's known as the fall of the fabric. And then you stitch the last side. So you'll end up with something that looks like this. So here is my cylinder.
Right.
And incidentally, for those who want to know, the cushion front came out of, because I also was given some half meters, came out of half meters of fabric, and this is what was left from stitching strips that were cut right across the fabric. So you could make that cushion cover from a fat quarter, right? Because this is longer than 22 inches.
That would make such a nice jacket.
It would make a really nice jacket.
You know, when you look at your sleeve like that, it's like, oh, those colours together would make a gorgeous jacket. Anyway, sorry.
Okay, not a problem. Then just level off the end, so I'll level off the end again. Cut off any selvages or cut off any raggedy ends, and you're going to cut it into what I can only describe as arm bands. The size of your arm bands for Bargello need to vary, because the thinner the arm band, the sharper the peak. The fatter the arm band, the shallower the peak. So okay. I'm going to cut off a couple of 2-inch ones. I'm bringing the ruler in from the left onto the fabric, which is on the right, and I'm going to do an 1.5-inch one and another 1.5-inch one. And then just to make it a bit more interesting, I'm going to make it an 1-inch one. So basically what I have done is cut off a series of, I can only describe them as arm bands.
Yeah.
Now this is the one time in the patchwork world where you are allowed to unpick.
Hooray!
Absolutely. And it matters not really where you start, because you can rearrange the pieces. So just purely for interest, I'm going to unpick this seam. Just unpick the seam.
I love how you unpick. It's just go for it.
Yes, just go for it. Right, if you look at the band now take your next piece, and you'll probably find it easier to turn it right side out. Line up the colours. Can you see how they line up?
Yes.
Now you've got to make a decision. Do I want this colour to climb up, or do I want this colour to climb down? Yeah. I'm going to have it climbing down. So if it climbs down to there, the seam I unpick is this one.
Of course.
And the colour now goes down.
Yes, I get it.
Looking at this strip now, take the next one and just line your colours up. Makes life so much easier when you line your colours up. Get it round this way. There's the pebbles, there's the clouds, etc., etc. Right, I'm going to move it down one, and I'm going to unpick this seam.
Amazing.
And the colours are going down. Let's do the next one. Let's have the really thin one now. So open it up, look at the colours. I'm looking at the pebbles one. Make sure you've got it the right way around. There's the pebbly one. What's the one before the pebbles? There's that one. And it goes down. Now, if I want it to go up, you just simply do the reverse. So take your next armband, open it up, get the colours all lined up. So there we are. There it is. And I want it to go up. So basically, I want this one to climb back up again to there. Can you see it's gone up now? So I'm going to undo that seam and open it out. And I've just got the band upside down. If you get the band upside down, then you just simply re-stitch it together, as I'm about to do, and unpick it in the right place. Because it's ever so easy to have it upside down.
I like that you've shown us how to do that, Jenny. Because it is important, though, isn't it? Because that could fox somebody. That'd fox me. I'd be like, oh, what am I meant to do?
Oh, quite, what am I going to do now? I'm going to waste that entire strip. So re-stitch it, put it back together again, and make sure you've got it the right way up. So I need to have this one on the bottom, that one on the top. There we go. Now we're all right. Now we're all right there.
The birds are flying the right way around.
That's it. I'm going to undo this seam.
Got upside down murmuration then for a moment.
Upside down murmuration. And the colours are beginning to climb up again.
Beautiful, got it.
Let me just do one more, and let's have it climbing up again.
Considering how complicated it looks, when you break it down like that, that's utterly achievable.
Totally. It's really just a question of looking at your bands and either unpicking one below or one above.
Yeah.
But if you look at it on the right side and you line it up, so make sure I've got the birds on the top, I'm going to have the birds climbing up one, so I'm actually going to unpick this seam. It gets a bit longer than that, and you can see it starting to go back up again.
Yeah.
The narrower the strips, the steeper the curve, the wider the strips, the shallower the curve.
Yeah.
When you've done that, now top tip, and I don't think I brought it with me, which is a bit daft, is number it.
Yes.
Okay? Please do not use pencil. So I'm going to, you will number it with masking tape. 1, 2.
Yeah, you won't be doing what
3.
Jenny's doing.
No, you won't be doing 4, 5, 6. Put bits of masking tape on, number it.
Yeah.
Take the first 2, right sides together. And all you're literally going to do is line up the seams and sew down. Because I've got the seams open and flat, I think they will lie better together. So just let me do one of these, and then we can move on, because I reckon you can probably cope with this. So line up your seams. You'll be able to sit down at your sewing machine. You won't be standing at a funny angle.
Yeah, you are at a funny angle today, Jenny.
I'm always at a funny angle, yeah. There we go.
We were born at funny angles.
We were indeed.
I love watching you demonstrate, Jenny. I love all your knowledge. It's fabulous.
Right, that seam's not going to lie open and flat. I'm going to leave that one. There we are. And go down. You, of course, will be able to marry these up. Now, top tip is if you use strips that are uneven, you will not have to line any of the seams up.
Right.
It's only if you cut your strips exactly the same size. So suppose you were to use a layer, not a layer cake, but a design strip.
Yeah.
Then that way you're going to have a problem, because you've got to do as I'm doing, line your seams up. But if you have it different widths, the seams aren't going to line up at all.
No, of course.
Therefore, you can just go for it, and no one will say, oh, look, she's missed a point there, she's missed a seam.
So it's quite a good cheating way.
It's a very good cheating way of doing it.
You can say you did it on purpose. We like that.
And then when you get to the end, sew onto your donkey. Let's find a donkey. Leonie doesn't know about donkeys.
Well, is this the donkey? Is this your stitch?
That's right.
Your thread keeper?
Yes. Well, they're now called donkeys now, because way, way, way back in the early days of weaving mills and things like that, they were called a donkey because they swung, they carried the thread from one piece of work to another. Sometimes also known as a monkey, because they swung the thread from one to another. And
fabulous.
now I'm seriously glad I numbered my pieces, because I now can see 1 and 2. So I will now stitch together 3 and 4, 5 and 6, and then I'll join 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 to make the panel. Please don't keep on adding, because if you keep adding one thin strip to a heavier one, it will start to flex and bend.
Right.
So there you are. That's a bit about how you do Bargello.
That's amazing, Jenny. Thank you so much. I love it because you've broken it down. You've explained it so succinctly, and it absolutely makes sense, and why we shouldn't do something, which is so important. And it makes it so you look at that and think, yeah, okay, I can actually do that. Even I look at that and think, I can do that. Straight lines and straight cutting, I can do that. And it does look so effective. And the fabrics work. The pebbles, I mean, it might be my bad eyesight, but the pebbles look a little bit like script as well in that one. I really, don't they? Don't they? I'm glad it's not just my dodgy eyesight. I absolutely adore this. Right, I am going to remind you what you're going to get. I adore this fabric. It feels beautiful. I mean, the quality is beautiful. The colour palette. I mean, I love the whole sea colour palette. I mean, let's face it, it's dreamy, it's relaxing, it's meditative. That word always stumbles me. It's just such, I can say it in my head, but when it comes out loud, meditative murmuration. All the muzz with a mug of mocha. So we have got, now remember, each one of these you can buy in your half-metre pieces. Oh, we've got news, apparently. So the tides, that's your tide. No.
It hasn't gone.
Yes.
Oh no, it can't have gone.
It has.
Oh.
Only in the pick and mix, so it's okay. You can still use it because we've got it in the fat quarters. But the tide's in the pick and mix. Can you believe
what
it?
Awful person has just bought all the tide.
All of it.
That is
All of it.
dire.
And it's only 7:20.
We better buy the fat quarters pretty quickly.
Yeah, you better. I mean, yes, I'm not surprised. That is absolutely exquisite. If you do want the pick and mix, obviously you've got more beautiful fabrics to go with. So I'll take you through your choices. So your first one, and let me open this up for you. This is your sand urchin. I think I said land last time. I won't try and pull that off because it is stuck on neat and tidy. So that's your sand urchin, which is beautiful. I mean, these look, and you can see the watercolour palette. I mean, I love that. I love that you can actually see the almost the imperfection which you actually want, because it's part of the sea, it's part of nature, and I adore that. So you've got your sand urchin. You've then got the beautiful ocean ebb and flow. Then again, I love the colour palette in that. I love the ebb and flow of the colours, where you have got the lighter panels and then the darker waves coming in there. You've then got the beautiful mocha sea flower. And yeah, you see flower, but it definitely, to me, you see fossils. But you can see the flower in there as well. And again, because you can see patterns within this, when you are stitching, if you are doing your quilting, I mean, there's parts of this that you're absolutely going to be pulling out. Do you know what I mean? So you're going to be putting your wadding under there and popping that. That's the thing that you bring out. You can see the different flowers in there.
Uneven around the edge, if you wobbled a bit with your free motion, it's never going to matter. Nature doesn't have straight lines. Nature abhors straight lines, so wobble away. Remember, it's a sea. You can do wiggly lines, because have you ever seen a straight sea?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's the beautiful thing with this. It just allows you to be so creative. Yeah, our absolute favourite, the ties. I mean, yes. That is exquisite. Currently, you can only get it in the fat quarters. That is the nicest piece of fabric. It's just so exceptional. And there's so many different colours in there. I love that you've got... Can you see that bit there? That it looks like the sand, it looks like rocks, it looks like the spray. You know, there's so much going on in that. That is beautiful, beautiful. You've then got the sea and the ocean sea flower, which again, it's all the patterns that it creates, which is just exquisite. The sea glass. Oh man, don't you just love sea glass? Who tries to collect sea glass and it feels like you found a piece of treasure when... Does
Age 6, we go along the seashore. Oh, granny, I found another one. Wait. He's got this little box full of these little bits of beautifully softly rounded sea glass.
How fabulous.
Oh, fantastic.
How fabulous. It is like treasure. See, for me, keep your diamonds, but give me a piece of sea glass.
Yep. We don't know where it's
honestly,
been.
Diamonds are so very dull compared to sea glass. And sea glass have been on a proper adventure, haven't they? And then our mermation. Oh, go see Murmurs. We're approaching half of the stock in your pick and mix for this one. I'm not surprised. That is beautiful. You've then got, again, look at that. That is lovely. That's the urchin, and that's your darker urchin, of course. And again, you can see the sort of natural way that they've done these, the sand pebbles. I really like that one as well. That is just so delicate, and you can imagine, yeah, you're looking into the sea to see the beautiful sand pebbles. And then last but not least, we've got our other mermation. And what's the first word there? C-L-O-U-R, chlor. C-L-O-U-R, chlor. I don't know. Google it. Other search engines are available. Google that word, because it might be a word that we don't know, but it's a proper, because you've got your light and your dark mermations, haven't you? So it must be a... Anyway, so that is your fat quarter. That is exceptional. And with something, it means a bump on the head. How bizarre. I don't understand that. A bump on the head.
Really?
A claw means a bump on the head. There you go. Maybe that's as you're looking at the mermations. You get a bump on the head when you're not watching, when you're walking, fall over, boom. That's the only way I can think about that. What's the other one? What's this one called? The darker mermaid. The depth. That makes more sense. Depth mermation. And then, yeah, we figure it's meant to be cloud as opposed to a bump on the head. We are going to change that. Cloud does sound better than... However, we have learnt a new word this morning.
And yes, of course, it was a spelling mistake somewhere along the line.
Exactly, cloud. We're going for cloud as opposed to the claw. But there you go, Jenny. Have you learnt a new word today, though?
I have indeed. A bump on the head. Oh, I got it right, claw.
Yeah. See, every day learning
I'm seeing birds in the sky.
Instead of the stars. It's a mermation. OK, this is super busy. If you would like to go for this collection, you have noticed I haven't stopped touching this yet. It's just gorgeous. Over 10% of the stock has gone. You are saving £8.50. You can get your pick and mix. I mean, the pick and mix are sensational. And when you look at these, I mean, all of them are beautiful. They're beautiful. You know, can you imagine a big piece of that, a metre piece of that? I mean, it feels...
it just makes such a delightful dress.
Yes.
You know, it would make a lovely dress.
Yeah.
Lovely skirt.
Yeah.
And that would make, again, a lovely skirt with a blouse made in one of the others.
Yes. And it's the way, I mean, this material is beautiful.
Yes.
The way that falls, yeah, if you're using it for dressmaking, that would be exceptional. Because honestly, a beautiful summer dress out of these. And every single one of them, I mean, look at that. Can you imagine that as a lovely summer dress?
Yep.
Honestly. And I think because it is that beach scene and it's that watercolour scene, that again would make beautiful clothing because of that.
Yes, it would. Or if you're going to visit someone who lives by the sea, why not cover a basket, line a basket with that? I mean, a soft frill in some of those fabrics with the basket lined, and maybe cut shell pictures out of the one that is not the depth one, the one in the middle. And then put them on. I mean, your chance to use applique, to use quilting on these fabrics is just... they're just
huge.
lovely materials.
Yeah, they're beautiful, beautiful. So you have got your choice. You can choose 2 half-metre pieces. It might be the same, it might be different ones. We know that one at the moment has sold out. So yeah, please, we are going to try and see if we can get some more stock, but currently that one has sold out. If you do want your half-metre pieces, just £12.99 for 2. 496009. Now let's talk about Jenny's books, because obviously so much you can do with these, and they are so inspirational. Now your first 2 books, this is a really good price on your bundle. You can get them available individually, but you're better going for them together. So talk us briefly through these, Jenny. So your first 2, the Material Magic and your Creative Tucks and Textures.
Right, there is nothing in either book that links at all. Creative Tucks and Textures is one of the few books that I wrote for a company. So it's not a Jenny Raymond published one. And that takes you through a load of my initial ideas, extends the principles. So it deals with your tucks, it deals with your trumpets, it deals with crossing over the tucks, it has various projects in the back of it. It does circles, it does folding squares, rolling squares, working with the bias. It does a series of blocks in there. Different ways of working with rectangles. Those are particularly good. Now that would work well if you went back a page to the one you were on. Now if you were to do that and then lay into those shapes, not the flower picture, but lay some of the sea fabrics, you could get a wonderful sea scene out of there. Because you can put your light birds in the top and then come down through the seas, and you don't need the tides fabric for doing that at all. In actual fact, when I show you some of the samples, when we come back to me again, I've only used the tides fabric really on one quilt. So panic not, you can't get the tides fabric, you can still make some beautiful things without it.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's your first bundle, £18.94, really good price. You've got so much in both of these books, 153971. The next 2 to go for, you've got your Fans and Fabrications. If you would like to get that one on its own, the details are there, only £9.99. 248393 is your item number. And again, some of the projects in here, Jenny, are just amazing.
So that is as it says it is. It does fans, it also does some table mats, has a jolly good way of making soft sculptured bowls and things, using up your scraps, not doing it as on that very firm wadding. It's a dead simple way to do it. One or two nice easy projects towards in the back, full colour pictures, etc, etc, etc. Yes, you can wear those things on your head if you must. But that's a great way of using up your wadding and any scraps. And it's not done like the Camden bag, it's a completely different, it's rather done like coil pots, so it's very, very simple to make.
I love those, they are so cool.
Yes, they are. You can wash them, you can screw them up, you can use any size bits of fabric. And all those wadding bits up as well.
They're beautiful. Oh, I love that.
And then there's that ribbon, which looks particularly good if you do it in ribbon. It's the totally tucked up band. So she very carefully.
Well done, well said. I'm not repeating it because I know I'll get it wrong.
And then there's basically just playing with squares and folding them so they look as though they're woven, which they're not.
Beautiful.
So that's
amazing.
Fabrications.
There's so much in there for a tenner. That's beautiful, but those balls are amazing. So that's again your fans and fabrications, 248393. We've then got, I remember this one, the fold it, roll it, patchwork pizzazz. And this one, I mean, this is such an amazing one because again, this is such an exploration into your wonderful folds.
Thank you.
And creating. See, this is what I love about your work because you create such interest.
Thank you.
And that's the thing, isn't it? You look at it and go, how did you do that?
Yes. And yet, actually, when it comes down to it, when I explain, people say, oh, is that all it is? And I feel a bit of a fraud. So you've got the Scrappy Zappy Do things, you've got 12 different blocks in there and related projects that all use either squares or rectangles. There's nothing very complex in there. There's one block that might require a button in the middle, but in actual fact, it looks better with a button in the middle. You've also got a quag, which is a quilt that turns into a bag.
Amazing.
In there. And of course, when you've seen the principle, you can turn any quilt into a quag.
I love it. Leaks in the kettle.
Yeah, you've got funny stories as well. And cooking leeks in hotel kettles, not a good idea. Please don't do it. Don't copy what you read in the books.
Fabulous. I love it. Absolutely brilliant. Please make sure you check your basket out. That's such a good book. There's so much in there, honestly. Again, the price is fantastic. £9.99, is that all? That's absolutely amazing. 707951 is your item number. Last but by no means least, we've got our sew pieces. And again, I mean, when you look at it, you've got so many different projects in each one of these books, Jenna.
There's small projects in there. There's boxes. There are various bags in there. There's a sling bag in there. The boxes are good. In fact, I'd have made a box. So I'll probably be making a sort of box thing on the 1 o'clock show.
Oh man, they're so cool.
Because they're dead simple to make. It just needs some form of stiffening side. Then there's the good old fancy fandango. Then there's the proper upper for your computer or your iPad or your phone.
Amazing.
Sorry, other things do exist. Etc, etc. So again, lots of small projects in there, suitable at any age, any ability, etc, etc.
Oh, do you know what? Absolutely beautiful. What was that there, Jenna? Hold on, the fourth man.
Oh, yes, well. Yeah, I have a slightly checkered marital life. Pass over that one. Thank you.
Oh, it does make me giggle. However, did you make your dress? Did you make your dress, Jenna?
Yes, yes.
That's amazing. I don't know if you can see. It's worth getting the book just to have a look at the photos. That is phenomenal, Jenna.
It's just a whole load of fancy fandangos. Never actually got married in that. It's just a lecture piece of equipment.
Oh, that is beautiful. That is beautiful. You need to find out, you need to read the book to find out about the fourth man and why Jenny's got a picture of some peeled plum tomatoes. And next to a beautiful dress. What's that about? Sorry, Jenny. £9.99. I'm not going to talk now. I'm going to read about the plum tomatoes. If you would like to get hold of that, that's 725. Sorry, I'm squinting away. 725-963, your item number. I love your books, Jenny. Not just because of all the work that goes into them, but also because of little snippets like that. Gems, they are gems. Back over to you, Jenny. What's next?
Right, just to show everyone that I did actually stitch it together, so there you are. So and I've still got that amount left. So you can easily see how the cushion front came out of it. Now, just so that you are aware of the length of it this way, because I cut 2.5-inch strips, by the time you've done the stitching, they become 2-inch strips. I've got 7 2-inch strips, so guess what? This measures 14 inches in this direction, top to bottom. The width of it will depend how many strips you use and the size of the strips. So you can work out the length of it. So if you want to make a cushion front, 7, and I haven't used the tides in it anywhere. Right, the next one I'm going to show you actually does go to the tied quilt that is behind me, this one. And I thought I would show two methods of doing what is actually a flying goose. Now, this is a smaller version of the one that's on the Shell Rummel website, which was a much bigger piece of work, but it incorporates exactly the same elements. This fabric, this particular design, and I've just added some of the, what I felt was a beach down the bottom.
Yeah,
Right.
I can see that.
When it comes to making the flying goose, Monday's show had the flying goose templates on it. This was the easy quilting flying goose, and this works like this. The block I came up with, because I made the whole thing smaller, was to make a flying goose that will end up being 2.5 inches by 5. So its actual raw edge measurements will be 3 by 5.5. If you're going to use this, then we're looking at the 2.5 by 5 inch line along here, which says you want a 3-inch strip. So in order to cut the goose bit out, you take a 3-inch strip, they're all pinned together, you simply place the ruler onto your 3-inch wide piece of fabric and you cut a triangle, and it's a 1/4 square triangle. Cut up one side, flip it round and cut up the other side. So that's how you make the goose bit.
Beautiful.
Working with the same size of strip, 3 inches, in order to cut the sky pieces, or whatever colour you're using, again you need a 3-inch strip. And this time I would fold it over. So now we use side B, and here is side B, kindly labelled side B, and it also shows you the half square triangles, because these are half square. So pop it on there, line up the 3-inch line and cut. And because I got the fabric doubled, I will get 2 triangles, and one will go one side and one will go t'other.
Super. Have we got those templates later on, Jen, did you say?
We've got the, not this one we haven't got later on, but this is on Monday's show. We have another template I'm going to use on the next demo, which we have got on later on.
Amazing.
But it's still on the website.
Amazing. Do check the website out then for the templates. And obviously, if you want to watch Catch Up, Jenny was in on Monday. You can always have a look at those shows from Monday.
I was 5 and 9.
5 and 9. You do get the hours, don't you? 9 o'clock at night.
Oh, dear. Yes, I do. And driving home at 10:15 all the way back for 3 hours. And of course, they've shut everything, haven't they?
Oh, they
So the
do.
roadworks everywhere. They shut off the roads. Right, stitch one triangle onto one side, open it out, and I would open those seams nice and flat. It does make it slightly easier and slightly less bulky. Then all we do then is put the other triangle on the other side, stitch it on and open it out. So that's one way of making it, but I thought I'd show you a different way of making flying geese, which uses the templates I've got on the 1 o'clock show. Cut yourself, in order to get the same size, that's a finished 2.5 by 5 inch finished flying goose, you want a 6 1/4 inch square, which you can cut very easily from this. This is 6.5 inches, so 6 1/4 is just that amount.
Super.
You will then need some 3 7/8 inch squares, which again you can cut really easily on this ruler because, sorry, 3 3/8, I beg your pardon. 3 3/8, the 3/8 line is actually pretty clearly marked on these little rulers. So I have 4 3 3/8 and 1 6 1/4. Draw a diagonal line across the back of all the 3 3/8 and put one on one corner and one on the other corner. Panic not, they will overlap in the middle, they are meant to.
Okay, that's not a problem.
No, you're now going to sew either side of that drawn line using 1/4 inch seam allowance. So I'm going to sew this side and that side. So to the sewing machine, make sure it's set at 1/4 inch. Proceed down one side, remove the pin when you get to it, jump over or under the little bit in the middle.
I see what you're doing.
Okay,
And
down
it
to the
doesn't
bottom.
matter that it overlapping in the middle.
That's it. And then you can go up the other side again. There we go. Where's it got caught round there? The thread's got caught round the presser foot. Let's just snip it. Oh, don't be daft and do that to me, please.
Is it being annoying on live TV, Jenny?
Of course it is, yes. It's like children and dogs and anything like that. Right, and straight back up the other side again. Hold on to your little donkey at the end. There we go.
A little donkey.
Little donkey. Right, having sewn either side of my drawn line, all I'm going to do now is cut up the middle. Now you could use a ruler or you can just go for it.
Gosh, Jenny. It's so early just to be going for it.
Okay, open out one half And you can't really open the seams on this little bit. It actually doesn't work.
Right.
You can a little bit. Take one of the others, and this time you're going to put it like that across the corner.
Okay.
And you'll never guess what you're going to do now. You are going to sew either side of that drawn line. And this actually makes 4 flying geese.
Oh wow. Okay, this is a speedier way of making them, isn't it?
It's a speedier way, but in actual fact it's more hassle in the beginning because you've got to cut the pieces accurately.
Yeah.
It has to be 3 3/8, and you can't, 3 1/2 doesn't work.
Yeah.
It's one of these things that when you're actually working with cutting squares, it's got to be accurate. And all I do then is cut up the middle here.
Boom.
And there are 2 of them. There's number 1.
Oh yeah, look at that.
The disadvantage is that if you're not careful, you're going to get, in this case, my pebbles are going in 2 different directions.
Ah, okay.
Whereas on this one, I can arrange to have them going the right way because I can turn the triangles round. You can't so easily turn them round on this one because of the way the design works.
Right,
So just
so
mimic the other one.
if your fabric is specific the way it needs to lay, then that's...
Possibly better doing the other method, or just think about it. I will actually open this seam a little bit.
It's nice to have an alternative method though, because sometimes it'll work better for some of your projects.
Well, absolutely. You might not have that particular ruler.
Yeah.
Some people, just don't. If we do the last little lot, and then you will see it really does make 4. So it's a 6 1/4 inch square in the beginning, and 4 3 3/8. And it has to be 3 3/8. It's no good having it a little bit bigger or a little bit smaller. It won't work.
You have to have it specific.
And
You
then we
seem
just
very
cut
good at maths, Jenny.
No, I just know the patchwork maths, and the patchwork maths are very simple. If you want a regular square, you add 1/2 inch to the finished size.
Right. Okay.
If you want a half square triangle, you add 7/8 of an inch to the finished size.
Yeah.
If you want a 1/4 square triangle, you add 1 1/4 inches to the finished size.
Yeah.
You see?
Yeah. And once you know that,
Once you know that, so now you know that this is going to be finished 5. I cut 6 1/4.
Right. Yeah, of course.
These were going to be finished 2 1/2, 2 1/2, and 7/8 is 3 3/8. So there you go. That's 2 ways of making flying geese.
Amazing.
Alrighty.
And look how good they look as well. That's beautiful. Of course, that is on that quote behind Jenny that you can see. That's your flying geese, and that you can make that from your fat quarter bundle, and it does look phenomenal. It's just so beautiful. So I mean, yeah, that fabric is just beautiful. Okay, so your fat quarter, you are getting all 10 pieces. Beautiful fabric. The quality is amazing. Obviously it's dreamy, it's got that wonderful watercolour sort of palette on this, but the colours are just beautiful. Soft colours, soft kind of greys, the blues, that wonderful mocha, which is just beautiful, which is then brought through into that wonderful tide. I mean, the tide is your piece de resistance, there's no doubt about it. You can sadly only get this in the fat quarters currently, and it's the different colours that are in this one that bring everything together. You've then got your wonderful, these might be sea urchins, they might be your sea flowers. What you can see in there, however, is pattern, and it's the gradient of the colour again, the way it just washes over as it would the sea. How you get your different colours depending on the depth, depending on the temperature, actually, isn't it? You've then got the sea glass, love sea glass, and yeah, that again, I just think that's a little bit magic. Your murmurations, again, absolutely fabulous. Over half the stock in your pick and mix. This has been super busy. Over half the stock has gone in the pick and mix, and the same with this one. So you're liking the darker colours as well. The beautiful ocean. I mean, if you're buying these for your fabric for clothing, I mean, that would look really good if you're making a dress out of that. Honestly, this fabric, if you're thinking of dressmaking with those half-metre pieces, every single one of these is beautiful. The pebbles, I love the pebbles, that is wonderful. Make a stunning skirt. And then the cloud murmuration, which is just, they're all exquisite. They feel beautiful. Over 20% of the stock has gone with your fat quarters, only £29.99. You are saving a massive £8.50. 592632 is your item number. Remember your extended delivery on that as well, so going out from the 6th of June. Then you can see just how good that looks. I mean, you've got all those beautiful layers. They go together wonderfully. And then Jenny's just given us that floor, which looks fabulous. And then, of course, the applique on the top there. It's up to you if you're doing applique. You can do so much with these. You know, you've got so much choice. And it is, when you look at the drop of the fabric, just have a look at in fact, let me show you a memoration. I mean, just if you are dressmaking, look how soft that is. You know, you can imagine a dress out of that. It's just got such... I want a dress out of all of them. Honestly, if it were me, which one would I go for in a dress? Do you know what? Actually, if it was me, I do like the...
So fresh.
I do.
Really, really pretty.
And it's that pattern as well. The pattern's beautiful.
Yes. It'll just be summery, it'll be light, it'll be...
Yeah.
Oh,
lovely, absolutely lovely. And I must admit though, the pebbles, I really like that. But I was thinking with that one as well, Jenny, if you were dressmaking from that, it wouldn't matter. You've no pattern.
No, nothing to line up at all. No stripes, no nothing. You go any which way you like.
I love that. Absolutely love it. Yeah, they're all beautiful. If you do want any of these, it's up to you. You've got 2 pieces, but obviously it can be the same fabric. So if you are going for one of these as a dress, that's the other one that I'd want as a dress. If you're going for any of these and you do want to make clothes out of them, they will be cut in 1 piece. So again, really nice for your bigger projects there. And only £12.99 for 2 half-metre pieces. So a metre of fabric, Leonie. 496009 is your item number. Right, straight back to our lovely Jenny.
I'm going to do some delectable mountains.
Oh, some delectable mountains. How marvellous.
Delectable mountains. That's a delect. Now, any of my class who were on yesterday's class is a quick refresher of what you did yesterday. Okay, I know there is a video, but you can actually watch it for real in real life.
I mean, they're called delectable, actually. They look quite scary mountains, I'm not going to lie, don't they? You couldn't land a helicopter on one of those.
They're fascinating because you can have them any which way up you like. I mean, you could actually have had snow-covered mountains against a night sky.
I can see it now. That's wonderful. It's just snow-covered mountains with your murmurations behind.
Absolutely, totally. So you could have them as rows, they can make borders, you could turn one round and have it against the other.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's a technique, it's a patchwork technique. I know it as Delectable Mountains, and it has been around for quite some time. There are various people who've given it other names, but that's the one I happen to know.
Wonderful.
Now, on the 1 o'clock show, we have a 7.5-inch half-square triangle. Super. And I've been using this because you will want half squares. So I, in fact, cut a 7.5-inch wide strip. And the way that this triangle works is that you put the triangle on here. If you have a smaller strip, the principle will work exactly the same. I'm just using a larger strip because I wanted a 7.5-inch one. I wanted to maximize it. But you could do Delectable Mountains out of any sized triangles you like.
Cool.
You then flip it over to cut the next one. The little red bit hangs off the bottom and cut. And that will save you 3/8 of an inch on every piece of triangle you cut. When you've done that, join it to another half-square triangle the same size. Okay, make a square.
Okay.
As I have here. Now, this is the vital bit. And if our Lynn is watching, pin your ears back, Lynn, because I am now going to put the 2 pieces right sides together with the colours matching. Okay. Right sides together or wrong sides together, I don't mind, but you need to have the 2 fabrics right or wrong sides together. Most important. You can chop this into as many sections as you like. I chose to cut it into 4 sections to make a 4-section Delectable Mountain, but I could have cut it into 3 sections. It matters not. You're going to cut this into strips. Okay. So this happens to give me 4 strips of, in fact, 1 7/8. So back to the ruler.
So you don't sew it together yet, you cut it before any sewing.
So you measure the size of the block. Now this actually is, let's get it round the right way so the viewers can see it. This is a 7.5-inch block. So I could have cut 3 2.5-inch strips.
Okay.
I could have cut 5 1.5-inch strips. I've chosen to cut 4 1 7/8. It's nice and easy on this ruler because the 7/8 line is nice and clearly marked. Right, cutting. Number 1. If they're not all exactly the same, does it matter? It's a mountain. The answer to that is no, it doesn't. 2, 3, and there'll be just enough left.
Hooray.
Okay, and if it wasn't not enough left, does it matter? Right, if we go and take our first strip and open it out, right, I've got a dark arrow. I'm going to turn it round and put it in its actual fact. I'm going to have it this way up. I'm going to turn the whole block this way up because you'll see it will work with the mountain there. Let's turn the whole thing round the other way.
Yes,
Wait a minute.
okay,
put it back
so having a
again.
nice white
Hang on.
sky.
Put it back this way because then the viewers will get it around the right way. There we go. If I put it back again, then you'll see.
Oh, yes.
Wait a minute. Right, so there it is. I've just turned it upside down.
Yeah,
Open up the first one. I've got a dark blue arrow. I'm going to reverse the arrow, make a little white arrow. Okay?
Okay.
Taking the next strip, open them up, and one will go this side. Notice the angle, and one will go that side. Take the next strip, open it up, one will go this side, and one will go that side. Take the last strip, open it up, and one will go this side, and one will go that side.
Amazing.
And there is your mountain.
Oh, your mountains.
All I would do now is sew two together into a block of 4.
Number them.
Ditto, ditto, and then you sew the 2 halves together, and you will end up with this.
That's fabulous.
And that is your delectable mountains.
Delectable mountains.
Easy to sew together. There's nothing to actually line up.
Yeah.
If for some reason you wanted to cut thin ones, well, you'd have a much thinner, sharper little mountain.
You'd have really, really dangerous mountains.
Yes, you'd have big. And if you cut fatter ones, you'd have fatter mountains.
You'd have rolling hills.
You can play. It's a technique. So 2 half square triangles, put right sides together, cut it up into sections, sew the sections together.
I really like
that. Might take a minute to get your head round getting the angles, but do that. And then
I love it, Jenny, because when it is pattern building, it's creating, and I love that, it's creating new patterns. And when you're rolling it up, I mean, just from that technique alone, when you just change 2 of them, you've created something completely different again.
Absolutely, totally. And you could have, in fact, interchanged the colours. You could have made another block and swapped these for other ones. In fact, one of the, Deb yesterday did it with hers. She had different colours, so she had dark grey, light grey, dark grey, light grey.
Beautiful.
Striping mountain.
Completely looked a striping, lovely mountain.
Yep. Yes.
That is wonderful. If you do want to create something like that, again, please follow our Jenny, please. Where do they get your classes then, Jenny? How can they find
They're on my website.
Excellent.
Yes.
So, yeah, look up our lovely Jenny on our website, and obviously you'll be able to join Jenny's classes and learn things like that as well. Jenny is going to be back at 10 o'clock today, so please make sure you tune in. And obviously Jenny was with us on Monday, so you can watch that on catch up. If you do want the beautiful fabrics, you've got your choices, so you've got your fat quarters. The only way that you can get our favourites currently, and only £29.99. These are beautiful. Whether you're making something for the home, whether you're making bags, whether you're making incredible cushion covers, we are approaching a quarter of the stock. I mean, every time I look at that, that's my favourite. Well, that and the other one, okay. But I love this, I know, right? I know. I love this because this is what you do, Jenny. All these wonderful, the movement in that.
That's because I can't sew straight, Leonie, you see, and none of my points ever line up, so this disguises it absolutely amazingly.
Tell you what, you blag it wonderfully because it looks beautiful. This is why you want to get Jenny's books as well, because all this texture has been created with it's just the technique that Jenny has sewn. Yeah, I mean, this isn't padding, this is literally your techniques. And I love the fringing, I love the movement, the texture, the interest that's been brought into this. And obviously the fabrics work beautifully for that. And that, creating the scene without the ocean one. I mean, the ocean one is just used as a border. Yes. This is all the other fabrics that have been used to create that scene.
And I could have used any of the other fabrics there, but I just wanted to use... The ocean one didn't work for doing anything else other than using it as a plain piece of fabric. Yeah. That's where you had to use it. It was okay as a border, but I could have used one of the other fabrics as a border. Yeah. Whereas that, absolutely exquisite. It just feels ace. If you've got that on your cushion, I'll tell you now, you need to use these, but you will be doing this all the time because it feels fabulous. Right, you do need to check your baskets out. It is beautiful and, yeah, really good
quality fabrics, and you're saving £8.50. 592632 is your item number. We've got about a minute left, Jenny. Anyone thinking of going for these? Why do you and why have you loved working with them?
Because I just love the colours. I like the fabric and I love the colours. They were just so sort of just yummy. Yummy is a funny word to use for fabric, but they really did. They worked extremely well. And I know when doing my sea scene here, so this comes out of fat quarters. You'd have no problem with this fat quarters at all. And I will demonstrate how I did these wiggly lines because they're much, much easier on the 10 o'clock show. Amazing. And we'll talk a bit about the applique of doing that round there.
Super.
So there you go. Why not have a beach bag? You know?
I think a beach bag is marvellous. Whether you're going to the beach or you just want to be at the beach, so you're taking a little bit with you. Jenny, thank you ever so much.
Thank you too, Leonie.
It's been such a joy. We will be seeing Jenny, of course, back up at 10 o'clock, so make sure you tune in then. But in the meantime, check your baskets out and get this winging its way to you. Coming up next, our Jean Next Door family occasions. We've then got That's Crafty 5th anniversary in that beautiful set. We've then got the Shell Rummel fabrics, so please tune in.
Hello, I'm Carol.
And I'm Hayley.
And together we are the Dreamies.
Dreamies have been around for 11 years now. We started with CD-ROMs, we've developed into stamps, paper pads, dies, we've now got the Dinky Inkies range as well.
We design everything in-house and we manufacture in the UK. We produce tutorials to inspire you to get the most from our products.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you'll benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888, and join Freedom today.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. Oakwood Archer is a family-run business and my son and my daughter work very hard with me to bring the best craft items to you in the UK. We specialise in high-quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Well, hello there, good morning and welcome. It is 8 o'clock, so we've got an hour that we are dedicating to our one-day special. Did you see the launch last night? Phenomenally busy, and you've been loving not only the one-day special but the complete bundle, which I will tell you about in a few minutes because I've got something I need to do first. I need to introduce our John. Good morning, how you doing?
Good morning, I'm good, how are you?
I'm very well, and I love the idea of this one-day special. It's something that everybody needs, the sentiments, the kind of phraseology, the personalisation. Incredible with
Thank you. Yeah, it's one of those. This is not a whiz bang, isn't it pretty one day special.
Okay.
These are your work marker dies.
Right.
These are the ones you use all the time. If you sell your cards and crafts, it adds so much more personalisation on. Yeah, but it's basically got, if you're making cards and you're making cards for your family, which most of us are, you know, here you've got the options to do mum, mam, grandma, granddad, son, son-in-law, stepson. You know, you've got so many different options because you build what you want. So you can put things like, you know, great-granddaughter.
That is perfect.
And I find it so much easier with dies. And I'm not being awful because, you know, I started as a stamper.
Yes.
But it's so much easier to line dies up.
Yeah.
In a sentiment than stamps.
And not everybody is stampers anyway, for a variety of different reasons. But this gives you that personalisation. You can see exactly with this one. I mean, where would you find a stamp that said best wishes on your retirement cousin?
You wouldn't.
You wouldn't. And also...
And you wouldn't buy one, because I wouldn't.
Well, you wouldn't, because you're potentially only going to use it for one occasion, and that's it. But also, it's the size of these that I think is key, because it makes the sentiment the focal point, which quite often is what we're wanting to do. Now, this, I think, is brilliant. Now, talk me around the boards that we've got here, because we've got these fabulous magnetic boards.
So this shows you the different sets, but also what I've done is I've made them all into fridge magnets.
OK.
Now, this would be great because you could put these on the front of your card and then people can take them off afterwards.
OK.
And keep them on the fridge.
Right.
Paola had a great idea. Put photos up if you've got young kids of the family tree and put the word underneath and get them to put the word against them, spelling and things. But here you've got things like, these are like your ordinals in a way.
Yeah.
These are your add-ons, your sorries, your with, belated, best wishes. You're a star, which is a phrase that you'll recognise because that's one of my favourites.
It is, yeah.
And I use that all the time, so that's a bit of a vanity one, sorry guys. But then you've got your occasions, so these match exactly with the stencil sentiments I launched in September last year.
OK.
And that are things like Mother's Day, Father's Day, Easter, best wishes, things like that.
Love
so
it.
Here you've got all the other ones like graduation, sympathy, new job, retirement, get well soon,
Love it.
new home. But again, you can cut them down. So, you know, you can take the new out, but you've got new job, you've got celebrate. So it's all mixed together, and then you've got the sort of family. And I've tried to go with ones that are your most common.
Yes.
But also ones you can do. So you've got grandmother.
Yes,
But you've got step in there as well. So you can put step grandmother. You've got daughter. But you've got in-law, you've got sister, you've got in-law to add to it, aunt, uncle, mum, mam, mother, brother, son, cousin. So you can mix them all around. And then we go back to sort of the ones that match.
So you could kind of say best wishes on your, now obviously I'm juggling them here, but say best wishes on your graduation.
Yes.
That's quite topical, isn't it? A lot of graduations going on at the moment.
You could do best wishes on your graduation, son, daughter, granddaughter, great-granddaughter. You can personalise more, and the great thing is, if you got the alphabet last month, it's the same font and size of letter.
Oh, OK. So it's going to coordinate.
So if you want to do... I saw a brilliant card on our group from Janet Durrell, and she'd done on your retirement, and it went to 8 inches long to get all the individual letters in. And I felt so bad because this was a day before these came out.
Oh, no!
Because what she could have done was... It was for someone called Tony.
Yeah.
What she could have done now is just use these as on your retirement and then put Tony in the letters.
Yes, yeah.
And it would have saved her about 6 hours.
Or you could team it up, because you've got the letters. Could maybe do like an arc over the top and a solid along the bottom to make it into almost like an arch frame.
Will match. So these will give you the standard occasions. Then you can personalise with names. So much easier to do.
Now tell me about these, because we've got these extra dies in the complete bundle.
We have. So what I've done in here is you've got this one, which is like a worker style.
OK.
So this is called the Southie squares.
Right.
And in here you've actually got, you know me, so these are mathematically correct.
Oh, fine, yeah.
So you've got a 1 inch, 2 inch, 3 inch, 4 inch and 5 inch square.
OK.
So they match perfectly with the press cut, plain and stitched dot.
Right.
But what they've got is they punch circles out around the edge like a Regency border.
Oh, OK, yeah.
And what I've done is each square, the circles are scaled down.
Can see that on those, yeah.
So
sorry,
that
I was
they
just looking at them personally then.
And then you've got a little tag.
Selfish moment.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's just fun.
I was like,
but these allow you to perfectly paper patchwork.
I love it, and that's what we're seeing so often. I mean, here, this is a beautiful example, and I love the fact that you've got some different sizes, because it turns all those scraps into usable pieces then. Because you've got the continuity of that little circle going around, which means it's going to work with so many other things. We are busy. Details on your screen. Let me explain to you the saving that you've got with this. It's a one-day special, so naturally we would want a saving, and you will get indeed a saving with your one-day special. But that's at the bottom of the screen. You've got £3 saving there. you know what I'm going to say? Hold on to that £3 saving and bring it on a bit of a journey with me, because we are looking at the complete bundle now where you've got 51 dies in total. You are still saving that £3, but you are saving an additional £5, meaning overall everybody saves at least £8 on this one, giving you that price of £55.95. I say at least because Freedom members, you're saving that little bit more. So the £10.59 you see on your screen is in addition to the £3 saving. So realistically, you're saving £13.59p, bringing it right the way down to £50.36. Wouldn't it be lovely if we could spread the cost? Guess what, you can. So if you wanted to spread the cost, then you can do. For the first payment of just £25.18. If you are a Freedom member, you will get all of these delivered to the door. You are going to have so much fun when these arrive, but it has been busy. It's been busy throughout the shows because it's kind of like a concept. It's a worker die, it's a sentiment, it's the kind of focal point of your projects as well. And not just for your card making, you'll use it in loads of different ways, but do be aware it's been a busy one. Stock-wise, they are flying out, and over 60% of the whole day stock has gone. We will see them in action in just a few moments, but at 974249, if you want to get involved straight away, please do. But we'll go over and see John in a few moments. Show you some finished samples a little bit later on, but one kind of speedily get through things. So let me very quickly tell you about these next items that we're going to share with you as well. This is brilliant. If you remember little tiny embellishments where you're adding little dots, adding little buttons, well, this is perfect bundle for you, because you've got not only your button pack, but you've also got your candy die as well, your card candy. Tell us about this, Sean.
It's such a clever idea. I think a lot of people remember card candy.
Yes.
And this particular bundle, we sold out last time we had it on. I think we sold out last night as well, because it's so popular. But what it allows you to do, and it was Jo Channon who actually pointed this out to me. She said she's had this die and uses it constantly. If you look there, I've got little tartan embellishments in the same check or gingham as the backing paper, because I've made them. So this allows you to make absolutely any paper you've got, any colour, any background you've inked, lets you make your own little embellishments or card candy from it.
Even smaller scraps that you're using up.
Yeah, you sit there with the die and cut a load. I mean, you've got a box in front of you, which is my box.
Loads in here.
And this is where I keep my buttons.
Okay.
And I actually keep all my spare candy. Now, seems crazy, but there I've got them. You see, there's some in the pink check that was on the card just then. That card plus another card, and then that's the spare from one cut of the die.
Wow.
Because you get so many off it.
This is brilliant, because you get in, it's like a rectangle of circles, for the want of a better phrase. The die is at the front here, and you can see every single one of those circles there is going to cut out. Doesn't mean that you have to cut an A6 card piece to cut out. You can use any scraps that you like, and it utilises the open area that you've got there to cut into. Then, of course, you've got all those gorgeous buttons alongside it, sparkly buttons, multicoloured buttons, different sizes. These did sell out last night, and I'm not surprised. I mean, absolutely amazing bundle, but over half of the stock, of the extended stock, has gone. And is it contents will vary with regards to these?
Contents will vary with the buttons.
Okay.
Because you will get, I mean, at the end of the day, you can never go wrong.
No.
I mean, I think when I first started crafting, we stuck buttons on everything.
Yes, yeah.
And then we stopped for a while, and then I've sort of thought, there's so many times you don't want just a flower.
Yeah.
And again, if you're with the sentiments, if you're making an uncle card or a grandfather card, then sometimes you don't want a flower.
That's true.
You don't have other dies.
That's true.
Use a button.
Definitely. There you go. Now, if you want to get hold of yours, 224440, but please be aware you are paying just £9.99. That's an extra £5 on your complete bundle if you're going for that one. It is on extended delivery. Just bear that in mind with regards to that one. But it's only the 21st of May. So what day is it today? Oh, that'll be tomorrow then. That's hardly a delay, is it? My goodness. T's and C's, got to cross and dot those I's. 224440 if you're wanting to get hold of those. Now, the next one is, again, something that you need to get hold of, and you need to get hold of quickly, because we are, in the words of my producer, super limited. It's a new thing. It's a new thing. It's not green on your screen. It's super green. If you're wanting these, your periwinkle flower die plate and your mini twigs. Such a useful bundle. £18.99, 930496. Very quickly, John, why do we need these?
This was launched, I think, about 5 or 6 weeks ago. and I had to really almost beg to get these on this show because it was designed to be the flower that I'd use for sort of 3 months.
Okay.
And you've got the last of it.
Now, you say use these on the show. I'll have to correct you because we're down to the single one now.
Oh, right.
So we've only got one of these left. So the fastest finger first. Whoever's going to go for these. I just got to correct him. 930496. If you want them, then you need to be placing your order for these now. Not wait until we get to demo, not wait until the end of the show. Now, this is important. If you want them, the details are there on your screen. Now, something else that John and the Crafts do so well, they give us those consumables, those kind of constants that we need. We will see a demo with these with John, but I think he needs to explain what these are, because I'm not going to lie, they don't look very exciting. 20 A5 sheets of these. Double-sided adhesive. How are we going to use these then, John?
We all use, this is a standard, this is a stalwart to me, and this has always been ridiculously expensive in the past. The difference between these and any others, and I think that's important to show, is I once watched a show with a friend of mine, a colleague, and she was basically digging at the end to try and get the cover off. And it took her about 3 minutes, bless her. These are so thick. We have them made for us in the Netherlands. You'd literally, that's it.
Oh, it flips off.
I'll take another corner, watch. So watch it now, not do it, but look, there.
Just, oh my goodness, that is so easy.
Matte grid lines on one side.
Lovely.
So you can put your dies into it and tape them on and cut the right size you want. But also then sort of the slimy side, as I call it, on the other side. But this is literally how strong these are. This is my pokey tool. Okay. So let's just, so I've got an even surface. If I just put my pokey tool onto there.
Careful, John. Oh, wow. Oh my goodness, that's only a couple of mil.
That's the difference. If you can see how little is actually adhered to that sheet, it is absolutely crazy. That's how strong they are. We have them made for us by Sandy Art in the Netherlands, if you remember, Ellie.
Yeah, I do.
But what we've done this time is put them in a pack of 20 A5.
That is brilliant. It's
because
size.
It's more usable size. The number of times with the A4, I was finding myself I got weird scraps. And I've got a drawer that's actually marked double-sided adhesive scraps. I use less when I have a smaller sheet than I do when I have a larger sheet. I'm more careful.
I love it. £9.99, 20 of those sheets, A5 in size. Perfect if you're wanting to work with things like your candy, your card candy, as you can see here. When you're doing paper piecing, these are going to be invaluable. Put those behind there and you can literally pop every single one of those pieces back in place. 480981, details on your screen if you're wanting to get hold of those. Now, very quickly, we have got a very, well, it's an amazing bundle. This is something that if you've not seen it before, you really need to be getting involved with this. I think this is ingenious. I love the magnetic rulers that you're getting and also that board alongside it. John, explain to us, what have we got in this bundle?
So what you've got, this is the ultimate, this is almost become now your creation station. You've got your press to impress, which is arguably independently tested as being the best on the market. And I only say that because it was an independent video that did that, but it's only my opinion. So you've got in there your press to impress, which is your stamping platform. You've then got the case for it. You've got the 2 easy lift magnets, which are a bonus and a new for it. You then get the metal artboard, which turns your press to impress into a stenciling station.
I think this is brilliant because this is magnetic.
So the board is metal, and then you've got your 2 magnetic rules. And they start at 0 and work out from the centre, which makes it so much easier.
Brilliant. Yeah, I
for
love
positioning
that.
everything and trimming to size. But then we've even added in the 6 stencil shapes that fit the board.
These are brilliant.
And again, there are videos on my YouTube channel and the shows we did when we launched this. So you've got all 6 different shapes in there as well to go with it.
With the notches to make it fit.
So it fits exactly. So you don't have to anymore. You don't have to tape down stencils.
Love it.
I will be showing you, I'll try and do it in this hour, but it was planned for 12 o'clock, how it makes stenciling through a die-cut piece so much easier.
And I have to say, a magnetic ruler like that with that board, if you're into your cross-stitch, absolutely invaluable because it keeps you kind of on point where you are stitching. I'll explain to that as the hour goes on. But 250978, you're also getting the, where am I? the heart as well. That's in with those bundles there. 2 flexi buys there, £27.47. Brilliant value for money. I do urge you to check that one out into your basket. Get it on its way. 250978. I don't know what's the matter with my mouth today. I'm getting it all mixed up. Let's try this next item, see if I get it right. So here we go. You have got the most incredible portable guillotine. It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Couldn't explain any more about this. John will be using it throughout, but £19.99, 773200. It actually sharpens its own blade as it cuts. Brilliant. Brilliant idea. Next thing that I want to share with you before we get to demo are these. Oh, now these you must have as well. With regards to these, you've got your 2 large bottles of your craft artist glue. You've also got your glue glaze, which is brilliant when you want to get the really nitty-gritty little areas. £9.99, 521794. Only a £5 in that flexi order. Definitely worth topping up on those. What else can I share with you? Oh, now this is something that you've been loving as well. That lovely set of flowers. Oh, this is a different one, isn't it? This one you've got the lovely set of your flowers and your small leaves. £13.98. Incidentally, if you did miss out on that last one that I shared with you, it did sell out, just to warn you, but that is a fabulous alternative to go for. 379427. Busy, busy, busy. Any questions you've got this morning, do get involved. studio@thecraftstore.com, and we'll filter those through to John. But John, over to you. What we're up to.
Okay, so what I thought I'd do is I'm going to show you how I'm going to build a sentiment, and then 2 different ways to actually put it into a card or a project. I think that's important. We talk about worker dies and then we don't tell you how they work.
Yes.
So let's show you how they work. So I was working out, you know, I was trying to think of something, and what I've done is, with every single one of my dies, I've cut myself a little fridge magnet.
This is clever.
Now, you don't have to do it as a magnet.
Right.
I just don't like. I know for a fact they'd tip everywhere and I'd lose them if they weren't sort of stuck down, you know, whereas they are.
Yeah.
But that means that rather than looking at the dies, you can build from this. Or if you do craft fairs when they start up again and you personalise, you can always let people choose through that and choose their own.
Yes, yeah.
Choose through, build your own sentiment, come back in half an hour and I'll have it done for you.
Yeah, that's a really good
sort
idea.
of thing. So I'm going to go with best wishes on your... So what should we go with? We could have new job, graduation, retirement, new home, you know, sympathy.
Ooh, I kind of like new job.
New job?
Yeah.
Congratulations on your new job. Yeah. So congratulations on your new job. Yeah. And who's it for?
Oh, no. Let's go for... Well, I can't see the options from here. Oh, I've got them in front of me, haven't I?
You have, yeah, sorry. I'll just make this difficult. Interaction, you know, it's never the easiest.
I would go for... son.
Son. OK.
Grandson.
Grandson.
Sorry, mixing it up there.
So this is where I have to find... This is where I lose out, is actually... There we go. So we could go grandson, or we could go... grandson.
Nice.
Yeah. So we could say go there. So we've now built our sentiment.
Lovely.
So we want to say best wishes on your new job, grandson. Yeah.
Love it.
So if we want to do them as strips to go on top of your card, or this sort of width. Now, I've cut here a piece of card already to 1 inch wide. But you can go down to 3/4 of an inch.
Oh, right, okay.
And it still work. So let's say, for this one, I'm just going to do the best wishes. So all I do is go back to the board that has that one on, and we pull out best wishes,
Cool.
And I'm just going to put it nice and evenly, so I've got an even... Let's move this one out, because this is what we're heading for. So what I would do is, I would move this round like this, and then... So I've just given a background all the way around.
Nice, yeah.
OK. So we'll just do best wishes on your, shall we?
See, what I'm thinking is, if you've got your A4 cardstock and you cut these strips vertically, you could just have almost like, well, even using, because I know you can buy affordable scrap boxes, not necessarily A4 sheets. And if you did want to go, I'll go back to my original, your A4 sheets, you could basically just cut those in strips and just have them ready to cut out when you want the sentiment.
Yeah, that's exactly what I did, to be honest. I just took an entire pack of cream card and I called it, what I call it, I ripped it down. So I'm just going to cut those through. Actually, the best wishes has moved slightly. So let's get that even. So just spend a little bit of time getting it even. So if I wanted to do strips, this is what I do, and I'll run this through my machine, so it's going through my Kaleido.
So what sort of cardstock?
Every single die on this show will fit through an A5 machine.
So what sort of cardstock can we use with these?
Absolutely. I've used up to 350 GSM.
Oh, right, okay.
And I've used down to about 200.
Right.
Because obviously, I know this is counterintuitive, but the thinner the card, the worse the cut.
Always been the same.
Yeah.
Since I began within the craft industry, it's been the same. Vellum
Everything.
always gets
And
stuck in dies.
Yeah, the number of times that people have said to me, oh, I can't get it to cut even in copier paper. And you want to go, well, you're not going to get it. People think if it won't cut, go down. If it won't cut, go up.
Yes, yeah.
So basically that's what I use. So there I've got best wishes on your cut straight away.
Beautiful, I love that.
And again, I could put them on as strips, or I could just take a matching piece of, say, black, and put that behind. So I'll just give it a quick spray glue.
Lovely.
Just for speed. I mean, at home I use the glue glaze, but...
You can always put, like, little flag Vs in there and things.
Well, you could, although also, if you got my shutter card die, because I make everything to match...
Right.
In my shutter card die, there were pennants, little flags.
Oh, yes, yeah.
These will fit within those.
Oh, okay.
So they'll fit within all those tags I made.
Brilliant.
They'll also fit within my tags and things. So there I've got my best wishes.
Lovely.
So I would carry on. But what if I want that cut into the middle of a piece of card?
Oh, yeah.
If I don't want it on strips.
Yeah.
So all I do for that, let's clean my plate off, is I'm going to then take a piece of card, and we'll go with the same. Make sure, so I'm going to change slightly, but because I've already cut card to size. Now, what I would suggest for this is you can use the base of your Kaleido if you've got that, because it's magnetic.
Yeah.
So your dies will stick. If you haven't, make your arrangement on a piece of magnetic double-sided sheet.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, so we just put that down, and so we said, and for cleaning these out, one of the brush tools is the easiest.
Easy.
This is where they come into their own.
Love it. Incidentally, if you are thinking about getting hold of a Kaleido, or you're just looking at these and thinking, what a clever idea, I don't have a die cutting machine at the moment, so it's not really for me. What I would say is do think about it, because we've got the die cutting machine that John's working with, the Kaleido. Brilliant machine. I've been using it loads and loads, but more about that later. Yeah, get hold of the deal that we've got, because don't forget, if you are going for the Kaleido on Sunday, we've got 2 hours with John, and he's going to be taking it through its paces, so definitely worth tuning in for that show. And what time is that? 2 o'clock?
It's 2 o'clock, and it's 2 hours, and if you've got any questions, fire them in, because it's a 2-hour sort of masterclass on using it.
Lovely.
And we will have it back in stock, and all the accessories and things. So best wishes on your new job. Let me just go and get grand. You see, you see the dies I use, because they're never clean. But you see how easily they lay out.
That is fabulous, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going for a centre orientation, which is always more attractive, as crazy as that sounds.
But you've got choice. If you wanted to line it up to the left-hand margin, because the style of your embellishment maybe goes round the corner and you're wanting to move your sentiment over, then you can do.
Of course you can. So easy. You can put it wherever you want. There's a sample where actually I think Maxine or Leslie have put it round a frame.
I was just about to say round a frame might be nice as well.
Because with the press cut, stitch dot and the plain, they're done in 1/4-inch increments.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So these will fit in exactly between those, regardless of what size you go for.
Clever.
So you can get that really, really simply.
Isn't that nice, like that?
So there you go.
Yeah.
And that fits in, and that's using one of the Southey squares that come in the complete collection. So you see how nice that sort of dot is around
lovely,
it.
Isn't it? Yeah.
A little bit of detail, something a little bit different.
Yes, definitely.
So what I've done is, I've got those now, I've taped them down, they're on my card, and it doesn't matter, you know, we normally say make sure you run them sideways down.
Yes, yeah.
It doesn't matter as much on these because of the way they've been designed. So all I'm going to do is just run that through, and I'm going to pull it back, and this is literally, I know we say this, people go, oh, I pull it back because it's easier for me to grab. It's also so you get a second cut. So, you know, it's always worth doing it both forward and back, because it gives you more cut. So then we go, and we can see there, peel that off, give it a flick.
Perfect.
And yes, at home, the Craft Cave is absolutely, floor is covered with
letter
bits.
confetti.
Everything is covered with letter confetti at the moment, and everything else.
it.
And it's just about to start getting completely covered in glitter and all sorts of mirror card and everything.
Okay.
Because that's my next job to start on. But there you've got, if I should hold that one up, you can see.
I love it.
Best wishes on your new job, grandson. But if you zoom in really, really closely, you may see, because I didn't use a die, you may see sometimes you get a little impression from the die.
Okay. I'm saying okay,
you
but
can
I can't
see it
really
at the top of Best Wishes. If you get your nose right in front of the TV. Now, one of our amazing angels, June, came up with a way to actually minimise that.
Right.
And what she actually did was, so I've cut that on, say, a scrap of card, So what you do is you cut it, I'm going to put the dies back in.
And it'll lock
You would
in.
just leave them in place.
Okay.
So it locks back in, I then take, so I'm now going to take a piece of linen card, of textured card, where it could be even more obvious.
Right.
So, look, you know, beautifully cut to size. You then, I'm going to put that on that way.
Okay.
You cut through your top layer into your bottom layer. So that runs through. What that does is, it means that the impression is in the top layer, not the bottom layer.
Right.
So you're creating a mask. So when I peel this one off, you'll see, I'd have to give it a little bit more pressure, but can you see there?
Yeah.
You're not getting anywhere near the level of impression.
Yeah.
So again, I can sit and take, it's just a little bit harder to get these bits out.
They're still cut, it's just
They still cut, you just need to take them out. But it's a different way to sort of do it.
That's clever. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll be quite honest here, I am pushing out the ones that I can see have got the really good, easy cut
But you do the pass through a couple of times, wouldn't you, to be on the safe side of
But that
those
takes
as
away,
well.
so on that linen card, I keep that linen texture, but you can see I don't have anywhere near as many lines.
That's clever.
So that's the way to do it. I have to say thank you to June for coming up with that.
Brilliant. And this is the thing that I love. As you start working with these, quite often we get something as a new release. We don't have the time to kind of find all the different ways. That's the exciting thing. After you've got hold of them and you start working with them. Love this idea. This is actually done in a similar sort of way to how John was just in it, but personalisation there. Look at that. Brother and sister-in-law on your anniversary. But then all the layers, all the mats and layers have been done with the additional dies that you're getting in that complete collection. Christmas time. Oh, personalisation with Christmas time. I've known people pay nearly £10 for a personalised Christmas card for their special someone. And that's the thing. With these, you can be doing that. And, of course, if you've got the dies for personalisation for names.
You have. And the Christmas came from the Christmas set, which we launched in the Christmas release last year.
Okay.
It did sell out, but it is coming back for this Christmas.
Fabulous.
So the stencil sentiments aren't going away. There are more sets coming, and the ones that were previous will still be available or will be coming back, so that you can always build them together.
And this is the thing, all these mats and layers, your fabulous stencil with sentiments on there, all coming together with that complete bundle. I mean, look at that. That looks absolutely beautiful. Oh, Hazel Bainbridge, hello. That's fabulous, love it.
Yeah, I co-opted Hazel onto our angels, bless her.
That's lovely.
And it's wonderful, because I used to watch her when I first started crafting.
One of the originals. Love this. Oh, wow. Look at that. Piecing together, making your own backgrounds, creating the most incredible backdrops. Whether you're creating kind of pretty florals and using them, whether you're going kind of industrial, whether you're keeping it monochromatic, it doesn't matter. Right the way through, it works over and over again. We are so busy for these. Lots of you will be Freedom members, because, of course, not so long ago we had that event where you were able to get hold of your Freedom membership. Well, guess what? This could be a deal that you are taking advantage of with that if you are still a Freedom member. But it works out at, how much was that? Less than £1 a die. My goodness. That is phenomenal value. You can see on the screen there you've got £10.59 pence saving. It's actually £13.59p, because this bundle includes the one-day special where you will be getting a £3 saving on this one. You can spread the cost over 2 payments if you wanted to, £25.18p, which makes it a very affordable way for you to get additional bits and pieces. So that's a Freedom member. That's delivered to your door. all of those 51 dies for just £25.18 today. Second payment goes in a month's time, but you are going to have so much fun, so much creativity with these. And of course, as John's been showing us the personalisation with regards to these, but don't forget that is just one aspect of this complete bundle. You're getting those additional dies that are giving you the ability to make the most incredible backdrops for your cards as well. So if you are just getting started with your die cutting, maybe it's even a case of that you're thinking about getting the Kaleido and you wait until Sunday. These are bread and butter dies. These are kind of the dies to start with, and then you'll build on these as time goes on. Some of the most useful. I know I always get people say, well, not so much now, but when I used to have the shop and people used to buy die cutting machines, which die should I go for? Where should I start? And it's personalisation and shapes. That's what I would always say with these basic shapes that you're going to be able to build on, and that's exactly what you've got in here. You have got personalisation in abundance, and you have got the most incredible deal on your screen there. Just over £25. Phenomenal if you wanted to get hold of this as a Freedom member on Flexi.
Sam took photos of every sample on the show, so every sample on the show is available.
Oh,
but
right, okay.
he took 94 cards.
Wow.
Not 94 pictures, he took like 200.
Yes.
But he counted there were 94 samples, and I would say 90% of them use nothing but what's on the show.
Yeah.
That's in the complete collection. And we actually worked out that was less than 10% of the combinations possible.
Well, I was going to say, how many conversations
you
must
could
there be?
make virtually everything you see on the set, with the addition of bits from your stash, or with just this, you can make hundreds of different cards. It's a great place to start.
It certainly is, and that's the thing. If you are getting started, if you're just getting started, definitely go for this. All your personalisation is done with this one, and that's the thing that we want to do so often. I love that. Love on your birthday, sister. What a brilliant idea. Grandfather and grandmother, happy anniversary. Oh my goodness, we are so busy. 3/4 of the stock has gone. Oh, sorry, 2/3. It'll be 3/4 before long, just saying. Got the crystal ball here, I can tell. So yeah, 2/3. Where did I get 3/4 from? I don't know. 2/3 of the stock has gone. So 974249. It is a brilliant value bundle. Not only the value for kind of pounds per die value, but the usability value. This is something that you'll be using when you receive it, straight away. But then in 10, 15 years' time, as long as you're looking after your dies, then you will find that you will be still bringing them out. In fact, they'll probably never get put away, to be fair. And you will be using them over and over, because it's a classic style. It's going to work over all the different generations, all the different sentiments, all the different styles of cards, whether you're going pretty and pink and pretty and floral, or whether you're going right the way back to your industrial style. I love the little holes for that industrial style, actually. It's almost like little riveted holes there. But then things like your steampunk, these are going to look brilliant because it's got that look about it. And I think some of you will be using these almost as stencils as well, maybe creating stenciled personalisation as well. Flying out, absolutely flying out. So 974249, if you're wanting to get hold of yours, do not miss out on it. It is one of the most incredible bundles that we could bring to you. And of course, it's your one-day special with that complete bundle. So we've spoken about the personalisation, John. We've got the other dies. What can we do with those?
Right, so what I thought we'd do is, it's something that struck in my head, and I know it's one of those people go, it's a bit sales thing, but here's one of the £1 dies.
And a pound.
This is the tartan die. But you know, yeah, you've got to acknowledge that that and has cost you £1 as well.
But you know what? That's probably one of the most useful dies.
This is
no,
so many. The and is the most useful.
Incredibly useful.
And the ampersand, which is the technical name for an and, is one of the hardest ones to get hold of.
Yeah, that's
true.
Nobody
does a stamp with and in it. And of course, what you've got to find is your fonts have all got to be the same.
Exactly. Yeah.
And it worked with everything else. So I'm going to use the tartan.
Okay. Well, I'm intrigued by this one.
I'm going to mix it together. Now, this is version 3. I keep saying.
Okay.
At home, I have 2 different versions of this. You will never see. In my big box of
like
failed dies.
Yeah,
that just didn't work.
Right.
So, you know, it's gone through quite a lot, but it's really, really a simple one. I'm just going to get out. You'll find this happens quite a bit, that's why I love the tool with the pokes on it. These little squares in the middle are the hardest to cut. Or not the hardest to cut, but the bits are so small that they really get stuck in there. So, what I'm going to do is, I want to put behind this a tartan piece, but I've cut with the largest Southie square, I've already cut that out of white.
Oh, that's pretty.
Okay, so you've got that beautiful detailing. Oh, and look, you would think that I designed this.
Ooh.
because that fits exactly within it.
If I didn't know better, I would say that's mathematically correct.
It is, yeah. I'm so dull with that. I really am. You know, they did. I think it's Autumn Create did the stamp of Leone.
Yes.
And it said on it, "It's my favourite."
Right.
When that launched, we actually were able to get hold of that stamp.
Oh, well done.
But Sam actually said we ought to get her to do one of you. And he said, and you know what the actual phrase would be? I said, no. He said, it would be mathematically correct. I said, I don't say it that much. He said, you do.
Yeah, you do.
You do. You bore me. You do.
I wouldn't say you bore me, but you do.
So I'm just going to cut that out. And this is a great sort of tip for people who are just getting into die cutting. Don't try and cut the frame and this at the same time.
Okay.
It's too much pressure. Sometimes we think things have failed because we're asking too much of them.
Yeah, that's true.
So that way you can see every little bit. That's just on a flick has come out.
Love it.
Yeah. So first of all, you've got that really intricate tartan.
That's brilliant.
And I'm going to be really, really boring here.
Okay.
I did also make sure when I was designing it, it is mathematically correct.
Okay.
So a half-inch strip behind fits every single stripe.
Oh, okay.
So even
right.
on those small ones, if
Yeah.
you put a half-inch strip over the biggest ones,
Yes.
a half-inch strip will not cover anything else.
Got you.
I know it seems weird, but those two little ones are covered by a half-inch strip.
Nice,
In fact,
yeah.
I've got one here. You can see.
Yeah, it's not going to encroach on the
It
next
doesn't
area.
encroach.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's nice.
To make
yeah.
it easy. But this time we're going to do something slightly different.
Okay.
So what I want to do is I'm going to now what I was going to do. Yeah. So what I was going to do was I was going to actually put some double-sided adhesive on this and cut that.
Okay.
But I forgot.
Do you want to do that while
So-
I show some samples?
No, you're
You
absolutely fine. So I'm going to do a slightly different way of doing
Okay.
it. So.
But this can happen at home, can't it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
kind of just
completely.
roll with it, don't you?
So I know that this is 5 inches square.
Okay.
So I'm not going to paper piece it because I think paper piecing that,
Oh, no.
life is too short. If you want to do it, brilliant, and it looks stunning, but I just don't have the
Yeah.
time or patience for it. So I'm just going to cut a piece that is 4 3/4, but this is the great thing about the guillotine. So it's 4 7/8.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's easy
But
to see it on this guillotine.
have you cut double-sided adhesive sheets with a guillotine before?
Yes, and it wasn't a pleasurable experience because it gets all gunky.
Yeah, it's because these are so thick. Watch.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And this,
that is
as
good.
you know,
Yeah.
if you look at the colour, is old.
Yeah.
You know, this I've had since launch in September.
Oh, right,
And this
yeah.
is the one I use all the time. But it's a combination of the guillotine, but also it's mainly the sheets.
It's got a good sound to it when it's a good solid
It's because
cut,
it sharpens
yeah.
on that steel
Yeah.
every time. But I've got absolutely no glue on either side.
Yes, yeah.
And the number of times that's happened to me. So.
True. Very true. Brilliant prize, always very popular, and it's one of those ones that don't be deceived. Thinking sometimes you go for a larger guillotine, sometimes that can be more cumbersome, especially when you're working on smaller pieces. It's okay maybe to chop down your large pieces of cardstock, but once you start getting to your smaller ones, it can be really quite tricky. And this is a brilliant one just to have in your craft area, just to trim down those pieces as you need them. So 773-200, just £19.99, an extra tenner if you're going for that complete bundle. So yeah, it's worth thinking about it.
So what I've done now is I've revealed the adhesive. I've just cut to make this really, really super easy, and I'll show you the measurement on this. So I've cut these strips down to 1 1/8 inch.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
right.
Okay. It's really, really simple. And all I'm going to do is, so I've got a yellow square. Yeah, okay. I'll use this as a guide, and I would be doing this from the back if I'd put the adhesive on like I was supposed to.
Okay.
But I hadn't, yeah? So I'm going to do a strip of yellow,
Right.
yeah, that way, a strip of yellow that way,
Okay.
yeah. I'm then going to pop in the corner of each one a piece of yellow,
Right.
yeah. So really easy. You see how sticky this
Yeah.
is. It's fantastic. They were designed to take sand.
And that's really tricky.
Yeah.
I mean, it's dry and gritty.
It is,
Yeah,
yeah.
one of the worst things to try and adhere to.
So, and then I'm just going to use, because I don't want to add any more height onto this.
Okay.
I want this to grab instantly. I'm just going to add 4 blobs of my glue glaze.
Brilliant. Glue glaze is part of that glue bundle where you're getting your 2 larger bottles of your craft artist glue. It's at the bottom of your screen. You know what it is. You know you need it in your stash. And it's only £9.99 as well.
But then look.
Oh, fabulous.
Push down. And there is a complete yellow and...
That's
lovely. It's yellow and ochre, actually, the colours are. But
nice.
there's a tartan.
It's not fresh.
But that should have taken you hours.
Yeah.
But that just looks so fresh and bright. And of course, because it's double-sided adhesive sheet, then I just peel off the other side and stick that straight down onto my card blank.
Oh, how quick's that?
So
that's so fresh looking.
Is done.
That's lovely, nice and crisp.
Yeah, just a little bit. I'm really getting into grey.
Yes, yeah.
Don't ask me why.
Grey and yellow together is really nice, yeah.
So should we do a sentiment for it?
Yeah, let's do that.
And I've kind of pre-decided this one, if that's all right this time.
No, by all
Hayley.
means. Because it'll take me the rest of the hour to decide, you know what I'm like.
I wasn't thinking that at all. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to go with Get Well Soon. And I'm going to go with Get Well Soon, and let's... Oh, honestly, I'm going to go Get Well Soon. I'm going to go northeast.
I beg your pardon?
Because this one was done for my friend Marie.
Okay.
So I'm going to go Get Well Soon, ma'am.
Oh, got you.
Yeah, and I know when I did a stamp set years ago with actually mum in it, my friend Marie went, "Where's ma'am?" So I thought, right, okay, so I've got to do ma'am. But what I'm doing is, the reason I'm doing this is the other way to use these.
Okay.
And what you can actually do is, I've got here a piece of just the white linen card, but if you notice, this little strip, which we didn't mention, that comes in the Southie squares, is the exact size for a lot of these.
Don't tell me it's mathematically correct.
It is. Honestly, I know. How boring am I?
I'm going to get you a T-shirt with that on.
Yeah.
I've decided.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea. I drive Sam crazy with that at home, and it's like, OK, what size is that one then? Well, this one is 4 7/8 the tartan. Why? So it fits in the 5-inch square diamond. It'll go straight on the 5-inch card. I keep on my computer, it's like I've only ever used one oval.
Oh, right, OK.
Everything in the last 3 or 4 years, from John Next Door, Crafts 2, Press Cut, every single oval, down to stencils and everything, are the same aspect ratio.
And that way you know that they all work
together.
So
you know that if you stencil something, or you use even things like my oval media plate, the dies that came out 2 years later will matte and layer it, because there's nothing more annoying.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
So
definitely.
there is, I'll show you on Get Well, but if you notice on that, you can see, you get, when you cut it with a die, you get absolutely no line at all of the die. It just stops it. So just show you a little...
clever, yeah.
You've got all these little dots, yeah?
Yeah.
Now, how annoying is it to do that?
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Life's too short.
Yeah.
All you do, hold it and pull your pokey tool along them. And it makes the most satisfying sound.
That's very satisfying, isn't it?
And I actually do it over the edge of my desk, because it's a lot easier than doing it sort of hood in the air. But that... it's just, it's like a ticket or tearing perforations, but that's all done so quickly, and it really feels satisfying. So, I haven't got any others cut. Is there something you can go through while I just do the
I've just looked at
Soon
the
and Ma'am?
My goodness, this is amazing. I was just looking at the different styles, because I've kind of tried to work it along, so as we're looking at all the finished samples, and I love this, because I think, everything's very angular. So lots of squares, lots of rectangles. But look at this, using it with a circular shaped card. What a clever idea. So it's not just a case of that you've got to keep your squares with your squares and your rectangles with your rectangles. Love it, because you kind of got really pretty with that one. And then you kind of got more of a stronger essence with that one, with that red and the black in there. Now, I'm intrigued about this one, because this one's actually larger than the die itself, so that's a clever idea. I'm sure we'll see more of that as the 12 o'clock. Look forward to it, I'll be there. Love this idea as well, focusing on certain elements that you've got with regards to this one. Again, it's making it that personalisation. That works out as £1 a die. Absolutely amazing. Brother, you can see featuring with these, with Love Great Granddaughter. Again, it's giving you that focal point, that sentiment. And this is what I was talking about. You can have the centralisation because you've got your different dies, but sometimes you don't want it to be. Sometimes you want it to be off-centre. Sometimes you just want those individual elements so you can put them together in whichever format that you like. This is the thing. You become the designer because you've got your individual dies. That's what it's all about, and that's why we've got such an amazing bundle. Now, if you're wanting to get hold of yours, the details are on your screen there. 974249 is for the complete bundle. So you're getting your one-day special down at the front. You're still getting that £3 saving. In fact, let me go through all the details just in case you have joined us. So your one-day special is made up of these 3 sets of dies. All that personalisation that John has been talking about in those 3 packs, as you can see there. It's brilliant because you've got your occasions, you've got your additions, you've got your relatives in there. All the fundamentals that you need for your sentiments and your personalisation. £32.97 with a £3 saving, which is brilliant value for money. Works out probably about 10% saving, isn't it? Now, if you're going for that alongside the other dies with the tartan one that we've just saw John working with, then you're still bringing that £3 saving with you, but you are getting an additional saving on that big bundle. So it means that overall you are actually saving £8 on this one, and that's everybody will save at least £8, bringing the bundle price down to £55.95. But if you're a Freedom member, then you are actually saving even more. So you're saving £13.59 because that £3 saving has been carried forward, meaning that for £50.36 you can get hold of this fabulous bundle delivered to your door. Now, if you're thinking, well, hang on a minute, it's not really a... You know, when we kind of get to the date and you're thinking, well, I get paid in a couple of weeks' time, I don't know if I can actually go for the full amount. Well, don't worry, you can spread the cost over 2 payments, which means if you're a Freedom member, delivered to your door, you will get all of these for just £25.18. Second payment will go out in a month's time, but then you have got these to use for, I don't like saying for a lifetime, but look after them and you will be able to use them for many, many years to come. And make sure you're getting those magnetic sheets because we can't guarantee you won't lose these otherwise. You've got a lot of dies in there, 51 dies. So do make sure that you're going to get some storage for these to make sure you don't miss out on them. Now, rapidly approaching 70% of the stock has gone. So if you're wanting yours, do make sure you are taking advantage of it. John's going to be back at 12 o'clock, 4 o'clock, stock permitting. We will see more from these and so many different fabulous ideas. I want to know your combinations and different phrases and sentiments with these because, of course, there's loads of ways you can put them together. But when you are putting them together and you're making your cards, you want your embellishments, and that's where this next die really does come into its own because it's something that you can use for those extra little bits of card stock that you've got with regards to these because you're making your own card candy, should I say, with these. Now, did sell out, is now on extended delivery. It's only an extra day, so it's tomorrow it will be dispatched, but £9.99. One of the most useful dies you could possibly have. It's going to cut out all those tiny little circles there, which mean that you can then have your completely coordinated candy to work alongside. So you can see where it's positioned here and then across here and then down at the bottom there. But 60% of the stock has gone. Now, it will come with some packs of buttons. These will vary. It might be what I've got in my hand here. It might not be. But they are just so useful. Bright colour tones you might be getting. You might be getting your sparkly tones with these. You might get some of your shape buttons in there. Whole variety of colours, shapes and sizes. Absolutely brilliant. A little bit of a surprise, but you will get that die. And to be honest, £9.99 for the die alone is worth it. So 224440. I almost see the buttons as a bit of a bonus with that one. Now, this system is incredible. Now, I'm sure you will have come across the stamp to press to impress, should I say. Well, with this particular one, you have got a complete bundle. Now, even if you've already got one of these, I would suggest you get hold of this because you've got everything that you need. And as John explained, it means that you can line up your stencils absolutely perfectly and mean that you're going to get that perfect precision every time. 250978. 2 flexi buys are £27.47. And we'll chat about that, I'm sure, as the day progresses. So we're going to head back over to John because we're running out of time. We've only got about 8.5 minutes.
Thank you, but you gave me the perfect amount of time I needed to get Soon and Mam done.
I tried to time it well.
I didn't. You did time it perfectly, I've got to say. The right level of waffle there.
I love it.
Perfect, thank you. But what I've done is these were not pre-cut. I've cut these as Hayley was talking.
Okay.
That's how quick. So I've mounted one onto grey and then onto sort of like the ochre colour.
Lovely.
Because I think the Mam is the important bit.
Yes.
I've already done the Soon. So just to show you with the Get Well, all I'm going to do, I'm going to use a little bit of glue glaze because this is the easiest way. I know I use glue spray glue a lot.
Yes.
But what you'll find with these is a lot of people don't like spray glue. A lot of people can't get it. And I've got to be honest, the one I use is the only one I would recommend. I've tried hundreds. And I'm trying to think of a word not to say. It's B-word expensive.
Yes, yeah.
And it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean? For the price of that, I could actually have 10 of those.
Yes, yeah.
So a lot of people...
That's a fair point.
I wouldn't use, for something like this with all the little dots, I wouldn't use a normal Craft Artist PVA glue because it domes, whereas this is completely flat. So if you look on the actual dots, no glue squishes through on the front of that
that's the key thing.
all.
You don't want it to come through.
And you don't want it to come through.
But when it comes to actually applying that to your card, that's when the Craft Artist glue comes into it. If you're wanting a flat surface.
Then you want to use that because you want to give it that permanent. And again, that's more expensive. You don't waste that on putting your card together.
Yes.
You use the one where you're getting like over 220 mils in the packet.
That's it. I mean, that's the deal that we've got on the screen. You've got your 2 large bottles and you've got your glue glaze. Can I suggest you also add in, we might not have them on the show, but make sure you're getting hold of your fine detail nozzle as well, and those little bottles as well, because we have got them available if you're wanting to get hold of those. So, yeah, do check them out. If they're on the show, check out brand section. You'll find them. They're there somewhere.
Cool. So we're going to go with Get Well, and I love this. Again, people who sort of followed me for a while and have seen my cards, it's the other thing that Sam always says, I cannot make a straight card.
Okay,
you can go through them and you can tell ones when they're just a little bit, just a tad wonky, are always mine. Genuinely. This makes it so easy because I follow the lines.
Yeah.
So I follow the lines there for Get Well.
Yeah.
Just take the tape off there. I can follow the line here for Soon and put it in the same sort of place, but get it straight down. That's why I love the tartan and the Mam.
Yes.
And if you can't get things straight using something else, put them at an angle.
Yeah.
Because no one can tell then that you weren't actually trying to do it. So we'll go with the Mam. And then I've got a flower. This is made with the periwinkle.
Oh, pretty.
So, sorry guys, but again, I'm going to glue this flower on. So this time, I'm going to use PVA.
Okay.
Because it's a strong, heavy... because it's a big flower.
Right.
It's getting the right product for the right thing. It took me years to work out that.
Yeah, and these are the kinds of, through experience, this is the thing, isn't it? When you're just getting started, I mean, having our crafty experts here are always brilliant to have advice and guidance with regards to the product.
We've all done it. I mean, the very first thing I did was I bought a Stays-On ink pad.
Yeah.
Brilliant ink pad.
Yeah.
Because it said it went on every surface. I thought that's all I needed.
Yeah.
And it's so dry on paper, and it took me years to work out, oh no, it doesn't stamp well on paper because it's not designed for it.
Yeah.
But yeah, you want to do it less. So there we've got Get Well Soon. Ma'am, just a flower.
Beautiful.
But it's so simple. And we've used so little card, but it's just grey, white, yellow and ochre.
Beautiful. I love it. Absolutely. Such a clever bundle. I mean, the tartan has been used in a slightly different way with this one. It was actually quite a different way. You can see how it's a central part, but then again, the sentiment. That is such a brilliant idea. I love it. With lots of love on your special birthday daughter. But it could
Maxine, isn't it?
Isn't it brilliant?
Yeah, it's just so clever. Again, don't forget, with lots of love are not in one strip.
Yeah.
That's 4 strips she's put together.
Yeah, yeah. It's almost like a challenge. I bet that's what they found, all the angels. It's like little challenges. Of
I said, can you do things that you might
nobody else have thought of?
Yeah, can you do something a bit more obscure? I said to everybody, you know, because, you know, we know the usual ones. Let's do ones that we can't do all the time.
This is one that I need. Belated.
Oh, yes. I do that constantly.
How often do we need that? Yeah. Absolutely love it. Love this one here. Lots of love on your birthday special. Oh, isn't that special birthday, Grandma? I love it. So whether you're wanting to put a whole phrase here, and again, here you can see that kind of, the purpley tones on there, but you've also got that little steampunk element with the gears there. Again, beautiful, whether it's just a simple word that you're wanting to pop on there. Absolutely beautiful. But of course, so many different variations. And don't forget, do check out John's social media pages with things like Facebook, because all of these will have had photographs taken. They'll all be on there for reference purposes if you're wanting to get hold of those. 51 dies. It works out at less than £1 a die. If you're a Freedom member, that is. And of course, it's because of the saving. If you're not a Freedom member already, it's probably worth becoming one to get hold of this one. It's what we call a why not deal. So if you're wanting yours, the details are there on your screen. Now, John, we've got a couple of minutes left.
Right, well, I did say I would show you how easy it is now, using sort of the artboard, how we can actually... We've always been able to turn our dies into stencils.
Yes, yeah.
But they've always been a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah.
Because you can't spray glue it down,
Yeah.
which gives you the tightest
That's true,
seal,
yes,
because
yeah.
you'll never get it off
Yeah.
and it will tear. If you tape it down, what actually happens is that you ruin it,
Yeah.
and it will tear this. They're not
Yes,
mylar.
yeah.
With this, I'm using the tartan.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm using the tartan. I've just cut it in normal card, nothing
Right.
special, but it's now onto the magnetic. So I can put my rule at the top.
That is brilliant.
I can put my larger rule at the bottom. I can put that is now fixed.
Yes, not going anywhere.
It's not going
No.
anywhere, so I can simply pick up, and for speed I'll use the big brush.
And this is, again, turning your dies into stencils, just cutting any cardstock.
Yeah, completely. Okay, so remember, this is not a mylar stencil.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm using the Craft Artist inks. I'm using the pearl petal ones.
But it's almost like a bonus stencil because you bought it because it's a die. So it's not, with a stencil is a stencil, and they're brilliant, very, very useful, but you can only use it for a stencil. You couldn't use it to cut out a shape.
No.
Whereas with this, you can do both. You can cut it out as a shape, or cut out a stencil to turn it into a background or something like
Exactly,
that. So,
yeah, and it's so much easier.
More bang for your buck.
Well, the thing is, normally now, I would have to have taped this stencil down, so I'd be wasting a lot of tape, yeah? Just going to blend it through, yeah?
You're doing some
But
vigorous...
watch. I wasn't... Yeah, literally, if you watch...
You weren't tickling it.
I'm not holding a stencil down, and I am not.
Yeah.
You can see the plate moving,
Yes.
it's that vigorous. But look, when I take that off...
No way.
Yeah.
I must admit, I was holding my breath then. 'cause
You
I
thought it was going to look shocking,
I thought
didn't you?
He's getting carried away with
No.
his rub in there.
But
and,
then,
yeah.
this
Oh, that's nice as
is a
well.
beautiful...
Yeah.
That's beautifully coloured, but watch, no tape on it. That's not
Yeah.
even soaked.
Yeah.
I could use that time and time again.
Yeah.
If you've cut a die stencil before, use it
Yeah.
once.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But all
Oh,
I'd have to do is
That's a definite that you need to get.
slide another piece in, put it down, grab a completely different colour, and start again.
I love it. Now, if you're wanting your bundle, as many of you are, it's at the bottom of your screen, taking advantage of that one alongside your complete bundle. Again, either of those you can spread the cost. It doesn't matter whichever, whether it's either or both. Just make sure you get them into your basket. And, of course, it's one of the most versatile bundles that you could choose to use with your stencils that you could be cutting with your complete bundle. So there you go. Details are on your screen there. If you wanted to get hold of that complete bundle, of course, this is the start of the hour. John, thank you so much.
That's
that looks
okay.
amazing. Look at that
That's
as well.
just that was using it the second time.
Wow.
Thank you, and I've got loads more to show you at 12 o'clock. We're
I
back
look forward
together,
to
I
it.
think.
We are, can't
Excellent.
wait, can't wait. Check out your baskets, make sure you're getting hold of this bundle while you've got the chance. We'll see you at 12. We will indeed. Oh, I've got lots to learn in the next hour, though, because it's That's Crafty's 5th anniversary. Lovely Joe Channon is back with us. Then I'm going to team up with my lovely bundle, try again, Jenny, and then we'll stamp it with Julia.
Hi, my name's Mel and I'm from Crafty Devils down in Devon. We are a family-run business and we've been established for about 16 years now. We're known for our MDF products and our mediums. All of our MDF products are produced in Devon, in the UK, and we have a wide variety of products to inspire you. So make sure you tune in to all our Crafty Devil shows.
Hi, I'm Anthea. I'm from Quilting Antics. Quilting Antics started around 2011, 2012, I'm never really sure. We love wildlife and often our designs incorporate lots of British wildlife. We're really well known for that. At one point we nearly became the cushion company because we churned out so many different cushions. But we'll do bags, we'll do cushions, we do book covers, we'll do things for your sewing room, anything. If it pops into our head and we can physically make it, then we'll go for it. As I said, the buzzword is all about fun for us. On our shows, we always like to have lots of fun. There's always lots of laughter, and hopefully you'll learn a few things that you didn't know along the way. So don't miss the Quilting Antics shows.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. We aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration.
Hello and welcome. Well, I think first of all we need to say hello, lovely Jo.
Hello, lovely Leonie.
And how amazing. So that's crafty. I mean, we've got a beautiful set because we're celebrating, aren't we?
We certainly are, yes. So That's Crafty have been at the craft store for 5 years.
5 years?
Yeah, I've been here for them.
Wow, that's amazing, isn't it? So that must be from the beginning then, surely.
It was pretty much, yes.
Yeah. That's fantastic. That's Crafty. I mean, under the That's Crafty umbrella, there's so many different brands, there's so many different goodies, isn't there? There's so much.
Absolutely. So not only do Laura and Graham actually produce their own products, so the stencils and obviously MDF.
Yeah.
They get stamps made in the. You've got so many different designers.
Yeah.
You know, it encompasses so much. They've got the paints, the sprays, the mediums. Mediums. Whenever you say That's Crafty, people say, "Oh, their mediums are amazing," and very, very good value for money.
Yeah, and that's it, isn't it? I mean, they have still nailed it. When we talk about value for money, they really have. And the stamp designs now. We were just chatting about stamp designs. Before I go on though, obviously we're celebrating, and I do apologise. Shall I stand on my tiptoes a little bit?
Oh,
just
no,
a little
bless.
bit. It don't matter. It's just funny, isn't it? It's like, oh, Leonie, I'm not doing heels, so I'll stand on my toes. Look at that. I could have been a ballerina. Now, because we're celebrating 5 years of That's Crafty with, obviously at Hochanda, now the craft store, it means you've got a freebie. So it is your gift with purchase. So basically, if you're purchasing anything from the live show, you are going to get your free gift, which is a really handy stencil. One of those that you'll use again and again and again is this one.
Yeah.
And I love the texture of it, obviously.
Yeah, 7x5 as well. It's a really, really good size.
Yes.
We're not talking a little dinky thing that you're going to put in the cupboard and never use. And like you say, so useful because it will go across so many different projects, won't it? Mixed media, card making, scrapbooking.
Yeah,
fantastic.
And it's interesting actually because later on we've got fairy hugs.
Yes.
You'll be using this with the fairies.
Definitely.
Yesterday, what did I have yesterday? Obviously, I had my pink ink, so I had all the lovely animals. It would have gone with pink ink.
Those.
You know, there's so many other things and other brands that this is going to go with, and it's your freebie. So that is your gift with purchase from the wonderful That's Crafty. Now, we are talking about brand new stamps. We've been talking about designers, not just That's Crafty designers doing their own designs, but also designers that they bring in.
Yes.
Lynn, let me just show you. I'm going to show you this before we do anything.
I love it, don't you?
Oh man, I love Lynn's work. She is amazing.
It's so unique and individual. She really has. You can spot Lynn's work.
Yeah, you can.
10 miles off, not just a mile off, can't you?
Yeah, you can. She's amazing.
Incredible.
I'm slightly, I mean, I'm in awe of her work. I'm a little bit jealous. But I love her imagination. I love this lady's imagination. She does design, and I've only just found this out. So, Somerset Studios.
Somerset Studio, which is a US, so a United States magazine. America, I
it's
mean,
one of my favourite magazines ever.
When you design for Somerset Studio, you've made it.
You've got to be.
Oh my God!
You've got to be darn good.
You've got to be absolutely
darn good.
Yeah. So Lynn's been actually designing for That's Crafty 4 years.
Really?
Yeah, 4 years now.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
She lives in I'd like to say sunny Scotland. I don't know if it's sunny at the moment, Lynn.
Might not be, but beautiful.
It's
beautiful.
absolutely stunning.
Now,
Scotland,
the range that Lynn has brought to us for this fantastic 5th anniversary, we have got the beautiful, beautiful botanicals, and I love these because you've got backgrounds, you've got beautiful main images, you've got silhouettes. You know, you can use these in so many different ways.
Do you know, it really does depend on what medium you're going to use with them, what type of ink. So if you're going to use a very muted distress ink, you can make the most incredible backgrounds, as you saw in that journal of Lynn's. But you can use one of those stamps to make such a statement piece.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is what I love about Lynn's creations.
Yeah. Now, that's set 1, so that's your first option. I love the fact that, you've got so much option in there, and they're really nice size, obviously good quality. So you've got 12 stamps in total there. 12 stamps in total. I'm going to read to you, bear with, I'll have to spin it round. So we have got, bear with, I've put it back to front, that's why I couldn't read it. So you've got Romance of the Wildflower. Oh, that's beautiful. You've got Botanicals, Flora, The Heady Days of Summer. We don't know that just yet, do we? Already 10% of set 1 has gone, in fact, over 10%. And then set 2, just have a look at that. Oh, I like this one as well. And it's all these really delicate foliages. That's so nice.
And just stamped in white embossing powder onto a vintage photo or the walnut ink stain that we've got on the programme. Just so sophisticated.
Yeah, and the bird, now with that one, it's actually, at first it looks black, it isn't. It's actually got your typewritten, and that's been etched into the actual stamp, and I love that because it always looks really interesting.
Oh, it does, yeah. I'm actually using that on the project that I'm going to be doing in this hour.
Yeah.
And it's just so lovely. Oh, you can see, beautiful. Thank you, Chris. So what we've got is, we've got that, not just that lovely silhouette of the bird on the branch, which really just reads so much into it, doesn't it?
Oh, it's
but
lovely,
you've got that script, and you can read the script.
Yeah, which is unusual, actually. So you've got Nostalgia, you've got To Wander, you've got Days in the Meadow, Field Notes, A Moment in Time. See, this is it. It already evokes those beautiful walks in the wildlife, that wonderful escapism that it gives you. And just look at some of the finished samples. Now, absolutely gorgeous. If you do love these, we have got the kit so you can make the actual frames up. But I mean, you can create so much depth. And in there, I mean, the flowers, they're your stamps.
Yes, they are. These are all the stamps. What Liz has done here is she's actually stamped and then she's actually cut out.
Yeah,
which is
amazing.
I have to applaud her for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, this is Rachel's.
And you can see the stamp is in the background, subtle, but it's there.
Yes.
It's there.
Now, what I love about Rachel's is the fact that she's brought in lots of other elements that she has in her stash, because these are the sort of things that we dig around, don't we?
Yeah,
we dig around
absolutely.
for, and we think, oh, I quite like that little tiny bit that you've saved forever.
Yeah, and it's special, and you need to use it eventually.
Now, this is actually, this is Jill, so I have to thank Rachel, Liz, and Jill, and of course, Lynn. We've got Lynn's Creations. Now, the actual shadow box that we're seeing a lot of is the main shadow box, which is the base, but also with the 2 smaller boxes inside.
Amazing.
So and they all come separate, or you can use them together. This is Lynn's.
This is Lynn.
Yeah, you can see straight away. You wouldn't even need to have Lynn's name on that, would you?
No, that is
this
so
is what
beautiful.
I say. It's so distinctive.
It is. I mean,
it really is.
Yeah, she's got such a good eye for composition.
Yeah.
I mean, and the colour palette she uses, I honestly love Lynn's work. Is this the walnut stain she uses as well?
Yes, it is, yeah. So you've got the wax on there as well. You've got the walnut stain. You've got the tea bag paper, of course. You've got the stamps. It really is just...
beautiful. Just a work of art.
I'm not kidding you. This would sit beautifully in our lounge at home.
Anyone's house.
Well, anyone's house, but we've got just the perfect colours for it.
It's absolutely divine, and I love that she's used the stamp in the background, but then she's actually used real. It looks like a real press. The flower there, which is stunning. Now, if you do want your walnut stain, it's just there at the bottom for you. 058267, your item number for that. If you want the wax, you'll have to check the website for that, but it is on the website, so please check that website out. Okay, now it is really, really busy. If you do want to go for these, you need to be checking out your basket. So, set 1. A quarter of the stock has already gone. Remember, these are brand new from the incredible Lynn. Set 2, 20% of the stock has gone. Equally, I think they're beautiful. They work together amazingly. Obviously, good prices, and it is one of those. You can do so many different things. And remember, you are getting your freebie. Yay! So you are getting your gift with purchase, which is worth $4.99, but you'll be using it in so many different ways. 177495. Now, we've been chatting about and I'm going to show you this straight away, because Joe has to nick this and start crafting with it. But so your MDF frame. So as you said, every time you pick up MDF, it's like, that smells so nice.
I'm so pleased it's just not me.
Oh, I love it. I love it. That's a happy place. MDF smells. So you have got, and all right, my life. You've got the big frame then. So it creates that big frame.
Yes.
But also, like you said, it creates the 2 smaller ones as well.
It does, yeah. So you've got the main frame in the background. So basically, you could use it as 3 projects.
Yeah.
You could use it as 2 and have a little project as well.
Yes.
So what Jill has done, you'll see the 2 smaller projects that Jill's made. She used the outer one for making the most beautiful piece, but also using the next small one and then the smallest one.
Yeah.
Now we actually had, this is the first time it's been seen here.
Beautiful.
At the craft store. It's never been on any of the shows. The only time it's actually been seen is we did an online workshop.
Right.
And I did. But Graham is amazing, because I did this drawing. Well, if you've ever seen my drawings, you would really think play school. Of this, like, I really would like this to use in my workshop, Graham. Could you do something? Well, of course he did, because it's brilliant.
Yeah.
And this is what we came up with.
Amazing.
So it's the first time we've actually seen it on here. Perfect. I cannot tell you how much joy you have using this.
Yeah, yeah. And I think this is it. I think there's so many different things you can do with it. Obviously, easy to pop out. It's all been laser cut for you. I love the way that these will just lock together, because it'll make it secure. Only $10.99. We don't limit it to 1 per person. So if you're looking at that and you are thinking, right, okay, I can make 3 projects out of that, that's really cost effective, then please check your baskets out. 339686 is your item number for that one. Just £10.99 your price. Okay, now the stamps are brand new today, but we've also got some brand new papers as well, and these are delicious. Yeah, we like these a lot. So we have got our next set of papers. Now, you are getting 2 each of your designs, and these, so with these are lovely, Jo.
Yes.
So Lynn designed the papers, is that right?
Did. Yes, that's right. So she's used real botanicals. Okay, so she's used real leaves. She's used all the bits. Everything you see on these prints, on these papers, they are actually the real McCoy. She's gone out, she's foraged for them, and she's used them.
It looks like you're nature dyeing.
Yeah, it really is just beautiful. Now, originally they were in the just basically earthy tones. I don't mean just because they're just exquisite anyway. But what Laura thought was maybe just to open it out to a little bit more colour. Yeah. A few bits of colour have been added into the design, so it's all still originally all Lynn's designs. Beautiful. With the original folio. You can imagine her going out and finding these leaves, can't you?
Yeah.
And actually creating the pieces. So this is the creativity of Lynn is just it's endless.
Yeah,
they're beautiful.
Beautiful.
And I actually love the fact that they have got that powerful bit of colour in them.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, they do look amazing. In fact, I mean, look at that.
Yeah.
See, that looks, I mean, it's linen again. But how good is that? That's just got the wax on. Again, if you want the wax, please check the website, because it is on the website and it's always really busy. You've got the walnut stain on there as well. I mean, that does look like a real leaf that's just been trapped under the wax, doesn't it?
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
It really does.
Absolutely
and
incredible.
They are squares of MDF that she's had from another project. You can see on there, that looks like exactly what you just said. It looks as if, you know, like a vellum.
Yeah, yeah.
It looks as if the leaves are underneath the vellum piece on the top.
Yeah.
And the real leaves that have been actually encased under it.
It's just beautiful.
Which is perhaps how, I wouldn't have a Scooby how she's actually designed them, because I'm not that clever, but honestly
I think it's the nature printing, or the nature dyeing it's called, and because I've had a go actually myself, and it's really good fun. Right, if you do want these, so you have got 2 of each design, so you're getting your 12 designs. They're a single-sided paper, £12.99, and you've got that beautiful sort of sheen on them as well, that matte silk sheen, which does look absolutely exquisite. Yeah, I really like these. 115013 is your item number if you would like to get hold of these. Absolutely stunning. Now, the stamps, they have been seriously busy. In fact, so set number 1, we have got over 30% of your stock has gone with set number 1. Over 30% already. We're only 14 minutes in. 177495. Set number 2, which you're seeing there, we're approaching 40% of the stock now gone. Ooh. Really busy. Please check your baskets out. Do not miss out on any of these. Now then, we're going to get straight onto a demo. Is that okay, our lovely
Yes,
Jo?
absolutely. So I've just removed all the
all the bits,
all the masking tape from behind. That was so funny. Right, so the wonders of TV, hey. Right, so basically you get the two sheets that you saw Leonie holding up. It's all been immaculately cut. We all know it's always the best quality of MDF, and it's always precisionally cut by Graham. Is just fantastic. I hope he's actually framed my little picture that I sent him, because it was just awful. Anyway, right, so what you're going to get is, this is the main piece, obviously, and we are actually going to make it up, because I'm going to use this in my demo. This whole hour is going to be made up, and actually I haven't even shown you what I'm going to do. There we
Beautiful.
go.
That looks so nice.
So it really is a massive collection of everything that's in the show.
Stunning.
That's the bird. Obviously, we've got the stamps in the background. We've got the papers. We've got the wax. We've got the papers. The walnut stain. The walnut stain is just the walnut ink. Sorry, powder is just amazing. If you've never had it before, it's one of the most gorgeous things. You get 2 jars, don't you?
Yeah.
Plus the tea bag paper.
You get the tea bag paper.
Yeah.
So the tea bag paper, because I've not worked with this yet.
Oh,
so, and you get a
Leonie,
massive
you need to,
don't you?
Yeah.
This is huge.
It's massive. If literally, if I get.
Oh, it's all right.
Oh, you've got it, darling.
They've got it. I'll just wear it.
Okay.
It's because it's got a. I mean, obviously, it's got a decent structure to this. See?
Yes. It's actually what they use. Well,
for tea bags.
Posh tea
yeah,
bags.
I bet me microphone. I bet it sounds like I'm. What does that sound like? Yeah, so don't do that, Leonie, don't do that. But yeah, you've got a humongous piece of this, which obviously you're cutting up, you're doing all sorts. Yeah. You're getting 2 pots.
You can sew it.
And sew it, yeah, because you can feel it, can't you, with the structure.
Yeah.
And they're going to last. They're decent sized jars.
Seriously, I've had 1 jar the whole time I've been working for That's Crafty.
Yeah.
And I'm not halfway down. And honestly, I'm not exaggerating when I tell you that.
The finish, because it just looks so natural.
Yes, it does. I just basically what you do. Well, I will be showing you. I just spritz it very lightly with some water out my spritzy bottle, and then I just literally sprinkle the powder over the top.
Yeah.
Now, if you've had the walnut ink before, we've had it in a crystal format.
Right.
And actually, this time it's in a powder format. Okay,
Right.
it's come slightly differently.
Yeah.
It works exactly the same, as you will see when we actually start using it, because I'll actually do that while this box is setting together.
Beautiful.
And yeah, so you have got so much scope.
Yeah.
Personally, I would actually buy this with a friend, and then,
Yeah.
I mean, look at all that tea bag paper.
Yeah, you do get
You've got
so
all
much.
that massive jar.
Yeah.
You know.
And the price is just phenomenal.
It is ridiculous. I'm sorry, I'm going to use that word. It's ridiculously affordable.
It is, it really is. Now, if you do want to go for this, it's at the bottom of the screen there, 058267 is your item number. Just £12.99, your price, oh, you're there. £12.99, sorry, I always look at the one, just £12.99, that's all you're paying. 339686 is your item number. I'll carry on folding. Over to Jo.
Right, so basically, it's very, very simplistic. All I'm doing is just placing the edges together.
Beautiful.
It really is that easy. Obviously, it just needs to grab hold of that. Pop that back in there. Come on, there we go. Normally I do this on a dry run, but I actually need to use it. So, so there we go. I've done that. I've popped it in. It doesn't, I will just get one of my scrappier brushes and just take off the excess glue. So it doesn't actually matter, because some of it is going to be covered up with paper anyway. Now, what I'm going to do is, while that's just setting nicely, I'm going to just make up one of the boxes. I'm not going to use both of them. I could, obviously. Yeah. I could quite easily use both of them because they're all in one project. It wouldn't matter. They have been made to go all together, but I think it's just lovely if you do use them separately, because then you've got three little projects.
Yeah. It just gives you options, doesn't it?
Of course it does. And we, as crafters, we like an option, don't we?
We do. Now, the phone lines are super busy. If you do want to order, you can get on the website. It is thecraftstore.com. I think we haven't got queues. I think the queues have dispersed. We've managed to get through the queues, but obviously the website is always a good way to order. And on the website, you will be able to get the wax as well. The stamps are seriously busy. However, in fact, both options, that's option 1 and option 2, 50% has gone on both options. We are literally only 20 minutes in and 50% has gone on both. I'm not surprised. I mean, Lynn is amazing. Her designs are just beautiful. And yeah, when you see the work that's been created with them, so inspirational. 177495 is your item number. I said Lynn's work. I am going to show you this little book as well, because we have got another little book just while Jo's gluing.
No, that's fine.
Because, have a little look at this. I love the books. Now, if you love the board as well that the books have been made out of, we have got those. I love this. Stamping and embossing on the white, which looks amazing. Stamping on the paper and layering on that paper. Again, stamping, of course, onto the beautiful papers. I mean, literally, they just layers wonderfully. You might be adding your own flowers into this. You might be adding your own photos into this. I mean, there's so many things that you can create. We have got those stencils on the show, so if you're loving the bird stencils, we've got those as well. But how pretty is that? If you do want, as I said, if you do want the blank that's been created by, we have got that. In fact, it's sat there at the bottom of the screen for you. 119856 is your item number, still there. Back to you, Jo.
Right, okay, so what I'm going to do is I just want to leave that just for a minute, and then we're going to paint it and do bits and pieces with.
Okay,
but you can see I've now got the inner box, which I used on the original project. And then, of course, the outer box. I'm just going to show you the actual, that's actually the bottom.
Beautiful.
So you can see it's obviously the bigger one of the two, but I only wanted to use the smaller one because I felt everything else around it was enough.
Yeah.
But if you can imagine that also sat in there, it's such a massive focal point.
Yeah.
It really is lovely. But
Yeah.
of course, it's not determined how you have it. You can have it sideways, you can have it on the slant, you can have it in the corner.
Yeah,
why not?
absolutely. Have it wherever you want.
If you order 2 of these at a time, you could have 2 of the smaller ones, one in the corner and one in this corner. You know, the possibilities are endless. Right, so now I'm going to just show you the walnut ink while that's just doing its thing and sat there just for a minute before I start painting it. So this is some of the tea bag paper that I did beforehand. And you can see it's the thing is what I find really surprising.
Yeah,
it's so strong.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Oh well, yeah. I just called it like that. But look.
Yeah, it is.
Look, so you can sew it. So it does actually create really lovely pockets in journals, in your memory books, in all of those sort of things. Your junk journals, they use this a lot. I've never done a junk journal, but I know you must have done.
Yeah.
And they use this an awful lot in junk journaling. So this is something that you need to check out. Yeah, so we're going to just use a piece of it, and look, this is it. All of that you get, you're just going to use small amounts of it.
And like you can use anything on it, so you can use any of your coloured spritzers, your micas, you can really play with this, can't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And you can really quite load it up as well.
Yeah.
You could put, this is one of the new stencils that we've got the set of 4 of.
Beautiful.
You can pop that on, you can put your paste through it, you can, you know, do all that sort of thing. You can do batik ideas with it, you can do a little bit of fabric painting on it, because essentially, although it is a paper, it is like a fabric.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it is a fabric, I'm just saying it's like. Now, okay, don't go like that, okay, with the jar, because I'm not kidding you, you are going to get just one big splodgy blob of it. And
okay.
Take it from me.
It's quite intense.
It's very intense.
Right.
So, all I'm going to do is just dot this around.
So it's a powder, but are they quite granulated still?
No, well, before we have had
proper ground.
We've had actual crystals, and they were crystals.
Okay.
This time, they've come in powder format, but it's exactly the same. It's different in the appearance, but what they do is exactly the same. So all you're going to do is, look, can you see it disperse? This is what I just adore about it.
So with that, I mean, you could easily just put in a jar of water. You could actually make your own beautiful wash with.
Yes, of course you can. So this is what I was going to say. What we can do now. So if we just look at that, look.
Yeah.
If you wanted it to be more intense, because what it will do, it will disperse naturally, so don't go overboard with it thinking, that's not quite as much as what I would have liked.
Yeah.
So what I've done in the past, I've sometimes, and I'm going to get so dirty today, which is lovely, I'm going to just pat that back, and then you've got some going over there, you've got quite a large area there, you can actually do that with it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it really is super. If you want more, if you want an area that is really, really intense, do this with it. Pop some powder down and leave it.
Yeah.
And what will happen is it will actually dry. Let's see if I've got any on here. I did try and purposely, yes, I have. On here, just there, you can actually see it's really, really intense.
Beautiful.
And it looks like, you know when you've made a coffee and you've maybe spilt a few coffee grounds on the surface perhaps, and the water's got it, but it's just really there.
Yeah.
That's what it looks
like. It's been burnt. If you heat gun it, can you get it to burn?
Yes, you can.
Nice. Because that's what I kind of wanted to do with that. I wanted to burn a hole in it.
Oh, yes, you can.
Yeah.
It's a little bit like Tyvek type idea. You can. And I say that because I did it.
Yeah, by accident.
By accident. But then I thought, Actually, I really like that.
Because it looks like burnt paper, so it gives me that kind of, I want to be able to burn holes in it.
Now, the other thing that you can do, which I love doing with this, is you take off some, in fact I'm going to put that on top of there so it will just soak up a little bit of that water. Take off some of the moisture. Don't do it while it's what I call sopping wet. All right, because there's a reason for this in a second. It dries quite quickly. All right, if you've got a sunny day and where you're working in your craft area, you can just go outside and put it outside. Honestly, it's seconds. I did some in the summer last year and it was like, no, that's pretty magical, Right, so what you can do is, if I just take, if you think, I've gone a bit heavy-handed with that, what you can do is put a little bit of tissue or a soft cloth, and can you see? It's actually bringing it back out again. So you can then make it a little bit more marbly, which is really nice. But then, look at this.
I was just going to say, if you screw it up and add your things, can you almost do like a tie-dye thing with it?
Yes, you can. So if I did this, and then put, it wasn't coloured at all, put some rubber bands or whatever we do when we're tie-dyeing. Speaking of tie-dyeing, Richcraft next week, next Wednesday.
Cheeky bit of tie-dye.
Cheeky bit of tie-dye. And I'm going to have a go at a sock.
Because I was saying to Joe about doing socks.
If you don't see one, though, you know it didn't work.
Stand up. I'm hiding. I'm a terrible one for leaning on the counter. When I lean, I disappear. But yeah, socks next week.
Well, I'm going to try. Now, look at this for texture. Now, I'm just going to mop that up. And that's what I do with this tea bag paper, and it's really lovely. Look how gorgeous that is. And you know, if you left that now to dry, it will keep in those lovely creases. And then when you come in with your wax, I can't do it now because it's still wet, but we'll perhaps be able to do it later on. When you come in with your waxes, or even if you've got an old ink pad, please don't use your really decent ones, because obviously it's not really the right thing to do. If you very gently go over, it's going to pick up just the creases, so you're going to get lovely depth and dimension with it as well. So I'm going to leave that to one side because that's quite wet.
If you do want to get hold of this, sorry, I didn't fold it up properly and it's annoying me now. If you do want to get hold of this, please check your basket out. It is seriously busy, so you're getting a massive piece of that. You are getting 2 huge tubs of your wonderful walnut crystals. They're only, powder, $12.99. Over 50% of the stock has gone. 058267 is your item number for that one. Please check your baskets out. Super busy. And of course you are going to get your free bit with that as well, that wonderful free gift. So yeah, make sure you check your baskets out. Joe!
Right, okie dokie. So what we're going to do is, I'm just using my That's Crafty glue, just spreading it around. Obviously you can use a paintbrush if you wish.
That glue,
you know me, I just like to.
It's a cracker. You can use it for all sorts. It's only $10.99. Oh no, it isn't. It's none of them. So you'll be able to find it on the website.
Yeah, we had it on.
It's none of that.
We had it on yesterday's show, and it's definitely under the branding because, as you know, we have it all the time. So I've popped the glue down and I've just spread it out.
Beautiful.
And then I'm just going to pop. And this is the thing about this tea bag paper. It's because even though this is a little bit damp because I've used this to actually pick up from that one, it's still, you can, it's really, malleable.
Malleable.
Thank you. Thank you.
A little bit
in
like
other words, it will go where it wants to go.
Yeah, it's like rice paper in that you can really make it. You know, you're going round corners, you're going round circles. You're doing. You know, you're not worried about it fighting with the corners of the paper.
No, that's right. So what I'll be able to do is, like rice paper, once I've got this in there, that's the bit that I chopped off. The thing is, it doesn't matter about it being pieced either, because actually that adds to it.
Yeah, it does. Actually.
It really, really does add to it.
And it looks nice torn.
It does look nice
those
torn.
edges rather than cut them. Tear those edges.
It certainly does. So just pressing it in. I would suggest you make your box up first before you start decorating it, because, well, You can do it before you put it together, but you've got to be very, very mindful not to actually go over the pieces that need to stick together.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've had a question about the walnut stain. So
lovely.
When it's dry properly, is it permanent or is it always reactive?
That's a very good question.
Yeah.
This is dry. Shall we try it?
Yeah.
Because I don't know.
Yeah.
I honestly, it's reactive.
So it'll still react. Oh yeah, it is doing,
Yeah.
So
we
still
can
reactive. So if you needed it on something permanent, put something over the top of it and mix it with something. But yeah, it's still reactive. I like that.
Yeah.
And also, someone said, "Can you write with it?" Yeah, you will be able to, because because it's almost like a dye, if you will. So if you mix it with water and then use one of your fountain pens or put it in a water brush, you would be able to write with it, wouldn't you?
Oh, definitely. In fact, if I just grab a paintbrush, which I've definitely got one, I've got hundreds here.
But I wouldn't do, if you put it in a water brush, don't put the powder in the water brush and then water, because you might end up, clogging it up. I'd do the mix first and then pour it in. And you could use your tea bag paper to make sure none of the granules are, they'll catch your granules, if you see what I mean.
A little bit of water on there, obviously, super, super, super dry paintbrush. Don't put your wet paintbrush back in there. Look at this, look. Isn't that just beautiful?
Yeah, and
beautiful. It's gorgeous. That is a real stain. Do you know, I'm wondering, whether... Yeah, of course you can. You could go directly onto this MDF, look.
Yeah.
That was look.
Well, we've been so porous, the MDF, it'll work beautifully.
Absolutely. Look, you see, you're going to get that's... I tell you what, that would look fantastic. If I did this, I'll only do one side because obviously we've got the middle to do, but leave that to dry, which will be quite instantaneous, to be honest, and then put that wood, the freebie stencil over the top. You're going to get that gorgeous faux wood effect, aren't you?
Well, and
there you go.
Look
at that. That's stained,
lovely.
isn't it? But of course, you can, like you say, you can paint with it. So
yeah. So yes, you can paint, you can write. I mean, you would be able to. So if you wanted to then go over the top with your free gift, you could actually mix it with one of your gel mediums, for instance, and then you'd have the beautiful stain of your medium with on top of it, so you'll be able to get the texture, but it'll be the same colour.
I'm just going to have to just do that. Look, let's just. I'm going to have to just take what I've got in my lid. There we go, because I'm conscious I don't want to put water in my. There we go. Put some water with it, tiny bit. Don't overdo it. Oh, look at. Oh.
Yeah, see, that'll work.
That's lovely. Now, if we just take this, I don't want to obviously waste that, and take that over on there, and then what we'll do is, once that's dry, we'll have a look at that later on, look.
Yeah.
So that would be, and of course the wax. You've seen me do it, I won't do it now, but you've seen me do it so many times where I've used the wax and then added another colour, either a spray or a paint or a powder of some description in it, so that it actually creates a coloured wax. Well, that's exactly what you could do with the walnut stain.
Yeah, no, wonderful.
Yeah.
So it's very popular. That it's absolutely flying. Over 60% of the stock has now gone. £12.99 is your price. 058267 your item number. Right.
So the one thing, even though it's super, super strong, once it's dry, when it's wet, you are very, very able to actually do this with it, which is exactly the same as rice paper, as you mentioned a few minutes ago. So just putting some water on the edges and then just tearing that back, just like so, because then that's going to create that lovely unfinished effect, because what you don't want with a product like this is all clean lines and clean edges, because it really won't work. Well, in my personal opinion, I think you'll agree. I'm going to just park that for a little while, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to work. This is going to go into there. This is a piece that's going to go into there.
Beautiful.
But I'm going to just work on this journal page. Again, just putting some of the tea bag paper that I've already stained on here.
Beautiful.
And can you imagine that the crinkled one going on?
Oh, yeah. And that's it, isn't it? I mean, you can
lovely.
create such, and it's so easy to create gorgeous textures on that.
Yeah, really is. Now this is the crafty board. This is the crafty board journals, and oh my goodness, the girls have just done the most beautiful projects. They really have.
Now, your crafty board journals, this is brilliant. So, you're getting tons of pages in this, aren't we?
Tons.
Tons.
Yeah.
Because have a look at that.
Yeah.
You've got all the... Hold on, I'm going to count. So, each one has got 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So, you've got 8 sheets there, and each one has got 2 pages on. That's right, isn't it,
Yes,
Jo?
yeah, that's right. So, I think it would be a really, really, really big, thick journal if you used all of them together. So I think you're looking at 2.
And they give you, I mean, they've give you 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 of your D-rings. So again, you know, you've got, this is brilliant because obviously you can add your own pages to this. You can do so many different things with this. Love it. And it's a really nice surface. In fact, I was using one of the smaller ones yesterday on my show for mopping up stuff. Really nice, absorbent, but beautiful to add your different mediums to. Only £12.99. So yeah, 6 pages there, but not 6 pages. You're getting way more than 6 pages, obviously, because it's actually. I didn't think I said 6 there.
Isn't it 8?
Yeah, so you get 8 there, then and each one has got your 2 pages. It's absolutely fabulous. If you do want to get hold of this, 119855 is your item number for that one. Really, really cool. And they've designed it so you're going to be making 2 of your journals, 6 pages each, if you would like to get hold of that. 119855, your item number. And I do, it's well cool, is that, Jo?
Yeah, it is. It really is super. We've had them on before, but in a different format, and they were ever so popular because they're very affordable to actually use as journals. Now, the other thing you can do is obviously use them as just a piece, like I'm using here, because then I'm going to use that as a middle piece and then put this smaller box on top of it.
Beautiful.
So what I'm aiming for is lots of layers. So I've got the tea bag paper down. It goes, and the thing is with the crafty board, it's so... You can throw a lot of stuff at it, even though it's a paper-based product. Now, I know I'm going over the holes, but of course I can quite easily just make some more holes if I wish. I'm not really that worried because, of course, it's actually not going to be a page as such. It's going to be just like a bit of a canvas, really.
Well, it gives you texture as well, doesn't it? Because it's got a little bit of dimension there.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, these are the papers, of course, from Lynn's gorgeous designs. And the thing is, they've got the white core, so obviously when you're tearing, tear towards you to get the white core if that's what you would like.
They'd stain up nice as well.
Yes,
with the
they would.
towing.
Yep, they
so
would,
if you
absolutely.
Want to use your walnut powder to stain them up, that'd look lush as well.
It would look really lovely.
Look right nice.
Yeah. So there's so much you can do. These are my old scissors. I know I say it a lot. Don't use your decent ones. I don't want a straight edge. It doesn't suit the project.
And that's the thing with the board as well. You can easily get some texture going on there, can't you?
Yeah. You see, we had crafty board yesterday in different shapes to go with those incredible stamps that we had, and it shows you just exactly what you can. You know what you can actually achieve with them.
Yeah, that's
so
beautiful.
A little bit of Hessian, literally. Goodness knows where we've got this from. It looks like it's been all sorts of places, but it's perfect. It's perfect for the job.
Well, it's all your little bits and bobs,
it's perfect
isn't
for
it?
the job. And these little bits, I would not throw out because these can actually come into the project a little bit later as well. I'm going to just bring in my gel medium for this because it will sit nicely underneath. I could use my glue. That's not a problem. It will stick. But I do think the gel medium you've got a little bit more wiggle, haven't you?
And it just holds things better when it's got dimension.
Yeah, it does. And then you can press it down and it dries nice and clear and everything that goes with it. So, but here we go.
Beautiful.
Just turning it round just to give it that will all dry clear. I am going to go over the top of it anyway with lots of stamping and bits and bobs. But
beautiful. Well, you're trimming off
yes,
our jaw.
Please
We're going to give
yep.
a bit of a reminder
yep,
if that's
lovely.
okay.
That's lovely.
Because obviously it is very busy. Your brand new stamps, they're gorgeous. Set one is going to give you those wonderful botanicals. I mean, the way that you're going to work with these, immediately I just want to get my black ink pad out and create silhouettes. But obviously you can be fussy cutting, you can be using them with your embossing. They look amazing with your walnut powders, and you could actually be stamping with that as well if you're picking up the ink. I mean, there's so much you can do with these now. Set one already 60, in fact over 60% of the stock has gone. Set two, now set two is going to give you the beautiful bird. And now I love this because you've got the bird, but it's these ones. I really like that, the really delicate ones. And you want, I mean, when you look at them, of course they work together. You know, when you've got them both, it just goes together wonderfully. If you do want to get hold of those, set one, set two, the choice is yours, or of course you can be going for both. Just £14.99 each. That's 177495. I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to remind you of Lynn's design and a finished sample, because that is just exquisite. This is one of the wonderful journal books that Lynn has used as well. Lynn has actually used a ribbon at the top, and even the wrong side looks amazing. It shows you as well you can easily cut into the board. So if you do want to use this to cut into, Lynn's already cut some beautiful circles, which makes it look interesting. You know, you're seeing through the apertures that she's created to the next page, using the beautiful walnut powders, using the waxes, but of course using the stamps. The stamps are the focal image, and they're obviously what draws your eye in. Isn't that just beautiful? It's just beautiful. £14.99. Set one, set two, the choice is yours. Don't forget that gorgeous journal. I'll hold this with me. 177495. Now we have got the beautiful papers, and they are the eco dye, and I've done some eco dye papers, the truth be known. I love it. It's so cool to do, and the results are phenomenal, and I love these. I do love that burst of colour as well that's been added to these. Now we are approaching 30%. You are going to get 2 of each design. You're getting 12 designs, so 22 pieces of paper altogether. 170 GSM, so they make the most beautiful backgrounds. I mean, you can see the detail there, and they have got that wonderful natural finish to them. I mean, yeah, they're just gorgeous. Eco dyeing is fun. It's fun, and it's not a quick process. So Lynn will have taken quite some time to do these, and I love it because she's really captured the beautiful colours. And it's interesting with leaves, it's the tannin, I do believe, that comes out of the leaves. I think that's the word. But anyway, yeah, beautiful. And that's why you need fresh leaves, not dried ones. Anyway, but they're beautiful, absolutely beautiful. That's one of the natural ones. Only £12.99. They're exquisite. What Lynn did with those tiles, they just look. Can you imagine a full set of them together? I mean, how good is that going to look? And it's utterly achievable. When you look at that, that is one of those pieces of paper, a little bit of walnut stain on, some of the wax, and then just finishing it with some beautiful sentiments from the stamps. I mean, that is easy. The thing is, you need the ideas. Lynn's got the ideas. She's sharing those with us. The design team have got the ideas. All you need is to get the products. That's 115013, £12.99. Now, we have got the stencils. We haven't seen these yet, and these are beautiful. I know we'll... are we going to be using the stencils at some point, our lovely Jo?
Yes, we can actually put some in this background here.
Amazing.
No problem.
Because you've got, so with the stencils, oh yeah, because Jo did talk about this one. So you've got the beautiful brand new leaf stencil, which is lovely. So you're getting 2 of your leaves, and you've got the lovely veining in there. Now I really like these, the wildflowers. They're gorgeous. Not only do you get the stencil, you're also getting the mask. I really like those. That is so delicate. Amazing, it's amazing. You've then got the beautiful bird. Not only have you got the bird there, but you have got the actual mask again. And I love this finish on the side because it looks like it's been ripped out of a notepad. You've then got the amazing swallow, or it might be a swift, to be honest. So that's a beautiful swift. It'll be a swift, I bet, because that swallow's got longer tails. Anyway, you've got, I love that, I absolutely love that. And again, I love that you've got the mask, because the mask does mean you can do different techniques. And I love the way, again, you've got that detail at the bottom there. I think that looks so cool. There is one of these on one of the finished samples, but I don't know. Oh yeah, it was this one. Let me just show you, it is. See, there you go. You've got the beautiful bird there, and look, the flowers at the bottom. If you do want these, they're only £9.99. That's 311529. Your item number. Really nice set of stencils there, and then the journals. Now you are getting. It's been designed so you're making 2 journals here. So that's how it's been designed. But it's up to you what you do with it. I mean, you're getting all those pages. You've got, I think it's 16 altogether, isn't it? So 16 pages altogether. So it's absolutely up to you. No, it can't be 16. Hold on a minute. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. That is 16 pages. You've got a front and a back. That's right. So you've got front and back, and then you've got your pages. You've also got your lovely little eyelets as well, so they'll strengthen it. And of course, you have got the D-rings, so you can make 2 of these. I mean, they look absolutely beautiful, and it is what you do with these. I mean, you might be adding different pages, different paper into these, you know, like this. That's got your different paper in it, which means you extend it. It just becomes yours. I really like this. Your field notes pad, how wonderful is that? Using the stamps, using extra papers. So if you're making this to sell, maybe you're making it as a gift, makes a beautiful gift. Let me show you. Look, how gorgeous. Really like that. So pretty. Now, this has been super busy as well. Only £12.99, and we are approaching 50% of that. And you can see all the different variations. Love these, love it. £12.99, 119 855, your item number. And then last but by no means least, the walnut stain. Now this has been super busy. Again, you've seen it in so many of the finished samples. You're getting 2 massive tubs of the walnut stain. I mean, that'll last you ages. You've then got a huge piece of your tea bag paper, and there's tons of things you can do with that as well. I mean, this is just a crafter's dream, isn't it? With the texture you can create, with the layers that you can create, with the colours that you can create. I think that one's using the walnut stain. And you can see, I mean, look at that texture that you can create on there. Only £12.99, but already 80% of the stock has gone. That's 058267. If you want anything else, check it out on the website. That is thecraftstore.com. It's where you can order, or you can give us a ring, 01733602000. Miss Jo, are you ready for us to come back to you, my love?
I absolutely am. Amazing. Now, so we're going to do a little bit of stamping, but before I do that, very quickly, I'm going to use the leaf. So they're obviously like a skeleton leaf type thing. I'm going to do it just coming in to that area here.
Beautiful. And
you'll see just how lovely they actually, I love the finesse of the stencil, really. There we go, just coming into
love that.
There, just, can you see?
Yeah.
And then if we go and just, what I've done here is, look, can you see? I've used Sage, which is one of the flat matte sprays. I've actually sprayed it onto the paper. Now, what I love about it is, the paper you can stamp onto, I'm going to do that in a sec, but what you can also do, if you spray it and then leave it just to naturally dry, and it's literally minutes, what it will do is it will give that really super like bobbly effect, for want of a better word.
So it sits on top of it, so rather, because of the finish, it sits on top, so rather than being absorbed in it, sits on top, but it still dries.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it gives you that lovely texture. I like that.
Yeah.
And the flat matte sprays are lovely because they
I love them.
And it's nice having a flat on a it's not got a shine to it. Have they, those sprays?
No, these haven't. We've obviously got the luster ones that have.
Yeah.
But I like to keep it all at one level, as in like no lustre on this particular area because I want it to look natural.
We've just got 5 minutes.
Okay, so I've put that also into here.
Beautiful.
So I've just sprayed it on top of the walnut stained tea bag paper. I've just put a little bit of patchwork in there as well. I've took some of the one of the sheets of the papers. You've got these amazing leaves.
Yeah.
I've cut these out.
Beautiful.
Okay. I'm actually going to continue with this in my demonstration at 2 o'clock because there's so much more that I want to do. But initially, I just want to very quickly, before we go, just take one of the stamps. Now, this is actually one of set 1. Which is this stunning. Now, yours won't come orange. I've used a permanent ink with one of mine. Okay. Yeah. When you get them, you go, well, Joe's was orange. No,
I want orange ones.
No, you won't get an orange one unless you use an archival on it. Right. So I've got this piece of paper here, which I'm actually going to put on the side here, and then my box, when we do some more of that, is going to go in the middle. So you are going to see some of this gorgeous stamping. If I head out the shop. Now I'm using black, but, and then you'll see, 1 second if I've got the time. There we go. So on there, look, nice. I've got the black. But if we wanted to, what we could also do, I'm not sure if we've got time, but some of the pieces, I'm going to take this one, and this is actually offset 2. I'm going to do it on a separate bit of paper though, because...
Well, you look for your paper, I'm going to give a really quick shout out.
I'm going to do it on this one.
The walnut stem and the tea bag paper is now limited stock. So if you do want this, you have to check your baskets out. Now limited stock. That massive piece of tea bag paper. And, of course, your lovely walnut stain powder. Limited stock now, £12.99.
Thank you.
Price.
Right, so...
058267.
Right, so I'm just stamping this one. This is a slightly more solid flower, which is really lovely to do for what I'm going to do now. I'm going to just use one of my front stamps. Bit naughty, but it's just to catch the white embossing powder. I'm going to bring it over to this side because that tea bag paper is still a little bit damp, and obviously we don't want that, do we, because it's going to stick to the paper. And then
don't matter.
It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter at all. No.
We've had an email from lovely Debbie. She says, hello everybody.
Oh,
hello,
good morning, Debbie.
She says, I'm so happy to see the lovely Jo looking so well. We are as well.
Thank you.
Loving the shows as always. Even though she does, it always tempt me to spend. The samples are awesome. I think I need everything on the show today. Thank you for your inspiration. And for that Scrafty for such amazing products. Love Debbie. Debbie, thank you ever so much.
Debbie.
And it is the 5th anniversary of That's Crafty, and I just need to tell you, the walnut ink has sold out with the papers. So that has gone. Have we an extended or anything? Oh, we do. Okay. Oh. So we're sorting that out. We have got extended, so you are going to have another chance to get that with just a little bit of a wait. Just a week. So that one, we are getting that sorted, so you will be able to get that, because I know that has been super, super, super popular.
Right, so what I want to do is, so I've stamped onto here, you can see, onto the paper. So
beautiful.
What I wanted to point out was you can stamp directly onto the papers, and they just work exceptionally well. But also, I've actually stamped the white. I actually quite like that.
I like that.
Yeah, and I might put a bit more on the other side just to match. Stamped in black ink.
Yeah. And
then put white powder on the top. So then you get that lovely... tiny bit of black coming through.
I love that.
Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to carry on at 2 o'clock. I'm going to do this box. We're going to do loads more. We're going to do a bit of crackling. We're going to do a bit of wax and bits and bobs. But that box is going to go just sort of on there.
Beautiful.
So we're going to then obviously decorate the rest of the box. I've got these leaves, and what I'm going to do with these is I'm going to put some of the walnut powder on the leaves. You can see here what I've done on this one. Completely changes them.
Yeah, 20 seconds.
Oh, and then we're going to continue with it, and we're going to do loads more things.
Continue at 2.
Yes.
Right, check your baskets out, everybody. Do not miss out on anything, because obviously it's been super, super busy, and Jo will be back with you at 2. Thank you very much, Jo.
Thank you, Leonie.
Bye. coming up next. It's that beautiful shell rummel fabric. Absolutely adore it. We've then got Fairy Hugs with Julia. And then Jean is next door with some family occasions.
Hi, I'm Abs from Holland Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers of colours, textures and creating depth and dimension. Holland Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves of high quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dyes, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different size and formats. I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the Holland Create shows.
Hi, I'm Catherine and I'm the guest presenter for Zora Designs. Zora Designs are based in America and they bring to us their exceptional quality silicone moulds. Zora Design moulds are used in all areas of crafting, not just for your clays and your resins, but also they're food grade silicone as well, so used for your cake decorating designs. Zora excel on the detail in their moulds, and the designs range from animals through to fantasy and much further beyond. If you watch the Zora shows, I will share with you lots of hints and tips. I will show you how to use different mediums, ranging from your clays and your resins through to things like even your hot glue. So make sure you don't miss the Zora shows.
Hi, I'm Jean, and together with my partner Malcolm, we run a small business in the northeast of England called Crafty Individuals. Personally, my background is in art and design and crafting, and most of the designs have been created by myself. So do pull up a pew and join us on the shows. We can't wait to see you there.
Well, hello there and welcome back. Oh my goodness, you are in for a treat this hour. And I certainly am, because I've got the most amazing hour and I'm looking forward to working alongside the lovely Jenny Raymond. Good morning, Jenny. How are you doing?
I'm absolutely cracking, thank you. And it's so great to see you again.
And you too. I always love working with you because we kind of go into our own little sewy world, don't we?
Because we can talk quilting and we know what we're talking about.
We do. Now, you were here with Leonie earlier on, and I know she had a whale of a time because you've got the most incredible fabrics in this hour.
Yes. These are to die for. These are soft, subtle, seaside shells, water rippling,
gorgeous
pebbles. It's just going to...
Oh, I can almost feel the ocean on my toes.
Yes, it's so... I mean, I was likening it to Emsworth Harbour. I live in Emsworth and the harbour is nearby. And I can see these shades. In the morning when I go for my run, sometimes walk around the harbour, the shades are there. And then in the evening, as twilight falls, the shades are there.
Absolutely
gorgeous. This is peace, quiet and tranquility.
Certainly is. Absolutely beautiful. Now, that fabric that you're looking at the moment, this particular one, this is the only way you can get hold of this one. You will notice that we've got the deal on the screen for your 10 fat quarters, which is what you're looking at the moment. They are absolutely beautiful. American fat quarters, just mentioned that at the top of the hour, but a third of the stock has gone. We did have all of these fabrics available as half-metre pieces as well, with the pick and mix at the bottom of your screen, but sadly we have had to say goodbye to this particular one, the Tides one. So the only way you can get hold of this one is via the fat quarter bundle. It is an amazing deal. You're looking at £29.99. Works out just shy of £3 a fat quarter, which for this quality of fabric and these beautiful prints that you've got here is an absolutely phenomenal price. Now we're looking at extended delivery with this one. It's not too long to wait. It's the, was it the 3rd of June? 6th of June, sorry, I do apologise, 6th of June. So, yeah, not too long to wait, which is scary in its own way, isn't it? That we nearly got June here. But this is beautiful. I mean, when you got these, Jenny, I mean, you must have just been like,
I just opened the box and thought,
gorgeous.
Oh. And then the awful quilter's problem.
Oh, yeah, what do I do with it?
Well, do I want to use it? No,
exactly,
I just want to put it in my stash and stroke
Yeah.
it, particularly the Tides fabric.
Yeah.
Could you hold the Tides fabric up?
I certainly
please?
can, because
it's
this
a one-off. You don't need anything else.
This
you
is
just
the
need
thing.
that.
I mean, look at that. I mean, if you're into your textile art, absolutely beautiful.
Yep.
That is gorgeous, isn't it?
And
Absolutely.
I made a little quilt using a fat quarter, which is at the back of me, so I've used part of that.
Can I just bring this in?
Yes,
We've just got to the side here. Just have a look at this. That's using just a small amount of it around the edges there. This is beautiful. Now these have been done. Obviously, there's an introduction of some. Oh no, they're all from here, aren't they? I just noticed that one. No, the urchins.
Yes.
So these are all the fabrics that we've got within the fat quarter.
Yes.
Wow. Beautiful. And I know you're going to teach us how to do some of these techniques, and we'll pop that back down there. So, yeah, we're busy. I'm not surprised, really. The quality of the fabric, the print of these fabrics, the usability of the fabrics, this is the key thing. These are the kind of fabrics that I have in my stash, and I'll probably have them for 6 months before I actually use them, because the project has got to be the right project. I don't want to just use these on any old way. I want to use them on a special project. But to say that, it doesn't matter what you do with these. Even if you do something at the most simplest, maybe a disappearing 9 patch, it's still going to look absolutely incredible because it's down to the fabrics. Now, if you're wanting these, £29.99, £8.50 saving, rapidly approaching 40% of the stock has gone. Now, this is the last hour that we're going to be looking at these live today. We've got another show with Jenny later on, but completely different kind of range of products with these. But they are absolutely beautiful. Now, I mentioned your pick and mixes. Sometimes you want the situation where you've got larger pieces of fabrics. I mean, things like your sashing, I'm guessing, Jenny, that you'd be working with these.
Or you want to just cut right a bit, or you want it for clothing. Because if you have sort of more than 1/2 yard, half metre rather, they're being sold as, it will come as one cut.
That's true. Very, very true. Now, this beautiful one, it's almost like angular pebbles with this one. So this one is called Beach Glass. Oh, yeah, like the shards of glass there. Absolutely beautiful. I love the gentle tone of this one.
That one is absolutely superb.
It's just Ebb and Flow, what a lovely name for fabric.
I mean, that would make a wonderful shirt.
Yes, that's a good point, actually. Certainly would, or even if you're just using it in smaller pieces on collars, cuffs, button
a little detail
like that,
round the edge of something.
Beautiful. Half the stock of that particular one has gone. Now, with regards to these ones, just to warn you, once they've gone, because we did, of course, have that fabulous Tide one earlier on. We've tried to get hold of more of them, but we can't. So if you see one that you like the look of, you need to get hold of it while you can. Love this one. It's almost like the little birds in flight almost on this one. But this one, this is called, now the names aren't easy.
Murmuration.
Murmuration.
Yes.
Murmuration. I'm trying to think, is that kind of like a spin on the word mermaid? I'm not quite sure. Is murmuration
it's birds taking off in one large lump.
Oh, is that what they call it?
Yes. I think you have a murmuration of starlings.
A murmuration of starlings.
Yes.
Oh,
I don't think those are starlings.
I love it. No, they wouldn't be. Not unless they've gone on holiday.
No. Limited places to go to as well.
Which is true. Now, with this one, obviously, you can see kind of yin and yang with those two, your positives and your negatives almost. So this one again here, this one, you're liking this one. 70% of the stock has gone. It's got a lovely backdrop on this one. I don't know whether you can actually pick that up. It's almost like a mottled look in the backdrop. Beautiful. Then you've got your mocha sea flowers. Beautiful.
We were discussing earlier with Naomi that you could just randomly quilt that. So if you're into free motion quilting, it's got wiggles there already.
Definitely.
Just sort of follow the wiggles round, and no one's going to notice if you wiggled more or wiggled a little less.
Oh, I always like a bit more of a wiggle.
Absolutely.
Always more. This is a pretty one as well. And this one again, you've got your ocean flowers again with this one, but obviously you've got, is it the blue, this one that we're calling it? Gorgeous. Then we go to your darker tones. So this one, you can see straight away, we're looking at sea urchins with these ones. Again, it's another popular one. 70% of the stock again has gone with that one. I love that. It's almost like dancing on it, on your screens there. Beautiful mottle with that one. Sea urchin-wise, we've got another option for you. Gorgeous. Half the stock of this particular one has gone as well. And last but by no means least is this beautiful one. I love this one. Yes. Half the stock of this one is called. And what's this one called? Sand pebble.
And it
Beautiful.
is, and it's the water coming over the sand, and it makes those wonderful patterns as the water comes in and goes out. So ripples.
I love that.
So see that.
And that pattern is beautiful because it goes from selvage to selvage. So it's a lovely one if you're wanting to use it for your sashing and things like that, or your binding, because you've got a small, very small pattern repeat on that one, so it's not lost when you're using it for your binding as well. Absolutely beautiful. £12.99, 2.5 metres. You decide. Are you going to go for 2 repeats of the same one and have a whole metre of them and then maybe come back for more of the same? Well, you can do. 496009 is your item number. They are absolutely beautiful. But if you want a little bit of all of them, that's the way I would go. With your fat quarter bundle, you're getting all 10, including those ones that have sold out, or the one that's sold out, and the others, well, potentially there will be as well. So if you're wanting yours, 592632. Absolutely beautiful fabrics. Now, sometimes when you've got fabrics like these, what I call feature fabrics, sometimes a clever way of making them go that little bit further is when you bring in something that's plain that's going to complement them, and that's what we've got with these.
Yes.
Beautiful. I mean, the drama of the black against any of those.
I mean, even if you weren't planning to mix it with the Shell Rummel fabrics, just having a layer cake in black in your stash, you're going to go to it time and time and time again.
Definitely. If you wanted to get hold of yours, you've got 2 flexi buys on this one of £23.75. Of course, that opens up your flexi order, so anything else you want to add in, you can do. Spread the cost of those as well. Beautiful, strong black with this one as well, and it's just a lovely way to fabric. Saw this last week as well. Absolutely gorgeous way, and you can use it in so many different ways. It's never an easy one to show you on there because that's the trouble with black. It's very flat on screen, but the quality and the usability, incredible. Now, to complement these, we have got other fabric cuts, and the pre-cuts are always useful because they kind of do the work for you, and that's what we've got with regards to these. Now, you've got your strip roll, so with these ones you've got 40 pieces on each of these, standard 2.5 inches. Again, you can't be without these.
No, you can't, because there are so many designs that these days use 2.5 inches.
Definitely, yeah. And again, it's another clever way of eking out those feature fabrics, really maximising them, taking them that little bit further. So with these, you've got your black, and your mist is just kind of like an ivory white there. It's not cold white, so you can see there, those two together. The white is very, very bright white. But with that one, just a little slightly softer hues with that one. So if you fancy that one, 868963. But I do certainly suggest you do add those either or if you can stretch you both. But they're the kind of things that you'll always have in your stash, as you will with your charm packs as well. Charm packs, incredibly useful, and this is where I love the kind of combination of all, because it's all mathematically cross-pollinates.
Yes, it is, absolutely, totally. And of course, if you've got another charm pack, spread it out, dilute those feature fabrics with the white in between, and it's going to really add some interest and some optical dynamic to it.
I mean, it's not just a case of it's eking out your fabrics, it's also giving them the opportunity to shine, to showcase. It's like putting a mount on a picture within a frame. Sometimes you need the mount to make it stand out just that little bit more. If you're wanting to get hold of yours, though, you can see there you're getting 2 of your charm packs there for £37.98, 414057. Now we're going to go straight over to Joe. I can't believe we've been chatting for about 10 minutes already.
I know, well, I wanted to show people what I was doing this morning, because on the 7 o'clock show, I was forced to come in, leave the house at 3 o'clock in the morning. So I did a little bit of bargello, and that's a little bit of bargello that I've now pressed, which is the same as the cushion that is up above me. So if we can, that's they are brilliant, these cameras.
Oh, finger is perfectly placed there,
well
Jenny.
Done. So that came on the 7th, and that really is just using a strip of fabrics, and you cut it up. You'll have to watch the 7 o'clock show, and you get that. Then I did various different ways of doing flying geese. You see?
Lovely.
And then we did the Delectable Mountains, and that being the Delectable Mountains. And you see, if you actually start to play with these things and lay them out and look at them, you could get all sorts of different patterns happening. For instance, I could have sombre, dark mountains against a white sky filled with a murmuration of whatever happened to be murmurating at the time. Or indeed, I could turn them round, and there we have
it's like a night sky
against dramatic skies. I could take these, and then I could add some flying geese if I wanted to below that. I could perhaps go back again and add some more mountains underneath, or I could turn the mountains round. So you can see how you can begin to build something up. And I'm sure I can find some way of fitting in my bit of bargello, because I can very easily make a little bit more. So I could use all these things, but the colours just worked incredibly well. So you've got the darks, you've got the lights, you've got the shades in all the various different fabrics. But now I'm going to show you how to make the wiggly seams that I've done on this beach bag. So the beach bag came entirely and utterly from fat quarter. So all you need is the fat quarter pack to make this. And what I've done on the front is curved seams, a bit of applique, and I used most of the fat quarter on the back.
Oh, that's nice.
And because I'd nicked a bit of it, I gave a little bit of extra trim round the edge so that I could use that bit of the fat quarter as the beach at the bottom of my sea. Now, these same fabrics could also be used, and Hayley showed you this one, as in this particular design here with the texture on here. But if you bought the fat quarter pack, you could make the small quilt that's behind me, this one, because the tied fabric there was just a fat quarter.
So that's literally just cutting it and setting it in that little quilt?
I just cut it out. And it was total cheatsville, because all I did was just hacked a bit off the bottom and used, you know, most of the fat quarter. The side bits I used as a border around the one that you've already seen, and it worked an absolute treat. Right, doing curved seams. So this is seriously simple, and it's when you are allowed to sew with a wiggly line.
Love it.
All right, absolutely wiggly. Now, I saw this first demonstrated by Linda Seward, and I think she did a cracking job on this. Basically, you take two bits of fabric, what could be simpler, and lay them one on top of the other, overlapping them. It's not a bad idea to put some pins in.
Okay.
And I'm putting the pins at right angles to my stitching. And all I'm going to do is to sew a wiggly line.
So does it matter the width of those fabrics at all?
Doesn't make any difference at all. No, I'm just only using a small bit because then you like. The only thing you mustn't do is when you sew your wiggle is go wider on the wiggle than the amount of fabric you've overlapped.
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
So if I have a really big wiggle to there, that will be a bit daft because there's no fabric underneath it. Okay. I'm going to move it out a bit because I'm going to waste fabric otherwise. Don't do too steep a wiggle.
Okay.
Because it might buckle the fabric. So we want a soft, gentle wiggle, the sort of thing you do when you're not paying much attention to what you're doing.
Almost like a meander.
Yes, a meander. Right, okay, so starting one side, set off, and I'd use thread, don't use satin stitch, it would be better if you didn't. I'd use thread that matched my fabrics, needle in the middle, and just wander over the material. Wiggling away, gentle wiggle, down one way, up the other. The only thing you mustn't do is go deeper than the amount of fabric you've got underneath.
I love it. Well, while Jenny wiggles, let me just give you a bit of an update. We are incredibly busy with regard to this fat quarter bundle, so much so that half the stock has gone out. So £29.99. Do not miss out on this one. Getting busier and busier. 592632.
Right, and then when you've done your wiggle, using scissors, and have your scissors placed sideways on, you're going to cut away the top fabric close to that stitching.
Could you use something like your duckbill scissors?
Yes, oh, brilliant, yes. Sadly, I no longer possess a pair of those. They got lent to somebody.
Jenny, I'll get some to you because
they
got
are
some
absolutely superb, those duckbill scissors.
I'll get you some across because I've got some. We bring some on there on the website, so I'll sort you out some of those, my dear.
That's it. So they would work really well. So just don't cut through the underneath one. So scissors on sideways, unless you're lucky enough to have the duck-billed ones. Okay, so I've now got a nice wiggly, trim close. On the back, I just hack it back. Don't cut it back totally, you want to hack it back, just get rid of any excess. Simply because if you sew the next strip on quite close to the first strip, the edge of it might catch in the second lot of stitching.
Okay.
But if you cut it right back to the stitching line, you are running the risk of the fabrics parting company.
Yes, you have to be careful sometimes, don't you? Because especially some fabrics will have a certain amount of fraying to them, especially when you get close to that line.
Right, so having done that, I've already done a little bit here, so I'm just going to actually join the two together. So I'm going to overlap that bit onto the top there, put a couple of pins in, show you the wiggle one more time, then I'm going to demonstrate how you can get rid of the wiggle and satin stitch on top of it. Right, so there's my fabric pinned over there. The thing when you come to do more wiggles is try not to wiggle the same as the first time. It's actually quite difficult to wiggle in a different fashion. So if you went out, you come in. So do the reverse. Underneath your sewing machine, and I'm going to try and wiggle away.
Now, we did have a 7-day saver that was made up of scissors, but I believe has it gone now? Oh, it's sold out. So that was one of the deals that was meant to run through until Sunday morning. So, yeah, sold out a little bit sooner than anticipated. So, sorry if you missed out on that one. But do, as I said, check on the website. You'll hopefully be able to find something. Probably not as good a deal as that was with those. And do have a look at the 7-day savers. As soon as they come out, take advantage of those because you could potentially miss out on them, because they're not guaranteed to be there for the full week. So, yeah.
Right, and so yet again I'm cutting them back and regretting that I haven't got a pair of duck-billed applique scissors. Those duck-billed applique scissors have a large fat section which goes underneath, which prevents you from cutting through the fabric.
Oh, well, I should have known, Jenny. I would have bought you some in, darling.
But if you haven't got them, have your scissors sideways. And a nice sharp pair of small scissors sideways. Right. I've now all got these wiggly lines, so I'm actually going to satin stitch over them. And you can see on the finished sample here, there is the satin stitch. And I did it in white, but I could have used a contrast colour. So when it comes to satin stitching, this, if you were to put this underneath the machine and satin stitch it now, you're likely to get it buckling because it's too thin. So it needs some form of stabiliser. You could put something like stitch and tear on the back or something of that nature, or you could just simply use a piece of paper. Any old bit of paper will suffice. So I went to ask for a sample of any old bit of paper. Oh, we'll give you some nice new paper. Well, I actually don't want any new paper, just old bit of paper is fine. So
no expense spared, Jenny, here at the craft store.
No. This will just add a little bit of oomph to the fabric and stop it from buckling. So, bit of paper, don't use your shopping list. You then need to put on your satin stitch foot. Now, on the machine, your satin stitch foot could look something like this one. It will have a cutaway bit at the back. Okay, you might be lucky and have ones that have got cutaway fronts as well, but it's going to be distinguished by the fact it's got a cutaway bit at the back. And the reason for that is that's going to allow my raised decorative stitching pass cleanly underneath the foot and not jam up. If you use your regular straight stitch foot, it doesn't have this and the stitching is likely to jam up. I'm lucky enough to have an open toe on many of my feet, but if you haven't got an open toe, then it'll probably be your perspex one, but you can still see fairly clearly through the perspex front to your satin stitch foot. So you want your satin stitch foot on. So let me change mine to my satin stitch foot.
So satin stitch, that's kind of like a zigzag that's very close together. It's sort of that you use with an applique. So if you're into your applique, then you might use them. Or that kind of zigzag that you get on the edge of a buttonhole as well, where it's very, very close together and you can hardly see the fabric underneath it. What sort of width would you suggest?
Right, I'm going to go for about middling width. So if you go up to 7, as many machines go up to 7, I go round about 3.5, round about 4. Your stitch length, though, is a thing that you're going to change, and it could be anything from 0.3 to 0.8 or something of that nature. It is something that you're probably going to want to change as you sew along, because if you find the stitching is parting company, then either you're pushing it or your stitch length is too long. So we're looking at 0, this is below 1. Will also depend on the fabric you're working on, the bulk of the fabric you're working on, the size of the needle, whether you've got a thin one or a fat one, and ideally you want a thin one, a low number, 60 or a 70, and indeed the thread. So have a little play first. And
always have it 0 point something, because if it's on 0 and nothing else, it's not moving. It's just stitching on the spot.
It won't go anywhere at all.
It won't go anywhere.
I would check it first, and then once you're happy with it, all you're going to do is stitch either side of that sewn line. So you go in and off, or over it, and put your foot down. You will actually get a better stitch out of the machine. It's not going to go anywhere. You know, it's not going to end up in my lap. And just literally follow the line. It's always very satisfying. Top tip is make sure there's enough thread in your bottom bobbin before you start. Otherwise you get to the end and the wretched things run out. Other top tip is check you've balanced your tensions properly. As you might find you're going to bring the bottom bobbin to the top, as I just appreciated I have done. Right, if you sew off the end of your bit of paper, you need a bit more paper. Just stuff it underneath. Join it on.
Could you use something like a variegated thread with these, Jenny?
Oh, it would look brilliant. I hadn't got one, which was such a shame. And I'm going to show you what happens if you don't balance your threads now. If we look very closely at this, actually it's not a bad thing to do, because can you see I've got the underneath thread which is white showing through, and that's because the tension on my machine had to be adjusted, so I took the top tension down to a lower number,
okay,
so that more top thread ran through and it used less bottom, and you can see instantly how much that has improved.
Yeah.
In actual fact, I don't mind that because it's sort of like the sea.
We're talking textile art really,
Yes,
aren't we?
we
So
are.
sometimes it's very forgiving in that nature.
And if you turn it over, you can see that on the back here, this is where the top thread was coming through too slowly, which is why you take it to a lower number, it comes through faster. So it's all bottom bobbin. Until here, where I turned the knob down so the top thread came through faster, we've got rid of the bottom bobbin and you can just see the top thread both sides.
I love it.
So all one does is to make the wiggly seams is you lay the bits of fabric one on top of the other, satin stitch over the junction, or you could do it with a blind hem stitch, or you could do it with some other decorative stitch, and then we can add something like an applique on top, and I will deal with the applique on top in a minute.
Shall I do a little bit of a review of the fabrics?
Yes,
We'll come back
please.
to you for that next stage.
Thank you.
Perfect, we will do that and give Jenny an opportunity to get all the fabrics ready. Of course, you're going to be choosing some of the fabrics from this fabulous fat quarter bundle, getting 10 of these. They are American size fat quarters, beautiful fabrics throughout these, and you are getting all of them. Now, we have had them all available as half-metre pieces. Indeed, some of them are still available, but this particular one, this beautiful one here, has gone as the half-metre. The only way you can get hold of it is via the fat quarter bundle, and I think it deserves a little bit of showcase because it is beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, rapidly approaching 60% of the stock has gone. If you're wanting to work on something with a larger piece of that, there's nothing wrong with you going for 2 of these fat quarter bundles. And to be honest, you would be investing in some beautiful fabrics at a very affordable price. I mean, £29.99 for all of these. You're looking at less than £3 for a fat quarter of this quality fabric. Is phenomenal value for money. And the thing is, it's exactly as Jenny said, everything works together. So if you are a novice sewer, maybe this is the first time you've looked at what I call quality fabric, beautiful fabric, very affordable, but you're a little bit nervous about which do you pick. It doesn't matter. You can literally close your eyes and pick any 2, 3, 4, however many you need, and they will work together because they're all designed to work within that shell, rummel, time and tide range. Which ones would I go for? Well, I'm with everybody on this one. I mean, this is beautiful. That is a scene just in its own right, isn't it? I love that fabulous one with the sea flower there, absolutely beautiful, and I love the meandering waves there as well. I just think they're all, I couldn't pinpoint any to say that I don't like any of them. They are all absolutely beautiful. Now the mermation, the darker one, I'm going to have to admit, I've learned so much in this hour. Now this particular one, we've got this one available as your half-metre pieces behind me. So you've got that one in your pick and mix. That one is limited stock in your pick and mix. So if you did think to yourself, well, I like the idea of the fat quarters there for perhaps your quilt top, but you're wanting something maybe to do your sashing, maybe to do your border, to frame your piece, then you could actually go for some of those alongside. So you could choose any of these, any 2 of these with your half-metre bundle. So you could indeed go for a full metre of that particular one. If you wanted to do your longer runs, as I say, framing your quilt blocks with your sashing, beautiful. I mean, you could even use this for your cornerstones because you've got that lovely little kind of almost 2x2 square that you've got there that would be fabulous as a little cornerstone in there. If you're wanting the lighter tone to contrast it, maybe you're looking at doing things like flying geese and you needed almost like your positive and your negative fabrics, well, there you go. They've both got that connectivity between them, as you can see, but you could go for half-metre of each of those. To be honest, though, whichever you go for, I mean, you've got lots of pairings with these, which is lovely if you are wanting to split it over 2 pieces. But of course, if you do want to put both of your half-metres into one particular fabric, you will get a complete piece of those, which is something that you might like to take advantage of as well. Now, of course, we're going to go back to Jenny in just a few moments, but Jenny brings us a whole host of fabulous expertise. She's got some amazing books. Now, I'm sure you will have come across these previously, but Jenny crams her books full of information. So here you've got Material Magic featuring alongside Creative Tucks and Textures. We're going to be learning about those in a wee while. So if you're wanting to get hold of these, I've got the Material Magic one here. Shall I just have a flick through just to show you some of the things that you've got in here? Just very quickly, because I'm mindful of the time. I want to get over back to Jenny, but you can see here, learning about patchwork, folded patchwork there, as you can see. Absolutely beautiful. So these are some quite specialised different techniques. I mean, Jenny, these are absolutely beautiful projects.
Thank you. That was my lockdown book, so it kept me occupied during the first lockdown, thinking, right, I really wanted to do something with Japanese folded and circles. I just love circles. There's something rounded about them. It's like the circle of life at the beginning.
Yes,
there is no
true.
beginning, there is no end. Life goes on and on and on. So it was fun. And then, of course, it had to be reusable Christmas crackers had to go in it.
Oh, yes, the crackers are brilliant.
Who wants to waste Christmas crackers?
Definitely.
Why can't you reuse them again and again?
I love that. And that's just one half of the bundle, because the second book that you've got in this one is that Creative Tucks and Textures. This is a little bit thicker, this particular book. So what we're going to find in this one, Jenny?
Right, it'll take you through all my initial ideas of playing with texture. So you've got your tucks, you've got your trumpets, you've got working with the bias, you've got crossing over the tucks, you've got, trying to think, what about circles again in there, tucked up circles, you've got various projects in there, folding squares, folding rectangles, tucking things into things, opening things up, squishing things, squashing things.
I love
you name it.
Absolutely beautiful. 8 trumpets in a square. Love that. And that ends up being a 12-inch block, so you could use these as kind of like your feature blocks within your quilts. Both of those coming to you for a phenomenal price of £18.94. They are available individually, so if you do want to go for them by themselves, you can. But why would you pay £14.99 for one book when you can get 2 for £18.94? Details on your screen there, 153971. So if you're wanting to get hold of those, just very quickly, we've got another selection of books to share with you. These ones, brilliant fans and fabrications, kind of is what it says on the label there, as you can see there. Loads of wonderful projects again for you to get involved with this particular one. So if you fancy this one, then you can get all sorts of different projects, bags, quilts, table pieces. There's loads within that one. Next one that you've got alongside it is your Foldy Rolly. I love this one, Foldy Rolly Patchwork Pizzazz. Now this is kind of a bit of a famous one, really, isn't there? There's a lot in this one.
A lot in that one. So it's 12 different blocks that I've then expanded and used for various other things. So it will take you through it. They all come from squares or rectangles, so there's no nasty curved things. It's simply created by folding the edge of the fabric.
£9.99. I mean, you'd pay that for a magazine. I was in the supermarket looking at some of the magazines, and it's £9.99. You may get a dressmaking pattern in alongside it, but those cover-to-cover information that you will refer to for many, many years to come. So 707951. Absolutely brilliant if you're wanting those. And then the last one that you've got is this little one that we've got here, and it's your sew pieces. Now in here again, loads of different projects. You were talking about the hexagon box with this one, so is this coming up a little bit later on?
Yes, it is. In fact, I'm going to do a pentagon box on the 1 o'clock show, because we've got pentagon templates.
Oh, I look forward to that
and
one.
you could use the pentagon for making bowls, making boxes, putting them together in a variety of ways, because pentagons, if you put them together, it actually makes a ball.
I like that idea. And I'm guessing it's good to have a good variety of fabrics, like the fat quarters, if you do working with pieces like that. So there you go. So maybe get hold of your fat quarter bundle and then sit back and relax and watch Jenny a little bit later on for more ideas of what you can do with them. If you're wanting these, all 10 of them coming to you for £29.99, but please be mindful that over 60% of the stock has gone. 592632 if you are wanting those. Jenny, how are you getting on with your wiggles?
So I've done my wiggles, and I've done enough wiggles now for me to be able to put a fish on top.
Lovely.
So I've drawn a very rough fish, okay? It's slightly, have to have several goes at drawing a fish. It's a bit like a mackerel, okay? It's whatever you want it to be. I drew it on a form of fusible web, and I fused the fusible web to the back of the fabric. Now, top tip, whenever you fuse any fusible web to a fabric, make sure you've got more fabric than you have fusible web. Because if you get fusible web on the ironing board, then you're going to regret it.
Oh, yes.
Having done that, I'm going to cut it out. So never cut it out of the fusible web, trace it onto the fusible web, and then cut it out the once. It's pointless to cut it out twice.
Can you just use any kind of pen when you're actually drawing on here, or a pencil or anything?
Yes, a pencil, yep.
Okay.
If your fish, flower, whatever you're doing, has really pointy edges, it's not a bad idea to sort of slightly round them off. It's easier to go round and round than it is to do a point when you come to do satin stitch.
You've got to be mindful that you're going to be stitching around these edges, so yeah, don't make it too intricate.
So there we are. And
that darker fabric's perfect.
It is absolutely super. Well, I was emulating the sort of the fish I did on my beach bag.
I love that beach bag. I mean, it's perfect for the time of year.
Right, so there's, now, again, another top tip, actually it's a shark, is, and you can have it this way up or that way, I think I have it that way up, is before you put it onto the fabric, take the fusible web off.
Okay.
Because otherwise, if you get them carefully arranged, as I did with these three, I had them all carefully arranged on here, and then I realised I hadn't taken the paper off, so I had to move them, because you never quite get them back in that wonderfully artistic way you think you've put them in the first place. So remove the paper. Now, if it doesn't come off with a little wriggle, either a pin or a pair of scissors, just scratch the back, and then you can just tear it away. And for some strange reason, it's static, these things, and they stick to everything. Once you have done that, this is why you take it off, arrange it artistically. And then we're going to stick the iron on top. You're going to have it about there.
And it's lovely because you've got those lighter, but then the darker drama of the fish, yeah.
And that down there. And all I'm going to do now is satin stitch round the edge.
Oh, now any top tips? Because we've kind of got unusual shapes here,
We have got unusual shapes. In actual fact, what I'm going to do is, against my better nature, I need to waste a bit of fabric.
Oh, Jenny, that's sacrilege.
Yes, because I want to show you all something. Oh dear, this is going to hurt. It's how you do points.
Okay.
Right. Whenever you do satin stitch, we need sufficient wodge underneath it. So I've got layered the fabric up, and I'm going to put a bit of paper at the back of that.
It's a good tip, actually, with the paper.
Yeah, paper works well. And it tears away ever so easily. Right, if I wish to go round a corner, let's do going round a corner first. You come up to your corner, and I'm going to turn that way away from myself. So I put the needle down, I'm turning left, needle down on the corner of the work, raise the presser foot, and I'm going to sew back over what I've just done.
Okay.
Very often it pays to re-raise the presser foot and just jig it again, so you make sure you get your needle back in the start of the stitching.
Sometimes people don't realise that you're allowed to do that.
Yes. So drop it in there. And I'm now going to go towards me, so I'll drop the needle in on the right-hand side, raise the presser foot, and I'm going to sew back slightly over because I made a bish of the other one. That's it.
So just making sure that the needle goes into where you've already stitched before.
That's right, thank you.
Off you go again.
And there you can see we've got a pretty good corner. That was where I pushed it a bit because it was sticking slightly. So that's a corner, right? If you want to do a point, I'm regretting not having my open-toed foot on here. It makes life so much easier. Right, come up to where the point is.
Okay.
Again, stop on the opposite side to the point you're going to.
Right.
Turn it back.
Okay.
Raise the presser foot and move the satin stitch slightly away.
Okay, right.
Drop the needle back into the point further down. See you in a moment. There's another trick you can do, and which I'll show you in just a second. So you can get it pretty pointy.
Yes.
A better way to do it is if you're able to do this, and this is where if you've got a machine with a knob, because what you can do with the knob is as you approach the point, you either with the knob turn the width down, or you can do it by pressing the button, but you've just got to do it in a rhythmic
like
way.
tapering it?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Let's just raise that again. There we go. You've just got to remember to press the button at the same speed and run the machine at the same speed.
The practice is one of the key things with this, I'm guessing, Jenny.
Okay, you can see how I've taken it a bit too far, but you can see how you can taper it down. So let's just have a quick look-see at how we can go round our fish.
Lovely.
Make mental note, bring open-toed foot next time, makes life so much easier. Piece of paper on the back. I'm going to take my stitch width down to round about 3.54, thereabouts. Stitch length I've checked, it works pretty well, and you're going to go in and off. So midway over it, foot down, I'm coming up to a corner, I'm going to stop with the needle on the opposite side of the direction I'm going, raise the presser foot, turn the work round. Of course it spins around really nicely on the paper. And onto the point there, drop the needle down, raise the presser foot, spin it round, rejig the foot. Now, when you come to the end, the nose, if you keep the machine running pretty quickly, come on, faster, 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 faster. I am pushing this slightly so I can get to the nose. You can actually, by holding the work nice and firmly, get round the nose all in one go.
Ooh, okay. Oh, you can do it, Jenny. Yay.
Okay, you can get round the nose all in one go. So that's a little bit about satin stitching, is something underneath. Put your open-toed foot on. It does make life an awful lot easier because then you can see where you're going. So there you go.
I love it, Jenny. Thank you so much. Who knew that we're going to have a little lesson in applique from Jenny there. Loads of top tips there as well. So practice is the key thing, and then get those gorgeous fabrics out that you've been working with. And I think this is a lovely way for you to showcase these fabrics. So often we're a little nervous about using fabrics that we love and we fall in love with, and we don't want to kind of lose the essence of those fabrics. That's why applique, just like Jenny has shown us, it gives us the opportunity for you to showcase those fabrics, to pick out your favourite fabric or one of those fabrics that just literally speaks to you. And I love that because you've got so many where you've kind of got those deeper tones on there that are going to sit on those beautiful other kind of lighter, almost canvas style tones that you've got there. $29.99 will get you all 10 of these. They're American size fat quarters, but you are getting the most incredible fabrics in your stash. Absolutely beautiful. We're looking at kind of like a shell and a beach and a sea themed, very, very kind of calming, I think you would agree when you look at these. Absolutely beautiful. That particular fabric there, incidentally, the only way you can get hold of it is within your fat quarter bundle. All the others are still available as half-metre pieces at the bottom of your screen, but some of them are getting quite vulnerable. So if you're wanting larger pieces of these, basically double the size of the piece that you're getting within your fat quarter bundle, then yeah, do check out those half-metre pieces. But they are absolutely beautiful. Work together as a dream, and they've got a gorgeous kind of calmness about them. I love this. I mean, this one is a beautiful. If you're into your embroidery as well, this is the other thing. Maybe you like to do a little bit of embroidery, overlay with organza, get your beads involved with this to kind of give that sandy texture, maybe with these, some gorgeous little kind of sequins on there maybe. Then you've got these fabrics that are going to be perfect to support those if you're wanting to use them in projects, just as Jenny showed us with that bag. Showcase certain elements to really get that striking look. And I love that gorgeous meandering satin stitch that you've got there, building up those layers. The bottom one there almost wrapping around to create the other side of your bag, because they are still good sized pieces of fabric, so they have their practical implications as well. But this is a lovely way of you almost using some of those scraps that you've got left over. If you've got those wide borders, maybe 2.5 inch kind of strips of these, then that's something you could be doing absolutely beautifully, and I love it. All coming together and perfect for the season. That's the key thing with regards to these. So if you are wanting your bundle, then you need to be quick. It's a popular one. Lots of you took advantage of this at 7 o'clock this morning, and also you taking advantage of it during this hour. We've got extended delivery on this particular one, so it's the 6th of June. If you're wanting to get hold of yours, just bear that in mind, but it will be on its way to you, and it's a beautiful bundle, and you will not be disappointed. 592-632 if you're wanting yours. So, Jenny, what have you got planned next?
I'm going to do some tucks, because tucks come out of, strangely enough, the Creative Tucks and Textures book. I wrote this for a company, and they insisted on creative tucks and textures for quilts and embroidery. I said, that's a real mouthful. Oh, we want to call it that. So I'm awfully sorry. Creative is known as CTT in the family.
Okay.
But who says all that? And this has in it a whole load of stuff about tucks. So I'm going to show you briefly how to make tucks. Very simply. And you can play with tucks. And that's exactly what I did with the tucks that are on the bottom of the landscape here. Is I made a few tucks and then I've just flipped them, because you can create wonderful texture. Great for garments, great for soft furnishings, great for anything. When it comes to making tucks, you need a piece of fabric.
Okay.
And I usually suggest that you have a piece of fabric that you can mark out and see the marks on. You'll be marking on the right side of the material. Now, I have a 7.5 inch piece of fabric, because I need to mark 1.5 inches in from one end, and then I'm going to put little marks at 1 inch intervals. Okay. And the reason for leaving 1.5 inches at one end is so I've got a little bit of a seam allowance.
Ah, okay, good tip.
And actually, I should have left 1.25 inches, but no matter. So in a bit from one end, and then at 1 inch intervals, and do the same thing on the other side. Okay, I'm going to have to leave. I should have left 1.25 inches Ignore me. I'm just going to do that. Yeah, I only wrote the book.
No, that's okay. Is it quite mathematical, this technique, or is there a kind of a little bit of give in it?
Oh, there's a lot of give in it.
A lot of give,
yes,
I like
have to have give. Right, I'm going to fold the fabric on the first set of marks. It'll be a dirty mark either end of the fabric. Okay. You can, if you wish, press it, or you can wriggle it on the table.
Oh yes, the friction, yeah.
Good old that.
Good
Underneath
tip.
the sewing machine, and we're going to do 1/4 inch seam allowance. If you do more than 1/4 inch, you'll get deeper tucks. If you do less than 1/4 inch, you'll get shallower tucks.
Okay.
Right, proceed from one side to the other. When you reach the other end, you are not going to raise the presser foot, you are not going to hit the cut thread button, you are going to use a donkey. You're going to sew off the donkey, off the piece of work, onto the donkey's back. You will stop sitting upon the donkey's back. You snip the work away by cutting behind the donkey. You cut his tail there. Right, there's a reason for doing this. I've just done my very first tuck, and that was arduous. Ideally, I'd have thread that matched my fabric. Right, I started that end, I sewed to this end. I'm going to turn the work round, fold it on the next set of marks. And if you've done more than 1/4 inch, you're going to have difficulty in using the next set of marks. But so what? You could always miss them out. Right, next set of marks. I'm sitting on the donkey's back. So over his ears, down the next fold in the fabric, making sure you don't catch the first bit in. All the way down, that donkey's attached, most important. When you get to the bottom, you will want a second donkey. You never need any more than two.
I wonder what the collective noun is for donkeys.
I don't know. So over his tail, onto his back, sit on his back, cut behind the donkey's rear end. So you just cut his tail. Right, notice I've still got a donkey attached. I will explain the reason for that in a moment. Right, I've arrived at this end. I'm now going to sew back. And the reason for sewing up and back and up and back is to stop distortion. If you keep sewing in the same direction, it will distort. Now, these donkeys are useful because I know which way I'm going, because I'm now going to be sewing towards a dangling donkey. All right, the donkey's dangling at the bottom. I'm sitting on the first donkey. I'm going to sew over his ears. There you are, nice little donkey. I'm going to gallop across the field. Gallopy, 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 gallopy. And I'm heading towards my other donkey who's hanging around waiting for me. Hello, little donkey. Here he is. So off the main piece of work, onto the donkey's back. Sit on his back, and there'll be 2 snips, this times and last times. Snip twice. And should Hayley now talk to me and I forget the direction I'm going, I'm not going to, because I've got a dangling donkey at the bottom. Why the donkey? Well, the donkey's going to do several things. One is your machine doesn't get unthreaded because you haven't stopped sewing. Another reason is you tend to sew straighter as you come off the end because you're still thinking sewing. It doesn't jump out of the take-up lever quite so much. It doesn't jump around in the bottom bobbin quite so much. And it's generally a much smoother way of stitching. You don't have all those long thread ends that can get into animals, etc., etc. And if you use 2 of them, you will always know the direction you're going to go in, because I now know I'm sewing towards that dangling donkey, what's hanging at the bottom. Okay, I know it's not terribly kind to donkeys sewing onto their back, but I'm sure they won't mind too much.
And it's
all
such
the way
a
down.
top tip. I mean, Jenny, anybody that's had issues where whenever they cut their thread, they find that they're having to re-thread their needle, this is going to just take care of that.
It also means you're setting off on a piece of fabric, and machines like to set off on a piece of fabric. So you just have a donkey there all the time. And now I know I'm going to go that way towards that donkey. It's one of those things, Hayley, that's actually brainless, which is probably why I can do it. If you apply thought, you'll get in a muddle. So if you're having a muddle, you're probably far too intelligent.
That's it. Don't think too much about it.
No, just do it. On, off. Sit on the donkey's back, so off his back, over his ears. Give him a pat as you go past. Hello, little donkey. Onto his back, over his tail. Snip, snip. We've got one more to go.
And just as Jenny's doing that, I was just in my own little world watching Jenny there and learning so much from her in the process. So much so that we've seen a real spike in people actually placing their order for their fat quarter. So much so that approaching 70% of the stock has gone now. My goodness, you've got an £8.50 saving, which is a brilliant saving, because when you're looking at this, you're getting 10 fat quarters for the equivalent of just shy of £3 a fat quarter. So you're looking at kind of, well, almost 3 of those fat quarters coming in that bundle price from your usual price that you're not kind of paying for, really, when you think about it. So you'd normally, for the price on your screen there, you'd normally be getting 7 of your fat quarters. You're actually getting 10 with this particular bundle. They're beautiful. I think the key thing is the print. It's just such a calm print with this one. Sometimes we bring in lovely bold fabrics, quite unique, quite retro, but this one has just got a really calm kind of, it's a fabric that makes you kind of go, and just rest and think, and that's the thing. It is.
It was just soothing. It was. We've had so much sort of upheaval recently that just to have soothing, quiet, calm,
nice, quiet, calm fabrics. That's a good way of putting it. What are you doing now, Jenny?
Right, I'm just pressing my tucks flat because I'm just going to twiddle my tucks. Nothing like a bit of tuck twiddling. Okay, so I pressed all the tucks in one direction, and now I can sew across them, flipping them as I sew. So move number 1 is I will stitch them down in the same direction at one end.
Lovely. Oh, Jenny, we had a lovely email in from a fan of donkeys, and it's a herd of donkeys. I wasn't too sure whether there was a collective noun or not.
What is the collective noun for donkeys?
It's just a herd.
A herd of donkeys.
It's a shame. They need a more glamorous word than a herd. I like donkeys.
Can you have a herd with 2 donkeys? I don't think that's really a herd, is it?
Yeah. It's like a mini herd.
Right, so I've sewn across one end. I'm going to turn the work round, and again I can still keep using the donkeys, and I'm going to sew across the work and flip the tuck. So I'm going to go flip, flip, flip.
Oh, so they're going in the opposite direction.
Flip, flip. If you've forgotten, this is also a YouTube demo of me doing it that you can go if you do tucks and textures.
Lovely.
Cut the donkey off and shift it down a bit. Cut behind the machine, so I've now twisted the tucks. Now if you go too close, you get distortion. If you go too far apart, it's boring. Back again round the other side. Now, Hayley, do I have to sew straight across here? No, I could sew across these tucks with a wiggle. So you could actually wiggle away, create sort of wave-like formations.
Then. Very forgiving technique.
Oh yes, of course it is. That's why I do it.
Julie, incidentally, who emailed in about the donkeys, she's saying that she's loving the show. She loves seeing you here at the craft store, Jenny.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, and thank you for replying about the donkeys. And I'm sorry it's only a herd. There we go.
We'll have to make up our own new words for next time, I think.
Yes. So you see, you could wiggle, and you can wiggle back again, and you can go backwards and forwards across the piece of work, doing exactly what you like.
Very, very effective.
It's always easier going the direction you've actually pressed them in, because you don't have to do any work. So when you go in the other direction, and notice again, I'm using my donkeys, I'm going from side to side across the fabric. So now you're going to flip and flip. Now if your fingers aren't easily flippable, you could either use the points of a small pair of scissors, or perhaps something like a barbecue skewer or your stitch ripper, just to flip the tucks over and flip, and flip, and flip, and finally, it's all the F's, flip, 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 flip. Grab the donkey, shift him down a bit, and I've had no problems with my machine getting unthreaded. And one last line, there we go.
Look at that.
We'll just go along the bottom there.
Jenny, when you're working out the piece of fabric to start with, I mean, how much, I mean, with the maps of it...
Good question. If you're marking your tucks out at 1 inch intervals and you're doing 1/4 inch tuck, you'll lose ½ an inch for every 1 inch you mark out.
So that's a good rule, so then you know how big your fabric needs to be.
And I'd always go for a little bit more, because if you've only got a fraction out on your seam allowance and it's going to contract or expand, you can always cut a bit off. But if it's contracted a bit, because your idea of a 1/4 inch slightly too big, then you've got a bit extra to play with. So for every inch mark, you're going to lose ½ an inch.
Okay,
so that comes down, fairly easy to work out. So have a bit more, and just play. And if you can't sew straight, does it matter? Light and shadow, a bit more light and a bit more shadow, neither here nor there. There we go. See?
Isn't that fabulous?
A panel of tucks, and you can see at the beginning here I've got slight distortion. I was a bit too close, but going further out, and can you see that on a garment?
Oh yes.
On a curtain, something like that. On a panel round a quilt of some nature. And you can do other things with it. So we go to the book and have a quick flick through. You can actually do twice tucked up.
Okay.
Do tucks in both directions. That was one of my stretches of the imagination. There's no reason why you can't embellish the tucks.
So what's the history of this style of sewing? Do you know anything about it, Jenny?
Tucks have been around for a very long time. And all I did, in fact, it came about because of the Sitting Guilds. I was teaching the Sitting Guilds and they brought out part 2. And in part 2 it said, thou shalt teach texture. And I thought, I have to think of some ideas. So obviously a tuck is a raised piece of fabric. And then I thought, well, what if you took it to another level? What if you started to play with it?
Yes.
So I then said, do they have to be like this? Why can't you play with it? Because you could have done something else with them, which we didn't do, which is how you do the honeycomb effect.
Oh, look at that.
Where you do 2 tucks together and 2 tucks apart, 2 together, 2 apart, 2 together, 2 apart.
And it's all to depend on which way you're folding the fabric.
Absolutely, which way you fold them. So, you know, you really can play with the honeycomb effect with various tucks. You can then add embellishment to the edge. You can satin stitch down the edge.
And have you got tucks on your waistcoat?
I have indeed. In fact, the tucks on my waistcoat, you may come near my chest if you wish.
That's very kind of you, thank you. I should have asked first.
This was done by taking an embroidery thread and couching it down the edge of the tuck.
I see, yeah, another technique.
So you just use it with a wide zigzag. And again, I think I did a YouTube video on that. If you go to look up Jenny Raymond Tucks and Texas, somewhere there's a YouTube video. If you can click you like it, that would be rather nice. But there you go. So that's a little bit about that.
Isn't that fabulous? I'm learning so much in this hour. Now, don't forget, with that particular book, you're going to get 2 books. It's almost 2 books for the price of one, because if you were going to go for... Oh, I forgot which one it was now. One of them was $14.99, wasn't it? Was it that one?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's $14.99 for this one on its own, which is a brilliant price, don't get me wrong. I mean, it's chock full of information, as Jenny just showed you. But we've got a deal where you can get both of those for £18.94. So you're only paying an extra, what, £4 and 5p, something like that? Not a lot more, is it? Is it just under £4? Oh yes, it is. Yeah, it's just under, isn't it? I'm just doing my maths the wrong way around. And you're going to get your material magic in there as well. And this one is chock full of loads of different ideas. We've got these wonderful little bags sitting behind Jenny. You can see those on the shelf behind her. They're fabulous, these little bowls, aren't they? You've got your patterns in there as well, which I think is phenomenal, because you're going to be able to create your own interlocking triangles there, and of course your half hexagons and your diamonds, which are all very fundamental when you're talking about hexes. Interlocking triangles there is a lovely little project there, and this is brilliant because you can see the photography and the tuition that you are gaining through this. I mean, Jenny is such a brilliant teacher, but you can see every single step, so it's almost like Jenny is sat on your shoulder helping you along as you go, and it's just a lovely way for you to start stitching and sewing, maybe in a slightly different look. Maybe you're always doing quilts, maybe you're always doing dressmaking, and you fancy something that's a little bit of a breakaway, something a little bit change, or maybe you are an accomplished quilter and you like some new techniques. Well, here you go. Can't go far wrong with that, can you? Both of them coming to you for just £18.94. Absolute bargain. But the fat quarters, these are gorgeous. You've been loving these ones. Beautiful tones, and I love this as well because they're kind of not a gender-specific style of fabric. I mean, they're just beautiful. Anybody would love this. Age, generation, it doesn't matter what you're creating or who you're creating these for, should I say. They're absolutely beautiful. £29.99. You're going to get all 10 of these American-sized fat quarters coming to you. Just incidentally, if you have just joined us, this particular one has sold out as a half-metre piece. All the others are still available at the moment, but they're hanging on by a thread, if you excuse the pun. At the bottom of your screen, you've got half meters, which you can choose of these. It's all self-explanatory on the website, but if you're wanting 2 half meters of the same piece, it will actually come to you as a full meter piece, and you've got loads of scope for that. So whichever way you're getting hold of your fabrics, just make sure that you are. As Jenny's been showing us during the 7 a.m. show this morning, and also during this show at 9 o'clock this morning, not 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock this morning, should I say. Jenny, what are you up to over there?
I'm just going to show you quickly how to make delectable mountains, because I'm rather fond of delectable mountains. I had a class yesterday and we were doing it. So delectable mountains are these things.
Okay.
And actual fact, I was fiddling around at the beginning of the show, and I bet I've lost the square that went in the middle, because I reckoned if you did 4 of them, you could actually pinwheel them round like this, and where's the other one gone to? There it is, like that, you see. And you get rather an interesting design, because you do it with partial piecing, and there was a square there somewhere, which has now gone completely walkabout, but there was a little brown square in the middle. So you could play with these things, but how do you do it? Okay.
We've only got a couple of minutes,
That's
Jenny.
all right. You want half square triangles, and I actually use the template we've got on the 1 o'clock show, which is the half square triangle. I use the entire thing.
Okay, 1 o'clock, got it.
You want 2 sets, the same colours. Take the second pair, so I've got 2 squares made of half square triangles, match the colours, right sides together, okay? Do not have them the same way up, right sides together.
Okay.
You then cut this into as many strips as you like, so measure it. Now this happens to measure 7 inches. I'm going to cut this into, I'm going to go for about, I'm going to go into 3. So I can do 2 1/4, just over that. That'll show you, right.
So do they all need to be equal strips?
No, they don't actually.
Okay.
They could be what you liked, because when you see what happens, opens it out, I'll have a fatter one. Right, I'm going to turn my mountain round this way, because I'm going to have a dark mountain, because you'll see. Right, so I've got 3 sections.
Okay.
Open the first 2 out. We have a dark arrow pointing towards you, the viewer. I'm going to swap it over and have a light arrow pointing towards me, the teacher.
Okay.
Right, now take the next set, and if you take the top one, he will go this side,
Yeah.
and his friend goes on the other side.
Okay, yeah.
And then we go to the last set in this case. The top one goes this side, and his friend goes the other side.
Oh, wow.
And that is how you do it. It's as simple
so
as that.
effective.
And you could have had really thin strips, you see, or you could have had fat and thin ones. It wouldn't have mattered. You can play. You could have mixed and matched. And when you've done it, you've got a marvellous idea for a border. Who called it delectable mountains? I don't know. People have called it other things since. You could have dark mountains. You could have light mountains. You could have patterns going across. I mean, you can play.
Fabulous. I love it.
It's a super thing. There you are.
More from Jenny at 1 o'clock. Thank you. It's a pleasure.
You too.
Always
Thank you.
love working with Jenny. I know you'll be back at 1 o'clock. I certainly will be. Anything in your basket, though, check your baskets out, especially with this gorgeous fabric. We'll see you a little bit later on. Oh, we've got the most amazing house, some beautiful stamps. Make sure you stay tuned for Fairy Hugs, Stamping with Julia. Then I'm back with John next door in the one-day special before we rejoin Jenny to learn even more at 1 o'clock.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it, and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Press Cut, and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
Hi, I'm Jo, and I have the pleasure of demonstrating for That's Crafty. That's Crafty are a family-run business that started online in 2005. Initially as an online business, the company has grown, and Graham joined the business in 2015, and they now produce their own surfaces and stencils. That's Crafty have a wide range of products, including stamps, surfaces, stencils, paints, inks and mediums, all geared up for mixed media and papercraft alike. I hope I can inspire you by bringing along my experience together with the That's Crafty products. So make sure you don't miss the That's Crafty shows.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hello and welcome. Marvellous to have your company. You are, of course, tuned into the Craft Store. I'm Leona and she's Julia. Yay! Hello, my lovely Julia.
Hello.
How are you doing today? I know we've literally just been chatting about how busy a bee you've been.
Yeah. I'm sorry, it's me again.
No, don't be daft. I don't feel like I've seen you in ages, so don't be daft.
We kind of ships in the night, aren't we?
We are. But I think the thing is, it's funny, isn't it? I know we do have people who watch all the time, and we're background noise for some people. Do you know what? It is funny, right? If you have this on in the background, if we go really quiet like this, does it make you wonder what's happened?
It's usually buffering if you're watching it on the telly, on the on the internet.
On that internet. We just stop and do this for a bit. But no, I think this is the thing, isn't it? With TV, there's people who just catch snippets of us. So there'll be people who haven't seen you in ages.
Aren't we? We're here for that. So whatever rocks your boat.
Exactly.
Something for everybody, isn't there?
Yes, we hope so. We hope we're ticking all the boxes. And today our lovely Julia is bringing us fairy hugs. Now, we've both done fairy hugs. I mean, beautiful stamps. And I love them because they're fantastic for building scenes.
They are.
But they are ace if you've got a good background.
They're absolutely, yes. So I mean, fairy hugs do actually do their own background scenes, so that's a really good starting point if you're not actually into making your own. But any kind of background you've got lying around, you can throw some on. And you know me, I mean, you did the one day special in January, and I was a bit scared of scene building.
Yes, you were.
And I'm getting there, and I think you do get a relationship built with your stamps. And as you collect fairy hugs, you get more in your collection, and so you think, oh, what can I put in there? And you pull all the different elements in, and it does come to you. I'm still no expert, but you do get that. So if you're scared, just start with a few and see how you get on. Just play, absolutely.
And this is the thing, it's only by playing that you'll find out the bits that look really good and the bits that you need to avoid.
Yeah, absolutely. And you also learn how to stamp your stamps, because some need more attention than others.
Yes.
Like the silhouettes need more ink, and you'll need to stamp them 2 or 3 times to get it nice and rich.
So you get that really nice,
But
deep.
I mean, fairy hugs are top quality photopolymer stamps, so you're not going to worry on your quality. If you treat them well, they're going to last you absolutely years and years. I'll be 6 foot under by the time they're actually, wore out.
Take them with you.
Yeah, I'll be buried with my fairy hugs.
Now, we better show you what we've got. Absolutely beautiful. They are biased in wonderful Florida. I wonder what the weather's like over there at the minute. So we have got an extended delivery. It's going to be going out on the 27th of May. So you haven't got too long to wait, only 7 days. Now, your first collection, you may have seen some of these before, you might not. Obviously, there's loads of different options available. So, first of all, you've got the beautiful fairy. Now, with her, Lantana, what you've got with her, she could be holding something. Obviously, you've got the lanterns, so she can be holding lanterns, but it doesn't need to be, because there's going to be other things within the collection, isn't there?
She could be letting things go.
Yeah, let it go.
Yeah.
Don't sing that. Get sued. I'm not carrying on. Under 10 seconds, we're safe.
But like there's some little
that's beautiful.
Little bits of little gems coming from her, so you can use your glitters. You can have anything really, and the lanterns, like you see in that sample, you can actually only use a section of them. You don't have to use them to their full length. They go very well with other items we've got on the show, like the fairy poem. Obviously, we've got the bear on the show as well. That is the lantern tree that we've had on before as well.
They're lovely, absolutely gorgeous. So you've got your beautiful lantern, you've got your gorgeous little fairy. You've also got these little beautiful, your fireflies. And these are fabulous because they do look like they're tiny little light bulbs. They've got the light bulb bums, haven't they?
Absolutely. And on close inspection, you will actually see that they are 3 different stamps. They're not 3 of the same thing.
Yeah, because they've got different wings,
They've got
haven't
different
they?
wings, yeah.
Yeah, no, they're really cute. Now, only $15.99. You have got 6 stamps in total. 341944 is your item number, and they are really super pretty. And it is the detail as well, and I love a silhouette stamp. Now, the next set that we've got within our gorgeous fairy hugs, we have got more than we're showing you in the first round, so do check out the website as well, but we didn't want to do too big a counter right at the beginning. So your next one, now, we were chatting about this, chatting about scene building, chatting about all the different different things you can create. If you've only got characters, you ain't going to be building a scene. You need these kind of things in order to create more depth, more interest, don't you?
You absolutely do. And I mean, Fairy Hugs have been on the channel since October last year, and when I first started, I think they said to me, just choose. Here's the website. Just choose some stamps from there.
Yeah.
All right. Then.
Nice.
But
Go shopping.
Yeah. Until you actually realise that you do need plenty of foliage, you do need some structure. So you do need trees are great. And until you realise that, then I'm only just getting to grips with putting a show together properly. So we've got those foliage bits. So it's very important. And the flying owl is just...
He's beautiful.
He's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, the flying owl is just... I mean, that is just gorgeous. If you love the bear, we have got the bear on as well. I love that. So it's important to have lots of different types of trees as well. If
and different sizes too.
Yeah, otherwise you haven't got depth, dimension and interest.
Perspective.
Exactly. So if you do want to get hold of this one, you are getting the and obviously the thistles. I've got so many photographs on my phone, and storage no longer available. I have now got so many photographs of thistles. Thistles in winter, thistles in summer, thistles with a cobweb on it. Tell you, obsessed with thistles. So you've got your thistles, you've also got your beautiful trees, and then of course you've got that beautiful flying owl. That's only £19.99. You've got 5 stamps there. That's 297105. Now next we've got for you the sentiments. Again, words are seriously important. I love a good sentiment. It's a finishing touch, isn't it?
It's quite new to Fairy Hugs actually. We haven't been doing sentiments for that long. I think the first ones we had in April. So they are quite new, but they've done really nice fonts. They actually read nicely. They have got nice words in them. So these haven't been seen on the craft store before.
Ah, fabulous.
So these are all brand new.
Can I read to you?
Yes.
If you keep on believing, the dreams that you wish will come true. Just keep on believing. I mean, lots of us haven't won the lottery yet. However, keep on believing. Wisdom begins in wonder. Oh, I love that. That's my favourite. Wisdom begins in wonder. May your life be like a fairy, flying freely in the joy and beauty of each new day. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Yeah,
they're lovely. They're not kind of sickly.
You
know, they're and because we all need sentiments like that at the moment, don't we, really?
And I like things like that because, as usual, I like to use them not just for card making, but you can put them in your journals.
You can also use them for backgrounds, obviously, as well. And remember your second-generation printing. So it's a great background.
Yeah, I love them. If you do want your sentiments, 3 beautiful stamps. They're only £13.99. 346 573. Now, as I said, we have got other goodies on the show, so please check out the website. It is thecraftstore.com. You will be able to see the stamps. Now, obviously, everything mixes and matches beautifully. So if there is anything you want, please do have a perusal. If you've got all these already, then send us photographs of what you've been making, because we do love seeing some of your inspiration. Studio at thecraftstore.com. Okay, our lovely Julia, over to you. Where are we starting?
Okay, well, look what I've got.
It's our Paola's book.
I've got a Paola book. I've got a Paola book. Bonus journal. So what I thought we'd do is, during the 2 hours, if we manage it, I'm going to use every single stamp on the show in this book.
Amazing. That's a bit of an ambition, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
You can do this.
They won't be complicated.
We're going to keep believing in you.
Yeah, they won't be complicated. So it would, you know, at home, you could actually create one of these as a little reference. It's also going to show you how you can actually do things on a smaller scale, because these pages aren't so big. I mean, obviously with Paola's journal, you could actually just work on something that size, which is going to give you a big piece. But I quite like the popper black. So I've cut the panels in, and we're going to be working on the panels. And I do have a plan as to what we're going to use.
Amazing.
So obviously, with this one, I mean, nothing's stuck down yet, but when I'm going to use this, I'm going to have my front piece stuck down on there eventually. So I've got to bear that in mind. So I've got to figure out where I want my poem, because my poem's going to go on first.
Okay.
So I'm going to use my stamping platform.
So I'm just going to kind of just position it and then move it out. So that's where my poem's going to go.
Super.
And this is going to be the starting point of all of it.
Lovely.
As long as I don't move it. Get my magnets in. And I'm just going to stamp it in black. I'm going to use my VersaFine Clay because it's nice and juicy. And I've just treated myself to a new one.
Oh, always a nice idea.
Yeah, yeah, until I get a re-inker.
I drive myself insane. I never remember I've put my re-inkers. I'd do me own head in. I was swearing at myself last night for that very reason.
So this one's quite juicy. And what I'm working on is one of the Fairy Hugs backgrounds.
Beautiful.
Which we did bring to you back in October. But obviously you can create your own background. This is just so you can see the stamps. That's what we're concentrating on. Not making backgrounds, but just showing you the stamps.
Gorgeous.
I am a little bit low, so we might not get the top of the M in.
Still can read it. Lovely.
Absolutely beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that's that.
And like you said, I do like the combo of the fonts as well.
Yeah.
Got a really nice selection of fonts there.
Then we're going to go on to Lantana. And like I say, I need to remember. So if we go back to our journal, it's only the front page and the back page that you need to think about. So I'm making life hard for myself by starting on the front. I like that. I'm actually going to start and just go all the way through, rather than think, oh, should I do that demo first? Should I do that one? I'm just going to work all the way through. So,
start to finish.
Start to finish, and let's hope we can finish. If not, I'll just finish it on a Facebook Live. Right, so she's going to come in here. Now, again, you don't have to stress too much that you don't get in all of her wings in, but I am going to manage to do it by the looks of it. So
it looks quite nice when they're falling off the page.
It does.
At least it looks like they're almost flying into that
absolutely,
vision, doesn't it?
So I need to remember that I'm going to bring my lanterns in. So she's going to be holding that. So I need to get a little bit of that in. So she's in the right place. She's in the right place. So, of course, now I've got to move that.
And if you wanted to, I mean, you know, if her wing was slightly going into the words, you just wouldn't need to ink up the full thing, would you?
It's absolutely fine. In fact, it's not too bad if she's overlapping a bit, to be honest. Not going to stress too much if she moves on my sticky fingers. And like I say, they're very, very good photopolymer stamps, very, very good quality. No issues whatsoever with the stamps.
Yeah.
You might find, like I say, because she's a silhouette, she's been stamping really, really well for me, actually. She's a smaller stamp. But sometimes you might find that you've got to stamp a couple of times.
Yeah.
Sometimes, and occasionally, you will find manufacturing residue.
Yes,
on there, and you will even see that your VersaFine Clay pulls a bit. All you need to do is clean your stamp and then have another go.
Yes, yeah, I've noticed that with the stamp.
There she is.
I mean, that is just such a beautiful image.
Yeah. So I have actually dusted it with my anti-static bag, so we could actually put embossing powder on there if we wanted to.
Yeah.
But it's going to take time, and I haven't got time.
Something we haven't got.
So,
and I do think just stamping them in black, I love that, because the silhouette, it just looks so effective in black.
Yeah, they do look lovely actually on some of the backgrounds, stamped and embossed in white, or using some of the Sentimentally Yours. Get the words right, Julia. The sparkling embossing powders, like Cosmic Black.
Yeah.
So she's going to be holding it about there.
Beautiful.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a piece, first of all, I'm going to grab a piece of low-tack tape, and I'm actually going to put a bit of masking tape on my stamp, first of all. And then I can line it up within her hand, like that.
Beautiful.
Pick it
and
up.
have you put the masking tape on the bit, on the stamp, so you don't...
It's on there at the moment, but my thing is inky, getting ink on there and forgetting to take the mask off. And to make sure that I don't actually get any residue, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pick up my the masking tape with my poker tool, and I'm actually going to stamp ink up under the masking tape.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and then I'm going to bring the masking tape back over.
So you're not going to try and remember to remove it because you know you always forget that bit.
Yeah. I know myself.
Yeah, that's good. And it's one of those that, yes, you can do either which way, but
you can
do the way that you actually remember.
Yeah, do the way that you're comfortable in. So she's now holding her lantern.
Yeah, that's ace. I love the lanterns because, yeah, they will look amazing from the fairy, but like you know, with the tree.
Or you can have them coming in at the top. You could have them just coming in at the top like that, which would be lovely. It's really nice. I mean, a lot of companies do it now, having your acetate sheet printed.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's what I do. I take them out of the packaging and I kind of move them around the page so I can figure out exactly where I want things.
And the lantern's good because that's where you want to introduce your light.
Yeah.
So you know, obviously you can have light radiating out from it.
You can colour them in, obviously, as well. So we're just going to add a little bit of detail underneath. So let's just, so we don't make a mess of my mat. I'm just going to bring in, and I'm not worried about my little bit there now because these can hide. This is your whimsical flower cluster.
Beautiful.
And so we're going to bring that in. And we're just going to stamp some on the edge here, maybe round the bottom as well.
Wonderful.
And I'm going to bring in, I think I'm going to bring in the Monarch Versafine Clay, which is a lovely purple. This is such a useful stamp.
Yeah, I like that one. I haven't seen that one, actually.
No, you haven't got that one, have you?
I haven't got that one.
We're going to go second generation as well.
That is pretty. It's really pretty, that. That's a very nice detailed one, isn't it?
Yeah, and then we're going to go second. So we've just got some detail at the bottom there.
Oh, yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
Because it helps frame it as well, doesn't it?
It does, absolutely.
That's really
And then
pretty.
we're going to just bring in, I think we're going to bring in a firefly at the top.
Gorgeous.
Yes, we can.
That little flower, if you do want the gorgeous little the little flowers, they come with, and this is a lovely set actually. So you've got your beautiful bluebell, you've got your whimsical flower, and your dotted mushrooms. And the mushrooms are so cool. Only $17.99 for those. We will of course be showing you live when I've dropped down counter. 872306 is your item number there. Back to you.
So just going to put a firefly in the top. Just the one. I have to be careful because my ink's wet.
Beautiful. Yeah, the fireflies are really cute.
So that will go. I'm not going to stick it till I'm dry. That's going to go in there.
Oh, see, look at that.
Like
see, you really don't need much, do you, to create a really lovely scene?
No, not at all.
Yeah, that's
not at all.
pretty.
So we've used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stamps.
Yeah.
And you can, and if you want to, you can extrapolate that out and make a bigger card if you want to.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
That's the front cover.
And the flowers would go nice, you know, on the little, on the hinge.
Yeah.
The flowers would look nice on that as well,
you can
wouldn't
take
they?
them up, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I love that, Julia.
Okay.
Right, seeing as you've done front cover, shall I give a quick reminder?
That's fine, and then I'll do the next double page
Let's
spread.
do that.
Yeah.
We've got a plan.
Yeah.
We've got a plan with our Julia. OK, so you've seen the first 3. However, I'm going to remind you of... Which one would you like me to remind them? The sentiments. So if you do want the sentiments, really, really beautiful. Remember, you have got your 3 different sentiments here. Really nice fonts as well, and they just finish your card. Loads of ways that you can use these. So you have got, may your life be like a fairy, flying freely in the joy and beauty of each new day. You've got wisdom begins in wonder, and then you've got, if you keep on believing, the dreams that you wish will come true. Fingers crossed. £13.99 is your price. 346573 is your item number if you'd like to go for that one. Now, we've also got for you. Now, ones we haven't shown you yet, so, and again, absolutely gorgeous. And these 3, you've got your 2 fairies that are just playing your music and just dancing. They're just having a lovely time, quite frankly. And then with these ones, again, look at the detail in the wings. I love the musical bar as well with the musical notes. So you've got your lovely saxophone player, which is wonderful. You've got the beautiful violinist, or I wonder if it's a violin or I wonder if it's a thingy. Fiddle. That's the word I'm after. I reckon it'll be a fiddle.
I think so.
Yeah, I think that's more sort of, yeah, more sort of playing around when you're dancing, for some reason, I've decided. And then you have got that wonderful musical bar as well. Absolutely stunning. Now, if you would love to go for this one, only £21.99. You are, of course, getting all 3 stamps, and these are good size stamps there. 629848, your item number. Now, next we've got, and this is what we were saying about the stamps. You need different trees and you need different focal images. I said we got the bears. We've got the beautiful bear family here, and the bears are just lovely. Again, silhouette stamps, so you're getting that really rich sort of print when you've actually inked them up. So you've got your 3 little birds. You've also got the silver birches. Silver birch is one of my favourite trees, very symbolic of silver birches. And you have got your beautiful little owl just sat there watching in, which is lovely. And of course you're layering these up. You will be using these with other stamps. They just help add to the scene. And you see, you can use and mix and match them with different trees, etc. And I love it. And of course, if you do want any of the other stamps, then hopefully on well, they have been on, some of them have been on, but hopefully they will be back with us as well. And that's your beautiful bears. Love the bears. And of course the lanterns for the first one. Now if you do want those, only £19.99 is your price. Now you've got 6 stamps there, 037852. Next, and I've just been chatting actually about the beautiful moose. We've got the moose here as well. Now with the moose, you've got your 2 mooses, if that's the one, your mooses. So you've got your 2 little old mooses, and then the branch. Now I really love this. It's your dragon fruits, but quite frankly, I mean, that could be anything. That again could be lanterns. The lanterns will work so well off this, actually.
Have it as the packaging with the like the little fruits hanging. Yeah. But if you use it the other way round at the top of your card, you can have it as just a leafy branch. Yes. And not use the top, if you see what I mean. So you can actually get both of them. It's like a twofer.
It's a twofer. Twofer. Is that one? It's a twofer. Yeah, I really like that one. See, again, it's things like that that you need in your collection. You'll see with this one, we've got the mooses, which are in this collection, but we've got the trees that are in the other 2 collections. You know, your gorgeous little moose there. The moose you can use for any occasion, but that branch, love those branches, and it's a way you can extend them as well. You know, that is an absolute essential.
And the little owl is from the birch trees.
Of course he is. Yeah, he's from your beautiful silver birches that you've already seen. If you do want that collection, only £15.99. Again, everything mix and match beautifully together. 892875 is your item number. Do remember, they are coming from the Florida. So they'll be sun-kissed by the time they get to you. But it does mean you do, their dispatch date is going to be the 27th. Now, these are pretty as well. And these ones, apart from obviously Julia demonstrating these, I haven't seen these before. Apparently the Bluebell hasn't been on before. I really like these ones, Julia. I think these are gorgeous. Yeah. And your little fairy, like...
The fairy is the 2nd fairy hug stamp ever.
Really?
Yeah. Her code is FHS002.
Wow. I love that you remember that. So that's the 2nd fairy stamp ever. She's lovely.
And she works the stone wall really, really well, and I'm going to demonstrate that in a moment.
Yeah, that really works. And I love that she's got the bluebells there. So you've got the beautiful bluebells. I must admit, I adore the little mushrooms. They're well cute.
They're great for fairies to be kind of running over the top of. Yeah. So the 2 musical fairies, Aris and Zelina, they will work really well with the dotted mushrooms.
How do you remember the names? But yeah, absolutely. And then you've got the beautiful little florals as well. Definitely, it's one of those, it's another set that it matches, it works, you know, it works with all the other ones. Now, it's £17.99 for all 3 stamps there, 872306. Nearly there, we're nearly there. Now, we've also got the next one, again, it's a scene builder, and this is lovely. It's the door, because obviously you can, you know, you can have it open, you can have things sneaking in, you can have things peeping out. You can build. This is brilliant for your scene building, because you're building the scene round. This, however, essential.
Yes, essential.
The foliage is essential. Your flower vines you will use again and again and again.
Absolutely. So they're great for coming, just framing your piece like there, long or short. You can also use them as your foliage for your birch trees.
Yeah.
You can have them as like flowers within your birch tree forest on the ground as well.
Honestly, these are so cool.
But the gnome door's tremendous. I mean, it's called gnome door, but obviously it's just a forest door, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's going to work brilliantly with what's coming up in the next bundle, which is your stone wall and your stone walkway. They work hand in hand.
I really like that. That's one of my favourites. I love it because it's just magic, isn't it?
Yeah, and the little owl.
It's just magic. That is beautiful. £13.99 your price. Absolutely exquisite. And that's a little door and your foliage. Honestly, that is an absolute must-have. That's one you need. So don't miss out on that one. And then last but by no means least, as Julia says, this works perfectly because you've got your walkway, so it can be walking to the door, away from the wall, of course. And I am going to turn that round, actually. Bear with. So your lovely little stone wall. When you see that, there we go. That makes me happier. So when you see your little stone wall, dry stone wall, obviously. Oh, I'm put it upside down. Honestly, sorry. I know that's fussy, but you know, I'm northern, so we know our dry stone walls. You know, it's a thing, and that I really like that because again, you're building your scenes.
It's
and
also extendable as well. So each side, the cutout means that when you stamp it again, you can slot it in. Wonderful.
So it's been designed properly.
Yes.
I like that a lot. And look at this one with the beautiful path. That's well cool, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
And the little bears as well. Look, she's trying to play the saxophone to make them happy. And as yet, it's working because she's still got all the limbs.
They look actually like they've all had a bit of a falling out, and she's playing to make them look like a bit calmer.
Yeah, it's like, it's all right, just be friends again. Wonderful. Only £11.99. If you do want those two stamps, that's 109952, your item number. Everything's available on the website. That is craftstore.com, or give us a bell, 01733602000. Now back over to Julia for the demonstration.
Okie dokie. So now we're going into our a double page spread here, but we're going to work on the right hand piece, and we're going to use the stone wall, and we're also going to use bluebell. But I thought I'd just quickly, if I actually do it properly, show you how you can extend the dry stone wall.
Beautiful.
Hopefully I'll do it right. I did it wrong in my Facebook Live yesterday.
It's always that one, isn't it? Facebook Live, there's no going back.
There's no going back. No,
Live TV, Facebook Live's no going back.
Yeah, it's not happening, is it?
No,
so
doomed.
Hopefully, to help myself, I put a little dot on my block, so I'll have it up the right way. So obviously you stamp it once, and it's wonderful, and we should be able to just slot this one in there like that.
Perfect.
Just like that.
Just like that.
Hopefully. See, this is the thing. What I do is I turn my block up the other way, and then I forget which way I'm going. But remember, I've got that little dot on my left-hand side, so I should be all right. But you don't have to stress too much about it not lining up, because all you need to do is get your Pigma Micron pen, and you can actually fill in the gaps if you've got gaps.
Yeah. Or you could just, boom.
Boom,
get in. See, now you're like, yes.
Yes. If I don't do anything else right today, I'm happy with that.
I think you just, that's it. Your job today
I'm
is
off,
done.
See ya.
That's it. We'll just walk away while you're ahead. And the thing is, if it does go wrong, that's where your vines come in as well.
That's where your vines come in. That's where you can put your trees as well.
Your mushrooms.
You could even stamp the gnome door and fussy cut it and pop it on the top. You know, there's loads of things you can do. So don't panic. But I'm rather pleased I actually got it right for once.
Sorry, I've got my hands in my pocket.
Right. So we've got this here. And I'm not going to stamp the entire thing. What I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to actually stamp it in Versamark, which is going to kill my Versamark because that's got black ink on it now, but never mind.
You rebel.
Yeah, never mind. So I'm pleased I've got my dot on there because I know that I'm going to have to extend this a little bit. I've already dusted it with an anti-static bag, and this is another one of the, look at that now, the Fairy Hugs scenes. This is one that we it's actually one of the Under the Sea ones.
Beautiful.
Which we had just a couple of weeks ago. So there will be viewers out there that have got this one.
Wonderful.
So we're going to just pop it there.
I still want photos of you for our lovely viewers.
Yes, please, because I know that people are collecting fairy hugs now. That's quite handy, isn't it? Because I can actually see it.
Yeah, yeah. See, you were meant to have it
I was meant to have a dirty Versamark. It doesn't matter if it's dirty at all. Right. So then this is going to slot in on here. See if I can do it right again a second time.
Now you're pushing your luck,
I am
friend.
pushing my luck, aren't I? Yeah.
With Versamark.
Yeah. Boom.
Boom.
I'm on a winner now, aren't I?
You
right,
are.
let's not use that one because it's got ink on it. Yeah. It's all going to go to pot this afternoon, isn't it?
Yeah, never ever say we're on a winner. Oh.
I'm just going to put pure white on here. This is Sentimentally Yours.
Beautiful.
And so that's going to pop a little bit on there.
Oh yeah, that looks nice.
Yeah, I'm hopefully going to do all of my heating at the same time because I want to bring in Bluebell. And so I'm going to bring in my stamping platform. This is the Crafts 2 one, which I think probably John's got on his show at the moment.
Oh, yeah. And he's give us a little wave. Hello, John. Hello.
Do well here.
So many people came in, it were like, what's going on?
What's occurring?
Didn't they? Half at building came trotting in to have a look at John's show. I'm exaggerating.
So Bluebell, she's just... I've wanted to work with Bluebell for absolutely ages.
Yeah,
Her and the
beautiful.
Kissing Fairy, you know, the first couple of fairies, and the Kissing Fairies just has been on a few times and she's just flown out. So we were deciding yesterday when I was doing a Facebook Live, we were trying to decide what she was up to.
Yeah, what is she up to?
What is she up to? So I'm going to lose a little bit of a wing, but that's fine. It's not a problem. Yes, we decided that... I think Charmaine said she was playing hide and seek.
Yeah, she could be, couldn't she?
I think she's maybe having a really bad day.
Yeah.
And she just can't cope anymore.
Yeah, yeah. She might just be doing yoga.
She might be doing yoga, yes, absolutely.
What's the pose called that you curl up like that?
I wouldn't know.
Can't remember. No, I can't remember. But yeah, maybe I reckon, or she's just having a bad day.
She's having a bad day.
Or maybe she's hiding. Yeah, if she's playing hide and seek and she's just pretending to be a flower.
Well, her wings are showing, aren't they? I mean, she's not going to be hiding very far if she's got a wing showing.
If she is hiding, she's doing a rubbish job of it.
She is. Now,
she's forgot she's got a body.
Now, as I've got a silhouette and I've also got a Versamark on it, what I'm going to do is very carefully lift it up and I'm going to re-ink.
Yeah.
Before I put my powder on. It's not the be-all. It doesn't matter if you actually find that you stamp it and then you put your powder on and it hasn't worked. All you need to do is try and reposition it. That's the key.
Yes.
Because obviously I'm on a funny size page here. Obviously, if you're dealing with a square or rectangle, you can just butt it into the corner and you're fine. So you can just apply once you've actually heat set. But this is a good way of doing it by just applying your ink twice.
Yeah, yeah, perfect. Yeah, and it just builds it up enough.
Builds it up enough, yeah. Okay. So we can see that she's there. And we're going to add the twinkling embossing powder. So we're going to add Cosmic White from Sentimentally Yours.
Maybe she's just having a nap.
She could be having a nap.
Maybe that's how she sleeps, all curled up.
And these wings look really lovely when you perhaps colour them with your watercolour pens and then add some glossy accents on the top.
Yeah, they're beautiful wings. And that's the thing with this one. I mean, realistically, when you look at her, you could be snipping off the wings and using them separately. Like the flower, the actual flower itself, you could easily be stamping up and just using the flower itself. So there is a lot of different things you can do with that one stamp.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
that's a flower. Or you might be snipping the wing and just using the wing. You know, she's got a lot of options, hasn't she?
She has, yeah.
Our tired little fairy.
She's just, isn't she beautiful?
Yeah.
She is absolutely beautiful.
Resting. Our resting fairy, not a rested, resting fairy. So your white embossing.
So we're doing our embossing, so we've got pure white down below and then we've got the twinkling on top. I am going to go from the top because I don't like heating from underneath. I'm very sorry.
Neither.
I just absolutely hate it. And I always end up either overcooking it or...
I've got it in my paper.
Scorching my paper or whatever. And these backgrounds do take ink really well, so when we bring some more back, look out for those.
Beautiful. Yeah, that looks so pretty. And you can see the texture of the stones. I really like that.
So now she's going to get the twinkle on her. And you can still see, I mean, it's a testament to the actual quality of the stamp.
Yeah.
And also to the quality of the sentimental yours embossing powder, that you can still see her, you know, the texture on her legs.
Yes, absolutely.
And the lines in between.
Yeah, because that could easily disappear, couldn't it?
Yeah, easily. Especially as I've stamped it twice.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, quite often it does disappear, doesn't it?
Yeah. And if you're embossing powder with toothpick, you'd absolutely lose that line. So you do have to use the right product for the job. 8723069. Well, our Julia is just heat embossing. We have got 7-day service. In fact, when you think about what day is it? It's Thursday, isn't it? So they were brought out on Sundays. These are some of the 7-day savers that we've got for you. Have a look on the website. Again, it is craftco.com. It's there for you. So on the 7-day savers, you've got cardstock, you've got, I thought they were DVDs at first, I random. What are they? Oh, the books. I'm random. But yeah, we've got all sorts there. Cardstock is amazing. We've also got your magnetic sheets, which are brilliant if you've got any of your dies, of course. We've got our A5 card media collection there. Obviously, you've got some must-haves like your sticky tape, your double-sided tape, which is your super strong sticky tape. Your vellum collection. Now, that is a really, especially with your fairy hugs, the vellum would go beautifully with this. That is definitely one you need to get in your collection. Only $9.99 as well. And actually, look, we've got some sentimental sentiments even. Die bundle as well. That's a good one as well. Anyway, check all that out. Some really good 7-day savers for you. And it ends in 2 days, 20 hours, 22 minutes and 14 seconds. Back to our Julia.
Okay, so we're just going to add a little bit of foliage up at the top.
Beautiful.
So I've got my black thistles here. And again, I'm going to go with the, it's blue though, isn't it? Let's go for a blue. Let's go for Twilight, which is a really dark blue.
Oh, yes.
So we're just adding a few at the top.
Beautiful. I do love the thistles.
So do I. So again, going off the page, give the ink a chance to go in. I did actually find that I stamped one on one of my projects that I was working on, and you know, because I'm not in the stamp press, because I'm going off of the page. I didn't stamp it very well, and I did manage to line it up, which I was well chuffed about. Because there's nothing worse than finishing your project and not being able to line it up.
Yeah, it is annoying. You know, if you're going with your pen, sometimes it's like, yeah, I ain't going to get that right.
But then you've got to go for it because it just looks rubbish.
Yeah.
So that's going to frame that like that. And I am, because I've done a little bit of embossing, I am actually going to grab the clear embossing powder, because you can see how wet it is. And I am going to add the clear on there.
Gorgeous.
Sometimes it's nice not to do it all in black.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And
we do turn to black all the time, don't we?
All the time, literally all the time. But it is nice to mix up your colours, and that one's so rich anyway. It does look nice with a clear embossing, because of clear embossing, it really emphasises the colour as well, doesn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
And yeah, like you said, because you have embossed the others, otherwise it'd look a bit too flat, wouldn't it?
And because these papers do actually hold the ink really well.
Oh yeah.
It is actually nice to do it. Let's do it faster. It is actually nice to do it.
Look at that go. Look at that go. That looks ace, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Now, if you do want the stamps that our lovely Julie is using, you have got that beautiful thistle. I mean, the thistle is fabulous. It's just, again, it's a scene builder. Essential. Your thistle is essential. You've got the lovely trees there, and then, of course, you have got your flying owl, which is just beautiful. And so many ways that you can use these. 295105 is your item number there. £19.99 your price. Okay, back to our lovely Julia.
So I'm just going to stick that in. So we've actually got one page that's actually finished.
Yay!
Yay!
Oh yeah, that's
and actually
lovely.
stuck in. So see, with the black, it really pops, doesn't it? It's lovely, absolutely lovely.
Yeah.
I think we'll do. I think we'll actually move on to the next page.
Perfect.
Because then we'll be dealing with different colours as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
So these are my Diane Reevely inks that I've made a background of, and I've done that thing where she's put loads of ink onto a piece of card, and this is the Sentiment to Yours watercolour card. And I've got my second print, and then I've actually grabbed some bubble wrap, misted both sides with water, and then put it in between the two prints and just left them to dry. So you've got like bubble wrap markings and things, and I've got a gap here because this is actually the print one. So it just gives you a nice background.
Yeah. And the colour works
and the colour works really well. So on this side, see, I've got a plan. We are going for the birch trees, the berry family, and wisdom.
Okay, you.
I know.
You're so organised, Julia.
I've got to be, because I wasn't sure whether it would work or not. So we're going to go with our birch trees first.
Beautiful. Yeah, I love the birch trees, silver birch.
And they are quite large stamps. So we're probably going to make a mess in here, so let's not make a mess of this new platform.
I feel you've been working with Phil for too long.
No, I'm...
Is that you anyway?
I'm messier anyway than him. I'm so messy.
Yeah, but to actually... See, I'm messy, but I don't
hate cleaning my platform. I just don't like it at all.
You're ever so good, because I never do that.
Yeah, so we're going to go with our birch tree, and you can see that you've got like the locked off a little bit. So we're going to go with it there.
Beautiful.
And we're just going to stamp this. We're going to stamp this in a brown, though. Steady on, girl.
Steady on.
Steady on, girl. And I'm going to go for acorn.
Oh, nice.
Which is a bit of a lighter brown.
I actually like the way that is going to fall off the card.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, you don't want it, you know, I like it falling off and then you don't see the end of it.
Yeah, but you can cover up the fact that the ends are there by using your flower vines.
Yes, of course.
So there are ways around it to disguise it.
Yeah.
Look at me, messy person.
Messy crafter.
Messy.
Oh, Julia, you're messy crafter.
So not Phil.
Well, no.
So again, we might need to go a second time just to make it a little bit darker. And I have got some of the shimmer spray on here as well, so you will get a bit of mica resist going on, because it's very hard to stamp over the top of a mica product.
Yeah.
But that's fine.
I like, with the silver birch, and of course you can tell it's silver birch because of the little gaps within the trunk of the tree, can't you?
Yeah.
You know, and they look lovely. You know, if you go in with a white gel pen or something just to highlight those.
Do you know, I'm scared of doing that. I'm not confident at doing that.
Oh, just go for it.
Just go for it. What I'm going to do, because this is actually quite open, what I'm going to do is actually I can bring in the bottom of this one.
Yeah.
And just fill it in a little bit so it doesn't look so empty, because obviously if you're in a forest you want it to be nice and full.
Well, and the thing is, in a forest they're not perfectly aligned. They're all over the shop, aren't they?
But you can't tell because of this page being so all over the place, because it's one of Paola's pages. Not that Paola's all over the place, because of course she isn't. But you know what I mean, because they're weird shapes, aren't they? So you're off of the page anyway.
Yes.
And I think it's quite interesting because it makes you think about your composition slightly differently. Because it's not going to flow, so you've just got a little bit coming in there. So if I take that off there, you can see it's just looking a bit different.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah,
I think that's important, because otherwise it just looks like this one random tree,
and it looks a bit odd, doesn't it? So
on his own.
We're also going to bring in the little owl, because we can.
Oh.
So the little owl's going to sit on his little thing here.
Beautiful.
It's a beauty, isn't it, of clear stamps. You can see exactly where they're going to go.
Yeah.
I mean, rubber stamps are wonderful, but there are a lot of benefits of having clear stamps.
Absolutely. And the silhouette, because you're not having to worry about masking anything off.
No.
Because it's a silhouette, you can literally just stamp over the ground.
Yeah, and if you find that if you say if you went over the top of this, like I'm going to do here, and if we find that you can see too much of the branch, all you need to do is just add some more ink so that this is darker, So it will look, won't look as if he's got a branch up his bottom. It'll look like he's actually sitting on it properly because it's darker. Does that make sense? Not the fact that he's got a branch up his bottom, but it's actually darker. So we're going to have one of our bears coming into the forest. In fact, he's actually having a bit of a standoff with the other page that we're going to have. So we're going to have he's actually leaving the forest, because on the other page we're going to have the moose set, you see.
Oh,
and the moose is going to be having a bit of a standoff with the bear.
A bit of fighting in the forest.
You can tell your stories, can't you? That's the thing.
And you know what? Again, like you were saying with the owl, you know, stamping over the twigs so it fitted. I mean, the bird could easily be stamped in front of the trees and it wouldn't matter.
No, it wouldn't
matter.
And
I really like that because it does allow you to build up your scenes dead easy.
Yeah, and
you don't have to worry.
And you can also do things like your bears and your moose actually standing in front of the trees, and it doesn't look odd.
Yeah.
As long as you build your ink up.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
it saves a lot of masking
and fussy cutting.
Yeah.
I mean, I have done a little bit of fussy cutting for when I do my back page, just because of where the hinge thing is.
Yeah.
But that's the only reason.
Yeah.
So obviously this is quite a deep silhouette. It's got a lot to it. I'm also battling with the mica.
Yeah.
But we'll just go with this second print.
Beautiful.
So there we go there. So he's got the mica going through, but it's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Then what we're going to have is the wisdom sentiment.
Oh, nice.
Stop me if you need to, but
it's okay.
I've nearly finished this one.
Crack on.
Crack on, girl.
You crack on, love.
Wisdom begins with wonder. So this is what the bear's saying to that moose.
It's like,
the moose in the hoose.
Mate, with your wisdom. Or is it the owl saying it?
It could be. They are wise old owls, aren't they?
It's meant to be wise.
The thing is, you can build your own stories up, and I don't know if it's my senility creeping in, because I'm obviously getting a bit older, but I kind of think that I tell stories whenever I'm doing my stamping now, and it kind of gives them a personality.
Yeah, I like that.
And it brings you some enjoyment as well. So you could actually be doing stories with your grandkids, with your kids, you know, with the school children, you know, and it just makes a really beautiful piece. I'm actually going to go over that with black, actually, because I think I want that a bit darker. Where did I put my black? Black, 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 black. I know it's here somewhere. We might be going twilight because I can't see my black. Anybody else see my black? There.
Yay!
Yay!
There's your black.
I'll put it somewhere safe. So we'll put that on there. So what we can also do at the top, so we bring this out now. That's a bit darker, isn't it? So that fits. So if we bring this out now, then you can actually see it, and it's not covered with the other stuff.
Beautiful.
So now we can bring in something like your vines, which I put somewhere for something else. Yeah, your flower vines.
Oh, these
See, I'm changing what I wrote on the back.
I know, you're going off piece.
But you do that, though, because you think, oh, what can go there? What can go there?
Yes,
so
exactly.
let's bring in a green, and we go for this dark one, which is rainforest.
You need that. The flower vine is absolutely and utterly essential. That one comes with your gnome door, so it does. Which is right there, £13.99, 378679.
So you just, although it's still a green and we're going on to green, you can still see a little bit at the top.
Well, and I think that's good because you don't want it to take over. You don't want it to, you know, to sort of drown out the rest of it. But it's just adding that.
Just that little bit of detail, and then below at the bottom, we can bring in. This is all over.
Are you really going out to? Are you really going for it now?
I think I might have wrote these down. This is your whimsical flower cluster.
Oh yeah, you like that?
No,
one.
I didn't write that down. I was only supposed to use 3 stamps on here.
Oh, Julia.
But that's the thing, because I've got them all.
Yeah.
I tend to use loads, and I do find that this one just works so well.
See, that one, I love that. But that, again, I work with the vines, because you could easily have the vines as the grass and then the flowers coming out of it, couldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And he just kind of frames it and finishes it off.
Well, and it looks like he is actually walking on something, doesn't it?
So if we look at
that's
this,
pretty.
So if we bring this in, it'll sit on there.
Yeah, and
like
again, when it's
that.
popped on black, boom.
Pop on black.
Oh, that looks really good. That's so pretty.
But so easy when you've got the tools that you need.
Yeah,
you need
absolutely.
your ink pads and you need your stamps.
Yeah, absolutely. Get some good, nice, juicy ink pads. And Bob's your uncle. OK, now I'm going to give you a few reminders. So first of all, we have got our gorgeous little fairy. She's beautiful. You've got the lanterns. You've also got the lovely little fireflies. Only £21.99 is your price. No, it isn't, because that was a different fairy. The proper details are zooming in as we speak. You can see with this one, I love that. Because can you see the beautiful trees, your wonderful silver birches? I really like that. I think they look so effective on that. And again, the light, you see, the lantern really is, it's an effective stamp because it literally is bringing light into the scene. That one is gorgeous. It's got your wonderful owl on that, which again, and this shows you how many different things mix and match. It's got your beautiful silver birch. It's got the owl. Everything goes together. Now, if you would like this set, £15.99, 341944. I will zoom up a little bit quicker because obviously it's a lot to show you. So next we have got you've got your beautiful trees. Again, you're adding to your collection. So you've got your slender ferns, you've got your thistle here, and that owl that we saw in the other one, which is just beautiful. I am going to show you that because I love that. I love that card. I just think, again, backgrounds, but the thistles, you need the thistle in your life. And that one, of course, the beautiful slender ferns. £19.99 is your price. 297,105. Now, the next one that we've got for you, again, you're building up your collections, you're adding extra elements. The sentiments, again, essential because they'll give you a really nice, it's a variation, quite frankly. And you can see just how pretty they look. Added to your card, added to the design, or it can be the feature image on that delivery. 346573 is your item number if you'd like to go for that one. 346573. Now, if you do want to go for your next one, please remember you have got extended delivery because they are coming from Florida, of course. Now, the next one that we've got for you, and this is gorgeous, you've got your dancing fairies playing the musical instruments, and of course you have got your wonderful notes there, which are gorgeous. I mean, have a look at that. That's mixed and matched with one of your dies, of course, that they can mix and match with. And that one, get your toadstools. Toadstools are essential for fairies. If you would like that one, £21.99, 629848, your item number there. Now, the birch trees, I must admit, one of my faves. I love the birch tree anyway, and you can see throughout the wonderful cards that I've been showing you, you can see how these mix and match. You've also got with your lovely birch trees your wonderful little bears as well. So you've got your 3 bears on that one as well, and you've got your little owl, which is just fabulous. This is the one that, of course, our Julia has just been using. Absolutely exquisite, layering all those trees up and creating those wonderful scenes. £19.99, your price. 037852. Now, the next one that we've got, the wonderful moose. There's a moose loose about this hoose. Anybody remember that? Julie says yes. Now, if you do want your mousses, so you're getting your 2 mousses. That vine leaf is one of my favourites. I mean, it's absolutely exquisite. And that one you can do so much. Only £15.99 is your price. And again, you're building it up, you're creating scenes. You know, of course, with this one, especially, you can layer it. and that'll add so much to your design. And I do believe our Julia is going to add the mousse to the face-off in the next demonstration with the bear. 892875 is your item number. Please remember Julia is back. What time are you back, Julia?
3.
3. So you'll be seeing the mousse at 3 o'clock in the house. Mousse in the house at 3. So next you have got the beautiful bluebell and the whimsical flower. Now with this one, again, you've got your mushrooms. One of Julia's favourites of flowers. That's one of your favourites, isn't it?
It's so useful.
Yeah.
So useful.
They're pretty. Really like them. And then the second fairy that Fairy Hugs ever brought out, only £17.99, and yeah, so elegant. 872-306 is your item number there. Now we're nearly there. Minutes to go, but we're nearly there. So next we've got for you, and this one again, I really think this is a need, quite frankly, the gnome door. I love this one. This is proper magical, isn't it, Julia?
It is, and it's so useful. We try and use that in the 3 o'clock show today.
Amazing.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it fits with the wall really well, and it's just fitting with everything, because it could be, like with Sakar there, it could be a gateway to a magical kingdom, couldn't it? So,
or he's just waiting to eat a gnome when it pops out. See if it were my storybooks.
You obviously write dark storybooks, don't you?
But the original, a lot of the fairy tales before Disney got their hands on them.
They were absolutely,
Yeah, they were. I mean, Pinocchio, it got mad at Doodad, didn't he? At, what's his name? On his shoulder. Jiminy Cricket got mad at him and killed him. And the real one, he did. 378, 679. I think with a little hammer or something like that. It was something awful, terribly violent. Anyway, last one. Last one, you've got your storm. I hope I haven't ruined Pinocchio for everybody now. Well, I didn't. It were the people who wrote it. Anyway, the dry stone wall. You've got your dry stone wall. Again, you can link this, which Julia did beautifully and perfectly in a demonstration, even with the embossing. Whoop, whoop. And then, of course, you've got that wonderful little walkway as well. I love that. Yes, you did it perfectly. Twice. Not once, twice, Julia. Boom to Julia. Right, we are running out of time. Thank you ever so much. Please make sure you tune in at 3 o'clock for our Julia. Julia, thank you ever so much.
Thank you,
Dry stone wall.
I know.
Nailed it. Twice. Julia built 2 dry stone walls perfectly. Sorry. Yeah, I am there. I'm on the right one. Right, we'll see you at 3 o'clock.
See you at 3, yeah.
With more gorgeous fairy hugs. Check your baskets out. See you then. Coming up next, it is indeed our John next door with his family occasions, or then Sewing Easy Quilting Essentials, and then That's Crafty, the 5th anniversary continues.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. We have a wonderful in-house designer called Sue, who hand draws all the images, which we then transfer into rubber stamps. We have very elaborate designs. We have everything from steampunk right through to beautiful florals, and then we have scenic and we have words. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Whether it's stamping, mixed media or art journaling, join us for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. Oakwood Archer is a family-run business, and my son and my daughter work very hard with me to bring the best craft items to you in the UK. We specialise in high-quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made. So don't miss the Daisy Chain Design shows.
Hello there, it's 12 o'clock, so it's our penultimate look at our one-day special. And the deal that has been the popular one is the details on the screen, because you want it all. You don't just want the one-day special, you want all those savings. Now, I will tell you all about this in the next few moments, but needless to say, I'm not here by myself. A lovely John Lockwood is accompanying me. You all right?
No, I'm fine, yeah, sorry.
It's a showbiz wave.
Is that, yeah, no, I don't have a showbiz anything.
I love it.
I don't have a showbiz haircut or anything, it's not me.
I love it. Now, we're looking at an amazing deal here.
Yeah.
Now, we've got the details at the bottom of the screen for your one-day special, because, of course, it is a one-day special that you can be taking advantage of, and the details are down at the bottom there, and you will get those 3 sets of dies that you've got there with all the words on, which we'll explain to you in just a few moments. Now, with your one-day special, as you'd always expect, we have got a saving. You've got £3 saving on that one, bringing it down to £32.97. But most of you are going for the bigger bundle, because you're still getting that £3 saving, but you're getting an additional saving and more within that bundle. So you're also getting an additional set of 2 dies, and these are briefly, well, I say 2 sets of dies, should I say, with these. Now, with this one, you are going to get, as you can see on your screen there, you've got a £5 saving, but we are also bringing the saving forward from the one-day special, so that equates to an £8 saving overall. Unless you're a Freedom member, then you're actually saving overall £13.59, which means you are paying just £50.36 for 51 dies. That works out at less than £1 a die.
I don't know how you remember all that and how you get all that in the right order. I am in total awe.
It's a bit of a flow.
Because I just sort of waffle and you just seem to get it all right. Yeah, this is a collection that's... I'm really surprised because they're worker dies.
Yes.
And I was saying this to you earlier, and I was saying this to one of the buyers earlier. To me, they're worker dies that are on your desk all the time, that you're using all the time.
They don't get put away.
No, but that to me always thinks, well, they've not got the glamour, so they're not going to be as busy. And people have really grasped it.
Yeah.
And I've got to say thank you to everyone who's emailed in with suggestions for more. Yes. Sam's compiling all of those.
I love it. He's making a list.
And he's making a list. He'll check it twice. I'll cross out 90% of it, though. So we will look at more for them.
But I love it.
I think I just love the way that you can actually personalise, and it will meet men, women, children, everything.
Certainly will do. Now, you've got a lovely combination of dies. I don't know which ones to start with, really. Should we start with the occasions? Because it's usually an occasion that we do start with, isn't it, when we're making a card?
Yeah.
There's a reason.
Yeah, we pick what the occasion is, and I did the stencil sentiments in September, which have all of the other occasions on. So that has a happy birthday.
Whoa! How did I do that?
That's because of me using the wrong spray glue, to be honest.
I'll tilt it slightly.
But yeah, I did. So we did all the occasions like Easter and Father's Day, Mother's Day, and then there's a lot missing.
Yes.
Things like new job, sympathy, retirement, good luck. So I started with those, but if you notice in there's none of those on your or happies or anything.
Yeah, your connectives, are they called? I don't know. I
they
don't know
probably
what the word
are.
is.
I said ordinals earlier, but that's not right. That's
those
the little
are your
bits.
sturs and your thus.
Yeah, that's it. I remember from the last show. So what we did was, we put together then a separate set of those, because you may not want everything. And I didn't want anyone to ever feel they've got to buy a particular set they don't want.
Yep.
So you might say, I only want relatives and the bits in between, because I've got the previous set or something. So in here you've got the things like sorry and with and belated, on the lots of love, but again you can use with love You know, you could even go lots of belated love if you want
well, that's
to.
It, yes.
You
belated
can play
birthday,
with them,
yeah.
belated birthday, so you can mix and match them. So that's almost your sort of standard.
Lovely.
And then you've got your relatives, and again, you may think, I'm not going to use relatives, but it's in there. But what I've tried to do again is to cover the majority. So you've got your mother, your mum, grandmother, grandfather, you've got son, daughter, but you've got grand to add to those. But you've got things like step and in-law that you don't normally see.
That's it. And that little ampersand, I mean, that's worth its weight in gold, isn't it? Because you can see that, I mean, it's that connective between the different people that you're sending this card. I mean, I love that idea there. Brother and sister-in-law on your anniversary, great-grandson, all of these different variations. And also, we've got the little numbers there, so they work with other things.
They work with all these. So last month I released the alphabet and the numbers. That's exactly the same font. So they're slightly different size, of course, because they're designed to be sort of more in-your-face toppers.
Yes, yeah.
But it's exactly the same font, so they all work together. So you could go with Mum on your birthday, and then you could put a nice little 60 at the bottom, and it will be in the same font.
I love that. And that's the beauty. If you did go for those last time, then, of course, you'll have those waiting to be teamed up with these wonderful sentiments. And, of course, the way that the dies are, you can kind of play around with the kind of presentation, have it centred, have it off to one side if you're wanting to, make your larger cards, make your smaller cards. It really is a brilliant bundle. Now, of course, we've been talking about those wonderful words, but you're also going to get the additional dies, and those additional dies have been used on this card.
Yep, so you've got your Southie squares, which will give you, and these are basically squares with a little punch circle all the way around them on the inside. And you've got a 1 inch, a 2 inch, a 3 inch, a 4 inch, a 5 inch square, and you've got a 1 inch by 3 inch strip in there, which is perfect size to fit a lot of the words within the set. And then there you can see you've got the tartan.
Yes.
And I know when you look on that, just the two colour looks to me so simple but so complex.
Yeah.
That's one die cut. That's
classic
all
look,
you
isn't
have
it?
to do.
Yeah.
It is a classic.
And I love it because you're getting so many different combinations of those shapes. Obviously, you've got your squares that will sit within squares.
Yes.
Beautiful.
So you can patchwork with them. So like that card, apart from the mats and layers on the outside, everything on that card is made with the squares.
Fabulous.
So you've got, because you've got them in the inch increments, you can patchwork with them.
Good, isn't it?
And every time I say patchwork, I think of you. At home when I'm doing it, I was making a patchwork card for the video, and I was going to say, no, I wonder if this is how Hayley does it.
Bless you. Now, this is something else that I love, because you're getting your rectangles within those, and not just your squares. And your rectangles, again, we go back to that good old John phrase, mathematically correct to work with the
It's getting boring now, I'm sorry, guys. But I try and do the work so we don't have to at home. Yeah. So there you've got tags which are 1 inch by 3 inch, but if you notice, it fits most of the words perfectly.
Love it.
So you may wonder why the grand is in the size it is. It's there so it fits in there.
There's a reason for it. I love it. And again, they'll sit neatly, because you don't have to have them going straight across. So you might think to yourself, oh, it's got to go kind of that way and across, but it doesn't. It can go on the diagonal. And also, because you've got so many of those fabulous shapes, why not patch make them together, as you can see? I love this.
Yeah, that is just beautiful. That's one of our hazels. But beautiful. It works so well, because putting a different word in different bits and patchworking it.
Love it.
I stole half my demos from Hazel from that.
Well, the thing is, it's using all your scraps, even down to those tiny pieces. It's turning them into something that's going to be usable. So the deal on your screen, as you can see there, is for everything. Now, Freedom members, you are paying just £25.18 for that first payment. Second payment is in a month's time, but you can rest assured you are saving £13.59 overall. In fact, if you're not a Freedom member already, I'd consider becoming one, because the saving on this one far outweighs that monthly membership for you to just get started. However, I know that lots of you became Freedom members during our recent event, so perhaps this is a deal for you to take advantage of as well. 97424 but rapidly approaching 3/4 of the stock has gone. Wow. We've got another show at 4 o'clock with this one. Will we have enough stock to see us through to 6 o'clock? I don't know, but what I can say is if you're placing your order now, we can guarantee that this will be on its way to you. Something else that you might want to add in, because it's only frankly going to cost you an extra £5 within that flexi order, is this. Now, this has sold out once. It's been flying out since we got onto extended delivery. The extended delivery is only from tomorrow, one extra day with your dispatch on this one. But you are getting a bumper bundle. The die alone, in my opinion, is worth £9.99, because this is invaluable for when you're wanting to create your own little elements. If you're wanting to create your card candy, and if you know that phrase, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. We're talking about the little circles that you can cut out, so many in one pass, to add those embellishments to your project. So there's little tiny, almost like little eyelets. You can see them all running along here as well. Down at the bottom there, you are able to create those. And as you can see, these have been created from the exact same cardstock as that gingham that you can see for your mats and layers. 2/3 of the stock has gone. It doesn't stop with that die though, because you are going to get some lovely buttons. Now the buttons may vary. They might not necessarily be the ones that I'm sharing with you here, but you will get a nice variety. So you might get sparkly, spangly ones there. You might get shaped ones, as you can see, and you might get some beautiful, bold coloured ones in a variety of different sizes. But you're going to get, is it 5 packs of those?
5 packs. Yeah.
Somebody's stolen 2 of mine. That's frankly
Already?
quite rude. Already? I turned me back for 5 minutes.
It's one of those, when we did the buttons at first, everyone, people said to me, I've got loads of buttons left from when I used to craft. So would I. Can't find them.
Yes.
Can't find them anywhere at all. It's one of those, I think they're always useful to have.
Yes, definitely. And you can see you're going to get a really good selection of these. So if you fancy getting hold of yours, £9.99 is going to get you not only those, but I mean the buttons and the die, all for that. My goodness. That is phenomenal value for money. So yeah, do take advantage of it while you've got the opportunity, because you could potentially miss out on that one. Now, something that we had a little lesson in right to the end of the 8 o'clock show this morning, which I'm hoping to get more of a kind of a tuition from John during this night, is this bundle that we've got here, which is your stenciling bundle. Now, John, talk us through what we've got within here.
So in here you've got the press to impress.
Okay.
And it's quite an interesting fact that I think it was Adam that said. He said, you'd be shocked how many demonstrators on this channel and others use this. And I promise, if you see a demonstrator using this, as Julia did in her last show, they bought it.
Yes, yeah.
They didn't get given them. We don't give, we don't give products out and say, oh, use that, use that, use that.
No, that's,
if they've got one, they've bought it. And to me, that's really important. When you see people who, this is their job, and they put their own money out for a product that they don't endorse or sell, it says it's got to be good, because they've got options everywhere.
I use mine. Whenever I've got a show, there's any stamping on there, it kind of makes you relax a little.
Well, you know it's going to work.
You know it's going to work.
I know it's a strange one, but I said this, I used to design stamps. And when I did, I used to ask if Julia could do the shows for me on them, because I wasn't confident in my stamping of designing them. As soon as the platforms came through, and I got this one, this was the last one I bought, and it was the best one.
Brilliant.
But what we've done in this, we've given you what we're calling now almost the creation station.
Okay.
So you're getting the stamp press.
Yeah.
You're getting that which takes clear stamps and rubber stamps. You're getting 2 magnets with it. We've then came up with the 2 with the easy lift magnets that have got the little plastic case.
That, do you?
No, they're not included, so we've added those into this bundle. So if you buy the case on its own, you don't get those.
Fair
buy
enough.
the stamp press on its own. Then we've added the case, because you need the case to keep it in.
This is brilliant.
And I've had mine, I mean, mine literally is now about 2 years old, and it holds everything in mine. I even keep my stamp cleaning mat in there. I keep my micron pens, insert. I get so much in it. And look, for me, it's not damaged.
It's not, no.
And it's been to here every day for the 2 weeks, 2 years I've had it.
It's passed the Lockwood test.
It has, but you also get your stencil board.
Okay.
Which is the new invention that we came out with a couple of weeks ago, which is basically, this fits in, I'll be showing you this in one of the first demo.
Right.
But this fits in as a metal plate.
Okay.
Which means now you don't have to tape stencils down and waste a lot of tape or spray glue them.
That's a good
so
point.
if I want to put a stencil down, even if I want to use a die cut stencil, all I actually have to do is pop it on and magnet it.
Perfect.
But you also get included in it the 2, and where have I put mine? Honestly, I am terrible. You get the 2 rules included with it.
You do. These are brilliant. I love these because, of course, you've got your magnetic plate that John has just explained to you with that grid on there. You're also getting your 2, or one's an 8-inch ruler with, alongside, obviously, you've got your centimetres on there, and one is 12-inch. And you'll notice with these, you've got a centralising point on these. Your 0 is at the middle of the ruler, not at either of the ends, which means that you're going to get perfect precision when you're wanting to put everything in a particular space, centering your stencils on your card bases, things like that. And I must admit, when I was looking at the stencils earlier, I thought, oh, they've got a nice little wavy edge to them for decorative detail. Yeah. But now I realise why they are there, because they're shaped to fit within the actual platform itself.
They fit exactly in. So people hadn't realised that there was actually a wavy edge to the press to impress.
Yeah, I've never noticed
but
it.
Even the notch out, so that these fit exactly.
So there's no lifting.
I can just hold that with literally 2 or 3 magnets, or the rules, and shade through that shape and stamp into it.
That is brilliant.
Because of course this is still a stamping press.
Yeah.
I can put a stamp on there and stamp
it in, yeah.
into the aperture as well,
yeah.
without having to change it round. It's one of
Very
those things
clever.
you can sit, and I actually thought, I know this is very sad, but that's the size with everything in it that I could take on a plane when we're eventually allowed to properly.
Yeah.
And I could actually be stamping,
good point.
colouring, stenciling,
Yeah.
and everything. If you're lucky enough to be able to go on a long haul
That's
flight,
true. Yeah,
you
definitely
could
keep
really
busy.
do it all in one thing, and it literally just sits on your knee.
Clever. Very clever. It's a popular item. It was popular when it was launched, and it's been popular just throughout our shows as well. You could pop that into your basket alongside your one-day special, or your complete collection, should I say. It does come with 2 flexi buys as an option if you're wanting to, so it's not a problem if you're wanting to go for that. And again, this might be the way that you're getting hold of that fabulous card candy die that we've got at the bottom of the screen, because again, you could add that in alongside. There's loads and loads on the website, though, to be honest, so there's plenty more that I'm sure you'll be adding into your basket. And of course, you will want those stencil sentiments and those personalised elements when you see just what the design team have been working with. They're beautiful, absolutely amazing finished samples, as you can see there. And of course, the fabulous Art Angels, all creating all those fabulous. No, hold on, Art Angel is one person, isn't it?
Yes.
But the whole group, what do you call the
I call
group?
them angels.
The Angels.
And I call them that because they're not a design team.
I noticed that as soon as I said it, I thought they're not a design team.
They're not, they're friends.
Yes.
They're people that I've known, some of them I've known for years, and it sounds awful, it's collected along the way, you know, like you collect beautiful shells on the beach. And they help me out, and that's why I call them my angels. It's not formal, I send them and say, see what you can do.
Yeah.
I mean, as it goes on, it gets more and more formal, and I feel sorry for them, because sometimes they will turn samples round for me in a week.
They do it very quickly,
They
and
are
we're
really
always indebted to you because you do so amazing things. And needless to say that with regards to the things that we've been sharing with you, not only with the video but also the things that we're holding up, look on social media and you'll be able to see those. Now, the deal that we've got on your screen there, 3/4 of the stock has gone. It's a very popular item, and it means that when you're working with these, even when you're working with the largest of the dies, it works out at less than £1. Equally so, the smallest of the dies is probably the ampersand, but you know what? I think that is one of the most useful dies that you can have within the collection, because it's a connective. It means that you can bring those 2 people together for that particular project that you're working on there. So yeah, if you're wanting yours, the details are there on your screen. So John, what are we up to?
Right, what I thought I'd do is, because we keep talking about these being stencil sentiments, and when you actually look into them, if I pull these in, if you look, it's very hard to see in that zoom that they are actually a stencil.
Yes,
you have to really, really zoom to be able to see the little lines connecting the zeros. And you get to, or the noughts, I never know what, O's, aren't they? O's. So, you know, you don't see the lines connecting the O's. So, but when you zoom out, you actually then, you don't see them at all.
Yes,
But part of what this is I've shown you before how we can make them into strips, how we can cut them into card. But why don't we actually make them into a stencil? So if you do want to do backgrounds, or you do want to do like art journals and things, they will actually make stencils for you as well. And sometimes getting words in a mylar stencil is very difficult,
hard to do,
because the joins on them have to be a lot wider because of the laser.
That's true.
So these work really, really well. So I'm going to go with Good Luck. Should we go with Good Luck and New Home?
Oh, nice.
So we'll go with good luck, new home. So all I'm going to do is put these down randomly, any direction, because they're dies, they're not, you know, they don't have to run in a certain way. And what I'm going to do is just cut these through. So standard A5 die cutting machine, I'm using my Kaleido, will actually cut every die in this set.
Now, you're back on Sunday with the Kaleido, aren't you?
I am, yes, finally.
I know, I've been waiting.
Was it 15 minutes the large bundle went in?
Yeah.
And I think less than 2 hours and everything had gone, so it is back. But I'm also using it, I'm doing a 2-hour show all about... I'm doing a 2-hour show all about it, going through everything, and it's a good chance for me to troubleshoot anyone who's having issues with it.
Looking
and things like that. Because what I've found with a lot of people is we're overcomplicating it.
Yes, yeah, I think that's
and you're
so
overcomplicating the bits of it. We think this can't be that easy.
Yeah.
So there must be a trick, and so you start looking for the tricks. They're not there, and then it doesn't work.
That's true.
So what I'm going to do is I've now made a stencil, so I could use that as a card.
Okay.
But I can, as I said, use it as a stencil. So I'm just going to take a sort of random piece of card, and I'm just going to put it down. Yeah. So we'll put this in the same place. But normally, when you make paper stencils, to get something that fine to stay in place, to not move, we'd have to tape it down everywhere.
Okay.
Or we would have to spray glue it down.
That's the point, yeah.
With paper, it will ruin that paper, and so will the tape, so you'd only get to use it once.
Yes.
Whereas what I can do is, I can use the rules, a mix of the rules and the magnets, and hold that in place.
Yeah.
Yeah? So that's now held in place. I'm just going to grab a brush. Let's grab a slightly smaller one. Probably not clean, because I'd never... No, it's not, but I never think to do it. But then I'm going to use the Craft Artist inks. So let's go with a bit of yellow first. But can you see straight through? So this is the benefit of having the stencil board. Let's take a little bit of blue.
Hey, you're being really vigorous there, John.
I'm not. I'm never gentle, am I? I'm heavy-handed and both feet, and you know. But can you see there?
Oh wow, that's pristine.
You don't get that normally on a stencil, but again, that's not ruined.
No,
that's not wrecked. Again, so now, let's start doing some shadows. Because I've got the smooth surface, but normally if I'd cut this, I wouldn't be able to do it. And again, a sort of mylar stencil is sometimes an absolute nightmare.
Well, it can be, and we always hold our breath. I mean, you've got a slippy surface quite often as well, haven't you? So the last thing that you want is for any of the inks that obviously are fluid to go and seep underneath, especially with texture paste and things like that. Yeah. It's so easy, and that's why sometimes if you're working on something that's really intricate, you kind of get those, it kind of goes a bit blobby, doesn't it, when you lift the stencil off?
It really does, and what this does is it just, even with it being paper, you can see there just how clear and crisp it is. So I'm gonna put that down. I'm gonna move it down slightly, but again, hold it in place. So now I've probably used this 5 or 6 times.
Yeah.
But that is so totally secure. If I lift the plate out,
not going anywhere.
It's not going anywhere. So I can then start to really scrub over and go, you know, seriously go in with some...
heavy-handed of crafters. And this is important. I mean, many of us craft with kids as well, don't we? And they're not known for their delicate touch quite often.
They could do this, and then they could put, you know, build up and put grandma or anything on it.
Oh, look at that.
But how clear and crisp we get that by combination. But you wouldn't think that that was a die.
That's amazing. It looks like it's a stamp because of the perfection that you've got. It looks like you stamped it, not that you've die cut it and made your own stencil.
Well, as I say, you don't notice until I point it out. You don't notice in the good the bits that connect it.
Yeah.
Now I've said it, you'll be focusing on that. But if you look at the red one, then look at the greeny colour. You don't see it. You hardly see that because again, it's stenciled so well, so we can use it as a stencil. But what we can actually do is we can take this further on, because if this was just a stencil or this was just a stamp, that's all we could do. Yeah. But of course, what we can actually do now is we can die cut into this piece.
Okay, right.
So we're saying good luck on your new home. So what we do now is take those two pieces and we just run that through and die cut it. Again, I'm just going to run that through my Kaleido.
And it's brilliant because there's so many different combinations in here. I mean, you've got somewhere they've got the connective, so you've got new home together there. But there's nothing stopping you chopping that up if you wanted to use it as a little topper. So you could have new for something. I mean, you've got all sorts like your new job there featuring. But I noticed there was in and on appear in different places as well. So you can kind of chop into these if you want, making your own little phrases as well. And it's brilliant because you are literally taking it. So you could say, I don't know, we were talking earlier on, it's all the different combinations. You've got good luck, and it could be, oh gosh, where am I? Good luck on your, so take that through, good luck on your, and then it could be new job, couldn't it? Or good luck on your birthday, on your graduation, good luck, well, there's so many.
You could do good luck and use the and from the relatives, say good luck and get well soon.
Aww.
As if you know someone's having an operation or something.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Every time I look at these, there's another combination, and as Hayley said, you can actually cut. They've been designed, so if you do them on strips, you could cut between the get and well.
Yes, yeah.
So you could use well on its own, or you could use get on its own.
Yeah.
You know, you could, you could, you know,
So
you could actually do
yeah.
get, take the A, and go for the new job and do get a new job.
Yes, yeah. And also, it's not only this, because they work alongside the other dies that you bought. We've already spoken about the numbers and the alphabets and other stencils that you've got, because that's what John does. He has that continuity. So when he's creating one thing, he'll always back reference what's come previously and think about what is going to be created in the future, so as you know that it all works well together. So if you're wanting to go for the stencil bundle by itself, which you can do, that's your one-day special deal. You've got a £3 saving. You've got all those fabulous sentiments that I just showed you, but £32.97 is your price with regard to those. So you can see the 3 envelopes down the front there. Perfect way for you to keep these, incidentally, is check out for things like magnetic sheets. Perfect way for you to place those down. But you're going to get those 3 packs, brilliant value for money at £32.97. But you'll be paying £32.97 for those today. Your flexi buy to go for the whole bundle is way below that. So if you're just a regular customer, you're not a Freedom member, then you're going to be saving, obviously. But as a Freedom member, you are saving an additional £3, because the £3 from your one-day special saving is being carried across. I know it's not on the screen there, but it is going to be there. So that means that you are saving, and your first flexi buy is £25.18. Well, that is actually a fair bit less. It's about £7 or so, isn't it? Something like that. I don't do pence when I do takeaways. £7.79. So there you go. You are actually saving that from below what you were planning on ordering. You were planning on spending your £32.97 for your one-day special. Well, you're actually paying less than that to get everything. And when you see the usability of those other dies, the fabulous squares with those little fine, tiny details in there, I know we're going to go back to John in a few moments, but it really does make the difference. And if you're just getting started with die cutting, one of the things we're wanting to do with die cutting, we want to personalise. Well, you can do that with all the sentiments, with all the different lettering and the different family members and all that. You can do that with this. But also you've got your mats and layers that you can be able to create with those fabulous squares. Squares that you can use in loads and loads of different ways. And, of course, you've got the tartan die as well. And that is the beauty, because you've kind of got everything you need by your die cutting machine. We can help you with that 2 o'clock Sunday. If you're wanting to get started with your die cutting, you can't go far wrong with the deal that we've got on your screen. And then, of course, when John comes along on Sunday, he'll give you that masterclass in die cutting, and then you'll have your die cutting machine. So if it's something that you've been thinking about, this is a fabulous bundle to go for. But you have to go for it now, because when Sunday comes, you might not be able to get hold of it. You certainly can't get hold of it at the one-day special price, because it will go up at 6 o'clock. So I would suggest you get hold of this now, and as I say, on Sunday, tune in at 2 o'clock and you can learn all about the Kaleido and how you can work with these. Freedom members deal on the screen. Sorry, John.
No, that's brilliant. I don't know how you remember it all. I really don't. I genuinely couldn't. So what I'm going to do now is, so I've put in the good luck and the new home, but let's make them sparkle a bit. So I'm going to use one of the double-sided adhesive sheets on my guillotine, and I love the fact they've got the grid lines on, and you can see how accurate the grid line is. If I move that, that's my cut line. If I move that out, you can see that was exactly in the right place. So I don't have to measure it, and I don't want to waste this. So let's go down. I know. It's because it's got along this silver bar here, if I turn it up, you can see.
Oh, yes, yeah.
You know that's normally a guard on trimmers. If you feel it, and you'll feel it's actually what we call a steel that chefs use to sharpen their knives.
It's like sharpening your knives in the kitchen.
So every time you cut it, you're kind of sharpening it. So clever. I've got one at home, a 12 by 12, and I blunted it within about a month, and I had to get it in from America.
Oh, wow. Gosh.
To get a flatbed 12 by 12 for sort of things, so, you know, I wasn't happy. So what I can do is, rather than put a whole sheet behind that, I'm going to just use a little strip, just flick the corner.
And this is brilliant. I mean, the value for money that you've got from these sheets, incredible. Just $9.99. You're getting 20 of those A5 sheets. And I love this because it's just so easy to look after. When you've got A4, it's quite tricky to store A4 of anything and keep it neat and tidy.
I find I waste more. I don't know why.
True,
I really do waste more. I find the A5 is just so much easier to use. And if you've got any scraps left, you can put them on that side, the shiny side, and then they'll be reusable.
Ah, so that could go behind your tartan die at some point.
Yeah. Oh, it could. I might have to try die cutting the tartan with it. So that's cool. So what I can do now is, and this is what I love, again, I don't have to get a pokey tool in to get these off. And look, I have no nails.
Okay.
You know, so I'm not somebody with, you know, massively long nails.
No, me neither. I can see
I was just looking then to say, they're a very pretty pink though, and they're longer than mine. But again, now I want to put some different colour behind that, and for your nails, we'll go with pink.
Oh, bless you. Chris likes pink.
I did want to show you. I was talking earlier about cutting like half. To go behind the letters, you need a half-inch strip.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And what I used to do was the silver bar here is exactly half an inch.
Oh, right. Oh, that's useful to know.
So what I used to do was rest that on there like that. Yeah. And cut. And that's my half-inch strip. But getting it out's difficult.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
So what you actually do is cut it to I've cut this to 6 inches.
Okay.
Yeah. So move it to 5.5.
Oh, right. Okay.
And cut. Move it to 5. Cut. 4.5. Cut.
See, this is the thing. When you're cutting your more slender strips, it's always tricky, but you've got that lovely finger guard, and it's almost double the width of the one that I've got
That's
at
double
home.
the width. That's wider than the finger guard I've got on my big flat base 12 by 12.
And that's when you
And the blade, obviously, on that one is 12 inches long, so it's not.
And the
doesn't
thing
feel
is,
as
your
safe.
cardstock, when it starts getting a bit skinnier, it kicks out, doesn't it, when you're trying to cut it, so you don't get that.
Well,
cut
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll cut an 1/8 of an inch.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So that.
Yeah.
There's
So
an
it
1/8 of an
kicks out,
inch.
Yeah.
Should we cut a
Fabulous.
1/16 of an inch?
Oh, you're showing off now.
I know, but
I don't even know if I've got a 16th of an inch on mine.
that is a 16th of an inch.
So that could be like a quilling paper.
It is actually. And it naturally bends.
Yeah.
Because it's been cut to that. So yeah, you could make your own.
Could you weave that through the tartan die?
You could.
Ah, right.
Are you
okay.
spoiling one of my 4 o'clock demos,
Oh,
Auntie
sorry.
Hayley?
Well, I'm not here at 4 o'clock, so I'm being purely
that's
selfish.
okay. So all I have to do then is just pop those on. So obviously I didn't give you a large enough bribe to get you at 4 o'clock as well then. It takes more chocolate, I think, than I've got.
It's like a whole lorry full.
Yeah, the vending machine just didn't have enough in there, did it?
I've got to go back and do sewing.
So now I've got... Yeah, you really want to tune in for the sewing. I've had a sneak peek. You want to tune in for the sewing that Hayley's got. It's beautiful. And it combines my loves as well, doesn't it?
It does, indeed.
Can't wait. So I've got the adhesive there, so I want to make that shine and look different.
Okay.
So I'm just going to use my dry glitter sprayer.
I think these are brilliant.
These just fab.
So clever.
I think we did sell out, but I think we'll try and bring them back for this Christmas. And doing that, you might think it's wasteful. I do it over the bin. You waste less glitter than pouring it directly on, because you just get a real light spray.
Yeah, I was going to say it's not as intense, is it, as when you're pouring it on?
And anywhere that you had glue from your tape, use your glue eraser to take it off.
Okay, yeah.
But then I've got, if I hold that one up, you can see now, I've got stenciled and almost stamped.
Oh, that's nice.
And glittered.
That is so pretty.
Good luck.
I love it.
But again, that's made from 2 dies in the set.
Brilliant. It really is, and it's an amazing bundle. So many have been taking advantage of it. John, I'm going to let you get on with your demonstration while I show you some of the different ways you can be working with these. So, of course, you've got the guillotine. I've got a guillotine here. If you've not invested in a small guillotine, this is the one that you need to go for. And to be honest, even if you have got hold of one of these, you will find that over time your blade will have dulled because it won't have the sharpening mechanism that you've got on this one, I'm sure of that. The finger guard on this one, I love the fact that it's so wide there. Several fingers can hold your cardstock in place, makes it really easy for you to work with. And of course you've got your gradients there in your inches as well as your centimetres as well. It's not just limited to your paper stock and your cardstock, you can use it with some of your fabrics as well. Leather, vinyl, burlap, cork. So if you're into your mixed media, you can use it for this as well. It's got some fabulous little rubber feet on that, which I know it's a little bit like, oh, okay, rubber feet, so what? But it means that you can actually put the pressure on this and it's not going to scoot along your surface. And simple but so effective is the hanging loop. So you can hang it up and you know exactly where it is. Maybe hanging it out of the way of little fingers as well. That's something else with regards to that one. And we've got various other kind of cutting implements, slidey, and your little cute little mini one as well. Anyway, we're talking about the one-day special. Now, this is a deal that was launched 6 o'clock last night. And to be honest, lots of you have been going for it as a one-day special. You got £3 saving, not a bad saving. And you've got all of those fabulous dies that you can see there, giving you all those personalisation opportunities for just £32.97. But, and this is a big but, loads of you, in fact most of you have been going for it via this bundle. Reason being, you're still getting the £3 saving that you'd get with your one-day special, but then you're getting an additional saving. So everybody is saving at least £8 on this one. So you've got a £5 saving plus your £3 from your one-day special, bringing the price down to £55.95. However, if you're a Freedom member, to say thank you for being a Freedom member, you've got an additional saving, which means that overall you are saving at £13.59. So it means that everybody's going to be saving, and if you're a Freedom member or if you're not a Freedom member, then you can become a Freedom member and then take advantage of this. And that means that the price comes down to less than £1 a die, and you've got a lot of dies in here. I know some of them are smaller ones, some are larger ones, but even the small dies are very, very important, like the ampersand, brilliant one to go for. Then of course you've got those additional dies giving you the squares with the little tiny holes in there. These are so effective, making your frames. But look at that, you've got that kind of a little kind of drop back that you've got with this one, and you've got that gorgeous outline there. But then you can mat and layer if you're wanting to, patchwork those pieces together, and the beauty is you will have a shape there for you to actually use them to either cut into with your sentiments or turn your sentiments into fabulous little sets. They even work with the banner dies. So if you got hold of these previously, this is what I talk about, that John thinks about what he's done previously. He knows what's coming in the future, what's going to be compatible with this one, so that you know that when you invest in these, they're not going to be one trick. They are going to be used so many times in so many different ways. And of course the beauty is you can put them on a strip across like that, or it might be that you're taking the little rectangles that sit so beautifully, and that personalisation that you can see there with your regional little sentiments. I love this one.
By Leslie, which is why it's, that's why it's Get Well Soon, ma'am.
Yeah, I love it. It's that northern thing, isn't it?
She'd actually want Bab next, I think,
Bab.
to be honest,
we
as
need
well.
a Bab for the Brummies. Yeah. Bab for the Brummies. Best, I love that, Uncle. Because these are the things, you can personalise these so much. And I love the ones that we saw with the frames around as well, John. I mean, these are absolutely
they
beautiful.
just work so beautifully. I mean, that card there uses nothing but everything apart from the flowers is in the complete collection.
This is it.
Absolutely everything. The tags, the layers, everything.
That's it. And the backdrop even, you're creating that with that tartan die. It's gorgeous. And please don't think that you're just going to make that tartan die and just cut it out and put a piece of cardstock behind it, because as John showed us at 8 o'clock this morning, you can be quite specific with where the colourways goes. Again, it's all been done with things in mind. He knows that if you're cutting a strip, and the strip has to be, did you say it was ½ an inch?
½ an inch.
½ an inch, and it won't kind of encroach on any of those areas. That means you can get complete control where you're applying that colour, whether it's a case of that you're laying it on top of a glitter cardstock or you're using those adhesive sheets, when you're doing your sentiment, it could just be a single line, it could be multiple lines, and you will have loads of fun putting together all of those different combinations to create the most incredible sentiments. I've got to put these down because I've got too many in my hands now. But we are rapidly approaching 80% of the stock. My goodness, we have been busy. So yeah, the details are there on your screen. Do not miss out on this one. 974249, £55.95, unless you're a Freedom member, when it drops down to £50.36. But card candy, you have been loving this set, and I'm not surprised. The die alone is worth £9.99 because it gives you the opportunity to create your own embellishments to work with your different projects. So here you can see where you've got those little circles, it's going to cut out individual little paper pieces. So you could take an A6 piece of card, line it up, cut out completely all of those little candy pieces. But what if you've got a scrappy bit? It might be a nice little kind of uniform 2-inch square, or it might be a kind of like a bit of a wonky triangle, and it's like, well, what am I going to use that for? Do not throw anything away. Pop it onto that die and die cut it out. You might get half a dozen little candy pieces that you can then pop into your storage box, ready for you to use at a later stage. And that's exactly what John does. He's got a fabulous little storage box that he keeps all his little bits and pieces in, so as he knows that when he wants to add embellishments, he has got the opportunity to do so. He's got his card candy in there, he's got his buttons in there as well. And this is utilising your scraps. Nothing goes to waste, nothing at all. And at £9.99, worth its weight in gold. You've seen the saving on this, saving £28.96, phenomenal. Your buttons will vary within these, but you're going to get 5 packs of those. But over 70% of the extended delivery stock has gone, should I say there. So 21st of May, which happens to be tomorrow, so not too long to wait at all. 224440. Now, of course, John showed us how incredible this bundle is. If you've not invested in this, why not? Why not? Because it is something that is going to be so amazing. If you think of yourself, well, I'm a stamper, you will definitely need this element here to get that pristine stamp. Means if you're stamping something out and you don't get the perfect stamp first time, which could be down to your cardstock, could be down to your dry ink pad, it gives you a second hit. Means you can ink it up again and have another go with it. Now, usually when you're getting your stamp platform, you will get your 2 magnets with this, but not on this occasion. You're getting those extra 2 with the easy lift kind of little wraparound that you've got with these. Ingenious, absolutely brilliant. But then in addition, you've got the insert. Now the insert is magnetic, just sits within there on top of your platform. You haven't got to take anything out, but it's magnetic, meaning that you can put your stencils on and hold your stencils in place, either by using the magnetic rulers you've got or using the magnets that come with your set. Now the rulers are quite unique. You've got an 8-inch that we said with this one. 8-inch and a 12-inch ruler. They're magnetic, but your 0 is at the centre point, which means you can easily balance anything up, whether it's individual stamps that you're putting together, whether you just want to get something right in the middle of your stencil, then you can do that. Obviously, you've got your grid work on your sheet, as you can see there as well. But then what you're going to carry it all around in. You've got a case in here as well, and this is brilliant because you've got those pockets in there where you can literally just pop all the bits and pieces in. Now we have got the case available by itself, £11.98 should you want to go down that route, but I would suggest you go for the bundle because you're also going to get those fabulous stencils in all of the shapes that we want, things like your hearts. You've got obviously your hexagons in there as well, you've got ovals, you've got circles, whole combination of different shapes that you are going to use over and over again. And it means if you've ever struggled with your stencils before, or you ever struggle with your stamping, then this is going to take care of both of those for you. Brilliant saving there. 250978 if you're wanting these. Now, those adhesive sheets, we've got those available for you as well. You're going to get 20 of these. They're A5 in size. They're only £9.99. A very affordable way for you to get a premium quality adhesive sheet with these. 480981. Keep a note of that item number because you will want more of those as time goes on. In fact, treat yourself to a couple of sets if you can do. Something else you definitely need to keep a note of the item number for is the Craft Artist Glue Pack. You will not go back to any different types of glue once you've worked with this one. You've also got your glue glaze in there. So for your quick fix, your quick adhesion, and those little tricky areas, that is going to take care of those. And again, all of that for just £9.99. Amazing. 521794. Now we've got another little die collection that we've got for you. Now this is a really pretty set. We did have a set of leaves and flowers that sold out earlier on, but we still have this one available. Brilliant combination at £13.98, 379427. A really nice little set, those, and they're just very usable flowers and foliage and elements there. I do like that one. So there you go, lots to tempt you with. Yeah, if you've got anything in your basket, just check your basket out, and if it's a flexi order, you can spread the cost over 2 payments. So John, what are we up to next? We've got about 13 minutes.
So I'm just loving the thing you say. You're tempting. You really are a temptress, aren't you? You're tempting everybody. So what I did say I would do this earlier. I'm going to use the top. We're going to repeat it.
Okay.
So really simple. You can make this.
That on some of the cards, yeah.
Yeah, you've got longer panels.
Yes,
you can actually say you've got an A4 die cutting machine. You can use this die to make yourself a full A4 sheet of tartan.
Oh, could you? Okay.
Yeah, it goes because again of my mathematically correct thing.
Can't help
I'm bored
yourself.
of saying that myself now. You don't have to put it in a set way. You don't have to mark which is the top, which is the side. Every single of the 4 sides are identical. So it will actually do what I'm going to do now on any 4 sides. So you could put it anywhere. So all I'm going to do is just run that through and cut it as normal. Okay. Really simple. And I wanted to show you, I mean, I could have had a piece already cut, but then it looks like I'm doing a trick.
We do like to see them cut out live, yeah.
So you see, even for a die that intricate, that is nearly everything. All I've got to release are the little holes in the middle and the little pieces. Brilliant. So you're getting all of those. So I'm just going to sort of pick these out a minute.
Keep an eye open as well when you're checking out your order online, because you will get some items that pop up as little suggestions of things that might help you along your way. Things like the pokey tool that John is working with. You can add these into your basket. There's no additional cost, and if you have got a flexi order going, you can spread the cost of these over 2 payments. Now I know many of you don't shop online, so don't worry. Our call operators can help you with those when you can check out your orders. So yeah, if you wanted them, they'll suggest them too. So just know that they're there.
Yeah. And if you're struggling with what to do with something, or you need some advice when you call the call centre, speak to Tracy. She's a crafter and she's helped loads of people out with things. I was chatting to her last time I was in. She's lovely. So you see, I've got that clear.
Okay.
That's cleared out easily just by doing the classic, and hope someone else does the hoovering. Sorry, Molly. But you can see here, all you do to extend it is literally click it back in.
Okay,
That's
right.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah? Or, if I wanted to go longer, if say there was card there, look, click in.
And that's because there's no outside cutting edge.
There's no outside cutting edge, there we go. And it's right on either side, and you'll know when it feels right because you'll feel it click back in.
Oh, you can kind of see it there, yeah.
It's literally, and all you must do on this is you must tape it down where it's clicked in, and at least one other point to stop it sliding in your machine.
Well, the thing is, when you move it, with you moving your platform and the plates and things, it's easy to just dislodge it a little, isn't it?
It is, because people forget these are mangles.
Yeah.
That's what these are. These are actually mangles. Posh ones, yeah, with basically, you know, it's 2 rollers and a handle turning the other way. I mean, this is the Kaleidos. Obviously, it does a lot more than that because it's us. But, you know, it's simple as that. So when you're moving 2 rollers, it can move your dies. That's why we tape them down. But you'll see if I turn this over, it's not recut. Can't recut where it's already cut. Yeah? But you notice you've got no little threads. There's nothing because it was clicked in perfectly. And where it isn't, you can see there it's cut. So I just peel that off. And then I've got, to start with, a full, almost A5 piece of tartan.
Yeah,
so it goes off. And if you actually have a look on social media, one of the angels had a brainwave last night, I think, Shelag. So it's Sheila, but we call her Sheila because it's spelt the Scottish way.
Oh, yes, yeah.
And she actually used this, and she did the tartan, she's cut an aperture of a tie.
Oh, lovely.
And put it on a card and put Dad on, I think it is. And then she's made a panel of this, and then she's folded it over like a lapel, and she's made it look like a jacket.
Oh, that's clever.
So there's so much more you can do, but I love that. I mean, the girls have obviously had 3 or 4 weeks on these, but they're still coming up with ideas.
And I think that's the thing that will grow with you when you're working with this. There's loads of ways that you'll be. I was just thinking to myself about teaming it up with the stencils and kind of stenciling through this, but stenciling through an oval, so you kind of got an oval tartan and things like that.
Yeah, oh yeah, oh I like that.
Yeah, multiple layers.
Anyone would think you were a crafter as well as a sewer.
I know, some people don't realise. But there you go.
So all I'm going to do now is these strips are cut to 1/2 inch. Yeah?
Okay.
So I've gone with red, but if you look, 1/2 inch strip just covers those little bits.
Oh, perfect. I mean, it's quite slender because it's the little tiny slots, isn't it?
Yeah, but you'd think you'd need little tiny bits for it. You don't. You just use the 5 inch.
And
so
it's not,
the
not
what
going
1/2
through
inch.
onto the other pieces.
No. Now, have I got any more of those? No. So I think I was planning to show you this, so which I have already done already, but put a piece of card down. So I'm going to trim this, make sure it's right to 5.5 inches.
Okay.
And then I'm going to go to, I need 1, 2, 3, 4 more. So I'm going to go to 5, 4.5, 4, 3.5, 3.
Okay.
And then I've got perfect every time. I mean, look, they're exact and no feathering.
Yeah.
And on a guillotine, I've had September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April. 9 months.
Oh, wow.
That's unusual for me.
Yeah.
So all I do then is cross the other way and basically put those on. So I'm just going to stick these through.
Okay.
Just like that. But you can see you're making
this as well.
I mean, you could actually use this way.
Good point,
and put another colour behind that.
Yeah.
And actually give you a completely different tartan fabric look. You probably want something a little more contrasty than, I tell you what, let's go posh.
Oh, nice, yeah.
So a total
We all love a bit of tartan at Christmas, don't
or
we?
that.
So, yeah,
but
that'd be nice.
those look like 2 completely different die sets. So I'm just going to trim these little bits off and find
Wonderful.
my scissors.
We've got some pictures to share with you. Actually, just while John is trimming away here. So here you go. This is the title. That's brilliant, Sheila. I love it. Very, very clever idea. Love it. Very clever. I do like that one. So yeah, then that's one example of how you could be working with those. Another example, here you go. There's the lapel with the top pocket. Again, another fabulous idea. And I love this because when the dies first come to you, you'll probably use them just the way that they're meant to be, but then you'll start getting that inquisitive, creative mind going and seeing the shapes more so than what the overall die is. And I think that's the thing that happens.
Yeah, that's the difference that you get. So all I'm going to do this time is I'm just going to cover over now the larger squares, again with 1/2 inch strips, because a 1/2 inch strip will fit all of the different patterns on here. So go down in that direction. Okay, and then we'll go this direction. So not the most exciting, but it shows you I'm not weaving.
Yes,
and that's what I wanted people to grasp with this. This is not a weaving die. I love weaving dies, but I'll be honest, I have a set and I made 4 cards with them and I haven't picked it up since. Because all that weaving in and out and the time is just too much for me.
And also you can kind of damage your card base, can't you? Because you can kind of bend it and buckle it as you go.
Yeah, the number of times I've had to stick a flower or a butterfly on some of
get
those.
Creases in there, yeah.
So I'm just going to trim that down and then I'm going to take just a piece of white and pop that behind. But at the moment, can you see where the black is?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so it's a little bit, to me it's a little bit annoying.
Okay.
Because it's too dominant. Yeah,
right.
But I've got the different level with the white in the back, so I don't even have to use any more strips. So what you do is cut yourself another piece in red.
Oh, right, okay.
And keep the squares.
Oh, I see, right.
And this is the only paper piecing you find me doing.
They're good sizes, though, aren't they?
Well, it's easy to do.
Yeah.
So I'm going to use my glue glaze because I need quick, flat adhesion. I don't want PVA glue doming or squidging out. So I'll probably just do 9 to start with.
Okay.
And then I've got, this is my jewel picker.
Okay, all right.
This is my
okay.
Crafts 2 jewel picker. Love this.
Not seen this
What
before.
it is, it's almost like, it's almost like a lump of wax
Okay.
on the end, on a stick.
Right,
Yeah?
okay.
But you can actually mould it to whatever shape you want. But the difference
Clever.
between this and some of the other jewel pickers, a lot of them are solid.
Yes.
When you pick up a square of card, it puts a dint in it.
Yes, yeah.
But if you look at these in linen, look, there, no mark.
Oh, so is that something that we've got on...
I think it's on the end. I think coming
Oh, when you
twos are
check
on
out
the...
your basket?
Yeah, the sort of end
Right.
call, or would you fancy, or... I don't know what you're calling it this week.
I love it. They are indeed. So, yeah, when you do come to check out your order, just keep your eyes peeled for those. And again, if you're phoning through, just speak to call operators and they'll be able to sort those out for you as well. Useful if you, I'm guessing, if you're wanting to place things like your card candy as well.
Perfect for the card candy, because you can get it in the right place.
Yes, yeah.
Every time. This is how quickly the glue dries. Those bits are already dry.
See the little squares, you could even put your card candy in there, really, if you wanted to.
Oh, you could put a circle in each.
Yeah, rather than...
Oh, that'd look beautiful, give you a completely different
And if you're
look.
doing it, I suppose if you're doing it out of something like a glitter cardstock, it almost looks like a little gem that you put in place as well with those. So, yeah.
Oh, that would look
just
really
incidentally,
nice.
we've got the details on the screen there, that card candy collection where you've got the die and all the buttons, 3/4 of the stock has gone. We are heading for a second sell-out of that one. It did sell out, it's gone on to extended delivery, and we still have stock available. But how long that stock will last, I really don't know. But 224-440 will get it if you are after it.
So I actually need a few more squares, but all I'm going to do is cut a scrap.
Okay, right.
I need actually 7 more squares, because I've obviously lost one somewhere, which is not unusual for me, is it? Let's face it. But so easy to pop out, because...
And again, you could have like a little stack of these, couldn't you, that you just...
They tend to sit in the die.
Right, yeah.
So all you have to do is just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's my 6. So we're going to have one without, and again, that's dried again already. So don't go too far ahead. And pick up these, drop them in. That's upside down, but no one will notice. So honestly, I do so much better when I'm at home than when I'm here. So I think it's the cameras that scare me.
Is that what it is? You're
I'm going to say
little
that.
thing.
Yeah. I am. No one ever gets. No one thinks I am. I'm quite shy. Can't think anything worse than like going. You know, when people go to, going to a party with people I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Oh no. So we'll pretend I did the last one, but can you see the difference between?
Oh, that's lovely.
When you have that and when you don't.
Yeah.
How dead it looks. But I've done that virtually from scratch.
Oh, look at that.
So all I'm going to do is frame that.
Yeah.
So we'll go to there, and it frames exactly. This is using the press cut rectangles, but if you notice, sized so that it all fits in and it's even through. So I'd go like that and then start to put a sentiment and decorate it or anything else on there.
I love it.
But so easy to do, but that doesn't look to me anything like that.
Yeah. Changes it out completely, isn't it? Yeah. Fabulous. John, thank you so much. And that shows you, I mean, when's a square not a square? It's when John Lockwood gets hold of it, basically. And there you go. You can see using those dies in a different way. Again, eking it out, making it larger. Again, because you are able to create this and move it around, it could even be a larger card, dependent on your die cutting machine. That's the key thing, because we're looking at dies that don't have an outside cutting edge, although you can trim them. You can use a die around them to turn them into a die that's got a cutting edge. But it's an amazing deal. You have been loving this. Over 80% of the stock has gone. My goodness. What we're going to have left at 4 o'clock, I don't know. That will be your last opportunity for you to see these live. So if you've got any questions, make sure that you do that for that hour. Yanis will be back with these. They're absolutely amazing. Everything's flying out now. We've got to the end of the hour. This is where you are going to be making your final decisions, checking those baskets out, filling those flexi baskets with so much goodies, so many goodies. And don't forget that candy die as well, your craft candy. John, thank you so much.
No, thank you.
No, it's been a fabulous hour.
Are you sure I can't convince you to stay? No,
no, I've got stuff to do. I need to be
You've got
somewhere.
sewing to do.
I've got a lot of sewing to do. talking of sewing, we've got the lovely Jenny Raymond coming up with Ali only after the break. Then Joe's back. It's the 5th anniversary of That's Crafty. And then Fairy Hoods with Julia. Beautiful stamps. Looking forward to that one.
Hi, I'm Abs from Hochanda Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers of colours, textures, and creating depth and dimension. Hochanda Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high-quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dyes, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different size and formats. I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the Hochanda Create shows.
Hello, I'm Carol.
And I'm Hayley.
And together we are the Dreamies.
Dreamies have been around for 11 years now. We started with CD-ROMs, we've developed into stamps, paper pads, dies, we've now got the Dinky Inkies range as well. On the Dreamies shows, we hope to further inspire you with all the techniques and tips that we can offer, hopefully getting you to use all of your inks, your flower making techniques, and really build on all the skills you probably already have.
Hi, I'm Anthea. I'm from Quilting Antics. Quilting Antics started around 2011, 2012, I'm never really sure. We love wildlife and often our designs incorporate lots of British wildlife. We're really well known for that. At one point we nearly became the cushion company because we churned out so many different cushions. But we'll do bags, we'll do cushions, we do book covers, we'll do things for your sewing room, anything. If it pops into our head and we can physically make it, then we'll go for it. As I said, the buzzword is all about fun for us. On our shows, we always like to have lots of fun. There's always lots of laughter, and hopefully you'll learn a few things that you didn't know along the way. So don't miss the Quilting Antics shows.
Sending on warm. Hello and welcome. Sorry, I'm also chatting with Jenny because of course it is Jenny's 3rd hour this morning already, Jenny. We're live.
Oh, we're live?
Yeah.
I was about to discuss the fact I've taken my vest off.
Oh, between hours we've all taken a bit of clothing off, Jenny. Makes for an interesting Thursday. I've taken a check off, she's taken a vest off. Jenny, it's lovely to have your company.
And yours as
lovely.
well. Let's talk to the audience,
and
shall
it's
we?
even better, yeah, chat to the audience. Hello. What have you taken off since the last show? Email in studio at
no, we might get some really funny emails.
The funniest the better, yeah, funnier the better, just make us giggle. Yeah, you've had a busy morning this morning, haven't you?
3 o'clock get up, one show with you, it's exhausting, and then a show with Hayley, you see, and now I'm back again with you again, and we're discussing underwear.
Exhausting. And then you have to drive on after another exhaust. I know. Well, I were on the jackets, you took it down to the underwear, Jenny. you were on the undergarments.
Well, that's part of the course, I'm afraid. It is noticeable that my classes within about 5 minutes degenerate to below the belt. I just can't. Why?
This is why you need to buy Jenny's books, because you've also got little snippets in there of pure fabulousness. Now, Jenny, we've got a whole heap of tools, essentially.
Yes.
I mean, these are investments, aren't they? Something that you'll use time after time after time.
Correct. And what I think is the first lot we've got, this is the set you need to have. If you are starting off, or if you're going to go to classes, or you've not got a lot of space, you are going to need a ruler, a square, and a half square triangle.
Yeah.
They're marked out very clearly, and I think people often say, well, do I need more than one manufacturer's make? And the answer to that is yes. I have several rulers from different companies because they all do subtly different things.
Yeah.
So even if you've got a set, to be quite honest, at this price for your half square triangle, your square and your ruler,
yes.
It's well worth having, because there are times when one set of rulers are better than another set of rulers.
Right,
So easy. They are 6mm acrylic, easy to see through. Obviously easy to cut round. They do all your increments in 1/4 inches up to, from 1/2 inch up to 7.5 inches on that half square triangle, and that's such a useful tool. I have one lying on my work surface all the time.
Yeah.
In addition to that, we've got a 6.5 inch square. Great for fussy cutting because you can see through it, and the lines obviously are clear, but yet you can still see through them, and it's also got various angles marked on it.
Yeah.
So you've got that, and then you've got a 12 by 6.5 inch ruler. Once more, you've got the lines all drawn on it. Now, this is a great set to just have, perhaps if you're travelling, perhaps if you're going to go to, say, a class. We've got a class weekend retreat running this weekend, and those would be great to take because they're small.
Yeah.
If you're starting a new hobby, you don't perhaps want the long ruler that I so often recommend. The smaller one will equally do. You might have got a smaller mat, and we have indeed got mats on the show. So, no, useful tools there.
And a really good price, as you say. Only £31.47. That's for all three essential tools. £2.50 saving. You can get them individually on the website, but obviously your savings there, and it's just really handy to have all three. 069 618 is your item number. Now, the next tool that we've got, this is quite fabulous. Look at this one. Tell me about this, Jenny. We didn't put paper behind it because obviously it's huge. It's absolutely huge.
Right.
This is your wedge.
This is your wedge. Okay.
You like the wedge, don't you?
I like the wedge template. This is your 10-degree wedge template. And for those of you very simple maths, 360 degrees make a circle, 10 goes into 360 36 times, so 36 of those make a circle.
Is that what you've used there then,
yes,
Jenny?
It's what you choose to make it from.
Wow.
So that's just cutting out from the wedge. Okay, it's a tablecloth, that one. It goes on one of those round tables we used to have. Further down, on your other side, you have got using the wedge from striped fabric like the Bargello thing that we used to have.
Beautiful. Wow.
And it's got the trumpets from the Creative Tux book in the middle there. So that's saying, does my wedge have to be all one piece of fabric? Then if you come back to this end, s'il vous plaît, per favore, you don't have to use all the wedge. So this is it done using the sort of the Bargello-y thing. And notice it goes out and out and out and out, because you can divide 4 into 360 as well. And then on this side, that was my first attempt with it, whenever. And again, just using microwave dyed fabrics to get something very different. And I put a smaller circle in the middle. And then you could go on, and there's a couple more bits to show, because I really like that ruler. So there you've got a small cloth that's waiting for its centre on.
Wow, look
again,
at that.
done Bargello-y.
Amazing.
This one, which was my first foray when I first had this ruler.
No way, really.
And this is a trip round the world done in a circle.
Oh, that's so cool. Wow, that's amazing, Jenny.
And the only reason why I've never finished it is because of all the points that came together in the centre, because I had to add the middle bits. I've got all these fluffy bits. I don't know what to do with them. Answers on the postcard would be appreciated.
That is absolutely phenomenal.
But it's taking, wasn't mine, the mic, it's taking a strip of fabric, cutting it out to suit the wedge shape, having unpicked it. On the 7 o'clock show this morning, I showed you the Bargello technique.
Yes.
It's the same thing.
Right.
You make a cylinder, you cut armbands off the cylinder. The width of the armbands is the widest part of the ruler.
Yeah.
You unpick the armband, and then you cut the armband, when unpicked, to fit the wedge.
Amazing. That, and because we did this morning, because you did the Bargello, it makes sense now.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, I get that. So this is just creating, and it looks complicated. When you look at that, when you look at all the different designs you can create, it is a fantastic tool, and only £16.99. When you've seen all the variations just in this show that you've that Jenny's already created, imagine what you'll be able to create with this. Again, etched in, the actual details are etched in. I think they're etched in, or are they? No, they are printed on top there. Easy to read, and again, very versatile. Hotel. 764501 is your item number. Jenny is going to be showing us that, so do stay tuned. Now, next, we've got, these are really lovely. I love that they're all clipped together, so you're not going to lose them. And this is a massive set, so you've got a set of 8 here. And if I just pick these up, they do come in a little bag, so you have got the little packaging. Now, these look a little bit handy, Jenny. When are we going to use
those
these?
Are pentagons. You can do a lot with pentagons, because if you put 12 pentagons together, you actually get a ball. So you could think, well, here you are.
Oh my gosh, that's so cool.
Okay. And indeed, if you go at the very top shelf, there's one in wood as well.
Oh, wow.
When I took it home, late husband, there you are, said he wanted to have a go. So he made, using those templates, hexagonal shapes out of wood, and has put them together, and you have got a pentagon box.
That's beautiful.
Yes.
That is a thing of beauty.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So, and I've made bowls out of them. There's a bowl here, also made from the pentagons.
That's ace.
Yes.
Oh, that's superb. That is absolutely superb. Oh, there's so much you can do with this. Obviously, you've got your various sizes clipped together. Only $13.99 for that. Honestly, the prices are so good here from So Easy. And if you would like that, it's no, it isn't. It's 413780, your item number. Now, carrying on in the same theme, and your little bag, you get your little Ziploc bag as well. So you have got options. So the first option that you have got, you've got your lovely mini hearts. And I know, actually, there's a lovely project in one of Jenny's books that she was chatting about, and hopefully we're going to get to see more of that. So you've got your mini hearts, you've got the mini stars there, and we've also got the mini circles. So again, Jenny, I presume there's so many different things you can do with these.
You can also use them as an applique, so you can use them, cut the shapes out and apply them.
Yeah.
The children will enjoy that.
Yes.
Because you can draw around the hearts and the circles. Circles are great. You've got bubbles, you've got small circles you want. You try finding a really small circle when you want it.
Yes.
The hearts are lovely, easy hearts to draw around. And as I said, the children will love it, you will love it, because you can put it, you can do it with paper.
Yeah.
You can just literally draw around the shapes on paper. Don't just think fabric. Think paper. Think any substance you can draw around. You could even use it for cake decorating.
Yeah,
now,
of course.
Obviously, there is a seam allowance in there, and what they have done with the seam allowance is to put little dots through, so you can mark the seam allowance on the fabric if you so desire.
I wondered what the dots were for.
Use it without the seam allowance if you want to, just have the shape.
Yes, yeah, that's really good. I like the fact that the seam allowance has got the dots in as well. Now, again, wonderful price there for those. Only $17.99. As I said, they all do come in their own Ziploc bag there. 148646 is your item number. Now, these are supposed to have a cheeky saving, so bear with, because they're actually meant to be £14.99, so they have got the saving there. We will give you the item number, but yeah, they're going to drop down in price in a few moments' time. Okay, next we've got your haberdashery bundle. Straight away, you see that beautiful ornate bag handle there. And again, things like this are fabulous, because that is a really nice finishing piece, isn't it?
It is an extremely nice finished one. And in actual fact, I think Wendy Gardner is using that for her classes next week.
Really?
So anyone going on Wendy Gardner's class will need one of them there.
Oh, how fabulous.
It's a week on, week tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
And then you've got all the other bag findings there.
Yeah.
So, you know, you've got the loops, you've got the D-rings, you've got the bag feet, you've got the tuck, that tuck lock buckle. Just adds professional to your work. It's not sort of, as I would tend to do, a loop and a button, because I'm not a professional. But that will actually add on that little bit of professional appearance. So if you're making bags to sell, or perhaps you've got a business online, or perhaps you want to try something new before you really get into making it, this is a set to get.
Yeah, and beautiful if you're making something for a gift as well, isn't it?
Fantastic.
You know, that really nice professional finish. And again, only $11.21, so it's a really good price. Obviously the colours match, you know, so if it's all going on one bag, everything blends beautifully. 081605 is your item number, saving £2 there, £11.21 your price. Now, do check out the website. On the website you have have got all the goodies that we've got on the show, and honestly, there's a lot on the show. There's a lot of new todays. There's a lot of really good priced items, so please do have a little look. I know Jenny's got a lot of favourites on today's show, so yeah, make sure you have a good perusal. And of course, thank you for leaving reviews. If you do need to read those reviews, then they are available for you. But obviously, loads of different tools, but it's how to use them. Jenny, where are we starting?
Right, where are we going to start? Well, just a very brief mention of the set at the very beginning, of the square, the ruler and the triangle. If you got the Foldy Roldy book, the Foldy Roldy book has in it a design called, where are we? Scrappy Zappy Doo.
Hooray!
And it's a great design to use up all your scraps of fabric. And here is Scrappy Zappy Doo.
I love your titles.
Okay, there is Scrappy Zappy Doo there. And it uses half square triangles, which can be any size you like. So you want to cut half square triangles easily? You need one of those.
Beautiful.
I actually need one more just to complete my mini demo. So the easiest way to do it is to open your fabric out, find a corner. I only want one triangle. I'm not going to waste fabric by cutting a square. Lay my template on it, just cut a bit of a right angle. There we go. Flip the fabric round. I'm working with a 5.5 inch half square triangle, so no messing around, no adding on anything like 7/8 or 3/8 of an inch that I was waffling on about at other times. Pop it on there. There's the 5.5 inch line. It's level at the bottom. Cut up the side, and I can have one half square triangle very simply.
That's very simple, very quickly, in the material I had on this morning.
Absolutely. And then just to tease you all, I've got some background squares here, which I literally did nothing more complicated than cut round the template.
Wonderful.
Draw, cut up the middle there. I could have cut these as half square triangles, but it was easier just to cut squares. Cut up the middle. And then the way that Scrappy Zappy Doo works, and you'll have to read the book to get the rest of it, but you'll see the rough idea, is we take two background squares, we take one of the coloured squares, and that gets laid on like that onto that one, and this one gets folded in half and gets laid on that one like that one, and the design goes together by putting these two things together.
Right.
And we do the same thing on here. Let's make they're all identical actually. And one goes on like that, and one goes on like that. There we go.
Yes.
And there's a bit of other fiddling around, but you can see that when you get, and you can begin to see how half of that design can be created very quickly.
Oh, yes.
And without that, I would have grave difficulty in quickly cutting half square triangles. So useful that.
Yeah. And that is very, very quick to do. And then obviously it's just the sewing and the... Yep. Can I just say, if you do want Jenny's book, Scrappy Dappy Doo, you can get Jenny's book. It is on the website. Absolutely fabulous. I mean, you need this in your life if you haven't already got it. So many wonderful ideas, so much inspiration in there, and of course there's fabulous snippets about our Jenny in there as well. Please make sure you check your basket out if you haven't already got that, but you will find it on the website. And look, circles. Yeah, please make sure that's there. Okay, right. Jenny, next.
Okay. I'm just considering where I actually started to cut these. I must have started them at 7.5 inches. Okay. When you're going to use the wedge, you could use the entire wedge, or you could just use parts of the wedge.
Okay.
Now, this can also be used for doing Dresden plates, grandmother's fans, all sorts of things. So you're going to be doing 10, goes in 360, 40 times. So you want 40 pieces if you want to make a circle. Now, you could have a smaller size middle by using the end of the template, or you could have a larger size middle by sliding the template down. The choice is entirely and utterly up to you. So I'm going to go to there.
Cool.
Cut up the side. And this is just literally using scraps of fabric. Flip it round, replace the template. Remember where you started off with.
Yes.
It's always useful. Bit of masking tape sometimes is quite good to stick on the template so you can remember where you were.
Yes. Because it's easier said than done sometimes, isn't it?
Absolutely. Great fan of masking tape. Okay, so if you were to cut out a whole load of these, to make a very simple circle, you just lay them out in the colour order that you happen to fancy, and you sew them together.
Yeah.
Now, I was thinking, okay, if I did sew them together, what could I do with a whole load of pieces that I've sewn together to make
lovely colours, Jenna.
And I thought, hey, you could actually make a tablecloth, because I've got one of those tables, you know, remember a certain company made them. So I could actually sew them together and make a tablecloth.
Beautiful.
So here we have the tablecloth. I think you've all seen enough of that and understand how it works. So by sewing 40 of them together, I got a circle.
Ta-da!
Ta-dum! In actual fact, I was thinking, had I used the ruler a bit further in, i.e. made the circle hole smaller, it would have been a fabulous skirt.
Yes, of course. That would make an amazing skirt.
Yes. So once you cut the pieces out, because you've got a hole in the middle, you do need to stabilise the hole in the middle. So it was a lump of fabric just laid underneath.
Yeah.
And the trick is to draw a circle on the lump of fabric.
Right.
Slightly smaller than your hole, because then you can pin the top fabric round the circle to help keep it nice and flat.
Right.
Now, when it comes to drawing large circles, you're never going to have a plate that size, but you might well have to hand one of these clover gauges.
Oh, what is this?
Well, the clover gauge is not only a seam gauge, and it comes in two sizes. So you get the smaller one and the larger one. You would need the larger one for this, so you might just get away with the smaller one. So this basically is a gauge, and it is great for curtain making, it's great for dressmaking, because you can set the depth of your hem at exactly that and go around measuring.
Ah, yeah.
I find it fantastic for when I'm doing something like, say, in the Sew Pieces book. There's a certain mark you have to put on your fabric at a certain point. Just trying to find the page. Yes, here. I need to measure exactly 4.5 inches away from, say, the centre.
Right.
And I can set this to exactly that measurement and go round and do precisely that.
How clever. That is a really good little tool.
Yes, it's not a small sort of, you know, it's a decent size. So this will do the measuring.
Yeah.
Easy to slide up and down. You can also work from the point here. So all the measurements go one side, work from that point here, and all the measurements go that side, work from that end. So it works in both directions.
Okay, okay.
The other thing that it's very useful for is it's actually also a compass. Because if you take your square and you put something like a push pin, I haven't got a push pin, or a drawing pin, through the little hole in the middle there.
Yeah.
Let's find a regular pin.
under all the fabric.
Under all the fabric, absolutely. There we are. So if I put a pin through the little hole in the middle there, and you want a push pin, you want a drawing pin.
Yeah.
Or something of that nature. I then decide on the radius of my circle, because there's a little hole here.
Ah.
Once you put your push pin in there, you just put your pencil through the little hole, and you can draw.
Oh, how fabulous.
A circle.
Yeah.
Right? Obviously it's not going round terribly well because it's balanced on top of all those.
Yeah, you're doing what I do.
This will do any size of circle right up to that radius, which means you've got about a 20-inch radius. So it is a pair of compasses as well as being a very good measuring gauge. Down the bottom you've got your useful 1/4 inch, 3/8 inch exactly measurements there. So absolutely essential. It's one of those.
I'm going to give details for that one, Jenny, because yeah, that is amazing. If you would like to get hold of this, you do get your two different sizes, but the one Jenny's just been using is the larger one. It is a 5-in-1 sliding super size gauge, only £15.99. And again, there's loads of ideas, loads of instructions on the back there, just to tell you how to use that. That's your larger one. We've also got the smaller one as well. So again, using it for loads of different things, including your dressmaking. The smaller one is there at the bottom, only £12.99. 905068 is your item number. Please do remember our Jenny's books as well. They are on the show now. They weren't before Yascont website, but they are on the show now. So it does mean they're a lot easier to find if you do want Jenny's books. Back to you, Jenny.
Okay. Right, so having stabilised my middle, you then need to cover the middle. So it will be back to the same clover thing to draw a circle big enough to go over the centre.
Perfect.
Now I thought, well, that's a bit plain though, and there is something called a Dresden plate, which we've had on the show before. Why don't I make a circle up out of my Dresden plate sections, and I can put that in the middle. Then finally I can return to my clover circles and lay one further circle in the middle of that. So from simple straight cut strips you get this, and then you might say to yourself, okie dokie, how did she do the Bargello one? Well, the Bargello one comes exactly like this, by putting your strips of fabric together and then cutting out wedges from the strip. And that was cut out. Let's put it back in the right place. That one goes there. One strip came from that, and one strip came from his friend next door. So it was just a strip of fabrics, and I cut wedges out, and providing you've sort of alternated the colours, then when you put them together, as you can see, the colours shift.
Of course.
So moving on from that to our Leone, I thought, OK, well, this is all very well. I've got my round tablecloth. What else could I do with it? The grandchildren came to stay. I thought, aha. Lego.
Inspirational
now,
as ever.
Your poor Dougie, our security man,
yes.
had a really sad accident with his grandchildren's Lego.
Oh,
So what I decided to do
I
was
don't need to feel sorry for.
A toy bag. OK, so here is the toy bag.
Oh, wow, that's well cool.
This is a toy bag, and it comes from a circle.
I love that.
And basically what it is it's designed for all us grannies out there, and indeed all parents. Picnics.
It's designed for picnics.
You have a nice circle, all the wedges cut up, and that's the smaller size it will do in the middle.
Yeah.
You lay it out on the floor. They do all their Lego, and there are other things, bricks of similar name, thank you. All their toys and things on it, and then when you've had enough, you simply gather it up. So you fold one side in, notice the Velcro, the other side in, do up the Velcro, pick it up, and hang it on the door.
Jenny, I love that. That's amazing.
So how do you make it?
Is that in any of your books?
No, I can show you briefly how to make it.
Oh, I love that. Oh, I want everything. I mean, I absolutely want these all the skirts. Well, you're just setting that up. I'm just going to tell you, we said about the prices being wrong on the small templates, the mini templates. The prices are now right. So if you do want these, only $14.99. You have got your 3 options. So you have got the heart, you've got your little cute mini stars, and then you've got your fabulous circles, really handy. And obviously that's your little metal tag, even a metal tag, very posh. All come in a Ziploc bag as well. So you've got your storage. £14.99, saving £3, 148646. Oh, sorry, a weird hiccup. 646 is your item number. OK, Jenny.
Right, OK, so how you make that toy bag is basically very simple. You either need a circle made up of all those wedges and things, or you just need a circle of fabric. You need one for the front and one for the back.
OK.
The circle I was going to use on the front, I mounted onto wadding and did some form of quilting. In the case of this small sample, I did some free motion.
Cute.
So this is a really wee one. So I did free motion quilting all over it. You then need to make a couple of handles, and handles get put onto the front, one on one side and one on the other side, and it's quite nice if the handles are the same length and are in exactly opposite. Right, so you can fold your circle and one goes on this side.
Perfect.
Right, this is a mini version.
I think that's super cute. That's just for one sandwich. Or maybe just your tangerine. Can you tell I want my dinner?
Absolutely. Poor Leonie's
No,
hungry.
as soon as I saw that, it's just picnics for me. That's why I love picnics.
OK, so having done that, you put the other half on top. Now, there's 2 ways of going about this. You could be, if you're working on a very large circle, make the other half lining out of 2 half circles and leave a hole in the middle. Because then you can turn it through the hole in the middle.
Right, of course,
Or you could just have one whole piece of fabric, put it there, and then you have to sew all the way around and leave a gap on the outside edge.
OK.
So all the way around, you leave a gap on the outside edge, and if I can find where the gap is on this, there it is. As small a gap as possible, and then you simply turn it through.
Fabulous. And obviously you can create your circles from that that wonderful gauge as well.
That was exactly what I did.
That's fab.
So it's a tablecloth, it's a round, it's a centre of a quilt, and you can go any size you like. You don't have to have the entire thing, but as far as I'm concerned, if big is good, then bigger's got to be better.
Indeed.
Yes. If 6 is good, 8's got to be so much better. It's not always a good philosophy to follow there. Right, having turned it through, you'd mend the hole, and then basically it's a question of just fold it up like that, and you'll need to put some hook and loop fastener or some poppers or some form of fastening, because once you fold it up, you just gather the ends up, hang it up, and you've got your toy bag.
That's so cute.
So it can be really useful, and I have used it so many times with the grandchildren. I open it out, I throw all their bricks in the middle of it, they play, and then, right, OK, tea time, folks. Right, had enough of that. Fold the edges in, make sure I get the Velcro in the right place, There we go, pick it all up and hang it on the back of the door, and they can't escape.
Yeah. And it does look, I mean, it looks beautiful. Like you said as well, making a skirt out of that, Jenny, would look amazing.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh my gosh,
fantastic.
it'd look so good. That template, I mean, that template is phenomenal. When you see, I love it, when you see things like this, that just makes me happy. It's those colours, it's just, oh, I love that, Jenny.
I'm glad you're happy.
I'm very happy. That, though, I mean, that's proper achievable. You're literally just using that wonderful template to cut those, and because they're even every time, and then literally just sewing it together. That is so
and if you didn't
achievable.
want that, you see, you could use 10 of them, and you get the Dresden plate. So if you come back to here again, you could just sew 10 together. Dresden plate, that's absolute twaddle. A grandmother's fan. So 10 could be stitched together, and you will get a grandmother's fan, and then you can put an arc in the corner there.
Beautiful.
Or you could give it the fancy edgings we've done with Dresden plates before. Or you could go on and play with your fabrics and fiddle around with them.
Oh, wow.
And it's just using that. You see, that's why I like that wedge template, because there's so many different things you can do with it when you start to play.
And they all look so effective.
Yes.
Oh, Jenny. OK, if you do want to get hold of this, what a phenomenal tool, and what a good price. I mean, $16.99. You've seen just a little bit of what you were able to achieve. Obviously, as soon as you get this home and start sewing, getting all your fabrics out, every time it's going to look different. I tell you what, if you've got any photos, if you've already done something using your degree wedge template, we would love to see what you've created as well, because that's one of my favourite things, seeing what people have actually done. $16.99 is all you're paying. 764501 is your item number. If you adore Jenny's teaching, if you adore Jenny's ideas and inspiration and energy, please make sure you do get the books, because the books are fabulous, and they are Jenny. You know, Jenny's ideas, Jenny's inspiration, but yeah, when you're looking at them, reading them, it's so Jenny, which is just fabulous. Please check your baskets out on those as well. Now, we are going to quickly mention the wonderful pentagon. Now, this is such a good template, and already busy for this one. Now, over 10% of the stock has gone. So you've got, and I'm glad you explained what the little dots are for, because that's your thingy. I've already forgotten. Your seam allowance. I knew it, but my brain had deleted it. That's so annoying when it does that. It does it a lot. And that's your seam allowance. So you have got 8 different sizes there. They feel really good quality. They're thick enough as well. So if you are going round those, obviously easy to cut if you're cutting round those as well. Only £13.99. 413780, your item number. Okay, Jenny.
Right. Okay,
next.
Before I eulogise about the pentagon, which is another favourite template, I was allowed to use these scissors.
You like these, don't you, Jenny? Yeah, she likes these.
This hurts to cut fabric without a purpose, but these are clover scissors, and they have a serrated edge. You will never have such a nice pair of scissors as these. They just fit in the hand, and it will cut through 8 layers of fabric without even batting an eyelid.
Amazing. It's cutting fabric. I know isn't it satisfying?
Horrible. I hate it, but dressmakers, patchworkers, quilters, anybody dealing with fabric. Now, there's a word of warning. You have to hide these. They must be kept in concealed place, away from anybody else who feels like cutting the carpet or cutting the legs off the chicken or anything like that. These are yours, all right? And you are going to guard them with your life. And if those are a little bit too big, they've got a smaller pair. And it's so unfair that no one allowed me to have a free sample of these.
It is unfair, isn't it?
Really, 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 right up to the very, 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 very close edge.
That's very impressive.
And they're just light. They fit in the hand. And these are
Yeah.
I had an old pair of these, and I must have had them for 20 years, and they're still just about as good. And they don't leave home, which is why I haven't got them. But I love a new pair.
Well, she says not putting those back in the packaging. Now, if you do want your scissors, so remember you have got your two different sizes. The ones you're seeing there are the small ones, only $18.99, and very good quality. Absolutely hide them away from people like me, the paper crafters, because we are bad when it comes to your sewing scissors. 227288, a quarter of the stock is already gone. If you do want them, already really popular, so please check your baskets out. If you love the big serrated edge scissors, that sound, it never ever gets dull, does it? Hearing the sound of them slicing through the fabric.
They are top whack. You are paying a lot of money, but you are probably never ever going to want another pair. And it's the serrated edge along here. That actually gives them that extra special. I don't know of any other company, I may be wrong, that actually has a serrated edge. It's tiny, 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 and you can feel it. And that's what's doing the oomph.
That's giving it the oomph.
And it's, you know, it fits. It's fine in the hand. It's nice in the hand. So, you know, great.
Good quality. Good quality. Need. If you do want to,
if they inadvertently just didn't go back in their boxes.
No one would notice, I'm sure, Jenny. 20% of the stock has already gone. So if you do want those quality pair of scissors, $49.95, 822662 is your item number. Please do not miss out on those because they are absolutely flying. In fact, the smaller ones are now limited stock already, and that's why Jenny mentioned them for like a few seconds. They are limited stock. 227-288.
Will they make it back in the package? Or will I just inadvertently forget? Just, you know, they'll just go. I'll just tidy everything away.
It's so
really?
Easy. When they're just, you know, they fall into like you know, all the fabric and just get
a little knot hole in space.
away.
Oh, did I pack it away? Oh, there they are.
I do apologise. I'll bring them in next time.
Yeah, quite. And then hopefully next time will be in 3 weeks' time when they'll have forgotten. Anyway, back to the pentagons. Another I found useful template because, you know, yes, we've got the run-of-the-mill templates. Yes, they're absolutely fantastic. Yes, you've got to have them. But then you get things that are a little bit different. A pentagon. You try drawing a pentagon easily. It's not that easy to do because of the angles, right? So it's 120-degree angles, and you've got to draw it up. No, forget it, mate. Why not have things that somebody's already done for you? So when faced with the pentagon, I thought, OK, I happen to know that if you take a whole load of pentagons and put them together, you will get a ball.
Amazing.
Right, because pentagons tessellate with themselves, but they do not tessellate with any other shape. So you can only fit pentagons together.
Amazing.
Like that.
Yeah.
And basically the ball is done in two halves. So you make up basically two bowls and you put the two bowls together to make the ball. And it depends on how you arrange the colours as to what will happen in the end. So what did I do? Well, I used a stiffened substance. This basically is a very thick craft weight interfacing. Whether it's got glue on it or not got glue on it, it matters not.
Right.
Having decided on whatever size of either ball or indeed bowl I was going to do, I cut out the relevant number of pieces.
Okay.
If you're going to do the ball, you'll want 12 of them. If you're just going to do a bowl, you will want 6. 5 for the sides and 1 for the base.
Cool.
The easiest way of turning the ball out was to take the stiffening, lay it onto a lump of fabric and hack round it. Not that you can possibly hack with these. These will be gently, softly
glide round
it, leaving ½ inch seam allowance.
Okay.
Go more is better than less, and it really is. And then very carefully just tack round, baste round, feeding the corners in as you go all the way around the entire thing, as you can see I've done here.
Yeah.
Top tip whenever you're doing any tacking is to have the knot on the right side.
Okay.
Because if you leave the knot on the underside, sometimes when you pull the tacking out, the basting out, the knot's still there and it's lumpy bumpy on the inside. So leave your knot on the outside because then you can just either use it to pull the thread out.
Such a good tip, Jenny.
So gather round and tack it round in place.
Okay.
You could, if you wanted to, stick it on. It matters not. To make the bowl, you then take your centre one and attach the other 5. Now, this could be done by hand. Oh, makes me cough and choke.
I guess not.
I actually do it on the machine using a small zigzag, zagging across from one to t'other. So you literally go in and off and in and off and in and off. I'll show you in a moment.
Cool.
When you've done that, and I'm afraid this is hand sewing because I have failed to do this on the machine, is you fold up the sides and that will make half the bowl, which could be left as a bowl, and then you could make the other half. So that's doing the ball.
That's
And I
superb.
thought, if I wanted a bowl though, I've got a messy inside. I can see, so why don't I cut out 2 sizes of pentagons? So you want a big one and a small one.
Of course.
So let's go for that. So the big one you place onto the fabric, you cut out, allowing half an inch all the way around, you fold it over the pentagon. You can either pin it, press it, stick it, depends on whatever stuff you're using in the middle there. So you end up with something like that. Because you've got 8 different sizes of pentagon, it was very easy to choose another that was fractionally smaller and do precisely the same thing. So that covers up the messy bits and finishes it off nicely.
Beautiful.
To make the pentagon bowl, you'd want 5 of those. And when it came to the base, I thought, okay, the base, right, well, the base needs to be the same, both sides. So what I'll need to do is to take 2 outside pieces. I had one earlier. Oh, there it is. And put the 2 outside pieces together and just literally slip stitch or zigzag all the way round. And when I say zigzag, this is where you zig in, zag off. So let me just go to zigzag on this machine.
Zig in, zag off?
Yes. you zig in and you zag off. So you want to set the piece of work off centre. Having quite a wide zigzag, it's fine. So you're going to go into the edge of the fabric and over the edge. So in and off and in and off. So the needle is just piercing the fabrics and jumping right off into midair.
Right, okay.
So I'm literally just catching the edge of the fabrics. And I'll just do a couple of sides.
Yeah, and then show us, because we're just seeing it sort of go in, but we can't see the off.
No.
We can see the in, but not the off.
I'm not sure I can move my...
No, it's okay. When you show us, we'll...
So can you see in?
Yeah.
And right off. It goes right into air, so it's absolutely going back into the body of the machine. So the work is off centre.
Right, that's really interesting.
And it doesn't do funny loopy stitches because, dreamy.
The nice scissors.
Aren't they nice?
The nice scissors, seriously limited stock. So if you do want them, check them out.
Get really close to this.
Oh, we're in there.
Okay.
We're in there,
so
Jenny.
the zig went in and the zag went off. In, off, in, off, in, off. And so you're really just catching the edge.
Right.
Okay. And I'd go all the way around that, and to make my bowl...
And the off stitch is fine. It's not a loop or nothing. It's just...
No. Because all the machine wants to do is to pull the 2 threads tight.
Yeah.
That's what it wants to do. It wants to lock the threads.
Yeah.
And the fact that one is actually going into mid-air, it doesn't matter. It pulls it tight around the piece of work.
Oh, wow.
Because that's what it's set to do. And you will not get funny loopy stitches.
Oh, how fabulous.
So when it comes to making up the sides, if you take your outsidey bit and your insidey bit and put the 2 together, this is where I don't approve of gluing, because you would never glue that desperately accurately around the edge. So I would either slip stitch them round there by hand, oh dear, or I would use something like one of the decorative stitches on the machine.
Beautiful.
Which, if you do a decorative stitch on the machine, I will show you on this one here, you will actually find it will come out on the outside of the bag.
Oh, yeah.
Of the bag, the box. So basically, we make the bottom up. You then make up 5 sides. You sew the 5 sides on.
Okay,
1, 2, 3.
You zigzaggy.
With your zigzaggy, 4, 5.
So
there we go.
pretty.
And when it comes to stitching them together, again I'll use a zigzag, but now I'll take it right down, so it won't be that wide. I want it nice and narrow. And I'll just do the bit that I've stitched already, which is round there. Butt the 2 pieces up to each other underneath the sewing machine, and you're going to be setting the sewing machine so that the edge of the fabrics is in the middle of the foot. And you go into one side, into the other side, in and over. And when you get to the end, you can pick up the next one, raise the presser foot, turn it round, and just keep going all the way round the bottom, doing a small zigzag. So in and off and in and off and in and off. The crack between the 2 fabrics is in the middle of the presser foot.
Right. Yeah. So it's just catching both
my
of the
dreamy
fabrics.
scissors. There they are. And if you did that 5 times. Then all you have to do then is fold up the sides of the bowl, and you have got a pentagon bowl.
How clever.
And don't do this, all right? We've actually already had a sneak peek. Okay, so here I am, I've done the bowl, and I'm in front of the class, and I'm showing them how amazing this bowl is. It's a fantastic bowl. Look at how I fussy cut the reindeer. Fussy cut, fussy cut, fussy cut, fussy cut. And then sadly...
I mean, that reindeer don't look well, I'm not going to lie.
That reindeer is not a very well reindeer. No.
I know,
I was never going to take this apart and turn it round the right way.
That's hilarious.
Absolutely no way. So you could do that. And then another thing you can do with the pentagon, while I eulogise about the pentagon, is in the... it's in Material Magic. You know, I shall never win a mastermind doing my own books, because I have to read them sometimes and think, oh, did I put that in that book?
What did I do?
Right, so in Material Magic there is a pentagon bowl. Where is it? In fact, there's one on the top shelf. I'll get one. So you can make fabric bowls out of pentagons.
These look phenomenal, Jenny. Look at that.
That's pentagon.
That's so clever.
And it's just a different bowl. Do it with it what you like. So there you are. That's why I consider pentagons are particularly useful.
Love it. Thank you, Jenny. Genius. Okay, if you want your pentagon tool, first of all, only if you do want to get hold of that one, the details are zooming in, and then I promise to mention Jenny's books. 40% of the stock has gone here. It is really busy. Remember, we've only got, this is the last hour with our Jenny, so only 1 hour with these products. So if you do want them, please check your baskets out. Do not miss out. $13.99 413 780. And honestly, live tell it. So if you've got a question, email in. Don't sit at home thinking, oh, I wonder. Please email in. If you did want the books, remember that Jenny's just mentioned, do not miss out of the books either. And I will mention those books. I'll talk to you about those in just a few seconds time. But yeah, so first of all, the 3 main templates, they are your basics. They're your bread and butter. £31.47, you are saving £2.50 there. Great size for chucking in your bag and trotting off to your workshops. 069 618 is your item number. We've then got the amazing wedge. I mean, we saw so much inspiration using this tool. Honestly, it's one of those that it looks so effective. When that's made up, that looks really difficult, but when you actually see how it's done, oh my gosh, this makes it easy. $16.99 is your price there. If you would like to get hold of that, 764501 your item number. Now, obviously, we've talked about that one, so we're skipping on from the pentagon to the beautiful mini shapes. So you've got a choice. You've got either the heart, you've got the star, or, of course, you have got the circle. Again, really good quality. Loads you can do with these. Brilliant for a PK. £14.99, that £3 saving there. 148646. And then the books, of course. Please check your books out, because we've got for you. The first one is your Material Magic and your Creative Tucks and Textures. And again, there's so many ideas. There's so much inspiration in each one of these. Absolutely beautiful. And Jenny is just the master at creating that wonderful movement within the fabric, that interest, that beautiful engineering, really, of the fabric. I mean, it's so clever, but the results look so beautiful. Please make sure you get hold of this, because it's different. You know, the designs are sublime. If you would like to get hold of that, so you're getting your Creative Tucks and Textures, and you get your Material Magic there. Again, loads in there. And look, that's what she's gonna that's what she's just shown us. Oh, that is so cool. Seriously, so cool. If you would like to get hold of both, look at it. Both of those, only £18.94 for those. So again, fantastic price there. Your item number there is 153971. Next, we've got for you the wonderful foldy-rolly patchwork pizzazz. Fabulous title. Of course it is, from our Jenny. Of course it's a great title. And again, you've got so many different ideas, so much inspiration. And and look, you wear the gig. That's what we were chatting about before, whirligigs. So again, using that fantastic template, mix and match it with the ideas in your book there. If you would like to get hold of that one is just £9.99, such a good price, 707951, your item number. We've then got your fans and fabrications, and again, oh, my favourite in this one were those bags. And, oh, I love the bag. These are so cool.
We're just using wooding scraps. So literally you're taking a strip of fabric, you lay your wooding inside, you wrap it up, you zigzag down the edge and you work it like you do the coil pots.
Amazing. They look so cool. I love it because there's so many different ideas. You know, whether you're dressmaking, whether you're making beautiful things for the home, gorgeous gift ideas. So much in just one book, there's so much. And again, the prices, it's ridiculously affordable. £9.99, 248393. Last but by no means least, we have got your sew pieces. And again, now this has got those boxes as well, Jenny. I love the boxes in this one.
Yes.
They are stunning.
Yes. And if you're using a pentagon box, it's just a 5-sided thing. You've got the shape in your pentagon templates, and it's dead easy to make a pentagon box.
Oh, wow. I love it. Absolutely love those. And the heart, hopefully we're going to be able to touch on this,
We're going to see the heart
aren't we?
thing. I have one half prepared in front of me.
Amazing. That is the heart. We're going to be talking about that. That's Jenny's next demonstration. £9.99. That is 725963, your item number there. Right, I'm going to quickly whip down the rest of the counter for you. So your haberdashery set. Now, remember, beautiful finish on these. It looks right posh. And it's so nice to have all your beautiful metal embellishments on your bag because it does look good. It feels good as well. Lovely finish. £11.21. We are approaching 20% there, so really good price, but busy. 081605. Now, Jenny, I know you like this as well, don't you?
Yes,
your quilter's
I do like
multi-mat.
that. Okay, so you've got multi-mat. So it's an ironing mat, it's a cutting mat, it's a laying out your patchwork mat. And it's a, I don't know quite how you describe it. It also has a piece that you can grab the pieces. So
anti-skid it calls it.
Thank you.
No, and that I get it. So you can lay your stuff out and it's going nowhere.
It's going nowhere, absolutely.
Oh, fantastic. And obviously the cutting mat's protected from the heat because of that heat-resistant pad on there.
So you can either have it completely open and flat, so you've got a decent-sized ironing surface.
Yeah.
Or you can have it folded in half.
Yeah.
So you've got half it. I mean, this is great for, we are short on space these days. They just don't build houses big enough. So that is ideal for just popping in that corner, taking to class, taking on holiday with you, just having to hand. Maybe you can't move around the room quite so quickly. You need an ironing mat. That will do it. You've got your rotary cutting mat there as well, and it has your anti-skid and anti-slip sections. So you can lay that design out and it's not going to shift.
Yeah, I think that is genius. Again, really, really good idea. If you would like to get hold of this, it's that multi-mat. It looks beautiful. Make a great gift as well with that one.
Absolutely would. And it's metric and imperial.
Amazing.
So the cutting mat, so you can give it to anybody. You're not thinking, oh my goodness me, he doesn't understand metric or imperial.
Yeah.
It does both.
Amazing, amazing. Ticks all the boxes and it's a pretty design as well. £17.49 is your price. 279186 your item number, if you'd like to go with that. Now we've also got the rotary cutter. Obviously we've seen our Jenny using the rotary cutter. If you would like to get your rotary cutter, it is your offer. Of course protected with the lockable protection there, only £12.99, and that one is a 45mm rotary cutter. I like how bright it is as well. It's a lovely colour. That is 725314 is your item number, and look at that. Yeah, they go beautiful, don't they? Oh.
And the Alpha cutters, I have had Alpha cutters since I started sewing, and they are always very good. And they'll take all the blades. You haven't got to buy special blades. They will take regular 45mm blades.
That's good. So it's not a specific.
No.
That's really good. If you do want to get hold of that, only £12.99 as well. 725314. Right, Jenny, hearts.
Okey-dokey. Right, back to hearts again. Let me put my multi-mat to one side. I wonder if I can conceal my scissors inside the multi-mat.
I'm sure there's a way, Jenny.
You know, when I spoke to the company, I said I need one one of the sewing gauges because I haven't got the big one. I should have said I needed the scissors.
Yeah, you really should. That should have been on your list, Jenny.
Okay, you've got 4 different sizes of hearts in these mini templates, just as you have 3 sizes of stars and you've got 4 sizes of circles. These are all really useful templates because they're you know, you try drawing a 5-sided star.
Yeah.
Almost impossible. What they have done with all the templates is they have put little dots, little holes, so you can mark the seam allowance. So, for instance, if you're going to do a star, now this I was going to bond in place, but if you draw, excuse me, if you draw around the fabric, draw around the star on the fabric, and then you just literally put a pencil through the holes on the template, you can then join the lines. You get your ruler out and just join the lines, and that will give you your accurate seam allowance. So you could then sew round, got my needle muddled up, and just bend the fabric on the line so that you would then get an accurate star to be able to applique. Now, apropos the points here, what would happen with that when you come to applique is you sew up to the top there, trim this point down a bit, and then you needle turn it, you stroke it underneath, so you can then go back down the other side again. So even I do some hand sewing sometimes. And the trick with applique is you come up through the very edge and you go straight down. Up, straight down. So you actually twist the needle underneath. There's none of this diagonal stitching. And one last word before I go on to the hearts, because I know Leonie's itching for that. It must be so firmly stitched on that your judge, when I'm judging, can't come along with their finger and scratch it and it parts company with the background fabric.
Oh, do you do things like that, Jenny?
Yes.
Oh, she's a harsh judge, is that woman.
Okay, I'm using the larger heart template. You could have done this thing with the smaller one. And here is a finished one, slightly squashed because it was just chucked in the box. Basically, it just is take 6 hearts.
Oh, wow.
You need to draw a line down the middle of one of the hearts.
Okay.
So draw a line down the middle using some form of chalk marker, pencil marker, it matters not. Lump them all together as one little lump.
Okay.
And then all we're going to do is sew down the centre.
Oh, that's easy.
Yep.
And
the trick is I would start in a bit. We're back on straight stitching now. So regular straight stitching, drop your needle down to hold all the layers, start in a bit, reverse, and then go back again.
All right, yeah.
Because that will make certain that the starting threads are well tied in.
Yeah.
If you just sew off the end, they're likely to part company. And when you get to the other end, do the same, reverse, and then you find your really rather nice clover scissors, which are walking nearer and nearer my end.
Those scissors, did we have any of those left? Oh, they've technically sold out of the small scissors. I'm afraid technical sell out on the small scissors. I think we've still got some of the larger scissors left. So obviously you've still got those which are seriously good quality, but yeah, the little ones technically gone.
And then basically all you do is nip it together somewhere.
Yes.
With a couple of hand stitches, and you can stick a sequin on it.
How fabulous.
So I'm just putting pins in. And again, here, how are we doing for time? We'll get a move on in a minute. And then when you've nipped it together in one place, you then take alternate sides and you pinch those together.
Wonderful.
And that's what gives it the shape. And you can do this not only with hearts, you can do it with circles as well.
Of
There's
course,
one, equally squashed with circles. It's the same thing. It's taking a piece of fabric or taking an idea and playing with it.
Yes, yeah.
And there you go.
Well, it's that fabric manipulation again.
That's
your
manipulation,
thing.
you see. I like doing things like this.
Yeah.
You can easily sew, and then you can at the top here, you see, you can do the same thing with the very top. Yes, you can bring these together and those together. So you just play on.
Yeah.
And this is, oh dear, that dreadful word, hand. But look, I even hand-stitched sequins on, okay? Yep.
Wow, Jenny, your hand-stitched.
And there's my heart, my hand-stitched heart with a few sequins on. The stitching's probably coming a bit adrift, but never mind, because I'm not a hand sewer. But you can see how you could take simple hearts, or, one last little thing, is there's no reason why you can't applique hearts, circles and stars, just to improve a piece of work.
Yes, yeah.
Or maybe to disguise something that perhaps needed disguising, you know, put a circle on it rather than a button.
So the judge, when she's coming round being mean, doesn't penalise you for something that she's found,
Absolutely, totally.
which she will do. If you do want the that wonderful pattern, that idea, that inspiration, the instructions that Jenny's just shown us, that is in that book. That is your sew pieces, of course. 725963. If you want the template that Jenny's just used, you have got the heart template. Remember, you've got your choices. So you've got the heart, you've got the star, or you've got the circle. So yeah, you can use them to create all sorts of things, or you can use them to hide things. So, like pair of scissors, £14, no, not big enough. £14, £99, 148646 is your item number. There are queues on the phones. You can get on the website and check your baskets out. We've only seconds left. Jenny, thank you ever so much. Oh, I love it. What a beautiful. Just needs a cheeky little pom-pom on there, Jenny.
You see, well, there's a little cheeky little pom-pom on the
there
top.
you go. So, oh, look at you.
You thought I was sane.
All ready for your party. Who needs a vest when you've got a hat on? It keeps you warm. When you're back with us, our lovely Jenny.
On the May bank holiday, the Sunday, May the 30th, I got an ODS.
Have you got an ODS?
Yes.
Oh, that's exciting. Thank you so much, Jenny. It's been absolutely lovely. See, you're wearing that. I want to pick that up and put it on as a skirt, but I can't. It's got a middle in it. Do take care. Please check your baskets out. See you tomorrow night. Bye-bye. And it's a night-night. Bye. So absolutely not good night. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. That's Crafty 5th anniversary coming up next. We've then got our lovely Julia with some fairy hugs, and then John is next door with those family occasions.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and together with my husband Alfie, we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dies in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. We aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration.
Hi there, my name's Leona. I'm a presenter, a guest and a crafter. I love my job. I love the presenting side because I get to meet loads of really inspirational people, and that's just the beauty of this. There's always something new to learn. There's always something that you want to get into. It's fabulous. My Let Leona Loose show is also fantastic. It's my weekly highlight. I get to work with loads of really cool brands, loads of fantastic products, and again I'm always learning, and I do get loads of wonderful viewers getting in touch as well, which is obviously a highlight of our job. I hope you can join me on my Let Leona Loose shows every Wednesday 11 AM and 2 PM.
Good afternoon, everybody, and a warm welcome. So this is going to be the last live show where we are celebrating our event, because That's Crafty. It's their 5th anniversary here at the craft store. As a company, I absolutely love That's Crafty, and they bring us so many good products. Someone else who I love is our Jo, and she's here as well. Jo, hello.
Hello there.
I really do enjoy working with you. It's just like hanging out with a mate. That's Crafty, and we were having a little bit of a chat before the show. And the diversity that they bring is incredible.
Yes, it is.
And they genuinely bring us such good stuff.
They do. So it's because basically Laura is a crafter as well. So she sees the potential in, obviously, the designers that she has. She has some amazing designers on board. So, of course, Melina, we've got Melina, and of course, we've now got Kelly O'Gorman, which showcased yesterday. And by the way, she was thrilled with everything, and she said it was absolutely incredible.
The design, Melina, we know, and I love Melina, and Kelly, I was blown away by her
I think
designs.
everybody was. We've had some incredible comments.
It's really rare, and you can catch up on those shows on Rewind on our website. It was yesterday. But to find somebody who's that original in the world of crafting is not easy.
I find it quite extraordinary, actually. I've been in the industry as a professional now for, it'll be almost 18 years, actually, as a professional, but many, I know, I don't know, God.
You started when you were 4.
Absolutely. But many moons before that, I was a crafter, and I can't believe that now, with everything, all the innovation, you can still find something that's so very different.
That's what we like as crafters.
It is.
Now, we've got some stamps that you're absolutely going to love. Can I just remind you all, there is an anniversary gift, and it's, if you received your anniversary gift yesterday, you are still eligible to get this one. This is for today, so it counts from the earlier show or this show. You're getting this beautiful, I love it. It's the tree. It's the tree bark.
It's the tree bark, yes, and it's 7x5. This one. Yesterday we had a square, didn't we?
Yeah.
6x6. This one's 7x5. So much potential. Card making, mixed media.
Do you know what I'd be doing?
Fabric.
Get your crackle through there. It's like, I mean, great, a great stencil.
Yeah.
That is a gift. That is your anniversary gift. It is your last hour to get it. It's one per customer, but if you make any purchase on the show, for instance, imagine the value you're getting. If this is your first hour you're purchasing from That's Crafty today, you were to get one of the stamps I'm about to showcase, worth $14.99, and that, they're worth every penny. And then factor in, you're also going to get your bonus stencil, take great price.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and I love the fact that you are getting something free, and it's a way of That's Crafty saying thank you for everybody's support.
Just going to show you with regard to the stamps, you can have a little look. Everything that you're getting here. Now, this is set number 1. We are limited stock for set number 1. I love the sort of botanical nature. It's kind of a hark back to Victorian botanical.
It is.
Silhouette. But then you've got little... It's a twist. It's got a modern twist within it as well.
OK, so... Lynn Moncrief, the designer. She's actually
so good with names, by the way.
Oh,
how you remember all the names?
No, I do because they're just I'm in awe of them. I don't, as you well know, I can't draw or paint, so I find anybody that can is just incredible. But actually, these are extremely different, individual, not just in the designs, but the way that they've been done. Because these are actually real life plants that have actually been transferred into stamping.
Well, I tell you, this is absolutely flying. We're going to try and use that quickly because I think that's going to go. I'm going to show you the second option as well. That's really interesting you say it. Lynn
Moncrief. She's actually from, I know, Scottish.
That's what I was going to say.
And I said Surrey, Scotland, but apparently she messaged me and she said, no, it's very rainy.
Oh, okay.
So if you're watching, Lynn,
but the quality of designers, and you can see this here, and Lynn's been really clever. This is set number 2 from your botanicals, your dried botanicals. So it is that realism of, and the process, Lynn's been really clever in using that natural flowers. But then, I love with the silhouettes, just that script in the background as well. Fantastic. What a set. 80% of the stock's gone here. And Lynn has absolutely crammed as much as she can onto this stamp set. You're seeing the little text on the bird there, which is phenomenal. But then I love the little words as well, to wander, nostalgia. You've got the wonderful, these work so well. So I'm just thinking, with the silhouettes, create a nice background, stamp down, done.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Absolutely stunning.
Yeah. Huh?
Stunning.
Stunning. Sorry, that's what I was hearing my ear. $14.99 is your price there. I've got to tell you. Oh, sorry. I'm just going to set it down. My bad. So $14.99 is your price. Now you're picking options. So it's set number 1, set number 2. I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but we're getting a lot of new viewers joining us. If you were to make any purchase on the live show, you will be getting the anniversary gift as well, this fantastic stencil that you're seeing there. Set number 1 has gone limited stock, everybody. Has it gone or sold? Set number 1's not only gone green, it's actually gone.
Well, I was waiting for you to say, has it gone, what colour? I was going to say green. And if anybody watched yesterday, they'll know what I'm talking about.
That was very funny. I chuckled about that on my drive back from work.
Do you know, I chuckled about it in the evening and I thought, I can't believe it. I can't believe I've been so dull.
No, you're not at all. Now, I've got to tell you, there is good news with set number 1. We were able to get hold of some more stock. We thought it was going to go. It's going to be dispatched. You have to wait too long, actually, the 24th. So only 4 days, and we're going to get that out. So set number 1 is now back on stock. Extended delivery, 4 days wait, the 24th. 177495, your item number. You decide whether you want to go for set number 1 or set number 2. Set number 2 is on immediate dispatch as it stands. It's just set number 1 on extended, but set number 2 is flying, and we are approaching limited stock there. Jamie, can we just have a look just before we go? I know we're moving on, but if you just see some of the finished examples with the stamps are beautiful, Joe. Did you do these? The team do these?
I did a few. I didn't do as many as I would have liked to have done because I was very much concentrating on the one-day special with having quite a few shows. But Jill, I'll have to thank Jill Humphreys, who is incredible, Rachel Harris, Liz Wheeler, and of course Lynn has actually made some beautiful, beautiful pieces as well.
These are stunning. Now, where I think really lends, and you can see here, they look like vintage pieces. Yeah. That's clever, the final one we're seeing. We are limited stock on set number 2, so that's about to go as well on immediate dispatch. I know we've got the walnut stain coming up, and has that been used on some of these?
They've been used on all of them.
Walnut crystals, I should say. Sorry.
Yeah, the walnut powders have got with the tea bag papers. Yes, they've been used on all of them for either stamping onto or using as background papers or instant
effect.
It's instant.
Right. Now we do have to move on. We've got more for you. The papers are I could not think of a better companion with the stamps, and they're eco papers as well, which I love. They're sort of eco drive and nature behind the papers, but when you see the finished results, and you have to see them to realise how good they are. So I'm going to hold these up and we'll take a little look. So it's got that sort of skeleton leaf effect. How were these made?
Right, so these were actually made with real botanicals, so real foliage. Lynn has actually been out, collected them, dried them. Now it's a process called eco pressing.
Right.
Now it's a very, very long-winded process, and you have to be very, very dedicated. I was talking to Leonie after the show, and she said, I've had a go, she said, and honestly, she said, the patience that's involved to actually get them to this point is incredible. So initially, when you are doing eco-pressing and doing making papers, they tend to be more on the browns and that sort of colouring, you know, the vintage browns and all that sort of thing. But what Laura has done is she's actually included some colour into when they were actually printed. So, they're open to everybody's interpretation of different things.
And just seeing how well they work with it, I mean, that's cool. I think it's upside down, but it still looks good. Look, how good does that look?
Yeah. I was saying, actually, that those tiles that Lynn has done, they look as if they've got real leaves pressed under and then like a vellum top. And that isn't the case. That's actually just the paper on top. But doesn't it look like that? Now, this is a card that Jill Humphreys has done. Now, I just adore it. And
it's stunning.
And forgive me for saying, Jill, and she won't mind, but the simplicity of making it is incredible.
It doesn't look, it looks like card. It would be really technical. Got to tell you, 40% of the stock has gone here. $12.99 is your price. 115013 item number. I've been presenting at the craft store now for 4.5 years, coming on to 5 years. I've never seen papers like this before.
And
hand on heart, I've never seen it.
Honestly, and they are from that original source from Lynn, which I find quite incredible.
It's nice. It's the provenance behind it. Okay, we're going to move on. We've got more for you. These stencils, I really like the stencils. So you're getting the stencils and you're also getting the masks in companion with them. $9.99 your price, but do remember that $9.99, if you were just to buy these on the show today, you would still be getting the anniversary gift. So suddenly that bundle expands, and this is what you're going to be getting for $9.99. It's a value for money, and it is, I've got to stress, one per customer, but look at everything that you would be getting. So the bonus anniversary gift, along with all the stencils that you're seeing there, and this is your last opportunity. So we're finishing the event, so do take advantage, because it's the last live hour with Joe. $9.99, you've got your birds and your botanic dinky stencils. So there's Notes Birds 1, Notes Birds 2, you've got your dianthus. Oh, it must be is that plant?
Yes.
Yeah, dianthus and leaves. I don't know what dianthus is.
It's a flower.
Oh, okay.
Yes, a type of flower. Now, also, what you're getting here, where you can see, because you can see exactly what you are getting, you get the positive and the negative. So apart from the leaves stay as they are, actually in the stencil, but the other three, you actually get the pieces as well. So that will enable you to do so many different techniques to what you would normally do by maybe just spraying through the stencil or inking through or putting mediums through.
Having the mask.
That's right. You've got the mask and the stencil.
So we can do spotlight techniques. We cover it, $9.99 your price there, 311-529 your item number there. Now, we're going to move on to our journal. I know you love a journal, Joe.
I do love a journal.
You love a journal, and this is a journal you're all going to love. So, we're getting a lot here for $12.99, and it's your crafty board journal. So how does it actually work, Joe?
Right, so the crafty board, as we know, is something That's Crafty have brought to us. It's quite a unique product in the way that it's actually so durable, but yet so light.
And it's light, but it feels great. And I would imagine we can throw anything at this as well.
Yes,
so think about your papers, your sprays. You've got the hoops in there as well, so ring binds. So we can add our sort of papers in there as well.
Yeah. So Jill's made this. I love that she's actually moved away from the vintage traditional colours. It's still a vintage colour in as much as like a Wedgwood blue, isn't it?
Yeah.
But she's made it into a notebook. And it's field notes, which is fantastic.
It just feels such quality.
I know.
And having that journal with the sort of the structure of the journal with the crafty board looks great too. Now, over 50% of the stock's gone here. Was it Jill you said made this?
Jill has made this one, and I just love it. It's so pretty, isn't it?
Well, that, if you were to buy a journal, a really good quality journal like this, you'd pay a lot more than $12.99, and here we can really personalise too. So all those techniques, I'd be adding some pockets in there as well, and anything you want. So actual size is 2 by 4 times 8. You're getting 2, 4 pints. So effectively, we can do 2 journals.
You are getting 2 journals.
2 journals for $12.99.
Yes. Yeah, so I was saying actually earlier to Kirsty that also, if you're going to be making junk journals, so therefore you are going to add lots of pockets and lots and lots of pieces of paper. I would actually split those into 4. Because what happens with a junk journal is, of course, you're going to put lots and lots in. So it really becomes quite full.
Nice. Everyone loves a junk journal. Okay, 119855, your item number. We are going to progress on. Love that, though. How good that. So now, the walnut powders with the tea bag paper actually sold out earlier on. It's back on extended delivery. These will last you a very, very long time. Now, I've just got to tell you, because it's an extended delivery, it will be dispatched on the 27th of May. It's only 7 days. Worth it, though. The effects, and actually, I was going to ask, because I missed the earlier show, and I apologise to the team. I'm kind of going a bit rogue here. I didn't get to see, I literally tuned in after you finished demoing. I didn't get to see that. Can we just, like, really quickly, can you just show me? Because I just want to see, I'm thinking about getting it, and I'm abusing my position because I just want to see it in action.
No problem at all. I've got all my bits and pieces around me that I'm going to be using on the main project. So basically, you're getting the tea bag paper, which you have there. You get an enormous amount of tea bag paper.
It's a huge sheet. How big is it?
Huge. Leonie was wrapping it around herself this morning, so you know how much you get. We haven't actually got us, is it 400 centimetres of tea bag paper, but to actually visually see it, it looks like you get so much.
Well, I mean, I'm going, oof.
Yeah.
It's like a magic. You know when the magicians pull something out of his pocket?
Yeah.
It just keeps
it's like
on
the
going.
handkerchief act, isn't it?
My goodness, you get a lot. And the actual feel of it, because I would imagine you can, it's durable, we can crumple it, we can do a lot with
absolutely.
this.
So, so what we were doing this morning, and I'll actually do the same demonstration if that's okay.
Yeah, please do.
I've took one piece of the tea bag paper. The other thing about it is so durable. Obviously, before you wet it, you need to obviously dry it afterwards, but you can sew with this as well. So it is used very, very, very commonly in like journals to make little pockets to actually put bits and pieces in. So what you would need to do is just very lightly spritz with a fine bottle, and be very, very careful how much you use, because honestly, it goes on forever. And I'm not exaggerating. So pop a little bit in the cap of your bottle, because if you just tip that out, you're really going to get far, far too much. Yeah. Sprinkle it all around. Don't worry, if you only wanted a very small piece, do a bigger piece, because it will come in handy for when you want to do something else. More than enough in there. Okay, so just then very lightly sprinkle over the top, and this is where you see the magic happen, because what it does is it's actually dispersing out. Can you see? The more that you actually put on, the more it will actually disperse.
Gives you such an organic look.
It's beautiful, isn't it? It's actually, I mean, as you know, walnut ink is one of the first types of ink that people, because it's a natural, the walnut ink and stain is a natural product, isn't it? So I've got another piece here. Now, before I do that, I'm going to show you how strong it is. Okay, you can see it's really, really durable. Now, that's quite wet. It's lovely. It's really just right, actually. Nice. If I wanted to, I could transfer onto another piece just by basically just taking that.
Well, that's effective.
And just taking a little bit more, and then when I wet this, look at this is why you don't use
it. Just keeps on going.
It's like
it's propagating.
It is. It is. If I really, really wet this piece here, okay, and then we pick this up. I've got a little bit on my mat here, so I'm just going to.
How much you're saturating it,
I know,
and it's holding up. Got to say, we've got queues on our phone lines as well. I'm so sorry if you're currently stuck in a queue. 4-minute queues. We are busy.
What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to put this piece that I put on the top, and I'm going to pick this bit up, and then if we screw it up, look, that's when it's really quite wet.
Right.
All right. So it is quite wet. In fact, it's that wet I could actually wring it out. Look, you can see how wet it is. So then when you unscrew it,
oh wow!
I mean, Lord, isn't it fabulous? It's one of my. I can honestly say that this is one of my top 10 craft products. And
big statement.
That's a huge statement for me.
For you to say that.
It's huge.
Yeah.
And I love it when Laura puts it on the show.
You're not the only one, because we're approaching 30% of the stock. Actually, we're over now 30% of the stock of our extended delivery for the walnut powders and the tea bag paper. Just seeing that being used and how effective it is, instant age. So imagine incorporating that onto your cards, onto your MDF as well. 058-267 your item number. Can I just say big thank you to Jo? We didn't plan that.
It's my pleasure.
I wanted to see it because I want to get it, and I'm so glad, and after seeing it, that's it, I'm sold. So we've got lots more. We got the shadow box for you as well. Let's take a little look here. Now, shadow box was very busy earlier on. What you're able to make is one of the large shadow boxes, then two of the smaller inner compartments in there for $10.99. But it is just the perfect blank canvas for you to express the stamps, the stencils, maybe introduce the tea bag paper with the walnut powders. If you're looking for a project, it's a great one to do, an absolute mantle pleaser. 339-686, your item number there, and $10.99 is your price. Okay, so just showing off actually the shadow boxes, and you can see them here. How good do they look? Joe, such nice projects.
They are beautiful projects,
Really
and this is actually the first time that the shadow box MDF kit has actually been seen here on the craft store, or even previously on Hochanda. I have used it in an online workshop. But that was for a group of people specifically, because it was actually designed for that workshop. But it worked so well with these.
So
with
this is the first opportunity we've had to buy it here at the craft store?
Definitely is, yes, yeah, it's brand new to here.
Well, we love that, and over half of the stock has gone there. 339686, your item number. Just a final reminder, if you make any purchase on the live show, and this is the last opportunity because we're celebrating the 5th anniversary of That's Crafty, but this is the last live show, you will receive an anniversary gift. It's one per customer, but this will be put into your basket there, and it's just a beautiful, sensible one. I love the wood bark effects, a wood grain effect done. You'll be using this all the time. There we go. That will just add it into your order. All right, should we start having a
Right, yes, please. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to continue with this project because there was so much in it and so many techniques and so much information, so many products. We decided not to rush through it too much in the first hour so that we could continue with it. So this is obviously one of the shadow boxes, but instead of using both boxes, I've only used the smaller out of the two. Okay, so the other box itself, this is the actual base of the box, and then of course you're going to get the sides. All you need to do is just glue round like you would normally do for an MDF project, and then you will end up with this, but of course in the bigger size. But I thought it was enough because I wanted to do so much around it. I've got the papers and everything and the stamps, so I was quite happy with that. So we're going to continue with that. Now what the stage that we got to was we actually put it together. We did some of the dyeing of the tea bag papers, and you can see that's actually the tea bag paper all inside there.
That's so effective.
It is lovely, isn't it? So it is with the walnut ink powders, and also I did spray a little bit of the flat matte spray sage, because the sage and the redwood go exceptionally well with the walnut ink. Now in the break, what I did was I nipped around the edges with the paper as well. So we've got that covered as well. Now, so we're going to go on. We're going to do a little bit more. Oh, we also took one of the journal pages, and we're going to use it as a front piece underneath the box. So I took that.
Oh, that's interesting.
They're just, you don't necessarily have to make them into a full-blown book. If you've got the odd one or two page that you didn't actually use in your journal, then use it as because the crafty board is so light, it will go onto the front of card base as well. This is the thing.
Light but durable. I like that.
Absolutely. Well, everybody could see what I've actually piled onto it. So first of all, we put the tea bag paper on the top, and we've got lots. We had one of the leaf stencils that's in the new group today. So we just put that on the top there with ink. We've got a little bit of Hessian there. This is one of the papers. We've stamped onto it. We've put some cord through, and that's the stage that we've got to at present. Right, so I've also got out of the papers. Okay, I can't recommend these enough actually, because they're so beautiful. I've actually cut, this is one of the more jadier type of green, but you do have several other colours as well. I've cut the leaves out. I've actually cut one of them in half because I want it to look more than three. So I've got my tray. I'm just spritzing those just a tad because I want to put a little tiny bit of powder on the actual leaves, and then you'll see them just adding that little bit more authenticity, making them look as if they've actually just come out of the forest.
Now we're still busy on the phone lines, so say the fastest way to order, if you do have access, is to our website. It's thecraftstore.com, or you can use our app as well.
So if you just spray them as we did before, and then tiny bit, just very, very, very gently with a bit of tissue. Don't wipe, just literally dab, and then you're going to get this really lovely natural looking effect, and I think that they're super. Now the other thing that I want to do is just to do a little tiny bit, just press up of what I've got, a bit of white ink there, just the tiniest bit, because we're just going to do a little bit of white splatters on them. And whilst it's still wet, I didn't dry it and then put it on, which you would perhaps normally do, but what's going to happen is the white is going to just slightly mingle in with the actual leaves.
So these are looking so
good. They look really lovely, and these are from the papers.
Yeah.
I'm going to just put those to one side. Obviously, we'll heat dry them if we needed to, but we'll wait to see.
While you're doing that, let everyone know that we have got the walnut powders with the fantastic tea bag paper. 2/3 of the stock has gone. The powders will last you an absolute age, and this is the extended delivery, so I would imagine once it's gone, it's gone. And then the actual tea bag paper is incredible. The amount you get, but the way we can use it as crafters, this is something that's going to excite you. Jo said a big statement. She said this is in her top 10 products of all time.
No, honestly, I would actually say the tea bag paper in conjunction with the walnut, ink crystals or the powder would be one of my top 10.
Wow.
No, and that really is huge because I like a lot of stuff.
You do, and you get to play with a lot of stuff
I do get to play with an awful lot of stuff. So I'm actually going to use one of the leaf papers, but I'm going to avoid that leaf because I want that for something else another day.
Okay.
I don't want to
very easy to fussy cut as well.
Yeah,
aren't they?
definitely, yeah, absolutely, no problem at all, really. They're a natural leaf, you see, so they're super, they really are. So I'm going to leave that, I'm going to use that for something else. I want that to go into the middle of my little box. Now, I want to just have a little bit of a, I don't want a straight edge.
No.
Okay, on this one.
A bit of a distressed edge.
Yeah, I might actually just take my scissors on this edge and just give it a little bit. Yeah, I didn't want, straight edge doesn't suit what I want to do with it. Okay. So just giving that a little bit. These are old scissors. I know you hear me say that all the time, but they are. Right, okay, so we're just going to concentrate at the moment. We've got all the little bits and pieces that we're going to put together, but at the moment we're going to concentrate on the small element, small little shadow box that we had in there. So I'm going to actually paint. I've got some, this is the chestnut brown from the multi-surface paints, and you will find these. I know that we've got some multi-surface paints on the show. And I do believe they're a pick and mix. Is that correct? I'm sure you'll tell me. Yeah. We've got the sprays and we've got the multi-surface paints. This is actually the chestnut brown. If it's... There we go.
Oh yes, now it is a pick and mix, and you can choose any three. Details are on your screen there. You've got your multi-surface paints, $14.99 your price, 842099 your item number.
Right, so what I'm doing is I'm just going inside, but I'm not going all around because I'm putting this in there, and I'll just put a little bit on the top and on the bottom to make sure. And then I want to just take a little bit of that white off. I've got a little bit of paint on my brush, so I may as well use it.
Well, why not? Spoken like a true crafter.
Not? Oh, yes. There we go. So just taking that off there. Keep that there just in case I need it. Now, what I want to do is I want to use one of the stamps. Now, you will notice this stamp of mine is orange. Yours won't be orange. I used a permanent ink on it.
Okay.
Okay, so it will come off if I use a permanent ink remover, but it
doesn't damage the stamp.
It doesn't damage the stamp at all. It makes it look quite attractive, actually. So just pressing that onto there. Just excuse my back a minute.
Glad. Now this is set number 1.
This is set number 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, let's just. I'm going to use. I've got fire brick. I'm just wondering how much. That will do.
Just remind everyone, set number 1 is on extended delivery, set number 2 is limited stock, and that's about to go on immediate dispatch. Just remind me again, I apologise, I should remember this.
No,
the designer's name is...
Lynn Moncrief.
Lynn, the Moncrief. What
Lynn
a designer,
Moncrief.
though. Yeah,
I love the name. I think it's very designer-ish.
Yeah, it is. But that's Crafty are so good in sourcing exceptional designers.
They are.
You've got to take your hat off to them.
Absolutely are. And for a small company...
Yeah.
They persist in trying to keep doing that as well. because they are
bringing
very,
something
you know,
that is a little bit different, and that's
yeah.
what you want as crafters. You want to discover something that's different.
Yes, you do. I think also for anybody that enjoy this, what I love about these stamps is the fact that they go absolutely across everything. You could do some amazing fabric designs with these.
Oh yeah.
You really,
Yeah,
really
I can
could.
imagine.
Fabric paints, fabric sprays, all that sort of thing. So yeah, so just there we go. So look at that. Now what I did there was I've used the fabric.
Can you just hold that to camera 1 so we can see that?
Yes,
Is that okay?
of course. There we go.
Oh, now come on, that's
Lovely.
stunning.
And of course you can read every single word in the background. Every single word.
I really like that. I actually love that. I think that's a beautiful stamp.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
So what I did was I've used a little bit of Versafine Clair, but I've then gone over with my Firebrick Oxide. So it's given it that, it's not quite black, which I didn't really want.
Okay.
So I'm going to put that in there. But before I do that, I'm going to use some of my paper, some of my... which one is, yeah, this one's quite dry. I'm going to show you how easy it is just to nip around these edges. I've done a couple of them already, a couple of sides already with the tea bag paper that I've previously covered. So you can use your gel mediums, you can use whatever glue that you're happy with, because obviously this is the multi-surface glue, that's crafty, then you can you know, use it for this as well. But what I would suggest is do what I'm doing, maybe. You don't have to use your fingers, obviously. You can use a spatula or a brush or whatever. Just smooth it out, though. Because the one thing that will happen with the tea bag paper is if you put globules of glue on, if you know what I mean, and you put this on the top, what will happen is you will be able to see, and it doesn't matter what glue that you actually use.
Okay.
All right, so that's just a little tip for
Really
you.
good tip, yeah.
And then just line the top up there. Go over, but because you can actually pop it over, you know, sort of double it up, no problem at all. I'm going to move my best scissors because I know what's going to happen. I'm going to pick those up and really mess them up, and I don't want to.
Okay.
Well, not this week because they're new.
Yeah.
Ask me next week when you see me. I bet you
You're going to be saying, these are my old scissors.
Yeah, these are my old scissors. Right, so what I'm doing is just taking a little bit of sanding paper, nail file, whatever you've got, and just sand it over the top to make that top nice and smooth. And I think we've just got a little bit, tiny bit there, and that's what I meant by just do the whole a good piece, and then you can actually use it to patch up and things. The other thing that looks really fabulous is using little bits and patches. It looks really nice. Yeah.
So get that patchwork effect.
Yeah, absolutely. So there we go. So just tearing, you can see it's even though it's so strong, you can tear it. I always find these things quite.
It's like it's another one where you say
it's not what
oxymoron,
it's not what you expect, is it really? So just taking that bit off there. You could leave that if you wanted to and glue it down, whatever your choice is. So just done a little bit of that. So we've got our box like so, and then I want to just add a tiny bit of another colour of the papers. Now let's have a look. I don't want to introduce too much colour, as in a totally different one, but I'm just going to just pop this on the top there just to get a rough idea of the size of the base. I want a little bit of a margin round just to show the painting. Let's see if that's how big that is. Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad for the first attempt. Let's take a bit off there. Bloop.
Yeah.
There we go. In the bottom there. Pop that bit in there. You've still got that lovely chestnut brown coming around the edges. And then we're just going to use our...
is that the holographic?
No, this is the medium.
Oh, okay.
13 Arts gel medium, just to lift. I want to give that a little tiny bit. Sorry, I moved that. Of a lift.
Right.
Popping that in there like
good.
so.
Now we've been using the stamps. We've been using set number 1. We have got an update on set number 2 that you can see here. Set number 2 has now technically sold out, so we're on to extended delivery with set number 2. Only 4 days. So we're just going to sort that out. We'll activate it shortly, but we know we can get that back on extended delivery for you, just like set number 1. So both sets have sold out, but the good news is when we do bring back set number 2 on extended delivery, like set number 1, you're only waiting 4 days, so you're not waiting too long for that.
I just forgot, actually, I had a little bit of sisal, which is as... You know, it's just it's what florists use actually, but crafters have stolen it, like we do for lots of things.
Makes it look so organic.
It does, doesn't it? Just pop that just in. So the gel medium on the actual piece that I've stamped, pop the sisal in. You don't need any other glue, and then just pop that on top, and then the gel medium just basically sort of like sinks in and around. So happy with that for the time being. I've got a couple of other things that I want to do with it, but not until I do the rest. Now, what I thought was we could do the tiniest bit of crackle in the background here, because I think it would look quite nice. It won't be as much as the first one, because I changed the idea in as much as
we can crackle over the tea bag paper.
Yeah.
Wow,
that's what
that's impressive.
Yeah. So I don't want to do overly much.
Okay. You'll be able to find it on the website, I should say, if anyone looking for the crackles. Just search by brand That's Crafty. It is around on there. Obviously, you know, we had it on the show yesterday, so and we know it's always in stock. I want to just see where this is going to sit. Yeah, so I'll just put a little bit more. There's no point in crackling underneath something unless you're doing a whole job lot, if you know what I mean. So just do a little bit there and a little bit there. Yeah.
There we go. So I crackled a lot more. Oh no, I can't pass it. Sorry. I crackled a lot more on the background of this one. I've actually put a picture of this one on the That's Crafty Creatives page, and also the other samples as well. And also, Lynn has put a little video of how she's got the actual original pieces of botanicals that she's used to then not make into the stamps, because obviously that's not possible, but to actually get the results finally in the stamps. So if you wanted just to have a little look at that, it's really quite interesting. I was having a...
We can force dry the crackle.
Sorry, I haven't put the crackle on yet. I've just painted that, but yes, you can force dry it. Okay. Oh yes, definitely.
Nice.
I'm too impatient not to. I can't wait. Right, so you can obviously with there we go, either a brush or your spatula, whichever you prefer, and just turn that around, just popping that over the top.
Nice.
And as usual, when you see me doing the crackle, you know, the more that you put on, the thicker that it is, the thicker the cracks. Okay.
Yeah.
So
and thinner, then you get a thinner crackle.
Definitely, definitely. Now I'm going to put grey on the top. Now you might think, that sounds a bit odd. It does sound a little bit odd.
It's odd?
Yes, it is odd.
But effective.
Yeah, but I'm going to spray over the top of it when I'm finished.
Okay.
Yeah.
We don't mind a little bit odd here.
No, it does. It works eventually. Okay. It's a process.
Yeah.
So just put in that over like so.
Oh yeah. Well, that's already.
It
you
is.
can see the potential.
Yeah. It's doing it without me doing anything really.
It's starting already to evolve.
Yeah.
That's a great effect, Jo.
There we go.
I love that effect.
It looks lovely, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I could put so much more like I did on the actual first example, but what I like to change it round. I don't want to, I never do the same thing twice, as you well know.
As texture goes, that's beautiful. And we are going to force dry that.
So just give it a dry over the top. And then you'll see the chestnut brown coming through. So you've got the browns coming through, you've got those greys, but you'll see in a second when I spray over, sage. There we go. Yep. So the sage is the flat matte spray.
Right.
They're on the pick and mix as well.
Yeah, and we are going to show this in just a moment. We'll see this dry, and then we're just going to jump onto the website.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so just giving it that bit of a... But you can see it really is beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, I mean, the effects. You wouldn't believe that.
It is quite lovely.
That looks like you've discovered a box up in someone's attic that's 100 years old.
And now you can't really see the grain.
Yeah.
Because I put the sage on the top.
Yeah.
But you can see that there is a difference there between the crackles. You need two different colours, of course, to do the crackle effect with, as we all know.
And we have got the flat spray at the bottom of the screen. Sorry.
But it works tremendously well. It's a very easy crackle to do as well, which is always good, because then you don't have to constantly think about how it works. And I do find that if you have to overthink something, you tend to sort of put it to one side and not use it.
Joe, once you've dried, can you just lift the box up and get a good look at what you've done? Is that okay?
Yeah, I think that'll be enough, actually. That'll do. It's not quite dry, but it's almost there. There we go.
Start to see. Yeah, we like that.
It's lovely, isn't it?
We really like that.
Yeah.
Tell you what we'll do, we're just going to jump onto the website, show you how easy it is to go for your pick and mix. You're picking any three, so really simple to do. These are your multi-surface paints, so much choice, but very, very good quality. So you've got bright red, yellow, chestnut brown, your lime, your mustard yellow, your ocean, your evergreen. I mean, the list goes on and on. So what I'd advise, you are choosing any three, so just go on at your leisure and pick the colours that really speak to you. We will be continuing our demonstration in just a moment. We're going to have a very quick recap because we are over halfway through the show and we always know we're getting new viewers joining us. Let us start with these fantastic stamps from Lynn McCreath. McCreath? I pronounced that right?
Moncrief.
Moncrief. I apologise, Lynn. No. What a designer. I mean, fantastic designs here. I have to tell you, both sets have sold out, so these are options, set number 1 and set number 2 here, but they are on extended delivery and they'll be dispatched on the 24th of May, so you're only waiting 4 days. Another quick reminder that if you haven't already made a purchase yet during our 5th anniversary event today, because we had a different anniversary gift yesterday, but you're still, if you got your anniversary gift yesterday, you can still get hold of this one today. Any purchase on the live show from That's Crafty, and this will be added to your order. You can see full T's and C's on our website. So let's just have a look at the stamps. I'll show you set number 1. Over 40% of the extended delivery has gone. Wow. But look how much Lynn has incorporated onto that one set. And Joe was telling me that the process, what Lynn has done, she's actually sourced. These are real flowers that she's able to incorporate within the stamps. So you've got that photorealism in there as well. 12 stamps in total, really good size set for $14.99, but original. I love the text. That was the one we used in demonstration a few moments ago. Just so effective. So like that a lot. That's set number 1. Very busy for set number 1. Then we've got set number 2, which is very obviously set number 1 and 2, the actual style is very similar, so they work extremely well together. You've got the bird in here now, so this allows you to really build up those scenes and make it lavish. Once again, you're getting 12 stamps in total. $14.99 is your price, and you are getting in there such a lovely mix. 177495, your item number. Okay, so now we have got more for you as well. Just going to give you the item number 177495, and it's $14.99. You're just picking set number 1 or set number 2. Just going to show you some finished samples as well. I just pick this up and have a little look. So, I mean, how pretty is this? So we'll go through and we'll see the stamps. Yeah.
This is actually Lynn's.
Oh, this is Lynn's?
Yes, she's done this. And actually, I didn't realise, and I didn't mention it in the first hour, but these circles that she's actually used, she's used the A4 circle stencil that is actually on the craft store under That's Crafty stencils. Oh, so it's ideal for using with like a journal. And because it's craftable, you can actually cut through it with a knife.
Wow.
So it's not like MDF where you couldn't do that.
No, you couldn't, could you? Beautiful. I mean, Lynn, this is absolutely stunning. Look at that. What a piece. So there we go. That's just one of the ways you could use that. And it's lovely to see Lynn, the designer of the stamps, actually showing a finished example too. Again, if you want to go for this, 177495, your item number, $14.99, your price. Now, we have got our papers for you. Just going to have a little look here. So these are your eco dye papers. The process, it's quite time consuming to get these results, but they're actual real flowers that have been incorporated into the design, and you can see that photorealism that you are getting. Absolutely stunning. Look at that. I mean, here, these are papers, you can fussy cut them out, you can use them as a whole if you want. But either way, I think that was actually ones we saw Joe fussy cut out and then add some walnut powder to and a little bit of white speckle. So my question to you is, could you imagine using these papers? I mean, how well would they work in conjunction with the stamps from Lynn? Really beautiful. And just something I personally have never seen this style of paper here at the craft store before. So absolutely stunning. You're getting 2 sheets of each design in there as well, showing you, so 12 designs in total, so 24 sheets there. What you're getting is something that's original, so it plays really nicely with the stamps. £12.99 the price, your item number 115013. Got to talk about the walnut inks, because when you think about the walnut inks with the stamps, with the papers, it just all works. So you're going to get 2 bottles of the walnut ink, and this will last you a very, very long time. I know that Jo was saying she's had her walnut inks for 4 years, and you're about halfway through a pot.
About halfway.
Okay, and you know how much crafting Jo does, and she uses the walnut powders a lot. So they're going to last you a very long time. You're also going to get an awful lot of the tea bag paper, and this is something else that I just wouldn't know where to get this from, so it's wonderfully original. And I'll tell you what I'll do, I'm going to start opening this out just to show you how much you are getting. So it just goes on and on and on and on. You can just, I mean, that is an awful lot. But then when you start to think about techniques, you can absolutely saturate it, you can crumple it, you can be as mean to it as you like, and it will not regret it, or not regret it, it won't sort of deconstitute or crumple up or break down. So very, very good tea bag paper there. £12.99 your price. Let's have a little look at what you were getting. So you're getting the walnut powders, and you're getting the tea bag paper for £12.99. 058267 your item number. Right, now we're just going to have a quick look at the shadow box as well. Shadow box, this is something that we've not brought to you before here at the craft store, but it was actually something that Jo initially brought with a workshop. So she brought it to you. Oh, we've got it there. £10.99 is your price, and you're going to be able to make make one large one and then 2 of the smaller compartments for £10.99. 339686 your item number, and we are seeing a couple of finished examples there. Okay, we're going to head back to demonstration now. We've still got a bit of time, so what are we going to do, Jo?
Right, okay, so we're now going to really put some of these bits and pieces together. So what I've done is I've actually used my 13 Arts glue gel to actually, a gel medium to actually place my, what effectively is my journal page on top. Okay. In the middle. Okay, this is a piece of stamping that we did earlier in the first show. So we used set 1 and set 2, a mix of the both. I have to say they do go exceptionally well together. Yeah. So we're going to just pop that just to one side as well. Again, just with a little bit of the gel medium, just so that I can give it a little bit of wiggle room. It's
good gel medium.
Yeah. Oh, it's excellent.
You can find on the website.
Yeah.
Good sized pots as well.
Yeah, the exercise pots. They really are. And then what we've got is, now you might not be able to, I think you might actually, see, you can see some gold, a little bit of gold going on here. Now, I find this a really quite a confusing spray that's Crafty have. It's one of the luster sprays. Yeah. It will be in the pick and mix. It's actually called Aubergine, and it's one of the darker ones. There's several of them. There's one here that's blackberry, which is just absolutely beautiful. But there's the summer ink, which is the black tulip. They look black in the actual pots, but you get that mixture of a little bit of the luster and a little bit of the dark coming through. So this particular one is Aubergine, and it gives you that really fine, really delicate spray. So I'm just going to, I don't want to spray too much into it, but I just want to put a little bit of spray and then just roll it down.
Oh, a bit of drippy drippy.
Yeah, a bit of drippy drippy. And if I need to, if you want to make it a little bit more. That's it. That's lovely. That's perfect. So that's now, when that dries, that's going to give me that lovely aubergine effect, which goes with the whole paper, all the colours, but also gives me that little bit of gold as well.
Nice.
So
we've got
I'm
details
going
to
to
let everyone know with the pick and mix on your screen right now.
Yeah, so it's the aubergine, the one that I've used. Now, this is actually something that I've had in from previously. We've had this crafty board on before, and it's just a little bit of an embellishment I had left, and I just wanted to add that because there's a nice little bit of 3-dimension.
Yeah.
And then we're going to put the leaves down. Okay, so again we. Oh, I haven't fastened that down yet, have I? Right, let's just put a little bit of this on.
Nice.
So then we know that it's going to be sitting still. Right, so just place that there.
Okay, got 7 minutes, just to let you know.
Oh, yeah, lovely. So we're going to put, we're now going to put the leaves down on the bottom here. So they look fantastic. Now they're dry, they've got that, the walnut ink,
very effective
powder. Yeah, they are quite lovely, aren't they? And now I'm going to cover up this straight line that I've got there.
Okay.
And
so this is looking really good.
It all comes together. It seems to, you know, you do lots and lots of elements, and then it all seems to come together.
That's a work
towards
of art.
the end.
Love that. And just having that sort of provenance with the walnut powders, you put that on anything, it's instant age.
Oh,
instantly, it feels like you're telling a story.
Yeah, absolutely. And that and the tea bag papers together as a bundle, I think it's a match made in heaven. I really do.
I wish I wouldn't know where to get the tea bag papers from.
It's not something that you get.
It's not quite
I
common
do
here.
believe, now I haven't done it and I wouldn't know what ink to use, but I do believe you can print onto it, but I really wouldn't know. I mean, you know, through a printer, but I'm really not sure how and why and everything. But I have read somewhere that you can do that. But you would need, you know, if you were thinking of doing that, you would have to look into it a little bit more.
Just
I
to
think.
let you know, it has sold out. It's back on extended delivery, 27th of May, so 7 days for the walnut powders, powder ink, and you're also getting the tea bag paper as well. £12.99 is your price. Your item number is 058267, and we are over 80%. Of the extended delivery. Ooh, okay.
Of the extended?
Yeah, it looks like we are...
Good, we're liking that.
We
I like
might
that.
even be losing that this hour. We've only got about 6 minutes left on the show, but we are busy.
Right, so I just want to show you the bird. Now, this is, it's just adorable. Since set 2. Now, the bird is actually a silhouette of the bird. I have got it cut out already, waiting, but I do want to show you how it stamps. Stamp it onto some of the papers. Just stamp it on. It's obviously stood on the branch. It's got beautiful detail on the branch, but it's got the writing going through the bird, and you can actually read it. It's phenomenal. I love it. The stamp detail and the quality of the stamps is just fantastic. If I leave that, if that's it's just fantastic. It's got so all the words that are on the stamps are actually, you can see them running through the bird. Now what I did was I put some clear embossing powder over the top, and then we're going to just make him sit just there. Well, make him. We're going to invite him.
Just literally stamping onto the papers with the bird.
Yeah.
That looks so effective.
And it's self-colouring as well, isn't it? Because it's just black ink, but yet it's yeah, you can see the white of the gel medium, but of course that does dry clear. So don't be too alarmed and think, oh dear, that's spoilt it. So you've got that. So again, you've got more dimension. So it's all going into that box. It's all going down the side there. What else have I got? I've got these sticks. So as you know, and I do it quite often, I like to actually include, and I actually do think that the first time I saw Lynn's work, this is what inspired me to use actual pieces, but we do use a lot of this sort of thing when we're power texting as well, as you know, because it's natural products and everything. So I just go out and grab, it's a good excuse to go for a walk, not that we need one really, and you will need to use hot glue or something to actually put these in. Just place those at the bottom there. Now, have I got time just to do one more technique?
Yeah.
And it's
got about 3 minutes.
Oh, I've got loads. We could write an essay.
2 more techniques.
Well, we could write an essay if we... Yeah. Right, so, embossing powder. It's the good old My Faithful embossing powder, the WOW one, and I'm just going to tip a little bit into the top. I just need a paintbrush, and I'm going to just take the wax.
Love this wax.
Oh. The wax was made for honestly, these stamps, because on the journals you can then wax onto the journals, you know, onto the journal covers. You can put the wax on the leaves and make them look just so rich.
The wax on the leaves would look amazing.
They would. They honestly, so good. I just need some. I'm just going to need that a second.
Now we have gone limited stock with our walnut powders and the tea bag paper, so that is limited stock now. Details are on your screen. It's going to go, so it's about to sell out, and we will not be bringing it back on extended or further extended delivery. You're getting both parts of the walnut ink powders, and you're getting the tea bag paper. £12.99 your price. 058 267 your item number.
Right, so what I did was I've just in patches, not all the way round, but if you would like to go all the way around the top of your on the actual box itself, then please do. But just in places, I've actually gone around with the wax, using it as an adhesion.
Yeah.
And then what we're going to do, you've seen me do this hundreds of times before, just splatter. It's a good job we've got the distance between us, because honestly, when you work with me, you must get covered. Right, just splatter, and then just shake some of the crystals.
Okay.
Take off any excess. There we go. Then get our heat tool. Move those away so don't blow everywhere. Now, what we've got is, put it there. So here, where we've used the wax, I've just sprinkled over the embossing powder, and we've just added that lovely little bit of richness.
Got a minute left there.
Yep, okie dokie. So this is just where I sprinkled onto the leaves. There we go. Just melt it. There's no harm done. It will be warm once you've melted the wax, obviously.
Yeah.
But you know what? You all know that. You all know
gold.
that.
I love it.
Gorgeous, isn't it?
Where that price?
If we bring in this one, you will see.
We'll just hold that up to camera one.
Yep, I'll hold both of them up. There's obviously areas that I haven't embossed, but you can see on this one where I've actually embossed it around the edges. Just adding that bit of interest.
Time's beaten us, I'm afraid.
Oh, again, it's okay. No problem. You would think
hour.
I'd had enough really in 3 days, wouldn't you?
We've loved it. Loved having you here. Thank you so much, Joe. I hope you've enjoyed it as well. Don't forget, there is still time. If you haven't made a purchase this hour, be quick. If you do put anything in your basket, you'll get this birthday gift as well, anniversary gift. So coming up next, we've got fairy hug stamping with Julia. It's going to be lovely Paolo joining her next. After that, John Next Door's back with a phenomenal one-day special. Then we're quilting.
Hi, I'm Abs from All and Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers of colors, textures, and creating depth and dimension. All and Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high-quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dies, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different size and formats. I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the All and Create shows.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, press cut and the craft artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts2 stable and the ones that I design.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Good afternoon. Well, we have an hour of fairy hugs, and yes, we can hug people now. Finally, we can, but still, we maintain some, social distancing here to make sure that we are as safe as possible. But fairy hugs, the fairies can hug at any time, and of course, the amazing Julia Watts is here too. Well, I'm giving her an air hug, a fairy hug.
Yes, a fairy hug. Yes.
How are
everybody?
you?
I'm good, thank you. Really enjoyed that first hour today.
Fabulous. So let's hope that you enjoy also this one. Because
no pressure.
No pressure. All the pressure is on me now to make Julia enjoy this hour. Now, of course, you kind of bring with fairy hugs amazing images that kind of. I love the silhouette elements.
Yeah. I mean, but Fairy Hug's been on the channel since October last year, and they really go from strength to strength. And we're getting new collections every month from Fairy Hugs, and sometimes it's nice to look back at some of the other designs because obviously we're building the following up, and some of you might not have seen them before, or you might have missed them when they were out. So I've chosen a selection of stamps for us today, and we do have some that haven't been on the channel before, and we have some that haven't been on for well over 6 months.
Oh.
So
it's a perfect opportunity to look at them and let's say see if you have missed out or not. We are going to start with this new today, which is this Zelena.
I say Zelena. So
Zelena.
I don't know. However.
Zelena. And then Aries.
Yeah, either that.
Iris. And then we have got the musical. I was going to Spanish now. Musical walkway.
Yes.
And of course, we have got them all three in this bundle. And I love. You know what? I think she's kind of rocking the violin. You can think that she's either.
We think it might be a fiddle actually, but it could be either. And then we've got the saxophone there. They're kind of really rocking it over the musical walkway. And we do have, in the Fairy Hugs family, we do have musical gnomes as well. We have Corwin, Billwin and Willwin. And they can work on the musical walkway as well. So if you've got those, then it's an ideal thing to get.
Absolutely. And look at that, the walkway.
There they are, the gnomes.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. And of course, you can see, I love, the saxophone is such a beautiful instrument as well.
Yes, so you don't need much else, do you? You just need, there's a nice background there being cut from a die. And
and I love this one because usually we see the stamps like stamp in black, but embossing powder.
Yes, they do work really well with embossing powders. The detail's fantastic.
With a little holographic, of course, so you can see.
It's nice to put glossy accents on the wings as well. That's another thing that's quite nice to do.
And look at that, of course, the saxophone there. £21.99 is your price for all three stamps. Absolutely gorgeous. And I think the walkway, I kind of really, I think for even Christmas cards at the background could be really absolutely gorgeous.
Definitely.
629848 is your item and number for that. Then we have, moving down. I'm not sure what's going on. So we have got, I see this one, I say lantana, but I don't know. That's fine. Lantana. And then lantern and fireflies. I love the fireflies. They're so original, so different.
They are so different, aren't they? So obviously they've got kind of like little light bulbs in their around their tails, and they are. If you look very, very closely, they are actually 3 different images. They're not all, you know, 3 of the same. So they've got different wings on them. Absolutely. And obviously Lantana can be holding the lanterns, and you can shorten and lengthen the chains if you want to.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. You can look at that, of course, gorgeous. And this is just paper, isn't it?
Yeah, so you don't have to use the lanterns with Lantana. As you can see there, there's some little gems been used.
And then look at the lantana coming in. I love that in the forest. See, I've been reading about, it's kind of the myth of Eros and Cupid. No, Cupid and Psyche. And there is a moment of when it gets the light into Eros, and it's just a very magical world. And I kind of think that it's kind of beautiful fairies, but also kind of that mythological world from the Greek or Roman tradition. I kind of see those elements in here. Absolutely gorgeous. £15 and 99 pence is your price. 341 944 is your item number for this set. I love the fireflies. I think they are magical. Then we have, of course, another set here, which is Wisdom, Believing and Fairy Life. Now, we need some words to go with the images.
Yes. I mean, words are relatively new to fairy hooks. I think we've only had them since beginning of April. And these 3 haven't been seen on the channel yet, aside from the 10 a.m. show, 11 a.m. show. I don't know what day I'm on. So they're really nice words. They kind of mean something, and they just complete your project.
Yeah, absolutely. Wisdom begins in wonder. I love that. And of course, you have got words. If you keep on believing, so let's have a look. If you keep on believing, the dreams that you wish will come true. Absolutely. And may your life be like a fairy, flying freely in the joy and beauty of each new day. Absolutely gorgeous sentiments in here. And I'm going to show you another one that is absolutely stunning, because that kind of is the central point, that sentiment, isn't it?
Yes.
Absolute glorious.
And of course, you can actually have it as a background as well. You know, think about your second generation stamping, and you can have it fall into the background.
Absolutely. Now, of course, fairy hugs, we need to mention that they are based in Florida, so they have a little bit of an extended delivery. The dispatch date from the 27th of May. 346573 is your item number for this bundle. Love the kind of the wisdom star begins in wonder. That's such a fabulous sentiment. Now we have got another bundle, and this is my favorite, I think, because it's zippy and wind, and I just think it's just so fun.
I know. She's her bike's powered by fairy power.
Yeah.
Or wing power.
Absolutely. It's just kind of, you can see here, the flowers are the wheels.
Yes, that's right. Yes, that's right. And the idea is obviously that you have the wind going behind her, because she's going so fast on her little fairy bike.
Look at that. This is just such a delightful. That is just so glorious. I love how you can incorporate other stamps that you may have as well. So. Yes. It's beautiful. $11.99. Again, very affordable for both of them. $915-496. And remember, this is the price. There is, we take care of everything. This is a company based in America, but that is all the price that you are paying. You're not paying extra because it's postage from America. And of course, we take care of the taxes and things like that. And also, I need to mention that, of course, fairy hugs, when we do a show, this is when you can buy them. We don't have them on the website, because if you try it later on, they will not be there. So just make sure to check out your baskets. Then we have, how you pronounce it? I love it, Julia.
What we are?
In the door.
Oh, the gnome door.
The gnome. I love that. The gnome. It's just like, if you could have fooled me and said that it was like gnome, and all the hour I would have. This, gnome. Okay. The gnome door and flower vines. Love those ones. Also, it's so magical, the door, isn't it?
Very atmospheric. I mean, it's called the gnome door, but you can obviously use it without your gnomes. You don't have to have the gnomes in. You just set it into the forest there. Obviously, the flower vines are going to give you your canopy, and also the flower vines will also kind of finish off your birch trees as well. works very well with the stone walkway and also with the stone wall that we've got on
Let's
the show.
have a look at that stone wall. That is perfect. Oh, yes, it's not a fairy, it's a witch coming in or coming out, depending how you look at
Might be
it.
going into the gnome bar.
Oh yeah, the club. You remember that we were all in the club?
There's a mermaid club and there's
Absolutely.
also the gnome club as well.
Absolutely, that's where all the fun happens. 378-679. Of course, Julia hasn't invited me there, but you know, I hear great
That's 'cause
stories.
we're not friends, isn't
Exactly,
it?
we are not friends. So we are now.
We are now.
Just be careful what you put on Facebook now. Right, and of course we have that wall that you were talking about,
Yeah,
the stone
wall. Yeah, and it's made so that the ends, you can see that they're kind of cut out, but as you stamp them, you can actually slot it back in and extend the wall, so you can make a long wall.
Yeah, and I was thinking also it is kind of with the musical walkway. It could be at the very top, so you're gonna have like almost like the yellow brick road, and then suddenly the music comes in, and then there is a fairy in there.
And
as
it does
well.
the stone walkway does work very well with the stone castle that we had on at the beginning of the month during the one-day special shows.
Actually, you know, the director just said that you know it looks like he's at a bar. Just,
It
you know,
does look
having
like at the bar. It also looks like Eris is actually kind of playing something to them to try and calm them down, because they're all so far apart that they look like they've really had a bad argument, and she's just trying to clear the air, calm them down.
I mean, I kind of think that he's having a drink, he's kind of listening. And
that's why the other seats, that's Baby Bear at the bar having a drink, and Mummy and Daddy aren't very happy with him, are they?
Absolutely. 109952 is your item number. £11 and 99 pence for both of them. Remember, you need to check out the little live shows as when, of course, because fairy hugs. That's how it works here at the craft store. Right. Then we have the bear, and of course we have got the bear family and birch tree. Birch are such a beautiful tree. I love these ones.
This is a really nice set too. So you've got two different kind of birch trees there, and you've also got the benefit of having like an extra, which is your little owl. So you can actually pop the owl in the trees if you want to, or you can. I know there is a sample where he's sitting on top of the gnome door as well. So you can you mix and match across the whole collection, really.
Absolutely. And of course, then you can use them all three in one same cars. Or then just the one.
Just the
and of course,
bear.
we have got the flying owl coming up next as well. Look, oh, I love this. This is like kind of, where have you been all day?
I've been to the bar. I've been to the gnome bar.
Oh
it's
dear,
great, isn't it? The stories that you can make up with them. It's just wonderful.
It is.
I must say a massive thank you to the Fairy Hugs design team, because they are absolutely outstanding. I know that when the floor manager from the previous hour came in, or it was actually the producer, and she said there's always such lovely samples with these, and they're absolutely brilliant. So thank you to the DT, and I know that they love to see their samples on the television. It's just lovely.
I love that everything mixes and matches. You can see, of course, the fireflies. Now, Wisdom Begins in Wonder is in one of the bundles, but also you can get it as an end of cold offer. So if you just wanted that sentiment, when you check out, it adds, if you want to add it, and then you can have just the sentiment added on to any order that you put in. 037852 is your item number. £19 and 99 pence is your price. And of course, we have got more for you. Now, this bundle is really cool here, because it has the flying owl that I mentioned before it. But also you have got, of course, the slender fir and the black thistles. The black thistles are such a cool silhouette.
Yeah. So obviously you can use them as your foliage, so they can be pointing up, as you can see with the stamp anyway. But you can also have them pointing down as well, which works really nicely. They are a beautiful, beautiful stamp. Obviously the trees, you've got them in two different sizes, which gives you a bit of perspective in your project. And the flying owl just looks fantastic.
Absolutely. And of course we have like the flying owl. Kind of, I just think they're so majestic. It kind of gives you that impression in there as well.
Lovely movement to him.
Absolutely gorgeous. And of course we have the thistles in here. Kind of, I love how they have stamped it to different colors. And then highlight them.
Yeah, it probably. I suspect it would look really nice if you stamped it in black ink and added your distress embossing glaze over the top, because it's a translucent powder. I think that would look lovely.
Would look amazing. And of course you have got the fizzles in there as well.
That's a nice background, isn't it? Very subtle.
I love that, yeah. And of course the flying owl in here, that majestic birds, and of course you have the fizzle in here as well.
So whenever you've got a moon, you're going to find that the flying owl's going to fit in it beautifully, as are the fireflies. They're two stamps that are going to work really well in any moon.
Yeah, because it will add kind of that contrast. And of course the slender fir in here. 297105 is your item number, £19.99. Then we are moving on to the bluebell. This is a whimsical flowers as well, and then you are getting also the dotted mushrooms. There is something incredibly poetic about this fairy, kind of.
She's
almost
beautiful.
She's just
she's beautiful. She's the second of the fairy hugs fairies ever, because her number is FHS 002. So she's the second one. So but she hasn't been on the craft store yet.
Oh, so
this is her first outing, and she's absolutely beautiful. She will sit on top of the stone wall wonderfully.
Yeah, I absolutely adore her. There is something almost like, I don't know, like, is she sleeping? Is she crying? Is she praying? Is she, you know, kind of?
I know Charmaine yesterday when I was doing my live, she was saying that she's playing hide and seek, so she's counting. I just think she's just had enough.
Oh,
the
yeah,
gnomes have been playing up, the bears won't come out of the bar, and she's just had it.
I had enough. But also I was thinking it could be like, you know, she has gone to the club, had one too many, and just having a rest there. You know, like, no, but also it's like, or washing her hair as well, you know, kind of washing her hair there as well. I just think it's just a phenomenal.
She's beautiful, isn't she? And the dotted mushrooms are going to be, they're going to be great for any sort of foliage that you want, but also the Aris and Zelina look great running over the dotted mushrooms. Yeah. And the whimsical flower cluster is a great fillerinera, and it's wonderful for your foliage amongst your birch trees. Any area that you think is a little bit blank, you can actually add in your whimsical flower cluster.
Okay, 872306 is your item number. £17.99 is your price for this bundle. And of course, we have got one final bundle that we are going to have a look at in here. And of course, this one has the mousse, and the
mousse set.
Mousse sets.
They're not mousses, are they? They're just mousse.
Mousse. I was married to a Canadian for a long time, so I should know this, but there is another word for a group of mousse. So it has got, anyway, two of them, I don't know. But anyway, so we have got the mousse, a heart of mousse, the dragon and fruit branch in there. Absolutely majestic, very scary creatures, I might say.
I bet they are, yes, yeah. Yeah, obviously, I mean, I've only ever come across our reindeer, which is our kind of equivalent, isn't it? But I think moose are bigger, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, and the dragon fruit branch is great, because if you want to have it at the top of your work, you can either have the dragon fruit coming down, or if you flip it so that it's the other way up, you can just have the leaves coming down and lose the dragon fruit completely.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, of course, you look at that, and look! Oh, look at that. They are such a wonderful big creatures, actually, the moose. I remember going in a camping trip, and we saw one from far away, and it looked amazingly big already, and it was really far away. So apparently they can be quite dangerous, but also quite magical for the look at this beautiful. £15.99 is your price. 892875 is your item number for this bundle. Now, of course, check out your baskets, and while you do this, also we hear there's some inspiration from fairy hooks. gorgeous and such a beautiful wonder world. And of course, and we need, if you need inspiration on how to start stamping, well, we have got the master at work here. Julia, what are you going to show us?
No pressure, no pressure. I thought before we'd actually start demonstrating, I'd actually flick through my journal. Which way up should we do it? Can we do it that way? Is that all right?
Oh, absolutely.
Right, okay. So I wanted to show you this one because we won't get a chance to do this. This is the fairy wind in the background here, and just a bit of pattern building. So just stamping it 4 times in red at the 12, 3, 6 and 9 o'clock, and then just filling in the gaps in orange there, just to make a background like a what do you call it, Catherine wheel kind of thing, and then Zelina stamped on the top with a bit of glossy accents in her wings. So that's that one. This is one of my favourites, which is has got loads of things in it, and we are going to do a scaled down version of this in our little project that we're doing. A couple of sideways on ones here. This was in a Facebook Live yesterday. Then you've got your mooses and your skinny fir trees there in that one. Another one with the mooses and the fireflies. Bit of glitter in there, bubble bit. And then I've done this one with bluebell sitting on the wall. And again, like I said, the teasels coming, not teasels, they are like teasels, so the thistles coming down here. So those are on a bigger scale, but we're going to actually go down into a smaller scale because we started this morning working on a boundless journal, a Miss P Loves Boundless journal. And this morning we did these projects here. So we've got Lantana, the lantern set, whimsical flower cluster, your fairy poem, and one of the fireflies there on one of the fairy hooks backgrounds that we've had before. Then we've just popped, and you can see how well they emboss bluebell on the wall.
And it looks so nice at the angle, like yeah, that's just so striking, isn't it?
Yeah. So we did that one, and then the other one we managed to do was this one here, which is just one of the bears in the woods, and wisdom begins with wonder. On this side, I was going to put the moose, but we're not going to actually do that one. What we're going to do is we're going to start off with the gnome door. So we're going to start off with another greenish colour piece of card. So we've got 2 sides here, and all I've done to get this background is I've used some of my dilution sprays, and I've done the thing where you've seen Diane do the ghost printing. So this one is where I've popped the stencil on, and it is a fairy hook stencil that we've had before, and just misted through, lifted the stencil off and blotted off, and then here is where I've put the wet stencil down and removed it and blotted off, so it's bleached out the ink. So we've got 2 variations, but they're going to be by each other. So we're going to start with the gnome door on this side. And I'm using my stamping platform just so I can make sure that I get a decent print, because I don't want to spoil my background.
The gnome
door. The gnome door.
I mean, it could be like, what is it?
There's no place like Gnome.
Exactly. I was well. No, but I was the book I was reading. I just finished it this morning, and it was something like Gnome, the country, the kingdom that she's from.
Right. Well, they might have had a gnome door in that gnome country then.
Or a golden.
Right, we're going to go in black, I think. Just so it'll pop. Do make sure that your ink pads are nice and juicy. This is a Nocturne Versifying Clair. And then we're going on here. And this is one of the Crafts 2 stamp presses. Good old press.
Look at that.
There we go. You get a really good impression when your ink's nice and juicy.
Yeah. That is... I love that kind of forest in the background, and then the door in there.
Yeah, it really works, doesn't it? It really works. Yeah. Right, so then what we're going to do is, I mean, ideally we would have this nice and dry, but I've got a mask that I've cut out. But let's take it out of our stamping platform. We don't need it for the next bit.
Okay. So I've got a mask, and I've just trimmed it slightly inside the lines. Doesn't have to be 100% perfect. It's just to make sure that we don't go over the actual door itself. Then we're going to take the stone wall.
Okay.
And I'm going to pop that on a block.
Of course. So the wall is part of, is the wall, and of course the stone wall, and of course the walk as well.
Yeah.
I really struggle to pronounce walkway. Well, let's see. I
just
said
did
it
it.
once, and then I try to say it second time, and it doesn't.
I shouldn't worry about it. I struggle to pronounce things anyway. Just can't speak half the time. Right, so this is just going to go on here like that, overlapping. Give it a gold press because I'm not in the stamp press.
Oh, perfect.
Okay.
It has got that kind of almost dimension, like 3D element, doesn't it?
When you pull away the mask.
Oh, look at that.
It's cool, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all the way. It never gets old.
Yeah,
that's one of those things in life that
the
never
reveal's
gets
really
old.
cool, isn't it? Right, so that's that. Then what we're going to do is add the stone walkway. So we're going to have a walkway leading up to the door.
Yeah.
So I'm going to put this back in the press. It's just a little bit of insurance when you use your stamping platform whenever you can, really.
Yeah. Because it makes it like if you miss a bed, you can go
There's
back.
nothing more frustrating that, you know, when you've almost finished your project and you miss something. I mean, I did that with there's one with Lantana, and it's the one that's got the really colourful background, and the black thistles, and it was the last one that I actually stamped, and it went wrong. And I thought, oh, I'm never going to be able to line that up again because I wasn't on the platform. But fortunately, I managed and got away with it. But it's few and far between when you actually get it right.
Was it this one?
Yeah. It was the middle thistle that I had to restamp.
I cannot see any.
No, I know. I was very lucky. It was a good stamping day that day, which was only yesterday. Actually, it feels like it was ages ago. But it was only yesterday.
Well, it's funny because since I had this platform sort of thing, you know, whenever I use an acrylic block, especially Life on Air, I'm like, really like...
You doubt yourself, don't you? Yeah, you do doubt yourself. So there we've got we've got the walkway going up to the door. Yeah. It's only a little walkway, but that's absolutely fine. I mean, you could actually turn it around if you wanted to. I've just thought about that, and you could have it that way if you wanted.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but obviously I've done it that way.
But to be fair, fairies kind of go flying, so they might just put a little kind of... I mean, I know it's the gnome in the house, but, you know, it could be just a little bit
There's actually just a little gap underneath. You know, like cats go underneath fences?
Oh, yes.
The fairies go underneath the gap there. What's that about fairy dust? So let's have some birch trees as well. I mean, although we're quite full there, we don't need to put anything else. Sometimes it's nice to have something else just on here. And we can, because we've got the stamps in our set. So we can just bring one in here, and we do want to make sure we probably stamp it a couple of times because it's a silhouette, but also we want it to be quite dark because I'm stamping over the wall, and we don't want to see the wall stamp underneath. So we're going to go again with black. Can you see how easy it is to build things up with these stamps? It's not difficult. All you need is some backgrounds, and I've got some pieces that I'm just going to do with mopped up ink backgrounds. So obviously I've made this background with you know, for a reason, but there are some where I've just mopped up ink, you know, when I've gone around the edge of something and thought, oh, there's some ink left over there, I'm going to mop that up.
Yeah, of course. And then sometimes you can make did you ever find that when you mock up ink, and sometimes you get the better
backgrounds? Yes, you do.
Absolutely.
Rather than when you actually just put some ink down and pick it up. So let's pop that just a second time. We're just getting it darker so we can lose the fact that we've actually overstamped the wall. Okay. So, and because we've got it in the set, we will add the little owl.
because he is actually the he's actually the security guard at the gnome bar.
Oh yeah,
the owl.
Oh, the security guard. I like that.
Yeah, he's actually the lookout.
I need one of those.
Yeah, so he determines who's allowed through. Of course, the fairies, they're naughty. They distract him. You know, and one fairy will be having a chat with him and the other one will be flying underneath the little gap underneath the door.
Yeah, it's, I kind of think the kind of wise old, you know, birds.
The wise old owl,
yeah.
yeah.
But also it can be, I like the lookout, you know, yeah, kind of.
It could be whatever you want it to be. Yeah.
Well, that way.
So again, he's quite dark, he's absolutely fine, but I'm just going to go a second time so that it doesn't look like the branch is part of his bottom. We want to actually have him sitting on there rather than having a branch up his bottom.
Yeah.
It's true. Right, so that's that there.
Oh, Julie, I love you.
I love you too, my love.
Oh, I'll record that, babe.
It's so funny. I don't think we can get our sentiment on here. No, we can't. We'll put it on the other side, right? Okay. So that's all we're going to do for that little bit. But we want to actually enhance it a little bit.
Okay.
So let's bring in our whimsical flower cluster.
Ooh, I like a whimsical flower. Because I love how they, you know, fairy hugs do these beautiful fairies, but also the filler inners.
The filler inners, yes.
But they are such a useful stamps, even if you don't like fairies. I think that you would be using these ones for, you know, scenes of any sort.
Any sort at all. So I'm going for my rainforest, and I'm just going to do first and second generation, just to add a little bit of interest.
Yeah.
So we're bringing in a little bit there.
And I love how they have these little tiny dots as well, so you could add like a tiny bit of
glitter or something. Yeah, so some of the design team do that, which is quite lovely. So there's my kind of foliage at the bottom, all done. Only a couple of stamps. But this is the thing, because we're working on quite a small project here. It doesn't take very long. Obviously, we're not going to get through the whole book as you would at home, because there's other stuff we have to do as well. But you could actually do this quite quickly, and of course then you've got a really nice record of the stamps that you've got, which is a lot more interesting than just, you know, stamping them out and not actually using them on anything. So just around the top, we're going to bring in our flower vines.
Right.
And again, we're using rainforest. Oh, I need to clean that, I think.
Okay. Oh, look, I love how that looks.
It's a really, really useful stamp. They're essentials foliage are. And I've never really, I mean, I've understood, but I've never really fully understood until I started using fairy hugs a lot.
Yeah.
And I think it was when I was watching Leonie do her one-day special with fairy hugs in January, and then I really got it. I really understood.
Yeah.
So obviously now this is going to go on that black card.
Oh, I like that.
And it's really pretty,
It looks really good. I love that. And of course you could, you know, open, like fussy cut around the door, or the door.
If you wanted to,
and then open a secret message in there.
Yeah, you can do that,
I love that. I love that. Thank you, Julia, for that amazing demo. And now we are going to have a quick a quick recap while Julia gets set for the next demonstration. I love how, you know, there's a story of how, you know, maybe you are somebody who is into music, and then you are thinking, oh, but what can I do with music apart from the obvious? Well, what about going for Selena, Aris, and musical walkway? Because they allows you to kind of create those musical kind of scenes, cards, and of course mixed media pages as well. I like to put it like this so you can see the full musical element. And of course you can have just position of them as well, so you don't have to use the whole walkway, but still in a slimline card will make absolute perfection in here. Have a very delightful birthday, and of course she's playing the saxophone, and then her friend is playing the violin, and there is something like, you know, that famous electronic violin player, like there is that energy, but
you know, so good.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to say the name because obviously, you know, they will have to say 3 names. Oh, well, maybe it was Vanessa May. Yeah, Vanessa May. But also I'm thinking, Nigel Kennedy, that's another one. You can see it here. Or that could be the sister of my friend Quentin, who is a saxophone player as well. Now, of course, you can see them here. But then you can see, for instance, like one of our producers is a saxophone player. Well, or she likes to play the saxophone. So, of course, that could be a perfect card for her. You can see that. Anyway, now 629848 is your item number. £21.99 is your price for that bundle. Then we have got Lantana and the Firefly. Very, very popular this hour is the kind of the one that you are mostly going for because it is absolutely gorgeous. I love how she is holding the hands, like making an offering or carrying those beautiful lanterns. I love how the lanterns can be used on their own or with lantana, but for me is the fireflies that are really different. The way that you can color them up and the way that you can bring them to life is really extraordinary. But of course, remember that having lantana here means that you can bring a little bit of light, a little bit of that gorgeousness into the card, or it could be just going there, like kind of almost like you can see here the little stars, the little kind of elements in here as well. You could put out some glitter, and of course you can lengthen or shorten that lantern as well. They make gorgeous silhouette stamps, gorgeous silhouette images, but look at that one. A stamp and emboss it over the background, and maybe she's kind of making an offering or kind of giving the owl some food, right? And or maybe a sprinkling fairy dust all over the owl. That's what it is. 341944 is your item number. £15.99 is your price. Moving on to the next bundle, we have got here Wisdom, Believing and Fairy Life. I love all 3 sentiments because they are sentiments that you can put inside or outside of your cards. Love that wisdom begins in wonder, that curiosity that kind of leads you to paths of knowledge. I love that sentiment. And of course, that could be stamped and embossed into a card. And it's a perfect sentiment as well for art journaling. And I love how that kind of goes so well with any of the fairies, with any of those creatures. It could be even also under the sea. Also, of course, if you keep on believing, the dreams that you wish will come through. And I really think that is such a powerful messages. Again, perfect for cards, perfect for wishing luck, but also perfect for your art journals and kind of home decor elements. 346573 is your item number. £13.99 is your item number. Then we have, oh, I like her, Zippy and Wind, and I love it. Shall I put them the other way around so you can see? Let's do it like this, because then, there we have, actually, like this. There it is. There. Right, we of course that's the wind from her wheels kind of coming out because she's flying out, and look at those beautiful. Of course, the wings kind of help out, and of course, I love that the wheels are actually flowers. They're absolutely amazing. And oh, that's a big question. A question from Molly, our producer, is like, if you could fly, would you ride a bike? Well, we can walk and we can ride a bike as well. So, you know, so probably we wanted to do both things as well. And
what she's done is she's charged up her bike with her wings earlier
and
on.
Then she does that
and now she can just kind of freewheel down wherever,
absolutely.
Anywhere.
Exactly.
Or it could be a motorised fairy bike.
It could be. Or it could be, I know what it could be. It's like her wings are a little bit under the weather, so she needs to, you know, she sometimes rest the wings, and then she needs the bicycle. No, that's different possibilities in there. I mean, you can see how we build the stories. $11.99 is your price. 915496 is your item number. Then we have got the gnome door, or gnome as Julia calls it, gnome door, and of course we have got the vine as well in here, the flower vines. I love those flower vines. It almost reminds me of the ginkgo ginkgo leaf, because it has got like kind of that sort of heart shape, and if you come closer you can see that they have a little bit of that sort of shape in there as well. I kind of really like those details. You can see that there's a little bit like a angular ginkgo kind of element in there. And of course you have got the door, which I think is a magical door to different worlds, or it could be a secret garden, it could be of course the gnome house, it could be a fairy club, it could be maybe a castle hidden away. And of course you have an archway if you take away the wooden elements, of course, or it could be almost the cellar. Ooh, what you would have in the cellar. Of course it could, wine cellar maybe, that could be, maybe they could, or the honey cellar. Honey cellar, and of course the bears are looking for the honey. £13.99 is your price. 378 and 679 is your item number. Now, of course, very good match to that door is of course the walkway and the stone wall. Both of these ones together for just £11.99. I adore this because also I think again, if you are into fairies, it's a perfect setting scene element. But also if you don't, if you're thinking more of something a little bit more maybe architectonic, if you want to make a card that is just, that could be, maybe it could be, maybe if somebody likes walks in the countryside, this could be a beautiful background and just the walks. Or maybe you are thinking of going to see Adrian's wall and then you want to have a kind of a background for that. That could be very nice as well. 109952 is your item number. $11.99 is your price for both of them. Then we have, of course, the bear family in here, which the birch tree as well. And of course, it is a fabulous set. Now, of course, you have in here 6 stamps, and we are, well, I'm loving the kind of the, you know, the baby bear kind of standing up and kind of, I want some attention. I want some attention. And of course, then you have, of course, look, you can see in here that gorgeous bear in there. And you can see the whole family, and then you're getting the birch trees as well there. And then you see the, of course, the gorgeous bear as well. And then we have, what is it? There is the owl. Where is the owl? Oh, here it is, that one. Because they make the most perfect kind of Christmas cards as well on here as well. So you can see the owl in them. £19.99 is your price. 037852 is your item number. Another set of 3 stamps we have got for you is the slender fir, black teasel, and flying owl. 5 stamps. That flying owl is has to be one of my favorites. I'm going to show you this sample again because for me it's a perfect combination. It shows why you want to have this bundle with that beautiful flying owl that kind of gives you the majestic skies, and of course then you can use whichever other elements you want to bring in. For instance, in here with the wishing well that we had previously shows on the course, those flying vines in there as well. They kind of set the scene as well. But if you had gone for the bears, there it is, the owl and the thistles in there as well. Actually, they're not thistles, they are teasels, sorry, my pronunciation. And of course, you are getting the slender tree as well, which make a perfect setting for a dragon in there. You can see them in here. 297105 is your item number. £19.99 is your price. And remember that, of course, they are shipped from, Florida. So this means that there is extended delivery, which will be dispatched from the 27th of May, which is in a week's time, is next Thursday. Right, and then we have Bluebell. Bluebell is this glorious fairy with his, I just think that is actually, maybe she's had enough from, working, sprinkling glitter all over, or maybe she's just having a little bit of, just a snooze, or, or maybe, you know what, I just think, I love the thinking of maybe she's praying, or maybe she's just kind of, she's had enough. No, but I like that. I just kind of like, or maybe that's true. She's looking for something she has lost on the floor. That could be it. Now, that is phenomenal, however, to put it on top of toadstools. It's perfect to put it on top of the wall. It's perfect to make that kind of serene imagery in here. And of course, you can see them in here as well. £17.99 is your price. 872306 is your item number. And then we have the two moose It's just hard. They are just mousse. Yeah, memories. Of course, you have here the mousse and the dragon fruit branch in there. 3 stamps in total. Absolutely glorious. Of course, perfect Christmas cards with this. £15.99 is your price for this this set of 3 stamps. 892875 is your item number. And you know what? It would be amazing with a Christmas card or sort of thing like this. It would be if you stamp and emboss onto vellum, which, by the way, we do have as a 7-day savers. And also in this bundle you have got not only the 100-gram GSM, but you also get in the 200 GSM. And why do I like so much the 200 GSM? Well, it's twice the weight, which means that you can actually create blank cards with it, and then of course you put an insert. It is a phenomenal way to get that transparency, that floatiness of the Christmas joy, but also for wedding cards, for wedding stationery, maybe for you know, also congratulations for a baby. $9.99 is your price for that. You are getting 40 of the 100 and 20 of the 200. I will multi-order that one because you're saving £14. Then we have also an assorted A5 card and paper media collection with, of course, you are getting polypropylene, you are getting some vellum, you are getting some silver mirror, you are getting silver chipboard, craft card, and you are getting quite a few things in there. Watercolor card as well. $9.99 is your price, and of course you're saving £10, which makes it better than half price. Then we have the Little Darlings Lily May collection. You're getting 8 stamps in total. Ooh, look at them. They are fierce. Look at them. They are having some fun. They are having fun at the Fairy Club. And they are, oh, the moustache selfie. Oh, I see what they are. They are the kind of selfies that you take at a party with the fake moustaches and things like that. And then, oh, £16.99 is your price. You're saving £11. 471264 is your item number. Right, and of course that you will find it as 7-day savers. But let's head back to the demonstration. So, Julia,
right,
we have got 10 minutes.
Yes, right. Okay, so we're going to do a tall slim card. I'll go back to my my book in a little while, and I've thrown loads of stamps on my stamping platform here because we can do this quickly, and hopefully I can do something in my book again. Just saying. So we've got on here, we've got the dragon fruit branch, we've got lantana, we've got wisdom begins in wonder, and we've got 3 of the fireflies. So the fireflies are actually flying up to lantana. I don't know what she's going to do with them.
I mean, can I say something about your background, because I absolutely adore it?
Yes, these are fairy hugs backgrounds. They're the tall slim ones, and I think we had them in beginning of April. You know, when you guys had your, was it, where was it? It was when you guys changed over to the craft store. That would be the
1st of April.
Yeah, so it was about the 4th or the 5th of April, something like that. We had them then. They are beautiful, aren't they? And they're actually designed by Bonnie, who is the lead design team member for Fairy Hugs. She does a wonderful job with them. Right, so let's give these a press. I'm actually being very optimistic here, trying to get them all done at once. But we'll see how we get on.
Okay.
Okay. That's perfect. That will do me. That'll do me nicely. So what we're going to do is just add a little bit of interest down at the bottom. Obviously we've got, you could stop there, you don't need to do much else, but it's nice to bring in some of the other stamps. So we're going to bring in the teasel, I'm calling them teasels now, they're thistles.
No, they are teasels.
They are thistles.
They are teasels.
Black thistles, that's what they're called.
Oh. Oh, well.
That's what it says on the packet, black thistles.
Okay, all right, so thistles.
Yes, yes. So, we're just going to stamp these, and let's bring in a, I think we're bringing a slightly different colour. Yeah. So we go for our twilight, which is a really lovely dark blue. Yeah. And we're just going to add in a little bit of interest down below here. And we'll put the smaller one on this other block. So you can imagine, can't you, if you like this kind of layout, if you had it in your stamping platform, how quick could you do loads of these?
Absolutely.
Very quick.
I mean, because you have done basically most of the stamping
in one
go.
Yeah, in one go. Yeah.
So you could do this, like, you know, if he was invitations for a, you know, garden party maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. So there we go. It's a little bit on the end. So obviously I'd matte and layer that onto black card.
That is gorgeous.
So that she doesn't have to be with the lanterns. You could hang some lanterns down there if you want to, but I like the dragon fruit branch as it is.
I love that. That is gorgeous. I love the fireflies. I love lantana. Kind of almost like, kind of saying, it sounds like me talking with the hands. It's like, what do you want?
Like, yeah. She might have some food for them. There might be a special firefly treat that you can get.
A little bit of fairy dust. You know, they like to keep their lights bright enough at night.
They do, don't they? Yeah. Right. So, are we staying with me?
Yes, we are.
Hockey cookie. Right. So let's go into my other platform, so I don't have to take everything out.
Oh, you have got 2.
Yeah, I've actually got 3, but I've only got 2 with me. Right. So I thought what we'd actually no, I don't want to go on there straight away. What I want to do is take my dotted mushrooms here somewhere.
We have had an email from, is it Pauline, and saying that you and I should, Julia, we should write children's books because we have got such a wonderful imagination.
It's very easy though, isn't it? When you've got tools like this to work with, it's very easy to make stories up.
Yeah.
I was doing that bit with the Misses the other day actually, because it's just fun, isn't it? Absolutely fun. Let's do an acorn.
It's all part of why crafting. Some of us enjoy crafting so much because it kind of takes us to a different world.
Yes, absolutely.
And Fairy Hugs does that so well.
It does, absolutely. So what we're going to do is we're going to just stamp some of the dotted mushrooms, and these are great just to colour in the dots to actually match whatever project that you're working on, and you can actually kind of nest them into each other, which is quite nice. Just fit them in, and just a little bit more just up here. So we have that going up there like that. Okay, so that's my base.
And this could be like if you were writing a little book or a kind of, that could be a perfect page to write with all the white space in there.
Yeah, you could, absolutely, yeah. So I mean, this is just an inky background, a mocked up background. So then we're going to take Zelina with her fiddle, and she's going to come and she's dancing along the mushrooms. She's having a rare old party. So she's going to have, let's pop her so her feet are on there like that. So we can actually do it so she's actually on the mushrooms. And again, I'm going to stamp her in the acorn just because it's a nice contrast with the brush corduroy that I've got in the background. So you don't always have to stamp in black.
Which other colour would you recommend?
Well, I've gone for quite a few in here actually. I've got pine cone, which is a deep brown. I also like the twilight and the nocturne, obviously, because that's the black.
Blues.
Some of the foliage I've used monarch with. I've used rainforest, which is a green. Monarch's a purple. Rainforest is a green. Shady Lane's a lovely green to use as well.
Absolutely. And of course you're using VersaFine, but any pigment ink pad would be good?
You want something that's very juicy because it's going to make your life a lot easier the juicier it is. And if you are struggling, I mean, I wouldn't do silhouette stamps with archival unless it's just been re-inked. So because it dries so quickly. Because obviously you use different ink pads for different jobs, don't you? But obviously you can use your Versamark and actually emboss with your embossing powders. That works too. You can use your distress with it. It's just going to give you a different look. And distress is quite nice to use if you're using the birch trees and you want something in the background. So there's our Zelina skipping through the toadstools, and then we can just finish it off at the top. See, we're not going to fit a sentiment in here because of the size of her, but we can bring in again our lovely, what should we bring in? Let's bring in the teasels again actually, because that's quite a nice thing to do.
Thistles or thistles, whichever one it is.
See, I'm doing the same now. We're on it now, aren't we? We just completely lost it. So let's have some of these coming at the top. They might be brownie blue.
It's funny because, of course, Fairy Hooks is a USA company, so maybe in there they call it thistles.
But they do look like thistles because, Angela, they could be either, couldn't they?
Yeah.
They definitely could be either.
Whichever they are, they're absolutely gorgeous.
They are a lovely, lovely stamp. So you can see some of the black inks coming through on here as well, which is, or the blue ink, which is fine. Just gives me a different tone. So let's just have one more. Don't need any more than that. I think just 3 at the top is quite nice. So she's going to go into my book, just in here like that. And I'd probably come in and colour those in. I might even colour her wings. How are we doing?
We have got about 2 minutes.
Can I have those 2 minutes, or do you want to do a recap?
If you want them,
Okay, right.
Yes.
So what we can do here is we can take our musical walkway, and we're going to bring in Aris, and she's going to come in there. In fact, I might just place it because we're quite close to time, aren't we?
Yeah.
So we could bring in, see, look, this is how I build, how I'm going to do things, okay? Let's take that away. So she can come into the musical walkway there, and then you can have in here, if you wanted to, you could have, this is just a jelly plate print there. You could probably, depending on where you put her, you could bring him in, your flying owl. So he could go in there to see her. So he's listening to her play the music.
Oh,
and
look at that. That's perfect. Yeah, we have about a minute left. So, but that kind of shows perfectly.
That shows what you can do. Yeah,
absolutely. Thank you so much, Julia. Did you know when you're back?
I'm back on the 28th, which is a week tomorrow, with 3 hours, 4 centimetres to yours.
Oh, fabulous!
Something new at 10 o'clock.
Ooh, well, you need to of course tune in on that Friday on the 28th. However, I want to remind everybody of Lantana, which is an amazing, beautiful bundle, isn't it? You are getting Lantana, the fairy herself, with the lanterns that she can be holding, a longer one and a shorter one, and of course you are getting those fireflies as well in there. Absolutely glorious, beautiful stamps with so much detail in them, even if it's a solid one. Look at the fairy. Now, if you want this bundle, make sure to check out your baskets, or anything in this bundle, in this hour, make sure to check out your baskets. Remember that you will not be able to find them on the website after the show, because of course that's how we work with Fairy Hooks. Once that they have finished the shows, they put the orders and they disappear from the website. So make sure to check out your baskets. And of course, if you want the stone wall and the walk-away, very, very popular as well, 109952. Remember though, you need to check out the baskets. And of course, stay tuned here, because at the craft store we have got a final look at the one-day special from John next door, and of course, Yanis will accompany for him. John next door, family occasions after the break, and then 5 quilting with Westerly, and then a brand new one-day special at 6 from Love Lunch.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. Oakwood Archer is a family-run business, and my son and my daughter work very hard with me to bring the best craft items to you in the UK. We specialise in high-quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Hi, I'm Anthea. I'm from Quilting Antics. Quilting Antics started around 2011, 2012, I'm never really sure. We love wildlife and often our designs incorporate lots of British wildlife. We're really well known for that. At one point we nearly became the cushion company because we churned out so many different cushions. But we'll do bags, we'll do cushions, we do book covers, we'll do things for your sewing room, anything. If it pops into our head and we can physically make it, then we'll go for it. As I said, the buzzword is all about fun for us. On our shows, we always like to have lots of fun. There's always lots of laughter, and hopefully you'll learn a few things that you didn't know along the way. So don't miss the Quilting Antics shows.
I am Matthew Palmer, a professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting.
Well, hello everyone and a warm welcome. So it's the final look at our phenomenally popular one-day special with the ledge that is John next door. John, how you doing, buddy?
I'm all right. So
busy.
I just had the mistake of seeing myself in the game. No,
it's been so busy.
It has. It's been absolutely crazy.
What I like about you come up with ideas. You're a crafter.
Yes.
So when you develop something, you kind of develop it with that crafty stance of what would I need, and you do get it right every time. I'm just going to say really quickly, and we're kind of breaking the rules here, but I'm going to tell you about the one-day special. It's here, but then we're going to go on to quite quickly the complete. And the only reason we're doing this is nearly everybody is going for that complete collection. And once you see it, you'll realise why. So with the one-day special, we're talking occasions, and you've got all those big occasions coming through. So you've got big people in your life. You talk about grandparents, mothers, daughters. Then you've got your, and look at that. This is what I love about the system, John. It's a modular system.
Yeah.
So it can be great-grandson. It can be mum on your birthday, or congratulations, mum, on your retirement. You know, it can be anything.
You can build what you want from them. So you take from the 3 sets. So you can put, you know, you're a star stepdad.
Well, that's nice.
You know, things you couldn't normally do. You know, and I particularly like the best wishes and the you're a star. Because the sentiments that you can send on cards that don't have to be for an occasion, just to remind someone you're thinking of them or something, that will work. But you can choose, so you can go for mum or mum-in-law, or mother or mother-in-law, daughter, stepdaughter, daughter-in-law. You can mix them together. Granddaughter, great-granddaughter.
It could be sympathy on your new home. Because if they missed out on the home they wanted and had to get another home. There you go.
Why not? I mean, you can mix them together. I mean, we looked earlier. I think Hayley and I were playing this morning. I actually took You're a Star and we cut it down into the individual pieces.
Oh, nice.
So, you know what I mean? So you can mix it.
Yeah.
You know, you can change them around. We did. I mean, everyone's been trying to think of funny ones, and
what about
I can't remember a single one of them now.
What about You're a Dad?
Yes. So. Well, we said that one actually. You put that on a card and just write surprise on the front, and then inside have You're a Dad.
You know how my wife told me?
Go on.
So she bought a mug, and she made me a drink in the morning, and when I drank the drink, at the end of the mug it says You're a Dad.
Oh,
there you go. That's quite nice. Yeah.
But I think things like that are quite cute. And you can go, You're a dad, or you're a granddad.
Yeah. Oh, that's nice. You're a granddad.
Or you're a grandmother. You know, or you know, you can play with it. So just because those are together in one doesn't mean you can't separate them. Things like new job, you can separate that. So you could actually separate it, and you could have, you know, you could have new son, new daughter.
Oh, that's nice.
You know, so you could put celebrate your new daughter, celebrate your new son, or something like that. You know, you can work it, or your new in-laws.
Well, it's a fully modular system. So that's a one-day special. And I'm only getting it onto the complete because that's where everyone's going. But with the one-day special, you are saving £3. You're getting all 3 sets, and this is a set that John has been building on. So the stencil sentiment, brought out some in the past, going to bring out more in the future, and it's going to be a big collection that's only going to grow and grow. So that's your one-day special, 487098. The complete collection. So you're getting that £3 saving already factored into your complete collection. Then you're getting a further £5 saving. If you're a Freedom member, the saving goes even higher. So as a Freedom member, your saving is £10.59 plus the £3 that's already factored into your price. And not only that, it works out less than £1 per die. And when we're talking dies, let me show you, because this is where life really gets interesting. Let's have a good look at this, because key figures in your life, and John will be expanding the range in time, but that is kind of a core staple.
It's the core, and I know people have said to me, oh, we want Nana and Nan and Gramps and things like that, but you've got your basics in there, and we can build on that one. I did add Mam in, because I've got friends in Birmingham and Solihull area. Oh, okay. And I've got friends in the northeast, and when I did stamps and I didn't put Mam in, I got shouted at by both of them.
Well, it's funny
so
how
I
everyone...
added that in.
Do you know what's funny how everyone calls their mum differently? I say mum, your friends
I say
mam.
I say M-O-M an awful lot, and I haven't put that in.
Alex, our floor manager, says mom.
Ah,
very
that doesn't
posh.
surprise me. That
Very
really
posh.
doesn't surprise me. But you have got here, you've got things like grandma. So you've got the formal and the informal. So you've got grandmother and grandma, grandfather and granddad. So you've got those. But again, because you've got things like the ampersand's important. So you've got the and sign. So you can do
aunt and uncle,
grandfather and grandfather, grandmother and grandfather. You can do aunt and uncle. You can do, you know, sort of cousin and whatever. You can mix them
together. Do you know what else is good and something that's overlooked? What about dad and dad?
Yes.
Mum and mum.
You can do dad and dad.
Yeah, see now that.
I never thought of that one. Well, it's one of the reasons we did grandchild in there, because sometimes people don't like to be gender specific. And just say, you know, I've got a new grandchild, or congratulations on your new grandchild.
If they told you and you've forgotten.
Well, that's the way I use it, to be quite honest. It's like, I didn't pay enough attention.
Why did they say a boy
so
or a girl?
I'll do grandchild and do it in lemon. It'll be easy. Done. But you've got those options, but you've also say build it. But when you add on the other dies in the set...
This is the key to it. So, and can I just point out, the size is incredible. I love the actual design, because it's cutting into it, and then you can put anything behind. Here, John's just put magnetic sheet behind, works so well. Then we've got our key sort of events going through as well. So celebrate, get well, retirement, sympathy, new home, birthdays, graduations soon. So you've got all those sort of key words there.
You have, and again, you can mix those together, or you can cut them up. You don't have to use new and home. You can just cut it out, so you've got home or job, or, because I think we came up earlier, was you need a new job or something someone put out, someone suggested. But you add those to it, so those are your occasions, and then you get your sort of, I never think of the right word of this, I think we called them additions in the end. But you've got the bits you would add, so you've got your You're a Star best wishes, but sorry, with, lots of, love, on the, belated, on your, so that you can combine them with these. You can combine them with the ones I did at Christmas, which you'll see in some of the samples. You can combine them with the ones I launched last September, and you'll be able to combine them with the new ones that are coming out throughout this year. So there are more done and drawn and ready that will drop slowly, because I believe in, rather than launching lots of everything at once, let's make it in choosable chunks and choose which bits you want. Not everyone may want anniversaries, which is one that's coming up. But then other people may want that and not actually want relatives.
I like that, and it's nice. It's giving people that autonomy to really zero in and pick what they like. Now, with the complete collection, you're not only getting what you would have in the one-day special plus an additional saving, you're getting your tartan die, which you can see, it's over here. You can get your tartan die here, and you're getting your squares in there as well. Let me show you it all together, because once you do put it all together, now have a look at this. Tartan background, how clear are these words? I mean, they look so, so good. And I love that this is a really nice card, actually. Isn't it nice? Has someone turned off the lights? We'll just, there we go, sorry. So you can see here, the pink with the white background, and then you got the white background, so the white top with the pink background, so just flipping it. Brilliant.
Yeah, just works, and it's strong against the pink, white and black. But that could be for absolutely anyone. So if you wanted to, you could, on your retirement mum,
Yeah.
Or celebrate on your retirement. You can, you know, mix them all around. Or this is one of the hardest cards I ever think to make. But
if
again,
you're going to make it, you want to make a beautiful one.
Yes, you do. And I think as well, to be honest, I wouldn't want to buy a stamp set that just said with sympathy.
Yeah.
There's more and more in there. Or Happy Birthday Grandma. The happy comes from the original set in September. But you could have Belated Birthday Grandma, celebrate your birthday grandma.
Yeah.
Again, you can keep mixing them, but you'll see how the beautiful Southey squares with the dots just work with all of these.
That's nice.
And that's using the tag, just again, around a background.
See, and important figures in your life. By the way, we've got to say, because a lot of people, and I haven't mentioned in a little while, are keeping track of the love story that is Mish and our producer Katie. It's got serious.
Right.
Because Grandma has actually had a little Zoom chat with her and given her approval. She's met the Grandma. Okay.
That's the most important thing.
Which is nice.
Yes.
You know, getting the
It's
approval.
never the mother-in-law, it's the grandmother-in-law.
Yeah, that's it.
You want to be careful.
So look, it is a great bundle. It was so busy at launch. I want to put this into perspective because we have, and it is all relative, obviously, in how much starting stock you have when we're calling updates. Company like Crafts2, John Next Door, bring an awful lot of stock, and they have that sort of buying power. They try and give, and you're always popular, John, so I know on this occasion you even brought even more stocks. We had a huge amount. We could potentially be selling out of the one-day special this hour, which we actually didn't think we were going to do. We thought we had so much stock, so we could be calling, we're approaching limited stock. I could be calling limited stock very quickly because we are busy and we could be selling out. I'm just putting that out there. When you consider what you're getting, the tartan background, we haven't even, very quickly because I know we've got to move on, but the squares are so useful with that beautiful detail.
They really are. What you've got the beautiful sort of, it's not a stitch detail, it's a perfect circle which punches out on every single one. And as they shrink, so as they get smaller, the circles get smaller as well, so they're all in scale. Rather than being the same size on each one, they shrink a little bit on each one to keep that scale going.
Lovely. OK, we've got to get to demonstration. We've got a lot more on the website. Got to tell you, there's one specific die that comes with buttons that we've got to show you. We'll have a look on the website because that's sold out. We've got it back on extended delivery, but that is going to go. So let's try and find it. There's so much to see. There it is. So here you can see your circle die. So effectively, it cuts out your craft candy in there, and then you're getting the buttons too. Have a look at the saving though. The saving is incredible. So it should be costing $38.95, that bundle. You're paying $9.99. The die in itself is incredible. Just to have that uniformity with your candy, your craft candy. You were saying, like on certain cards, John, you were chatting with Joe Shannon.
Yeah.
And just being able to take a card and have that continuity of your embellishment.
Joe uses this die all the time. She said she's had it years.
Yeah.
And the idea is that she can use any backing paper or background paper she's made herself.
Yeah.
She can use that and she can have an embellishment that matches exactly for the front of a card coming from the back. And that's how we balance out projects, is by having the same colour that's at the back at the front. It gives you a really good eye feel, if that makes sense.
So just showing you here, just taking that backing paper, but then using the die to cut out your own craft candy. You're telling me, with this, I mean, if you were to buy bags of it, about £2 or £3 quid?
It was £2 or £3, I think, as I remember, to buy, and that was just one colour. Whereas this, so effectively, if you've got the set and you cut yourself it 3 times, you've got the same as 3 bags for the same price.
Oh, okay.
And then you can make anything else you make then is bonus.
I like your style. We're going to get to demonstration. If you've got any questions for John, please get in touch. studio@thecraftstore.com. John, what we got?
Right, so I thought we'd do a different... I've shown you quite a few different ways to use the sentiments, but I thought I'd do a card where we're tying in the squares and the sentiments, and shows you, again, a slightly different way to do it. And this is quite a useful one to do if you're not sure of the... Okay, if you like to do like me, and you like to have a card ready and then you put the actual occasion or the person on afterwards. So we're going to make a birthday card. So what I've done is I've sped this up a little bit.
Okay.
So I've already taken my Southey squares and I've cut out the 4-inch square from white.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then I've used the 3-inch square to cut out the middle.
Okay.
To give me a frame.
And perfect frame.
Yeah, perfect frame, and that frame is ½ an inch round on every side. because the dies are actually mathematically correct.
Could I ask a quick question?
You can.
You did say this yesterday, I just want to double check, so I want to say this and be wrong. Can we thread through if we wanted to?
You can, yeah.
See, that's nice.
To be honest, you've paid for it. You can do what you like with it because you've bought it. It's yours.
Lovely to do.
But yeah, you could do the old Sporelli idea where
Yeah.
you're basically just threading threads through. Do you remember the paintings people used to have?
Yeah.
I mean, I know we had one. I should have said it when I had Paola, and it was actually of a sort of flamenco dancer.
Oh, nice.
That was all done with string. But again, you could thread between these with embroidery threads. If you've got leftover from projects, I know Sam does a little bit of embroidery now.
Nice.
A little bit of cross stitch.
He's
So
become
we've got quite a lot.
crafter.
He has, yeah.
He really has.
He genuinely
I've
has.
seen the, and from his samples that he does as well, the
He's actually
progression.
embroidered some of the stamps we've got coming in Christmas.
Did he ever do any crafting before he met you?
No. He's done little bits. His mum found his Christmas note to Santa from when he was about 8, and it said gift vouchers, CDs and crafting stuff.
Oh, that's
So
nice.
he was into it as a kid.
At 8 years old?
Yeah.
That's
so
cute.
I think we all are at that stage.
yeah.
Crafting is just adult playing. It's as learning again how to have fun.
We all love a play.
So what I've done is I've cut from grey the 5-inch square.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
So we started with a 5-inch in grey and a 4-inch in white.
Okay.
So I've just roughly in the middle put my white on. But I'm then going to take the 3-inch square and just drop it back in to that space.
Cheeky.
And that's how you can get an easy double frame.
Nice.
So make that frame, glue it down, and then
back in.
drop the die that made that frame back in the middle. So with this card, I'm only using, before I sort of added flowers and things, the dies that are in the complete collection and a guillotine.
Okay.
So I'm not adding anything else. I don't have to have plain nesting dies or anything.
How many messages do you get about the Kaleido when's it going to be back?
It's
all the time, right?
Constantly.
So, and when is the Kaleido back?
Sunday.
Sunday, everybody. So tune in. If you missed out on the Kaleido, it's a revelation.
Yeah, it is marvellous. I
A
cannot
game changer
genuinely
of a
wait.
machine.
It is. To me, it's something that no other machine does. And I've used it constantly as it is a die-cutting machine. In fact, a lady actually commented, and she put on there, I've actually taken a Photoshop of it for Sunday, she actually put that, ignore the foiling and everything else, it was worth it for the die-cutting ability alone. And she no longer uses her big electric plate wrecking machine.
Yeah.
She only does everything through this.
I don't know what you mean. I love when you say plate wrecking.
No, I'm not. Well, I'm not going to say that's not fair
Yeah,
on brands because I had the same problem as everybody else.
Yeah, but it does.
And I'm on the same plates as I've had. These are still my prototype plates. So these are not just my plates that came with, say, the machine I use on air. These are my prototype plates.
Yeah.
So I've had these over a year.
Wow, and look, and can you just say how straight are they?
And I don't have a second one for home, and I don't have a second one. I don't have one for home and one for TV. This one moves with me.
Perfect.
So I've used these plates thousands of times.
That's impressive.
I mean, look, the base has started to go a little bit before the plates.
For a year, you'll be forgiven the amount of crafting you do as well.
And we test every die on them.
Yeah,
on
good.
it. So what I've got then is, if you look, I've got a perfect frame.
And that looks great.
And that's just using...
So just put a picture in there.
Three of the
done.
dies you could, and gone, yeah? But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take now a piece of yellow. This is why it's always worth having one sort of die set like this that's got that level of detail, but that's not too large either. I know we do press cut nesting squares and stitch dot squares, but if you don't make a card over 5 inches or 6-inch card, this is all you need.
Nice. Yeah, well,
So
it is.
I'm just going to put this in the middle, just because I hate to waste card.
Good.
So I've got a square exactly the same, so we'll cut this one out. But what you'll see this time, I've got a piece which is the waist, and you get that, again, in lovely, beautiful frame. But the actual square has all the circles cut.
And you've got a little tip for this.
I have.
It's a good tip. It's a good tip.
And it's it feels so satisfying. So rather than going through like that, what you do is run your pokey tool along.
They just pop out.
And they just pop out.
Nice. It's like when you used to put those, you know, in bikes, you put those things.
Oh, the spokey dokies.
Yeah.
I remember
the
them.
noise.
You're not old enough to remember those, Yanis. But yeah, well, it wasn't on a BMX when I was a kid. It was on it was all racing bikes.
Did you have all those ones with the long seat?
Chopper.
The
No,
chopper.
I didn't have a chopper. I think that's just slightly before mine.
They were cool.
They were really cool. Although when I was a kid they weren't, because everyone wanted racing bikes.
Yeah.
But you can see that I've got all of those bits out really easily without having to go around. Can you imagine?
John, that looks so
putting
good.
it in 20 times.
Yeah. But and you really appreciate that circular detail that you're getting there. I think it's fantastic.
But you notice as well, I'm just using plain card.
Yeah.
So I'm not using expensive.
But it looks expensive.
But
Once
it
you've
looks
done
expensive because it's the die that's doing the work.
Yeah.
So here I've got my frame. Yeah. And what I've got is, I've got a piece of yellow. So I'm just going to, I'm going to use my glue glaze just for speed. And because it's quick.
And we have got a bundle that features the glue glaze. You're also getting 2 bottles of an exceptionally good glue as well. So you've got your artist glue and your glue glaze, $9.99 your price, 521794 your item number, and that's at the bottom of
But what I love is, even though those dots are small, you still see the yellow through.
Yeah, that's nice.
So it really does sort of shadow that.
We've just used one aspect of the complete bundle.
Yeah.
And I'm loving that. I would do that all the time. I say it's the most beautiful frame. So now we can put a sentiment in there, even if you just want to put some pattern paper behind it. Pretty.
Yeah, it would work so well. But I'm going through, I've got 1, 2, 3 layers of cards, so I'm only cutting one, but I'm still going to drop my die back in.
Okay.
And this to me is one of the ways I test if a die is good.
Oh.
To be honest.
Good test.
Because it has to cut through 3 layers.
Is this the Lockwood test?
It has to. It doesn't have to cut through 3 layers, but it has to. The die has to fit through.
Yeah.
So it's one of the ways that I do test this.
Okay.
No, there's no the Lockwood test is see if I can break it.
Okay.
Because I've broken so many things in my time.
Well, you know, that's what we want. That's the kind of
My
company I
first
want to invest
A4
in.
die cutting machine, which is a long time ago, I actually broke 6 of them.
What?
In my time demoing, I actually broke 6 of them.
Wow.
So
that did not pass the Lockwood test.
No, but it was a nice machine and it cut really, really well. So I've ripped this out a little bit by mistake, but don't worry if you do that. Pair of scissors, trim it out.
Oh.
Yeah, because I've gone too close to the edge. There we go. Okay. So now I've got my frame of my white.
Yeah.
I've got onto the grey and then it's got yellow behind it. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to add a little bit of foam tape on this.
Nice.
And then we'll put
if
it
you wanted
onto
to
a
create a
grey piece.
shaker, this would be really nice, quick, easy shaker.
It
Obviously
would.
Put something on the front, maybe some acetate on the front.
A little bit of acetate and you're done. Yeah, really simple to do. And you've got that little bit of extra detailing with the circles. So we'll go through. See, I thought I'd got this a little bit more prepped perhaps than I have, but I haven't, so sorry.
Okay.
But it's nice to see exactly how it's done.
At least we're not rushing you. You've got a full hour to do it.
No, that's what I love about demoing on here. I never get rushed. Jo Channon was saying earlier exactly the same thing.
Oh.
She said it's really nice you get to do something from start to finish.
I'm glad.
Okay. So.
Nice. It's nice how I really like how all the guests get on so well too.
We do. I mean, it's so nice now because although we're still in separate rooms, we are at least now allowed with our masks on to talk.
Yeah, that's nice.
Whereas before we weren't. So we've been all of us have been catching up. So they're a simple frame. Yeah, done. Really nice.
Very pretty. Yeah.
It's very grey.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take the piece from the middle, and this is where I'm going to put my sentiment.
Oh, okay.
Now, to do this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop the die back in.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And the reason is, now I'm using my Kaleido, which has a magnetic base, so I don't have to, it will help hold the dies in place while I'm doing it. If not, use a piece of magnetic sheet if you're concerned. But what I'm going to go for is on your, so I need on your from, where are we? There we go. So, and I'm going to go on your at the top.
Yeah.
And to help me get it completely straight, I'm pushing it against the die.
Oh, so you're using the die
looking
to
either
line.
side.
Yeah.
Use the die to get it straight.
Clever.
And the other side, I'm going to do birthday, which I always struggle. So exactly the same. But look, it fits.
Perfect.
Yes. So it fits. So I'm just going to go on your birthday.
Yeah.
So we'll just run that one
Was
through.
that a conscious decision? Then?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. You do, but
some of it is luck sometimes.
But you will always
I know.
check it out, and you know that's something as a crafter, and that's the attention to detail you get being a crafter.
Yeah, I sit and sometimes I think, right, as long as I stick to the same shapes and the same basic sizing, then I find I can get everything to fit. So what we've got is, on your...
Oh, that's so clear.
...birthday.
John, that looks great.
But you see
really
it, and you don't
really
see
good.
where it's tied together. It's so fine, you hardly notice the actual bits where it makes a stencil.
Lovely.
So we've got
You
on
said
your
if
birthday.
you were patient, those little bits you popped out, you could save them and then piece them back.
Again, there's a couple of samples where a couple of the girls have done this, and I must be honest, to me life is too short. But it's there if you want to.
Yeah.
It's something that some people absolutely love doing it and find it so peaceful to paper piece. It's not something I do, so I'm just going to drop this back in into that gap. So now I've got the grey showing, so I'm mixing the greys and the yellows.
That's a very,
really
very
simple.
classy card.
And then I'm just going to put it onto a larger card. So I've just made myself a card blank. I think this, knowing me, will be at least a 7x7.
Okay.
And I've matted and layered it with white, the orangey yellow colour, the ochre, and the grey.
Oh, that looks
So
good.
we start there.
That looks really good.
With on your birthday, and that's the point where you can stop.
Right.
And then when you know the person you're sending it to will do it. So if there's something you want to run through for a couple of minutes, and I'll get ready and I'll show you then how we do the next stage.
We will personalise it. I really hope you're enjoying the show. This is such a good bundle. I'm going to leave the details up for the complete collection because it's where everyone is going. Have a look at that saving as a Freedom member. £50.36 is your price. You're saving £10.59 plus the £3 you would have saved from the one-day special. We are so close to calling limited stock on this. We have to wait, so it has to be exactly 10% of our stock remaining before we do trigger that limited stock, but we are a hair's breadth away. Can I just show you some examples? And this is the key why I love this set. Because when my wife is really big on this, she can't give a card. She won't just give an Easter or a Christmas or a birthday card. It has to be to that specific person. For instance, so Auntie Anne, my wife's auntie, to a special aunt, and then what she would do is use John's alphabet and write Anne in there as well. It's that real personalisation. Or if you wanted to make a card for a sister-in-law, you can do that. I mean, how beautiful is that? Maybe you just want to send a lovely birthday card. The font is stunning, and then the squares, which we just seen, used to such great effect from John, showing how you can make something look absolutely luxurious, very simply. Have we still got the flower dies in? Oh, they're gone. Yeah, I just looked. They sold out yesterday. We do have some other flower dies, though. I'm going to show you this one, because remember, you've got alternatives for mum. If it's more a ma'am, if you say ma'am, get well soon, ma'am. You've got that one. Or how about this for a granddaughter? Or maybe you want to make a card for a stepsister. You've got that autonomy. Oh, it's a sister-in-law, sorry. But we have got step. Have we got step as well in there? We have got step. Sorry, I was thinking ahead. Let me just show you something else. Last one I'll leave you with. I mean, look at that. And if that was, say, a die or a stamp, think how much you'd pay just for that one. But you've got that autonomy. We are so close. In the next 30 seconds, you're going to hear me calling limited stock, I think. I tell you what we'll do. Just before I do that, I think we're going to show you a little video of some of the potential ways you can take this incredible collection. I think by the time we come back, we're going to be calling limited stock. Let's find out. beautiful, beautiful examples. And you can see there just some of the possibilities of where we go. Everybody, it has happened. I knew it was going to happen because we're just so busy at the moment. We are limited stock, so we've got less than 10% of the stock remaining for this incredible one-day special. But we're talking about the complete bundle. So you're getting the one-day special, and then on top of that, you're getting the phenomenal tartan die and the squares, and those two just work so well in conjunction with the occasions as well. There are queues on the phone line, so I am so sorry if you're currently stuck in a queue. Fastest way to order, if you have access, if you've got a smartphone or a tablet or a computer, go to our website. It's thecraftstore.com, and then you can check out, and there are no queues. But if you prefer to speak to someone, obviously stay on the line and our call centre will get through to you as soon as possible. As a Freedom member, you are paying less than £1 per die, but it's all about those possibilities. I know we've got to move on, and we've just seen some examples, but in front of me here, I just keep picking up cards and thinking, look, I mean, how good does that look? And it's the clearness of the font as well, because John, have you ever been, I just want to show, this is with the actual tartan die as well, just to give you an example there. Do you find, John, and I've found this working on a craft channel, sometimes you see a beautiful font and then you have to kind of take a double look just to read it properly, because it can be lost. So clear, but still looks really pretty.
It was a real challenge on these to get a font that was elegant, that, as you say, was classy, but also was readable. I love a lot of the swirly ones, but you can't see the S half the time. The S is missing in a lot of words because they seem to go to a point and come down. So it was nice to do this that isn't blocky. It doesn't make me think of one of those rulers that we had at school. With the, with the stencils.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Exactly I'm so close to not saying the brand name of it.
Exactly
but you know the ones. But I wanted something that looked classic, that looked cool, that looked smart, but that wasn't too masculine or too feminine, and that would work for anyone.
You described that beautifully. This is a set that is going to grow. So we've had previous words released, and there will be more in the future, so get on board. Got to give you the details. If you are a Freedom member, it's less than £1 a die. If you're not a Freedom member, it's £55.95. Freedom membership, you're saving £10.59 plus the £3 already factored into the price from the one-day special, and your first flexi payment as a Freedom member, £25.80. You have 18 pence. You are getting everything. 974-249 your item number. We are limited stock. We are busy, and we are currently on course to sell out before the end of this hour. Just saying. Okay, right, we're going to move on because we've got more for you. We had a look at the circle die with the buttons. Now, this actually did sell out. We brought it back on extended delivery. It's going to be the 21st of May. We're going to send this out. But the extended delivery is absolutely flying too. As a die, this is incredibly useful. And what I would suggest, and you are, by the way, getting buttons, these will be assorted, so it might not necessarily be these exact colourways you're seeing here, but you will be getting 5 packets of beautiful buttons. We're well over 80% of the stock, and it's going to be another item we're going to be calling limited stock very soon. John came up with a good idea. You were saying spend a bit of time doing a bit of batch cutting, and then just leave your little craft candy in some storage so it's there to pick out when you need it.
Yeah, it's so useful to use, and just to match it into papers you use all the time. And the interesting thing on this one, I should have actually said earlier, the actual stock we brought back on extended was twice the amount we put on the original show.
Oh, okay.
Because actually, to be fair, Peter actually scraped every last one we'd got.
And so if it sells out,
although this has been seen on a previous show, sold out, then sold out last night, I genuinely think this is it for this one now, for this bundle. We won't be bringing it back onto a show in the sort of near future at all.
So with regard to the craft candy, just having that ability, rather than buying bags every time you think, okay, so I need a bag of the pink, and you go and buy that £2–3, you can make your own. But it's that real autonomy to get full consistency with your design, because you're using your backing papers, so whatever papers you have. John was saying you found some papers that you got sort of cheap as chips, sort of happy hour papers.
Yeah, they were Crafts 2 sale show papers, the gingham ones. And all I did was use them as a backing paper. I wanted embellishments to the front. And sometimes, say with the pink gingham, it's very hard for me to find pearls or gems that are that pink, are that particular colour. So what I was able to do was I took a scrap of the paper, I just spray glued it onto a little bit of card just to give it some stability and cut it out, but that is just one cut that made that card The card with all the dots in that's got the pink in it as well,
Yeah.
and all the spare bits in there was just one cut.
Oh wow! So you get a lot.
You get a lot. I mean, I should probably sit and count how many sort of circles there are on that, but there's far
Yeah.
too many for me to count.
There are. Now, I've just got to remind you, contents may vary with regard to the buttons. You are saving £28.96. £9.99 your price. We are approaching limited stock on this, and John said categorically there is no more. That's it. Once this bundle goes, it's gone. And when you consider that, oh look, how much would you pay just for the button? I think it's reasonable to say, what, £1, say, per packet for the buttons? So that's £5 there. You're effectively paying £5 just for the die. 224-440, your item number, going to be dispatched from the 21st of May. It's going to go. And 21st of May is tomorrow. So, okay. Right, now, this was something John brought recently, and it's nice because it's such a good bundle. I'm glad we're able to offer it on the show today, John.
Yeah, so am I, because I think we are getting to the bottom of our existing stock of press to impressors.
Really?
Yes.
Well, that's a scary thought.
It is a scary thought, because I know how many we'll be getting in.
And if
and I also know when the boat with the next lot is landing, and I can't say any of that, and I can't say how many or anything like that.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I was really pleased. This was supposed to be on the last show, and we couldn't put it on because I wanted to save it for this one.
Right.
So you know, if there's anything left from this one, it'll probably go on the Kaleido show, and then you won't see that bundle for about. You probably won't see the press to impress, or certainly this bundle, for it could be upwards of 8 weeks at the minimum.
Right. So, I mean, you have been warned, and I love the press to impress as a stamping platform is phenomenal. And one thing I've noticed is how many guests here at the craft store who are not affiliated to Crafts2 use it. And John was saying, please do this if you're sitting on the fence getting a stamping platform. Have a look on YouTube, social media, specifically YouTube. There was an independent, so a crafter, independent, nothing to do with Crafts2. We know her. She used to be here at the craft store, actually. She independently tested all the leading brands.
Yes,
and
she tested about 6 or 7 different brands of it, and this came out the top.
See, that's a massive statement.
Yeah, and it was. And to me, I've always known it's my favourite. It's the one I use. And I've actually seen slowly over time demonstrators move from using perhaps the leading named brand.
Yeah.
Then they've moved to another brand.
Yeah.
And I've seen them get their final home with ours.
Well, okay, so
And you know, again, it's unfair to say who, but you know, you've watched them go through it and go, and then eventually go, oh, they've finally realised now they're using ours.
I did a show with you, and I know I said this yesterday, but I did a show with John, and we were just focusing on the press to impress, and he said something. I was like, oh, I get this now, because I have a leading brand. I bought it when it first came to the craft store when we were Hochanda. It was one of my first purchases.
Yeah,
So
I bought the same one. I think we're talking of the same one. I bought it.
So what I will say, as stamping, platforms they're a game changer. So, you know, you do need one in your life. But I really struggle with it. And I thought it was me. I thought it was user error. I'm obviously doing something wrong, and I've just kind of persevered with it. And then I did a show with John, and you kind of explained. So tell everyone again what you were saying.
What you've actually got is, it's almost like the law of physics. It's this part, the boring part for me. In a stamp press, or in anything, when you're stamping, you've got a hard surface. Yeah. And you're stamping onto a hard surface that is card.
Yeah.
And if you don't have any foam in your platform,
yeah.
And I've slid my foam out to actually put the plate in.
Okay.
If you haven't got any foam in your platform, you're stamping onto a hard surface onto a hard surface.
Yeah.
You put pressure on, yeah?
There's no give.
Then what happens is there's no give anywhere in that sandwich.
Yeah.
And what actually happens is that sometimes it doesn't reach,
yeah.
And sometimes your stamp blobs.
It's exactly, two more problems that I have, yeah.
Smushes because
Yeah.
the pressure has to go somewhere. And what I love about the press to impress is it has the foam for the clear stamps.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously I've taken mine out to put my plate that you will get in this bundle in for the stenciling. But the other thing it has is, and I checked this because I have got the one you've got at home, and that just has a pure plastic base.
Yes.
This has another layer of foam on the base. So even if, and that's the same density of foam, so even if I stamp onto this hard plate after I've stenciled, I've still got that give, which means that I get a clear, crisp impression. And I was doing that on the show when we launched this plate a couple of weeks ago.
it is a great stamping platform. So if you ever struggle, or if you've got a stamping platform right now at home and you do struggle with it, and I've heard, it's not just me, I've heard other crafters say the same thing, the Press to Impress will be a game changer for you. You're also getting your magnets in there. You're getting to the new magnets as well, which are the Easy Lift magnets. You've got a fantastic storage case for your Press to Impress too, just making it look snazzy. Now, one thing I want to point out, this is very interesting, John. So you're getting this in the bundle, the 2 rules, and you're getting your base. So how do you use those?
Right, this is the best thing to me. This turns your stamping platform, your Press to Impress, from a Press to Impress to a creation station.
Oh, okay.
Because what you've got is, you can't stencil onto this base.
No.
Because it's grid lined and it's textured, so your texture will come through.
Okay.
You can't do it onto your phone because it's not a flat surface. What you do is you put this in and it's got the same measurements as you've got on your Press to Impress. So if you need to put a piece of card or a stencil in a set place, you can.
Perfect.
Because you just go, say if I want it at the 0.5 and 5, go from 5 and 5, that is exactly 5 centimetres in from each side.
Right.
Yeah, so I've got points on there. So if I take a piece of card, I was going to do this in a while, but...
Well, just while you're looking, I'll just get a little update on our die, so our circle die with the buttons. We are limited stock. Now, that's our stock. Once it's gone, we do not have any more. And if you do want to get hold of this, you're saving £28.96, £9.99. Not only are you getting this phenomenal die, which I promise you're going to use time and time again, but you're also getting your buttons. These will be assorted, so I can't tell you the precise colours you're going to get, but you will get some beautiful buttons. We are into single figures. So potentially in the next 5 minutes, I could be calling a technical sellout here. Now, I've had an email in from Elaine, just saying how many circles are in the die. It's 80. It is 80.
Oh, thank you, Elaine.
So no, I think Elaine was asking us.
Oh.
Yeah, and we were telling her.
Oh right, sorry. I thought Elaine had got one at home and had counted it.
So did I.
It's 80,
so
Elaine.
80.
That's crazy.
Okay, because how many on an A4 sheet? How many of those would you be able to do?
You would fit that on at least 4 times, but probably possibly 6.
So you think about that times 80.
Yeah.
That's a lot of little
I've
circles.
got mine here, so I will fit it once, twice, 3, 4, 5. I reckon at least 5.
Wow.
So that goes to there.
Well, yeah, 400.
So that goes to the 12 centimetre mark.
Okay.
And that one doesn't come down to the 12 centimetre mark.
But you still
so
cut
I
it
know
through and get those last scraps.
1, 2, 3. I'll get 3 across and at least 2 that way, so I'll get at least 5.
Well, there you go.
And if not more, if I was very careful with the end bit.
So we're saying a minimum 400.
Wow, that's a lot. That is a lot.
And it's the ability of making your own, but unfortunately I've got good news and bad news. Good news is that whoever's got this is going to absolutely love it. Bad news is technically sold out, so if it is in your basket, please, please, please make sure to check out. If any do bounce back, I will tell you. Also busy for this bundle too. Now we're going to get back to John. If you want to get hold of this, Press to Impress is a very good stamping platform, and I understand that there are a lot of stamping platforms on the market. If you have a moment, just take a look at the reviewers. Say, go onto YouTube and type in stamping platform comparison, and you'll be able to see that video. It's a really good video, and it kind of explains why the Press to Impress is so good. You're also getting your now your mask, your stencils in here too. So I'll just show you. So you've got the different shapes, the hearts. You've got all of these lovely shapes going through. Circle, but even the edge here, I'll be using that to create little mountain valleys, your oval, and then your square. Okay, so there we go. $54.94 is your price if you do want to get hold of this bundle. We are approaching half the stock, and I think we're going to see it in action. Go for it, John. Right, so it's going to, you asked about the stencil plate. Yeah. So what I've got here is a piece of card down, okay. And I'm going to use a die cut piece. I've used this 3 times now. Right. So I've used this 3 times to stencil, but look, it's not wrecked. Oh. Because I don't have to spray glue it down, I don't have to tape it down. So I can put that on, and then I can go and move that around, so I can have a circle. Oh, that's clever. Of tartan. Because I use the circle, then all I do is hold it in place with the magnets. So all those stencils are held
in place. No tape, no glue, anything. I can use paste or anything through it. And I'm going to obviously just make a mess. Well, it's going to look like a mess. It probably will be a mess, to be honest. So I'm just going to go on.
Did email back in. She did count. Thank you, Elaine.
Thank you, Elaine.
Bless her.
I think I know which Elaine that will be. That's why I assumed that she'd actually counted it.
Oh, okay. She probably did. Maybe we got the wrong end of the stick.
No. So we just go around like that, yeah? But look, I'm not having to hold the stencil or anything in place.
That's so handy.
Yeah. And then remember, this is a die-cut piece of 220 GSM card.
So you've just turned your die into a stencil.
Into a stencil without having to cut acetate or anything else. So I'm going to make,
Mylar.
you know, yeah, exactly. I haven't had to use Mylar, acetate, anything that you're sort of supposed to do on it.
Yeah.
So, and I'm not being gentle.
No.
This is what I love about this one. So I'm just going up those wider stripes. So I've made a bit of a mess, yeah? No, I haven't. That's what's so clever about it. So now I take that off.
Oh.
Then when I take that off.
Oh, John, that looks so good.
But that was using a die-cut piece.
John, that looks incredible.
And of course, what I can do is I can actually find the spot, drop that back,
closing
or
blinds.
I can drop that back and I can go just lightly over the rest, to keep it that way.
Oh, John.
Yeah. Put this back because it's not moved.
That's so good.
So remember, this hasn't moved.
Yeah.
That's the fab thing because it's held in place. So now I can go around the outside of this circle.
And you're just pulling the ink back in.
Pulling the ink that whatever's on the stencil in, pull it to the centre, and now it's like it's a bit of a magic eye.
John, I've got 4 words for you. Get in my basket. Look at that. Yeah, and I'm sure you at home, you're with me on something. You know, when you're watching and you kind of... Because I was looking at the Press to Impress, and I love it. I do love it. But I was watching, there's that moment, that eureka moment where you're like, yeah, I need this in my life. So it's such a good bundle. And I also pay attention to John, and he slips in little nuggets of information. He was saying, look, when all the stock does go for the current stock for the Press to Impress that Crafts2 have, it could be another 8 weeks before they get more stock in. So you have been warned. Half the stock has gone here. $54.94 your price. You're not just getting the Press to Impress, you're getting the carry case. Those stencil stroke masks are incredible, and I'll be doing the technique John just shared with you a few moments ago. You're getting the base, turning it into a crafting station, and you're getting the magnetic rulers in there as well. So they just slot on. All of that, and you can split the price in half as well. So you're saving £6, and you can pay half now, which is £27.47, and then in 4 weeks' time, £27.47. It excites me, the thought of working with a new stamping platform and one that actually works.
Yes, that was the thing for me. It was like, it's not me.
Yeah, because I did think it was me. I genuinely
They always say a bad workman blames his tools, and as crafters, we're terrible for that.
Yeah.
But a lot of the time we blame ourselves.
Yeah.
And we go and look at ourselves and say, no, actually, on that one, it was the tool, to me, or certainly for me anyway.
Well, I kind of got the stamping platform because everyone was saying stamping can be hard, and we always say it's that safety net, and it's changed the way the stamping platform has brought a lot of people back to stamping. But then when I was struggling with my platform, and now having a platform that actually works, I think will change the way I work again.
It really, really does. It really makes a difference. So what I'm going to do now is I've decided to drop my dies on the floor. I wish I'd decided that. It just happens. So what I've said is we've got on your birthday. So this card's ready and sat in my box, waiting to go on. And it's actually suddenly right. It's my stepsister's birthday. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I've got a strip here just of light yellow. So it's the light yellow that pulls that together. But all I do is if I want to put them all together sort of in a strip.
Yeah.
This is where it's so much easier to my mind than a stamp.
Oh, okay.
Because what I do is I just stick down sister.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I just take step and I butt it up.
Oh, nice.
And as long as
lined
it's
up for you there.
Lined up on the top and the bottom, then that's in line.
Oh, that's really nice.
So instead of having to try and, because I don't know if you've ever done it. I mean, it kills me when I get separate stamps that say stepsister. Trying to get them next to each other, you can't because of the edge.
Yeah.
So you have to stamp them separately. So you really struggle to get them in a straight line. Whereas this should go in a perfect straight line. Of course, it won't because it's TV and it makes me.
I have full faith.
I always get things wrong.
But it's such a good modular system, and so you have full control. You decide if it's going to be stepsister, is it going to be your great aunt, is it going to be your brother-in-law? You can do that. We said like father and father if you want. Now we've had we were asking yesterday actually. Please send in your suggestions because this is a range that's only going to increase, and in time John's going to bring you more collections. Was it Pauline? Pauline has a good one. Partner.
On the relationship set that'll be out later in the year, towards the end.
Partner. And Katie, our producer, and want to be passed on one. Lover.
Lover.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not on the relationships one from next year. To be fair, I'm from later in the year. I'm not going to pretend.
It's a bit
but
early
we'll
for that,
add
Katie.
that onto the list only for you, Miss Larkham.
There you go. So if you want to make a nice card for Mish.
Yeah. So I'm just adding a little bit of glue glaze on the back. I've been using spray glue, but I wanted to show people in this hour how it works so well with the glue glaze, because a lot of people do struggle with their breathing with things like spray glue.
Yeah.
So there we can see onto the orange card, but there.
Perfect
It's
alignment.
the right spacing between them, and they're all on the line.
John, that is so neat.
So it's really, really simple. So all I'm going to do is literally just arbitrarily cut about the same border on each side, and then you see there it works across the centre. And all I do is just take a little bit of foam tape on each end, and to me, even when I make a completely flat card, there's a little bit of foam tape somewhere, just to add a little bit of distance on. I'm going to put a bit in the middle.
Right.
Okay, but we've gone down there. We've got a layer in there, already. So if I want to bring it up flat on one layer going into a dip, I need to do 2.
Okay.
And if I want to do what I want to do, which is dome it, I need to do 3.
Oh.
So if I want it to be raised and stay prominent, I need to do 1 on each side and then 2 in the middle for that.
Right.
But I'm going to dome it.
You're going full on.
So what I'm going to do is just put 3 in the centre. So first of all, I'm going to hold it by the foam tape, and get it nice and even in the middle. Yeah. Push that down. Then I'm going to push that bit up.
Oh, so it's giving it that bent sort of domed effect.
And that bit up.
Oh, that's nice.
So I've got that little sort of doming effect there. There we go.
Kind of ripple.
Yeah, so it sort of ripples it across, and then all I would do is I'm going to.
It looks like it's waving in the wind.
It does actually, but it's actually straight, but it doesn't look it. But then that's the story of most of my cards. To be fair, most of my cards are wonky. And most literally, people sort of say they are, and you know they. Sam looks at some of them and sometimes goes, "That's wonky." I went, "Yeah, I made it." So. I've used here the small flowers. Yeah. So I've just cut these.
We have got these. I'm just going to show everybody. So, because I say we sold out of the periwinkle dies. It was yesterday we featured them. Having a look here, these are very pretty. So $13.98 for both. You're getting your small flowers and your small leaves. That's a very good price. 379427 your item number.
Right. So what I've done is I don't actually like it dipping in the middle.
Right.
So I've pulled it up, and I'm going to add another little piece of foam tape in just to support it.
Okay.
So it's actually on 4 rather than 3.
Yeah.
So I get the proper swathe as I want it.
Nice.
Excuse me. So I've now got my flowers, and all I'm going to do is just add these on randomly, and I'm going to do this with blobs of glue glaze. Then use my tool picker tool to pick them up and drop each flower on.
Perfect.
And I've cut them in the same colours. But it's a case of decorating this once I've done
it's a nifty
the
little
sentiment.
tool.
Oh, this is so useful.
Yeah. You can get it as an end of call, so when you're checking out, you can add it to your baskets. But you're getting 2 of those as well.
but it doesn't make a mess. I love things that don't make a mess, that are easy to pick up.
You mentioned a point yesterday. I love working with you, John, because I learned so much. And you're absolutely right, because yesterday you're mentioning if you use a pencil, sort of pickup tool, it indents what you're working on here because it's soft. You're not going to be damaging any of your work.
So when you're paper piecing, this is perfect. Yeah. But they're all done, and all I would do is stick some little pearls in the centre. But we're done. So the first stage we showed you how to make the on your birthday. Yeah. So you could have that made in 3 or 4 colours.
And just ready to go.
And then when it's it's our Nikki's birthday next thing. Oh right, okay, I better do a sister or a sister-in-law or stepsister
or
auntie or grandmother, and you've got all the options to do it in. So you do the first bit and then just sentiment it afterwards. And this strip is just 1 inch. That's all it is. It's 1 inch wide. Right. So you just cut 1 inch wide strip and that will fit perfectly.
Ah, there you go. And that's what you can achieve with this phenomenal bundle. You're getting the one-day special included in the big bundle. And we're leaving up the details for the big bundle. It's because where most of you are going, and I'm not surprised, because within the big bundle, you've got flexi payments in there. You're also getting the tartan and the squares on top of all of your occasion dies that you're seeing here. 51 dies in total, and as a Freedom member, it's less than £1 per die. Let's just have a look at some possibilities. So if you want to, like masculine cards for granddad or grandfather, how stunning is that?
That card actually, if you actually give it a little bit of a wiggle, can you see the ship? Yeah. The ship is foiled in blue.
Oh, nice.
That's a stamp that was done foiled in the Kaleido.
Oh, is that a Kaleido stamp?
So that's a little sneak peek. You didn't know that, did you?
I really
That's
didn't,
a sneak peek for Sunday. But that's actually not a topper, that's not a commercially bought topper, that is a stamp that's been stamped and foiled in the Kaleido.
I am so excited about the Kaleido being back in stock. It sold out when we first brought it to you, it sold out, and so we've been waiting for it. Sunday, it's coming back on Sunday. Let's have a look at some other possibilities, and I'm conscious I want to show examples we haven't already seen. Well, now this is an interesting one. This is where you're really starting to get imaginative. So now we've created a whole verse, but it's a special verse to Grandma, so lots of love on your special birthday, Grandma. That is the perfect example why I love this system.
Yeah. That is a stamp. So if you bought a stamp that said lots of love on your special birthday, Grandma, if you would, going from that would be at least £7. Because it's the major part of an A6 set.
Oh, absolutely.
So that would be at least £7 just for that, but we built it, that's the difference.
And you can, but then we can go from that. You try finding a stamp that says belated birthday cousin.
Yeah.
You're not going to do it. Not going to do it. Or what about mother-in-law? Don't leave out your mother-in-law. Or another beautiful example here. So with lots of love on your birthday, sister. It's the power and scope and autonomy you have to create any sentiment you like, because it's a fully modulated system. It's one system. You've already brought out previous words.
Yeah.
In the previous collection, just so anyone who missed it, what did we have?
We'd got Mother's Day, Father's Day, Easter. It was sort of events. Yeah. Whereas this is occasions. That was events. There was a happy birthday in there. Okay. And I can't remember the rest off the top of my head.
Well, that's okay. I don't want to put you on the spot.
I think Sent with Love might have been in there, but it was to give you a start, and then I thought, right, then we'll do occasions, then we'll do family, and that's what we're bringing next.
And this is what I love, because it's going to be something that John will grow and expand on in time, and please get your suggestions in. But look at all the choices you have here. We are less than 5% of the stock for our big bundle, and I can't promise you that it's going to last up until 6. Normally we say that obviously we honour the one-day special price until 6 o'clock, but I can't guarantee it's going to be there. John, you're an absolute star.
No, so are you.
Thank you so much for joining us. So we've got to talk about Sunday.
Yes.
Big event.
Yes. We've got it's a 2-hour special. It's the Let Lockers Loose sort of craft show.
2 till 4?
2 till 4. It's all about the Kaleido. We're going to have it back in stock with the foils and everything.
And the Kaleido will turn...
new products to go with it.
Any stamp you have...
you're going to be able to foil. Any stamp, any embossing folder, any stencil...
amazing.
Anything that you can use ink with, you can now foil with the Kaleido.
And we've got new products as well?
We've got new bits to go with it.
I'm tuning in. John, thank you so much. You're an
Thank you.
absolute star. Thank you for joining us. I really hope you've enjoyed it. This is what makes the craft store such a special place. Don't go anywhere. Plenty more coming up. Oh, we got a great hour coming up. We are quilting with Westerly. After that, La Blanche Mixed Media one-day special will be here. And then we've got a Pink Frog Crafts happy hour. Lots to enjoy.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom Members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Abs from Hochanda Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers of colours, textures and creating depth and dimension. Hochanda Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dies, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different size and formats. I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the Hochanda Create shows.
Hi, I'm Donna and this is my brother Simon and we're Pearly Winks Craft Supplies. We've been crafting since we were very young. My mum got us into crafting and we've been loving it ever since.
We have a good selection of inks. We started with our Winks, which are just a water-based ink, and then went on to the pearls. We've added some chalks, we've got some glitter sprays, and then we've added some beautiful stamps to complement the inks.
We've got a fantastic design team who help us with all our designs for the stamps, and we've got a great range of inks which we manufacture ourselves here in the UK.
Our pearl sprays and our Pearly Winks are loaded with mica, so they give you amazing results on your projects.
Soft crafts are beautiful ways of kind of finishing your quilts in an amazing patterns. And of course, thank goodness I'm not on my own, because we need an absolute expert, and we do have her an expert here in the studio. Of course, we have got Angie. Hello Angie, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Nice to be back with you.
It's lovely to have you back as well, because I remember doing a show with you, and I do a little bit of quilting, and one of the things that I find it really difficult is to know how to do the pattern in the quilting, and then you bring these marvelous patterns, but of course the tools more important from Wesley.
Absolutely, it's amazing ruler work system, yeah, which enables us to get really professional quilting finish on your domestic machine, and you don't have to have spent, you know, every new tool takes a little bit of practice, but it's far easier than free motion.
Absolutely, and this is the thing, free motion scares me, but of course having tools, rules to kind of go through it. And of course you mentioned, well, we mentioned Wesley, which is an international brand, but we are bringing it here at the craft store through Cotton Patch, right?
Yes, the Cotton Patch is my local quilt store, and luckily for me, they were the ones that wanted to bring it into the UK when it first came out, in Australia initially, and so they asked me to trial the product and tell them what I thought of it, and since then I've kind of, yeah,
absolutely. And of course that means that even though it's an international product in a way, you have got the stock here in the UK, so there is no extended delivery in terms of having to wait any longer because it comes from overseas. So thanks to the Cotton Patch for you in that. Now of course we are going to start with the starter set. Now it's very important about, you mentioned domestic machines. Now there is a lot of different machines out there, and there is this thing of low shank, medium shank and things like this. So if you have got any doubts what sort of machine is yours, do you have any top tips, Angie, of how to find out?
Yeah, well, as you point out, Paula, most people may not be aware of what shank their machine is. The majority of machines are low shank. We have 4 different shank heights with the westerly, and it's important to get the right one for your machine. But if you have any doubts at all, we can call the call centre.
Absolutely.
And they have got a huge list, so they'll be able to help you. But when I come to put the foot on in a second, I'll be showing you a little quick check that you can do. Do you want me to do that right away?
Oh, well, we can go through the different ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll go through the different ones and then we will go have a look.
No problem.
But remember that you can give us a call here at the call center, and it's a national number because they are upstairs. So if you have got any doubts, please give us a call. Or any questions. If you have got any questions, you can studio@thecraftstore.com. However, if you want to find out the list of the machines, or guys can, the call center have it, and that will be the only way to kind of find out easily. Right, let's go through the starter set. We have the first one, which is the low shank ruler foot. Now, is that the all-important element in here?
Yes, the special ruler foot. So it's different to a regular free motion foot. You can see it's got high sides. And so that's going to give us the stability up against the templates, which a regular free motion foot wouldn't have. That's correct.
Absolutely, yes, so we can see that. And of course, then we have the ruler here that is the right height or thickness, right?
That's right. There are 2 different thicknesses, low and high, and of course they fit with the different feet accordingly. So that's 3 millimeters thick, that's low shank.
Low shank. And this is the sort of ruler that kind of gives us that
because you look at the ruler that comes with the starter set, it might seem quite boring compared to some of the fabulous patterns that we can create, but you can do an awful lot with just a straight line and curve. So all of those patterns on there have been stitched with just that starter set.
Absolutely, so you can see all the different elements in there. Now, of course, we will see more on that on them at the demo, but this is, of course, the low shank option, £49.95, 154,699. A different item number for the medium, isn't it? So the medium, I'm going to show it, and of course you can see the difference a little bit. If I put this one, here is the medium one. Of course, it has the same, is it the same thickness in here?
The same roundness. It's a 1/2 inch round foot, so that your needle is exactly 1/4 inch from the needle to the edge. So it's exactly 1/2 inch round. It's just the bit where you screw it on, just by your fingers there, Paula, that gets a little longer.
Absolutely. So that is, of course, the medium shank. You can see the ruler foot. And can I ask, just in case somebody is wondering what this white strip is?
Yeah, so the little, there's adhesive sort of grip. It's like a grip tape, and you chop it up into little pieces and put it on the back of the template so it doesn't slip around on the fabric. So,
absolutely. Right, of course, that makes sense. For the medium, of course, you have that tape on every of the starter set. Then we have, of course, the high shank option, or rather, it's a different item number, making it very clear. So now, if I put the 2 rulers here, you can see the difference in thickness, so you can see how important it is.
So the high shank is 4.5 millimeters thick, and when I show you when I'm stitching, it has to pass at the back of the foot, and so the thickness is really important. So, for instance, you can get thicker templates that you wouldn't be able to get at the back of a low shank foot.
Yeah, absolutely. So then we have the high shank, and you can see there the difference. If I put the low shank beside it, just so you can see it, then you can see the difference in here.
Totally difference in the reach to the bed of the foot. Yeah.
That's why it's important to get the right one. Remember, you can give us a call. The call center, 285-209 is your item number. You can flexify it if you want it. You have got an option to spread the cost into interest-free payments. And then finally, we have got the high special, or high shank special. Oh, that's not easy to say. No. And now, Angie, what is it for? What sort of machines?
This one is for straight stitch only machines.
Of course, I remember now. Yeah.
So machines that purely are there for straight stitch only, that don't have any decorative stitches. It's just a slight twist on the foot that will make it centre.
Oh, all right, I see. Right now, if you want to go for, well, if you need the high, I need to read it because otherwise there's no way I can say high shank special is the best way to do it. And now, of course, you have got 2 interest-free payments of £28.50. And of course, with all of them, you know, of course, you can make all these beautiful patterns and more, right?
You can do quite a lot with that, and you will keep using it. It's not as if once you get more experience, you'll stop using the starter. You'll keep on using it. You're holding up there, Paula, my Radiance pattern.
Oh, it's just so beautiful.
Yeah, so I've stitched this just with the starter ruler again, and I thought it's a really nice project that people can do to practice and to get them developing their skills.
Now, of course, the pattern from Angie, you can see it at the bottom of the screen, $9.99, and of course, it's a perfect add-on to you know, to the foot if it's the first time that you are getting or the starter set. Now, of course, you can flexibly some of the different options, and of course, that means that you can flexibly anything that you put in. Now, I remember last time that we were you know, you came in or we did a show together. You had this in your machine. I do remember asking, can you tell us exactly why we need it?
Okay, so when we're moving a quilt on it, you know, when it's underneath the machine, there's quite a lot of drag going on, and so this is a very slippery surface that's going to smooth out all those screws that are on your needle, on the bed of your machine, and the gap as well. You can see here I've got an extension table, which is quite important for quilting, but what this is doing is smoothing out all those gaps between the bed of the machine and the you know, where your machine joins the table, and all this on your needle bed will be causing drag. So it's to aid gives us a really slippy surface to work on.
And of course, that's very important for quilting, because that's one of the things I was struggling with quilting. It was to kind of glide the fabric through the table. Right, if you want yours, £25 and 95 pence is your price. 824654 is your item number for it. Now, we have got lots more on the website, of course, the craftstore.com, that you will find everything that we have seen, and plenty more, of course, including Angie's beautiful patterns in there as well, and the crosshair square as well, which I believe Angie's going to demonstrate at some point, either this hour or, of course, at 9 o'clock when we are back together. Both Fiesta, I like that, Fiesta, and Radiance illustrated instructions by Angie. Of course, we have got the designer here. So if you have got any questions, please studio at thecraftstore.com. But make sure to check out your baskets. And remember, if you wanted any of the starter sets and you don't know what sort of height of shank you need, give us a call to the call center, and of course we will try to figure out together whether it's the high or low shank. You can see the number over there. Oh, I pointed the right direction. Yeah, I mean, look at me. Now, of course, now, Angela, you had a top tip for knowing exactly if it was a high or low shank, isn't it?
Okay, so there's a little trick that you can do if you have no idea. So I'm about to fit the foot onto my machine now, and you can see I've stripped everything off the machine.
Yeah.
So strip off your foot holder so that you're just left with the screw and the shank. Yeah. And we just screw that this machine is a high shank, so I'm just screwing the high shank foot directly on, if I can find the hole.
Yeah.
I do have my glasses handy if I need them.
Well, that's so we need to get basically the foot holder as well.
Yeah. So just put it on finger tight to begin with, because this it's a free motion foot, but it doesn't bounce.
Okay.
Okay, so we need to set the height. So the next thing you need to do is to bring in the fabric that you're going to be using. Okay, and you want to be lowering the foot down. Yeah. Sorry, I was going to tell you about the measurement, wasn't I?
Absolutely, but
I was just going to say, it's because it's very important to remember to tighten this up. So you set it to the height, so it's just hovering above the fabric, so that if you had a thicker fabric, you could raise but you want the fabric to move smoothly, but not have any gapping.
Because I suppose if you're doing a quilt with, for instance, it has got fleece backing or a wadding that is extra thick,
depending on your wadding choice, or seams in patchwork, you know. So you have to give, you can adjust the height. Absolutely. But to be able to see whether you may be high or low shank, so between the screw hole and the bed of the machine, basically, in the lowered position, not when it's raised, so in the lowered position. This is about an inch away, so that's high shank. If it's more likely to be ½ an inch between that, then it's low shank. So that's a quick, you know, a quick sort of idea of what you might, your machine might be.
Because, for instance, I have got a banana, I have got an adapter, so it makes it a low shank because of how then it brings it down.
That's right, you do. I started out on my old Bonina with ruler work, and yes, you have to have an extra little adapter, which Bonina or the cotton patch sell as well. So that's perfectly fine. You can do it on, it's designed for any machine, so that's great. Shall I carry on and we'll get going? So the first thing we do with free motion is to bring our bottom thread up, for those of you that are new to free motion. So that's quite important and a little bit different to normal sewing, where we can just set off. Pop the foot back down. I'm just going to do another couple of stitches to hold everything in place, and then we can take our starter template, and you can see now how the template just sits very nicely up against that high edge of the foot that we were talking about. I've got some different type of grip on here, but as I said, the little stable tape that you referenced earlier, you just chop this up into little squares and position it. You can see I've got it on other templates here. You can see we've got some
hold it there,
stable tape on there, so you can see. Don't put the whole strip on and waste it. You just need some few squares. But that's going to help this template stay very stable on the fabric. You don't want this slipping around and moving around. And then just slow your machine down. If you have a speed control, maybe knock it down a little bit, because although it's free motion, I call it civilised quilting.
Oh, I like that, civilised.
So we're not going to get stressed. We can slow everything down. We're not moving the fabric too quickly, so we don't have to stitch too quickly. Just a little bit of pressure on top of the template, and a little finger, a thumb, half on, half off if you like, to help move the fabric. You're moving both together, and we just take it nice and steady, and you're looking to just keep the template in contact with the foot, basically. Now, the big principle with ruler work is that why it makes it possible on a domestic machine to quilt very well, a big quilt, is that we don't have to turn the fabric. So if you were stitching a square with a walking foot, I would have to turn the fabric around, wouldn't I, to stitch another line. So here I don't. I can move.
Of course.
I can put the ruler in the front or in the back, as we referenced. So this is why, if you have to have the right, thickness of template to fit at the back of the foot.
The back.
Yeah. So you can use thicker templates around the front and the sides, but you'll never get them around the back. And some templates are, you know, when I show you some in a second, they are, you know, circular, and so you'll need to pass them around the back. So you can see here I'm actually stitching without turning my fabric very much at all.
I'm going to say it, you just blew my mind, the fact that you were almost sewing sideways.
And well, I'm going to sew a little diagonal here now. This is a little.
You want to blow my brain out into pieces.
We mentioned that we were 1/4 of an inch from the needle to the edge of the foot. So if I align the template exactly to the corner, my stitches will be 1/4 of an inch away. So what I need to do is always account for that little 1/4 of an inch. So we have this here today. It's a little accessory. This is the spacing gauge. So this is also, if you go through the products, you will find this.
So probably that's an end of call offer. So when you put something else in your basket, and then you go to check out your baskets, I think that's how it says, how about these? I think that's how you will find them.
Yeah. So this means that we can just measure the 1/4 of an inch, so that we're going to keep hitting our spots exactly. So we just trust that the template's in the right place. Just getting used to the speed and standing up at the height that we have it here today, because I normally sit actually. But so there we go. We've just stitched sort of, you know, 3 sides of a square and a perfect, perfect to the spot.
Very well.
So without turning the fabric, and that's the beauty. And the starter ruler also has all these lovely 1/4 inch guidelines, so they're great for echoing. So we can echo any shape. So if I wanted to...
Echo is the quilting that is of the, like, kind of, it's not a stitch and the ditch, it's just about a little bit.
But you can echo straight lines, like on the pattern you have there.
Yeah,
that's all 1/2 inch. I've used the template. There's no marking. I've not had to mark my fabric. I've just used the guidelines of the
And this would be also echo in a way, even though it's the art.
Yeah, absolutely. So we can just align the template, because the foot is like you say, you can easily do a 1/4 of an inch echo because the foot is a 1/4 of an inch from the needle to the edge of the foot. So if I just align my template along the line I've just stitched, I can easily echo back a 1/4 of an inch. And if I want bigger echoes, I place a different guideline over the top of the line I've just stitched.
So we can do the echo even with the starter set ruler?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. We do have other echo guides on air today, which I'm going to show you in a little while.
Perfect.
But yeah, that's a different kind of echoing.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
There are different types of echo. Echo. There is the Spanish.
Yes. So the and the curved side works exactly the same.
Yeah.
So we can just simply stitch keep the fabric square. What we don't want to do, if I just show you, is to do this twist.
Oh.
Because if you imagine if you're twisting a big quilt, the weight of that. Just keep the fabric square, and you're only moving a short distance.
Those are top tip, right?
Yeah, that's a top tip.
Yeah, no, I love that. Keep your fabric as
square as
possible.
Yeah, try not to twist it around. Because if you're working on a bigger project, that's going to make life very difficult for you.
And I suppose it could distort a little bit the pattern as well if you start moving around.
Twisting, yes. You can stop at any point and readjust your hands. If I've just kept the template, fixed with one hand.
And the grip that you put in, of course, it makes it easier to stay in place, even you have to readjust.
That's part of the learning, actually, is how much tension to put on the templates. So when you're starting out, you'll have what I laughingly call the beginner's death grip.
Oh,
so because you don't want the ruler to slip, and so you're holding it very tightly.
Yes, you're so afraid that you're like holding on for dear life.
Exactly.
That's what it is.
But actually, it's much better to just have, just try and relax and a little bit, because you're pressing so hard, you're making it harder for yourself.
Yeah, I guess.
So
right, perfect.
Okay.
So shall I do a quick recap?
Yes,
perfect. Thank you
great.
so much. And we give some time to Angie to reset her demos. Let's have a reminder of the starter set. Remember to find out your machine. This will work on any kind of domestic machines. The only thing that you need to know is what the height of the shank is. If you have got any doubts, give us a call to the call center. The number will appear somewhere around there. It took me a couple seconds to find it, but there it will appear there. And of course, then you can give us a call and make sure that you get the right one if you have got your model and make of the machine. But if not, you can measure it the shank to the bottom, and remember if it's 1 inch, it's a high shank. Right here we have we're going to start the low shank, which most of the standard domestic and sewing machines will be these ones. Now of course you have a flexi buy option. Remember this is important because of course it opens a flexi basket, so you can put other items in it, and of course flexi buy those ones as well. And of course it has got all the important, of course, low shank and embroidery ruler kind of foot in here included, so you can put it into your machine. And of course you have got the ruler as well. £49.95 is your price. 154699 is your item number. If you have got a medium shank sewing machine, then we have got this is the ruler for you. Is the item number 227261 is your item number. £49.95. Remember again, you have got the ruler that is the right thickness, and of course that anti-slip stickers as well, and of course the instructions on how to use it. Then you have the high shank. Now this option, or this bundle, of course, it has got the highest shank foot. Sorry, it's kind of little hard to hold, but you can see it there perfectly. £49.45 is the price. 285209 is your item number. Don't forget that flexi option. Remember, £24.98 could be all you're paying today if you're a Freedom member, so you don't pay PMP, and then the next same amount interest-free next month. And then finally, we have the high shank special. Did I say correctly? Of course, for those sewing machines that are a straight line. That kind of just a straight stage, this will be one of the one for you. £56.99. Of course, it has got that special element, of course, because then it centers the needle in a different way. Now, of course, it has got the right ruler in there as well. £28.50 could be all you would be paying today if you spread the cost and you're a Freedom member. member because you don't pay PMP as a Freedom member. Now, of course, if you want to go for the high shank special, 975071. Now, the guide glider, grid glider.
I should say, Paula, as well, the reason it's got the grid on it and the square cut out, because most slippy quilting mats only have a circle. So the great thing about the grid glider is that it can be left on your machine even when you're piecing.
Okay.
That's why it has the square for the feed dogs.
Of course.
And the guides help you with your piecing.
Well, I was just saying, because I did a project that it was a lot, I don't know how it was, I don't know exactly what angle was it, but I remember having to, on my machine, put in washi tape to have the angle. So when I was sewing them together, the you know, it was at the right way. Whether here you have them in
the guides line up with, you'll have some guides on the bed of your machine. And so the guidelines will line up with the centre, and I've got, you know, a couple of lines on the bed of your machine, and it's perfect for chain piecing.
Exactly,
you know, half square triangles and things like that.
That's exactly.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I forgot which project was, but I remember having to put the washi tape to extend those lines, and this is what I needed, and I'm sure you needed that as well. 824-654 is your item number. £25 and 95 pence. Remember, if you are going for one of the shank options, you can flexify at this, and of course you pay half of that as well today, and of course the next half next month. Spending the cost in interest-free payments makes a lot of sense. And then we have more, of course, we do have more for you. We have got the here the template sampler set in here, which we are this is the low shank option. Remember, I think there is the high shank option, but it has got a different item number. You can double check it. So if you go for the low shank, this is the item number you need to take note. Now, can you talk us through, Angie, what we are getting in here?
Okay, so the sampler set for me is just a brilliant next step. So it gives you 6 templates in the set, but they do a lot more than just 6 shapes. You know, you'll see some of the quilting I bought with me today that use just the sampler set and the starter set. So you can do so much with these shapes. So 6 templates, they'll give you you know, lots of. It'll keep you busy for some time. You won't be wanting to buy, you know, another template, you know, too soon. I'm sure you'll get the bug and want to add to your collection. But it's just a great, it's a good value. For 6 templates, it's great value.
Absolutely. I was thinking, one of the things, like, again, with these beautiful elements is that some people don't enjoy the patchwork part, but they love the quilting. So this is a way to not having to spend money into expensive fabrics if you don't want to, and just keep it very plain and just have beautiful quilting.
Yeah, actually, since I've been ruler working, I've used a lot more plain fabrics and blenders to show off your quilting. Previously, I think people are trying to hide their quilting, but once they get into ruler work, actually they want it to show.
And it's actually, I was thinking, it's almost like drawing with thread into a beautiful canvas that, of course, is your quilt.
Absolutely.
And that not necessarily is for quilts, but it could be something like this. It could be a wall hanging. It could be placemats as well. Because, of course, for instance, placemat, if you wanted to kind of, so maybe kind of wash them a lot all the time, so you don't want to use expensive fabrics. You want something maybe, you know, that is more durable.
Yeah.
This is a perfect way.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we get instructions as well, don't we?
Yeah, all of the Westerly products come with some diagrams and some instructions inside, for sure. The Cotton Patch has a great ebook, which has got some video tutorials and things like that as well. And, of course, you can always visit my website for inspiration too, of course.
Which is Angie
Atwood.
Angie Atwood. So if you want more inspiration as well, and we have got those templates as well from Angie on the show, so we will see them in a while. 684-168 gives you all these templates. £67 and 95 pence is the price. Now the item number is for the low shank. If you want to go of your machine, it's a high shank. The details at the bottom of the screen. You can see 108334 is the item number for the high shank. Both options, you can spread the cost into interest-free payments, of course, courtesy of Flexi buying it. Then we have got the Eco Guides, which Angie, you referred to early on. So what is the difference between, I see. So this is a perfect 3 different sizes of Eco, right?
Yes, that's right. So it'll mean a bit less marking when you're working on a bigger project. And also that you can echo around organic shapes, or if you applique plique of flower,
that's what I was
then
thinking.
you could free motion. You can use them in free motion around on your other projects around, you know, a pliqued flowers and things like that. Not just with ruler work, because it'll just keep you a set distance away. But I will be demonstrating them shortly.
So there are 3 different rulers in here. So you can see they're half an inch. Is it half an inch?
Half inch, yeah, 3/4 and an inch, and they fit onto the foot, and they're sort of a great little accessory.
Oh, and of course, I was thinking even if you have got those beautiful fabrics, I'm thinking even, you know, the K facet, beautiful bold prints, and if you wanted to quilt around some of the flowers as well, you
use
could do
the
that.
fabric as your inspiration. Absolutely.
Yeah, I love that. And of course, having all 3 sizes in there makes a lot of sense. It's just £10 and £50. I would definitely add that to my basket. Whichever other item you want to go for, make sure to check this one out. 353248 is your item number. Then we have, well, I'm not gonna lie, I need to read this one out, because that is the cross hair ruler, how do you pronounce it?
Crosshair.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So I'm not saying, like, you're thinking, is it cross share? No. But can you tell us what exactly how it works?
Okay, so this is an 8-point crosshair. So what it's going to do is quickly give you 45-degree angles. I'm going to stitch the pattern that you're seeing there actually on the front of the project. I'm actually going to stitch that template for you in a second and show you how we mark that up with the crosshair. So it's a very quick and easy way, because it's got the guidelines around as well, which measure 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 and 12 inches of the square. If you were working on a patchwork quilt, you could very easily find the centre of a square with the template, and then mark your crosshair guidelines. So it's a marking tool. Marking tool,
it makes a lot of sense, and you can see the measurements in there. Now, of course, flexi-buy means that you can spread, you can just pay £20 and £98 today, and the same amount next month. 415017 is your item number. And the last item we kind of have a look here is, of course, is the mini crosshair rulers in here that we have. And of course, you are getting an 8-point, 6-point, and a 5-point. It's the same principle, right?
Yeah, it's the same principle, but they're, as their name says, they're mini.
Yeah.
So they're little 4.5-inch templates, and instead of just getting an 8-point, so the 45 degrees, you've actually got a 5-point and a 6-point. So you've got 60 degrees and I forget now what the other...
Sorry, 60, 45 and 30. 30, huh?
The 5-point.
Oh, sorry, 5 points. I don't know.
So you get 3 different options, and they're little ones, so the lines won't be as long, but we can easily extend those with a normal quilting ruler, which I'll show you once again.
Sorry, I'm kind of trying to figure out the angle of a 5. Can you repeat the question so the gallery can understand? You were finding that the angle of a 5-point.
So divide 360 by 5.
Okay, so that would be 72.
I was going to say 72, yeah. 72. So you've got 72 degrees, 60 degrees and 45
confirmation
degrees.
That is 72. I'm the worst at math, so kind of that was a guess. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5 is your item number 4. The crosshair ruler, of course, includes the mini ones, the 8 points, the 6 points, and the 5 points. £31 and 49 pence is the price for that. And of course, Angie, you have got lots more to show us.
Yeah.
So the crosshair, the large one, right?
The large one is ready to go on my table. So first of all, I'm just going to show you how you would use this. So again, if I've got it just in the corner of my fabric here, and I'm just roughly in the 10-inch area, so you can see I can just with a thin enough pen or pencil marking tool, we've got quite large gaps here to mark within. If it's a lot larger than the thickness of your pencil, just angle the pencil so that you can draw the guidelines in there, and just press down, obviously, if you're drawing on wadding, because that's a bit, obviously it's a bit squidgy to be marking up on top of your fabric when it's already basted up. But I've already marked those in, just I thought that would be useful to show you that. If you're using the mini ones, I'll just show you. So let me just find here, we've got the 8 point. So if I was using the 8 point, I'm using 8 point because I'm going to stitch an 8-pointed pattern. So this is how the little mini one would work, exactly the same. So as you can see, the thing I can't do is obviously square up a bigger square. So it depends. They're a lot more portable than the big one, so they have pros and cons, you know. And some people work on bigger projects all the time. Some people work on smaller squares for their quilts. So if you're using the little one, we can actually mark the same crosshairs. That these lines would be shorter, of course, and then you would just take a regular quilting ruler, and you'd be able to extend those lines.
That makes sense.
So that's quite nice. The nice thing about it is, depending on your budget, the 12.5-inch one is a bit of an investment. It's a great tool, but if you can't quite push that far, then this is great because it's giving you 3 different options.
That would be like almost like a starter kit.
Great, yeah. This wasn't available actually when I first started with ruler work. It's a newer edition, so that's why I have both.
It makes sense if you can have both, but if you want the minis, you have got the details on the screen.
Exactly. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to start by stitching the spinning wheel 36 in the set, and the spinning wheel 36 is a great template that stitches a great pattern. It's super easy to stitch. It's actually one of the easiest ones to stitch, even though it looks quite complicated. And you can see it's got a little pinhole in the template. So these ones that are kind of called spinifex ones, or the ones that spin from a central point, we're actually going to use them on a pin. And you do get a little set of pins in the packet.
Okay.
So there will be these little, don't throw this away thinking, why have I got a couple of drawing pins? Yeah. So they will come in useful. I'm poking it through the top here just so that I can see where to actually, right in the centre of my crosshair. So I'm putting it in that way up. Okay. And then you can see my template fits over the top of the pin.
Yeah.
And Westerly always have brilliant guidelines. So you can see this is going to pivot around as we stitch. And I've got my central guideline. And there are some other guidelines here which we'll see how they work as I go. We've got a little gate here which are on all Westerly templates where you actually stitch inside a shape.
Okay.
This means that I can take my template in and out without breaking my thread.
That's
really
That saves you money as well, isn't it?
You can just tell that these have been designed by a quilter.
Yes.
You know, so Leonie, the original Australian designer, she's really thought it through. We've also got an A and a B on this template, and a little flat spot where you can feel just where the foot's going to fit. So I know that you know, Paula, we're going to make it our mission today, between the 2 hours, to try and demonstrate every single one of the templates.
Well, we have about, at the minute, we have got about 23 minutes till the end of this show.
Between this hour and our 9 o'clock, I'm going to at least try and demonstrate a little bit of each one. So a bit of a mini masterclass. So we're going to stitch round from A to B. And we're going the long way round, obviously. So otherwise we won't get much of a shape. So we stitch up to the top. Just going to slow my machine down again.
And of course, remember this sampler set has the low shank option, which is the left-hand side of the screen. And of course, if you want to go for the high option, bottom of the screen.
So I've stitched from A to B. And then if I pivot the template to the next mark of the crosshair, you can see that my footer's miraculously gone to A perfectly, and those little leaf shapes, the guidelines, they're sitting over the top of the curve I've just stitched. So it's like a second guideline to check you know, that you're all lined up. But this is such an easy template to use. And you can see, you know, we spoke earlier about not turning the fabric. Got my machine set too low now. So I'm not turning the fabric at all, I'm turning the template instead. So this is why it's much easier to quilt large quilting projects on a domestic machine. So I'm pivoting the template, not the fabric.
And then suddenly it completely transforms. And this is why also is very important, the fact that it has been designed, that the rulers are low shank or high shank because of that thickness, so it can go around it.
That's right. So now you can see that it's going underneath the back of the foot, so that's why it's really important to get the right thickness for your machine. Because there are machines that are designed for long arm machines, and they are even thicker. So, you know, it's great that we've got choice out there of different designs, but do be careful not to buy long arm. They're 6mm thick, and you'd never be able to get them at the back of a low shank foot.
Which you said it was a 3mm.
3mm for the low shank and 4.5 for the high. So you can see. I don't even have to sort of see. The beauty of it is the template is your guide, so you don't even have to see where you're going. It's more about feel. You just feel the contact with the foot against the template. Obviously, you know, when you're starting out, you might drift off a little bit, and as you're learning, and I tell my students to not worry about stitch length when you're starting off. It's more about getting the feel of how to hold the template and build up some different muscle memory that you need for ruler work, and then your stitch length will come with time. There's so much to think about at the beginning, so a bit like driving a car, and then you tend to do it automatically.
And do you find working with a ruler incredibly kind of, I know I always will say that kind of mindful kind of element that you just get into the groove and then
And I find a slower stitch pace as well, just like the machine chugging along. It's now when I hear a machine going really fast, I find it actually quite stressful. So I'm back round to where I started by doing that. So I'll take it out of the machine so that you can see. Obviously you would tie in your ends there. I've just cut the thread there just for speed. And let me just remember to move the pin, because I did jag myself last time I was here. And I bled a little bit, so that was the first time. I don't want to be doing that today. So then we can just obviously push the fibres back. I don't know if you can see
that. Could you hold it upwards a little bit so we could see it a little bit better? Because I'm thinking, you know, because I just wanted to see the full flower. Look at that, you got it perfectly, Chris. Look at that, it's just beautiful because it's just absolutely stunning. And of course, this is just one template that you are getting here. You are getting 6 templates, but I'm sure that this can be done in many different ways.
Absolutely. If I show you this sample here, this is a couple of the Spinifex templates, if you like. But you can see this is what we've just stitched here. And if I'm low enough for the camera,
that's perfect.
This one is actually
inverted.
Yes, it's pointy end in, as I say.
So all these ones with one of the templates. Two.
Yeah. So there is another little petal shape in there, which I'll show you a little bit later. But of course, this is 4 repeats of the same template. So that's why the 5, 6 and 8 mini crosshairs great, because depending on if a flower's got 5 petals or 8, it can look very different. So you're extending you're
multiplying the possibilities.
The possibilities of the templates. Yeah, absolutely.
Now, of course, if you wanted to go for the sampler set, now remember, you have got 2 different options. You have got the low shank and, of course, or the high shank. That's depending on your machine. Now, if you wanted to go for the low shank, the details are on the left-hand side of the screen. 684168, £67.95 is your price. Remember, you can flexi buy into interest-free payments. Now, if you wanted to go for the high shank, the details are at the bottom of the screen, and of course you can flexi buy that as well. 108334. Remember, for the high shank set of rulers. Now, if you, of course, you will find it on the website, thecraftstore.com, but a lot more also you will find, including the 7-day savers there, and there are those beautiful fat quarters. Now, you know that we said about the plain fabrics and of course then doing the quilting over them. Those could be the ones for you. There is other options as well. There is dressmaking books in there as well, and much more. Of course, you will find them on thecraftstore.com, and then if you look for, I think it's about promotions, and then you will see the 7-day savers there. Now, what you will also find on the website and here in the show is the Echo Guides. 3 templates, 1 inch, 3/4 of an inch, and of course the 1/2 inch Echo. £10.50 for them. Now, I believe, Angie, you're going to show us how to use them.
Yeah, I'm going to pop one on the foot as well so that you can see how it goes on. As you said, we've got 3 different sizes, but I'm choosing the middle one just to see how that goes. And we're going to just pop it underneath the foot, and it's got this little groove at the back, so that's enabling any thread, because you could actually put this on. If I hadn't have snapped my thread, if I hadn't have cut my thread, I could actually attach this still. So that's without breaking the thread. So the groove is so that I could lift the foot slightly and slide it on. But we're just going to pop it on like that and make sure our thread is
It is
flowing.
a snug fit, isn't it?
It's a snug fit, and if you just make sure, obviously, do you remember before we made sure that the fabric would move? So what if I push this down, can you see my fabric doesn't move? So you have to make sure as well that you've lifted that a fraction to make sure your fabric will move. And I'm just going to bring my...
This is really clever.
It actually feels really nice to stitch with them. So I'm just going to bring my thread up here.
Okay.
As I said, they're really cool accessories to use with or without the templates. As I said, you could, if this was an appliqued flower, then you could you could use them free motion to keep you at a certain distance. So what this is enabling me to do is to just stitch. I've got my starter ruler aligned with the petal of that flower that we just stitched, and I'm going to stitch in this direction, but I will stop when the front of this Echo Guide is touching my next petal, and then I can flip just one more stitch. Just didn't go quite far enough. And then I'm able to change direction, and this time I'm going to stop at my crosshair guideline. Of course, you can use the patchwork as well. If you've got, you know, angles in your patchwork, you don't always have to be drawing the guidelines. You can see how really easy I can.
That is incredible. I love that. And I can see all sorts of possibilities with those beautiful bold fabrics, like I must say K Facet, but also I'm thinking even Liberties, sometimes they have got those a little bit bigger. There was this cottage lane, I think it was called. So you could kind of almost quilt around the cottage, if you know what I mean.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, that's right. So you can see.
Of course, it's expanding. I just think, whatever you're getting, put that as well in the basket.
It's totally changing the shape of the Spinifex 36 that we've just stitched. And of course, you could, I could have stitched a little, a 1/4 inch Echo first. So you can see how this is coming along. In fact, because I have so much to do, I might just stop there, and so that I have time to show the rest, and I'll just take it out to show how we've gone round half of that at least, so we can see. Can we see that?
Oh, that is amazing. Thank you so much for showing that, Angie, because imagine you are getting 3 of them, 3 different widths of that Echo. So you are getting the 1 inch, the 3/4 and the 1/2 inch. £10.50 for all 3 of them. 353 248. I mean, seriously, that's not that difficult, Paula. Right now, and now, of course, it's not that difficult to find the 7-day savers on the website. Of course, the craftstore.com, you will find them there. Of course, the fat quarters are there, and of course, you will be able to see them. So you're getting 15 fat quarters, 100% cotton, and of course, for just £18.98. Now you are getting all 15. Those beautiful blues, those purples. Now these are one of those ones that you need to go for, because as well for blenders, for kind of binding, but more importantly for practicing these beautiful quilting rulers. That makes a lot of sense. You are saving £11. 503759 is your item number, and of course you will find them on the craftstore.com or add them to your baskets just by quoting that number to the operator, or of course on the website. Right now, of course, Wesley, they have got the star rulers, which are the starter sets. that include the starter ruler basically, and the all important food. Remember that we have got 4 different options that will depend on your sewing machine. This is for standard domestic sewing machines. The only thing is, of course, different ones have got different height between the shank and the bottom. So as if you have got any doubt, give us a call, 017-336-6000. That is a telephone number for the call center upstairs. It's a national number. So then, of course, that will mean that they will kind of help you exactly with your manufacturer and model. Now, this one is the low shank, and of course, it comes in with instructions and the ruler, and you can flexify it. £24.98 could be the only thing that you're paying today if you flexify it and you're a Freedom member. If you're not a Freedom member, you can flexify it. It's just that you pay the PMP on the first payment. £154,699 for the low shank. For the medium shank, again, remember, you're getting exactly the same things that you need, but what you need for a medium shank. So, of course, the bottom or the upper bit is a little bit longer. £49.95 is your price. 227,261 is your price. Now, from the medium, we're gonna go one step up, and we are going to go to the high shank. And of course, this is when the ruler becomes a little bit thicker, because to accommodate that extra gap that you have got on the back. Now, £49.95 is your price. 285,209 is your item number for the high shank. Of course, remember that you can flexify every single one of these options. And then we have the high shank special for those straight stitch machines. And of course, £56.99 is your price. 975071 is your item number. £56.99 is the price. And remember, once you invest in one of them, then you can use all the rulers with your domestic sewing machines to create these amazing patterns of quilting into your projects. Not just quilts, but maybe placemats and chair bags as well. Now, we have, of course, the set of 6 rulers here, which of course gives you even more possibilities, because you have got petals and you have got beautiful elements in here and a variety of styles. And of course, you have got the template, a sampler, a set with the instructions. You have got the circle, you have got this arch, and of course those waves. £67.95 is one-off payment, or you can spread the cost, £33.98. 684168 is your item number. Now remember to check out your baskets, and of course with that, let's head back to Angie. So what is the next demo?
I thought I'd demo the 6-inch spiral now.
Ooh, fabulous.
Paola. Just to mention that the other 2 patterns that I've got here today, Fiesta and the ruler roll. This is my ruler roll. So this is again a great practice piece. So this allows you to stitch this as a great sort of practice with the templates, and then you end up with a lovely holder to keep them all in. So you can make it with either plastic pockets, or I have another one here that has mesh pockets too. So you can make the pockets out of fabric, mesh or plastic. But it means that you've got a great little thing to hold them in.
That is fabulous. I mean, of course, you have, and the quality of these patterns, I love them. You have got them in here, and you can see all of that. And of course, you have the template as well, how to cut and how to sew it.
I have very clear drawings about where to position every template. So they're very, very detailed for someone starting out, so for beginners. But sorry, go on.
Of course, now the ruler roll are on the screen, $11.99 for that. But you can also get the Fiesta and the Radiance as well. So we have got those ones as well. And you can get them together if you wanted to, as well as in a bundle, I believe. No, Lucy, with just with one of the...
Either one with Radiance.
Okay,
so
all right.
I thought, you know, if you're starting out with Radiance, and then you can choose to have either Radiance and Fiesta or Radiance and the ruler roll, and I've done a special price for those.
Fabulous. Yeah. Thank you so much, Angie.
You're welcome.
Right, so...
Let's get back to showing you what to do with this hedgehog-looking template. So we've got this nice big 6-inch curve, and it's got a little hook on this end, and this hooks beautifully around the foot. and it's also got 3 guidelines that you can see there, and this allows us to make a spiral to different widths, okay, depending on what we want to achieve. And you can see an example of this on my quilt hanging at the back, but let's just get on there and stitching. I'm going to stitch it in the middle of this square.
Okay.
So initially I'm just going to stitch in any direction really. It's quite nice to stitch towards myself. I'm just going to fill this 6-inch square with this spiral. So this is great for backtracking as well. You see how easy that was to backtrack. And then when I pivot the template, I can either pop, I don't know if you can see it there, I can either pop the first guideline or the second guideline or the third guideline over the top of the curve I just stitched, which will make it really, really easy to achieve 3 different spacings. So
is that and the sample the one that is kind of a wheel?
Yes, right on the outer border, right in the middle of the outer border.
Yeah, that one.
And then there are some elements of it in the central square, in the circles as well.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
You can see there. We're going to start with that one.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
Oh, it's absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely. And
So it's really great because you can fit it into any shape. So it's a great space filler. And you can also make 6-inch circles with the template, which is what I've done there in the centre piece. So you can see I just keep repeating this, and again you're turning the template, not the quilt.
Absolutely,
So it makes it really easy to achieve.
And I love the fact that you're using planes, because of course if you're using planes, and for instance the 7-day savers here are beautiful colors, and that of course that means that you are adding pattern to inexpensive fabric. You can see the beautiful, this is such a gorgeous bundle of colors. You can see the pastels, you can see the pinks, the purples, and of course those blues and the teals. You are getting of course fat quarters as well. Perfect as blenders, perfect as to practice, but also perfect. I just think that you can see how gorgeous they will look with these beautiful patterns. And of course, £11 is the saving, £18.98 is the price for 15 fat quarters. 503759 is your item number. Back to Angie.
Do I have time to show you one more template?
I think we have got like two minutes.
Okay, so there's the a little bit of spiral stitching.
Okay.
In that corner.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, no, hold it there. Yeah, there it is. Perfect.
Moving.
Yeah, that is the corner. Yeah.
So there we have a little bit of the spiral, and I'll just show you a little bit of this is the little 4-inch arc, this is great for stitching little curves as well. The nice thing about the sampler set is all of the shapes work so well together. We've got 1-inch clamshells, 2-inch circle, 3-inch clamshells, 4-inch arc. The flower shape was about 5-inch and 6-inch spiral, so they all work beautifully together. The little art works brilliantly if you've got, I've just drawn some little 3-inch squares on there, so this works really well to create that kind of cathedral window type curve. So on patchwork it's so lovely just to do some simple curves that then turn into a more complex pattern as they all join up. So I'll just try and stitch just a couple of these just to show you how that would work. Again, we'd be measuring with our 1/4 of an inch to hit the spot that you want to hit. So really, really easy to stitch. Really lovely little curves. You tell me when we're out of time and I'll just keep stitching until then, Paula.
So 2 minutes. 2 minutes we have.
Oh, we're fine. That's good.
We have
that's good. I shall try and get this a little cathedral window type. You can see how it works. Okay. Again, I'm not turning the fabric. I'm just sneaking over the top of the machine as well. So if this was a big quilt and you had it settled underneath the machine, you wouldn't want to keep turning it and resettling it down. So this is how this really works.
Yeah, absolutely.
And sorry, go on.
That will finish it up. Remember to check those 7-day savers with those gorgeous, beautiful fabrics. The fat quarters.
That's great to have those on.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Because they will work so well with the rulers, because I think that's oh, shall I go through the colors as well? Because you have got the pastels, you have got 5 pastels, 5 pinks and purples, and finally 5 of those blue and teals. So all 15 with an £11 saving, £18.98 is the price for them. Fat quarters, you can see them here. They're folded, but they are full, of course, the full fat quarter there. 759 is your item number for the fat quarters. But make sure to check out your baskets, especially for the bundle in front of me, which is, of course, what Angie is demonstrating now, which, of course, it features the 6 templates and, of course, all the techniques that you can do with them. But there is even more to do as well. So you have done the spiral, and now you are. Well, we have got seconds to go. Sorry, Angie.
That's it. Do you want me to take it out?
Yeah, that would be great. And of course, we are back together at 9 p.m. So lots more. Look at that! I love that. You have got.
So I'm just showing how a simple arc can then start to make petals if you were quilting it over little squares on patchwork.
Absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much, Angie. A pleasure as always. We will repeat. Well, we will do something else, or Angie will do something else at 9 p.m. Of course, stay tuned. But do remember to check out your baskets, because of course the 7-day sale is very busy for that. Don't think that they are going to last until Sunday. Sometimes they sell out before that. But stay tuned, because we have got a brand new 1-day special from La Blanche after the break. So stay tuned here at the craft store. Well, we have La Blanche Mix 1-day special after the break, and then we have got Pink Frog Crafts happy hour at 7, and at 8 we have got another look at the 1-day special from La Blanche.
Hi, I'm Andy from Picture This. I've been a painter all my life. Picture This was actually formed on the back of a throwaway remark from one of my art students. The stamp range covers a broad spectrum of imagery. We started out with architecture, fairly cute, fairly folksy, very well received. This has since been broadened out into vehicles, people, basically everything works around a scenic image. The stamps are all hand-drawn by me, they're made in the UK, most important was a Picture This, and we have so much more to bring you.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan. I've been working with Heartfelt Creations for about 9 years now. Heartfelt Creations as a company launched the company back in 1994. They have been in the industry for a very, very long time. They are crafters, so they know what you crafters want, and they listen to us crafters too. Their products range from stamps that coordinate with dies that then coordinate with a paper pad. One of the products that really make Heartfelt unique are their flower shaping moulds, where you can make easy, quick, 3-dimensional flowers, which are absolutely stunning.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now, and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dies in there, designer papers. I have my mediums, where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. We aim to inspire you, to be educational, and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration.
Hello everybody, so we're about to launch a brand new one-day special, Le Blanche. We are already busy, and we always are, because Le Blanche brings such beautiful stuff. We are joined by the lovely Blanche as well, all the way from Germany. Blanche, how are you?
Fine, how are you?
I am very well. My goodness, it looks beautiful there. Your studio looks lovely.
Yes, thank you. We built up everything here.
Well, it's really nice. Blanche, one-day special. Now, I know when you released this in Europe, because I know you do a lot of shopping TV in Europe, it was a sensation and immensely busy. So talk us through, because you have got options. This is a brand new concept, though, brought to you by Pentart, so we know the kind of quality we're getting. What is it about the resin and the UV light? Tell us a little bit about that.
Yes. Okay, first, these are very small glass micropods with a metallic finish. And these glass micropods you can use for everything, for jewelry if you like, for your layouts, for your gifting cards. And I always searching a glue which you can mount glass or jewelry or metal permanent, really permanent. And not a glue which don't need a long time to harden.
Yes.
And this you need only 10 seconds or 20 seconds with the ultraviolet resin to adhere glass pearls, to adhere the micro pearls, to adhere glass jewelry things like on this layout. When you look on this layout here, I stick some of the really small micro beads here, and I put the larger one. These are all glass, and they sticks perfectly. They doesn't fall down. Everything sticks perfectly, but not only on your layouts, on glass jars, on round surfaces. Normally, if you use a normal glue like 3D varnish or something like this, and you pour the micro beads or other beads into these glue, the weight of the micro beads has the result that everything runs down.
Yes.
Because of the weight. But here, you can really go over round surfaces. You can really make some like drops, and it sticks perfectly.
Everything looks so good.
You can harden it in 10 seconds. Yes, you can see here. It hardens in 10 seconds, and you can do everything what you like with these.
Blanche, I've just got to tell everybody, and this gives you a really good indication of how busy we are. You could have got the light and the varnish by itself. That has now technically sold out as an option individually. You can only get the light and the UV resin. First time we've ever brought this to you before. You can only get that as part of the one-day special. But good news, you are, as part of the one-day special, saving £7, and there are 3 different options to choose from. So first, let's start up here. You'll be able to see the pink, violet and silver. So just having a look, lovely colour tones. Now, already very, very busy for those lovely, lovely, lovely colour tones. 20% of the stock. We're busy, Blanche. We're very busy. Okay. Then we have down... Oh, go on. Yeah, sorry, Blanche.
Yes, Yanis. This colour combination is matching perfectly to our paper kit. We offer today a paper kit. It's called Elegant Roses. Yeah. And the color tones on this kit is rose tone, a little bit of the lilac and cream. And here I use these combination of the micro pearls. You see?
Yeah,
This is the perfect combination. If you like the color tones of this paper kit, this is an Elegant Rose, and we have the matching decoupage paper kit to these
which we've got at the bottom. We got that at the bottom of the screen now. The decoupage. We'll put that. We're just going to talk about the second option, Blanche, because we've got 2 more options to share with everyone. So this is your gold, steel blue, and your champagne. So your champagne. So you've got those. Oh, that's nice. Now I've got an update for you. 20% of the stock. We're 5 minutes into the show. This is stock that's meant to last 24 hours, but Le Blanche, as a company, you know the quality you get, and we always find whenever we have a one-day special, they're immensely busy, and this is no exception. Final option for you. Here we've got our mint, rose gold, and your red. over 10% of the stock's gone there. So 3 different options. It is the only way right now that you can get a hold of your UV resin and your UV light in there too. I wonder if I just shine it maybe on the black, you'd be able to pick up. Can you see that UV light? Oh yeah, you can see it really well. So that's your UV light, and then you've got your UV resin. We're going to be using it this hour, so do stick around. But the fact that you're able to get these effects in seconds, so it will harden in about 10 seconds, a little bit less. Now, you can get the pots of micro pearls as individual bundles. So if you go for the one-day special and then you wanted some of the other colours, you can, it's $14.99 per set. So do have a look, and that's something to consider, and we've got that at the bottom of your screen. All right, we're going to carry on down because, as always, with any LeBlanche show, there is a lot to share with you. Blanche, this shrink is incredible. I mean, I just want to draw everyone's attention to this finished example. Now, if you saw that in somebody's home, you would think they paid an absolute fortune. I mean, you've built up such a strong reputation, Blanche, for bringing beautiful shrinks, but I think with this collection, you really have taken it to the next level. The colours, the designs are absolutely exquisite. Blanche? You there?
Yes.
Oh, you're there.
Dennis,
Good.
in this kit...
Worried we lost you.
You lost me?
No, I was worried we'd lost you.
Okay. In this kit, we have the designs of 2 other kits. We have the designs of the Blue Symphony, and these are the designs you show. And we have the matching paper kit to these.
Yeah.
Here, we build up everything together. Then you can see how beautiful it's matched together. We have the shrink sleeves and the matching paper kit here with these greeting cards and the layouts.
Oh, that looks good. And we will get on to the matching paper kits in just a moment. With regard to your shrink, you're getting 18 foils for your bottles, 7.5 centimetres and 10 centimetres diameter. Let me just show you some of the designs, because I think that's important. You can appreciate 10% of the stock's gone here as well. We're busy. This could be a record-breaking show. I'm just putting it out there. So having a look here. Oh, that's nice. Look at this. Or how about beautiful, delicate rose tones. We've got larger designs in there as well. Here. I mean, look at, you imagine that. I mean, that's just a beautiful image. Or how about this? So 6 designs, 3 of each. I've got to point out, because everything is coming from abroad, it's coming from Germany, there is a 2-week delay. It's 3rd of June, but look, it's worth it for the quality that you are getting from LeBlanche and the excitement of, I know so many viewers, especially with the shrink. If you've been storing, we're getting really busy here, because I talk to a lot of viewers, and a lot of viewers, what they do, anything now, especially your glassware and bottles, everything gets saved in preparation for a LeBlanche show when you can use it with your shrink. We are approaching 20% of the stock. You've taken an old jar and made it an absolute thing of beauty that you'll display in your home. I mean, imagine what you could put in there. How good do these look? Right, we've got to move on. 026 607, your item number for your shrink. Blanche has been mentioning the paper kits. So now, the Blue Symphony, both the paper kits I'm about to share with you, again, were released in Germany, Shopping TV. And they were immensely busy, and you can see why with the actual quality of the designs. You are getting, Blanche, talk me through, because you're getting an awful lot within this kit. So talk us through what we're getting.
Yes, in this kit you get 15 papers. Sam, please, no. Okay, I go behind my counter now. Okay. Sam shows you the samples here. We have a lot of samples in this kit.
Right.
We have, in this kit, you get 15 double-sided papers, 12 by 12 inch. You get 15 tags, and you get cardboard tags, wonderful cardboard tags. You see these with they are covered with embossing powder, with blue embossing powder.
Oh,
there.
Nice, yeah.
These are included in this kit, and on top you get 37 laser cuts and. I go around the counter. I will show you. I have to show these here. Sorry, but I have to go around here. Okay. Look, I have to show you here.
Go on.
Okay, in this kit, you get these 37 of these wonderful laser cuts. They are perfectly lasered. All these small flowers here you get in this kit. On top, you get these die cuts.
And
here you see these die cuts. You get the stamps, you get the frames, and you get small envelopes, and you get the matching cards for the envelopes. And here you can play with these. You get these smaller tags, and it means, you
Love
see,
the little envelopes.
these are the chipboard tags, the laser chipboard tags. You get these are included in the kit too.
Yeah.
And here you see a sample.
Oh, that's pretty.
Okay.
That's
and
really
here you
nice.
see what you can do. I cover these with blue embossing powder. You can do this. Here you see you can emboss the laser cut things. You have the small stamp.
Nice.
And on this sample, this is one of the small envelope. The envelopes are embossed. They are die cut. You have to fold these and glue these together. That's all.
Oh,
and then
love
you
those.
can fill these. This is filled with a card, with a
Nice.
laser cut flower here. We have on the text. We have all the butterflies. We have these writings here. You have these samples. These are made with the small tags here. You see the tags here?
Yeah.
Okay, and these are made of these. You can close your card if you like with these. You see?
Oh,
You can
that's
do
nice.
things like these.
Blanche, I've got to interrupt you. I'm so sorry. So while you were talking, my producer, my lovely producer Molly, was saying, okay, so we're at 40% of the stock here. The time it took Blanche to go through the examples, now we're approaching half the stock of this bundle. If you don't want to miss out, we are now at half the stock. It is absolutely flying. Let me just show you a couple of the papers. I'm not going to have time to go through all. So we are getting our tags, which you're seeing here. Look at those. Absolutely stunning, stunning, stunning designs. And it's always the case with LeBlanche. I love, love, love those. So I won't go through all of those, okay? Then we have our papers. So if you want your matting, your layering, your toppers, your backgrounds, stunning. If you want your larger designs as well for your scrapbook pages, wait till you see this next one. Look at that. Now tell me you don't want to work on that. Come on. Think about your laser cuts that you're getting in there. You've got your die cuts in there. You've got your chipboard tags as well. We are over half the stock. We're busy. 187201, your item number if you want to get hold of the Symphony, the Blue Symphony. Now we're going to move on to our rose paper kit. Absolutely flying as well. Do you know what I love about the rose paper kit? So obviously you've got different designs in the rose tones, but same principle in the fact that you're getting 15 12 by 12 double-sided papers. You're getting your tags, you're getting your laser cuts, your die cuts, your chipboard. Have a look. Oh no, that looks like a finished example. It's not. We're just scrolling across and showing you the quality of the designs. How beautiful is that as a paper? But then when we get on to our chipboard, now these are exquisite. Beautiful, beautiful. And you're getting two of those in the mix as well, so A4 sheets. But when you start venturing to use everything here, so upcycling, I mean, come on. How good is that? That looks stunning. We can do something like that. We can do something like this. We can do something like this. You know, you're starting to get an idea of the feel for this. We are now approaching. Do you know what? I am genuinely, I don't want you to think I'm just putting this on Working Shopping TV. I'm shocked at how quickly everything is going, because LeBlanche as a company bring us a lot of stock, so saying approaching 30%, and that's like literally looking at it is incredible. Now Blanche has got the board, so let's take a look at what you're getting, because you have got the laser cuts, which I think are in Blanche's hands right now.
Yes, these are the die cuts.
Sorry, die cuts, yeah.
Yes, these are the die cuts. And here you see, we have the same small envelopes in this kit. We have some mannequins like this. We have the teacups and the teapot, everything, and you can combine these if you like. Here's a sample. These images are from the tags. You get 15 papers and 15 tags. These are from the tags. And here you see I use some of the teapots, no, not the teacups here, and the teacups here. And behind the centerpiece, I have all used the laser cut flowers. And in this kit, you get 52 of the die cuts and 37 laser cut flowers.
Oh,
and
now
these
look
laser
at
cut
those.
flowers are really perfectly laser cut. You see all the small leaves here, and this is on our strong paper, a little bit fluorescent paper, and
they're beautiful.
37 of these wonderful flowers you get in this kit. 15 papers, 15 tags, and these chipboards with the hearts and with the swill in the background.
Nice. We're over a third of the stock gone here. And can I just say, this collection complements your shirt very nicely, Blanche.
I can't understand you.
Oh, that was awkward.
It's beautiful.
I was saying the
You like
collection,
it?
the rose
Okay.
collection, it complements your shirt very nicely. Anyway, we'll move on. So, when live TV goes wrong. So we have got decoupage for you as well. We're going to take a look at this. So this is a rose paper kit. But if you want to go for the decoupage, come have a look at this. Because, my goodness, they are an absolute thing of beauty. 60% of the stock. We haven't even looked at it. Okay, absolutely flying. You're getting your La Blanche Roses decoupage kit. 12 sheets in total. $17.99 your price. They are A3 in size. Well, approximately 34 by 49 centimetres there. So great size to these, but the designs are just so engaging. And look at the layer upon layer of detail that you're getting in any of those designs. I mean, they all just absolutely sing. But if you want to use them, this is the key, because you can take one of the decoupage papers and suddenly you are transforming this box. I mean, that just looks absolutely exquisite and such a professional finish to that as well. I think Blanche has got a few examples as well. Blanche, what have you got for us?
Yes, we have a lot of subs, but I have to tell you something.
Go on.
These two designs are seamless pattern.
Oh.
Yes, you get from every design, you get 3 pieces, and these two designs are seamless pattern.
Yeah.
You can use these behind the other,
Yeah.
and you don't see any edges.
Ah, okay. Like that. So it gives us possibilities.
These two are seamless, and this is a wonderful background pattern here, and this pattern is for smaller things. You have a lot smaller single designs. You can use these parts, you can either use this part, or this roses here, or this with the hummingbird, or this one. You have a lot of smaller parts for smaller designs.
Blanche, I've got to tell everyone we are limited stock. It's about to go 12 sheets of decoupage for $17.99, and they are absolutely exquisite. Just looking at the designs, let me just pick up one to show you, because it is going to go, so it's probably the last opportunity I'll get to share this. Come on. I mean, look at that. The amount, and you will use this. Upcycling, it's an absolute dream, but the quality of design, no wonder it's limited stock. It's about to go. We are into single figures. It's going to be the first of many sellouts this hour. Trust me on that. 145-802, 802, sorry, your item number has technically gone now. So well done to everybody who managed to get it into their baskets. Please make sure to check out. We're going to move on. We're going a bit steampunky now. You're seeing what I love about La Blanche as a company. They bring something for everyone. So here, I like this, steampunk, and it really embraces all that we love about steampunk. Now, you are getting 4 designs, 2 of each. You're also going to get 7 resin gears and 12 metal embellishments. So look at the gears and look at the size of those resin gears. But the beauty, oh wait, when I say look at the size, look at that, that's huge. So you're getting those, and obviously then we'd be painting those up and having some fun. So you're getting your gears, and then you're also getting your metal gears in there too, which you can just see it. So lots of beautiful gears too. And let's take a look at the papers, because you're going to get 2 of each design. Actually, I've got them here, so I'm just going to show you. 30% of the stock has gone. I mean, how good does that look? And they are stunning. When it comes to rice paper, really good quality rice papers. This next one you're going to like. Well, you're going to like them all. I'll just show you that. I mean, that's nice. That's such a strong starting point. And she actually looks very similar to her. Yeah, is getting that? Anyone else getting that sense? And then here. And then, I mean, that is such a haunting look. So pensive. What's she thinking? She's thinking that this is busy. $17.99 is your price there. 716-727, your item number. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to tell you the microbeads by themselves are very busy. So if you do want to get hold of the microbeads by yourselves, let's have a little look. So first option for you, this is this is your silver, pink and violet option. Details on your screen if you do want to go for this as a separate bundle. Then we have your gold, your champagne and your steel blue. $14.99 your price, 877-452. Individually, half the stock has gone. And finally, the mint, the rose gold and the red, 40% of the stock's gone here, 764-899. But the one-day special, you're not just getting the micro beads, you're also getting something that we've never brought before from Pentart. This is your UV resin and your UV light in there as well. Just showing you. So you're getting your UV light that hardens the resin in seconds, and it's the way you use it as well, because traditionally, think about the kind of glues you use to get this effect, and that's, I mean, that's so durable. So it will last, it's not going to flake off or break. That is a really strong addition. We're going to get seeing this in action. It is our one-day special. We are busy for all options right now. If you do have any questions, please feel free to get in touch. studio@thecraftstore.com. Blanche, what have you got for us?
Yeah. Yanis, before I start doing a layout with our new stencils and with the microbeads, I want to show you some things what you can do with the ultraviolet resin and the microbeads.
Nice. Yeah.
You can use these for jewelry if you like. You see here, I use everything. I put the gears and some of the rhinestones and the resin together, and I want to show you how easy it is to do something like these.
Yeah.
Or something like this too. Use a small picture inside, and you see there's only really very thin layer of the UV resin here.
Oh,
and
wow,
I put some of the microbeads inside, a little bit of glitter or something like that. Yeah. And here, this is an option too. You can do. Look, this is a glass, a votive lamp glass, you see. And this is only a heart, and you can go with my fingernails over these. Nothing happens because the resin hardens so perfectly. You can wash these, you can scratch over these, and the micropearls sticks perfectly on the glass.
Solid.
And not only the micropearls, these are really large pearls too.
Yeah.
Everything sticks perfectly.
See, traditionally, Blanche, using sort of the different glue methods, you might be able to, sticking sort of embellishments like that onto glass is always tricky. There are some glues out there will do it, but then if you were to scrape your hands or really push it or give it some abuse, they pop off. So the fact that it is that durable, and that's, I think, what makes the UV resin so special.
Yes, I want to show you a little thing, really little. Okay, you use these, you need very less of these ultraviolet resin. You use these, I put some swirls here or dots, or what do you want?
Yeah, okay.
That's all. And now I use the pink one. You see, it sticks like this. It doesn't run through. If I do the same with the 3D varnish, it runs through.
Yeah.
Okay, now I take these. I need a large thing like this because they jump out of the box. These pearls. Okay, I take small like these, only a teaspoon or an espresso spoon, and I go with these. Can you see these? Okay, go over these.
Oh yeah.
And you need a
very easy to
deep
do.
box. Yes, very easy. You need a deep box.
Okay.
And now you take your ultraviolet flashlight.
Yeah.
And you see it needs count till 10. That's enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah.
And I go through like these. And like these, and you will see it will stick directly. I think it's enough. Yeah.
Well, that,
you can see?
Blanche, that's so impressive. You just don't do that. Normally, sticking sort of microbeads or anything like that onto glass, if you were to try and scrape it, they would pop straight off. That is incredible.
And if you use larger pearls or heavy pearls, normally they run through the glass and or run down to the glass. And here you can use the ultraviolet directly, and it sticks directly in seconds.
Yeah. That's
and
so
this is
impressive.
it's the difference. And not only pearls or something on glass, you can use these really for every kind of jewelry. I start with these. I take a frame like these, put some gears inside, and okay, now I use these colors. It's the mint green, and I use the gold one, and I put some of the mint green here, not so much, and a little bit of this like here, okay?
Right.
Then I put another gear on top like these. Yes. Rhinestones. I like the rhinestones.
Yeah. Get some of those on there.
Yes. Start. One rhinestone. And this one, like here. Okay, I hope that's enough. Yes, like these. Okay, and now I take the resin. I go over everything with the resin.
Okay.
And
it just settles in. That's lovely.
yes, and you get these wonderful glossy surface.
So for, I mean, jewelry making your own jewelry.
Yes, you can use it for jewelry making. You can use it for anything you like. Remember, every glass things you want to decorate with some pearls or some glitter or something, what you want to wash later or use it later. Okay, that's like this.
Lovely.
And now I use another. Everything is wet. I use another like this one and put some pearls here.
Yeah.
Use a little bit on top from the resin and some of the golden pearls.
Nice.
And one more rhinestone. Okay. Where should I do these? No.
What are you thinking?
I do this on this side like this.
Okay.
One. Okay, and now I use these.
And you're just holding it for your 10 seconds, floating around. Blanche, as you're letting it dry, or cure really with the UV light, what has been your experience? Because when you discovered this from Pen Art, especially someone who loves a mixed media, this must be a game changer for you. You must have loved working with it.
Yes, because I always work with metal ornaments or with metal things, and I always have the problem that these, if you use a hot glue, it needs it sticks directly, but if you use these after an hour, everything is falling down.
Of course.
And if you can use the heavy body gel, it works, but it needs a long time.
Yeah.
If you want to make more layers of metal gears or something like this, if you like a steampunk or something like this, and you use more layers of these, it needs so much time, because when you work with a heavy body gel, because every layer needs to dry.
Yeah. And it doesn't take long. And I like the fact with the actual flashlight, with the UV flashlight, it gives you a good flood of light.
Here too, I go with my fingernails. Here, everything is hardened now. Here, everything. It needs seconds.
So it literally, you are hardening it in seconds.
Yes. Everything is dry now. And if you like, it's a beautiful decoration if you do this. What is one falling down? Okay. Then I forgot to do some drop here. I think it's falling down, one of the rhinestones.
It's okay.
Without any resin. Yes, without. Okay.
Nice. And we just hold that for 10 seconds.
Sometimes I forgot to do some of the resin.
Oh, that's okay.
Underneath. Yes. Okay. 10 seconds more, then it's ready.
Yeah.
This is only a possibility what you can do with the resin. You can stick any metal or any glass ornaments on metal, on glass, on everything you like, and you need seconds to do these. You have these wonderful glass finish on top,
Blanche,
and you can use these, you can wash these, you can do really layerings with these. It's like jewelry making.
And the finish, the hold that you were getting, I mean, traditionally, if you were to put beads, say, onto glassware, so this is glassware with the beads, and then try and scratch, they would come off. Just the nature of it, it would come off. But these, nothing. You can see that there, and I'm really trying to give it a good old scratch. So $26.98 is your price. You just have to pick the options. Can I just say, the resin, the UV resin, and the flashlight by itself, we did have it as a separate option. That disappeared rapidly, but you can still get it as part of the one-day special. And the beauty of the one-day special, you're saving £7. You're not only getting your UV resin and your flashlight, and I'll just show you. I was trying to say, Blanche, as well, it's good because it gives you a nice flood of UV light, so it's not like a pinpoint, so you really are able to cover a large area when you are drying it, so curing it, I should say. Then we go through the options. This is the only thing you need to decide which option you want to go for. Pink, violet and silver, that's your first option. 60% of the stock's gone in the launch show, and we're not even halfway through the show. So that gives you an idea of how busy we are. Then we have our gold champagne and our steel blue, which you're seeing down here. A third of the stock has gone for that option. And then finally, we have our mint, our rose gold and your red. 20% of the stock has gone there. So clear favourites at the moment for that beautiful combination of the violet, pink and your silver. Okay, so that is the one-day special. It's the possibilities. I cannot wait to see what you're going to be doing with those. So please tag us in on social media. You can find us on all the usual suspects social media. If you make something, please tag us in. Now we're going to move on to something else that La Blanche has built up such a great reputation with the shrink foils here. So easy to use. I think we're going to be seeing these in action shortly, but the designs are stunning. I mean, how good does that look? And that's just taken an old jar. I reckon in there could have been some frankfurters or some pickles. I mean, it could be whatever. But you see there, you've got such a lovely design now that you've turned and created home decor stunning. Gifts as well. A quarter of the stock has gone here. Got lots of different designs. Just going to show you. So $17.99 your price, 026607 your item number. Now we've got some Blue Symphony papers for you. Blue Symphony papers is busy, really busy. So if you do want to get hold of these, you are getting 15 of your 12 by 12 papers. Then you're getting your tags. Then you're getting your laser cuts. Then die cuts, and if that's not enough, Blanche and La Blanche are also giving you these beautiful chipboard tags in the mix too. We are approaching 80% of the stock. You're kidding? So approaching 80% of the stock, $22.99. Look, how much would you pay just for 15 12 by 12 papers? How much would you pay? I mean, rhetorical question, but you start thinking about the value that you are getting here. Oh, look at that. I mean, come on. Lovely designs going through. So you've got your beautiful 12 by 12s. They are double-sided as well. I'm just showing you a few of the designs that you are getting. And I like the fact we've also got, you can chop these down. So if you're working on a smaller scale, then you've got the same designs on a smaller scale too. So those are your 12 by 12s. Stunning. Then, not only that, we have our tags. I'm just going to show you a few of the tags that we were looking at as well, and I love these tags. I think it'd be easier if I hold them here. I'm holding this way just for ease for the cameras, but you can see that. And of course you've got your die cuts and your laser cuts. They're double-sided. I can't say enough about this bundle. Really nice, and look, I'm not the only one who loves it because it's busy. $22.99 your price, 187201 your item number. Now this is another paper kit. We're over 40% of the stock for the rose. We did have a little bit more stock of the rose than the Blue Symphony, so I'm just putting that out there because the rose option is proving very popular. You are getting your tags, which you can see here. Then you're getting your papers, your 12 by 12 papers. Stunning. I mean, the layers of detail that we are getting within those papers, those 12 by 12 papers. Then you have your chipboard elements. You're getting 2 of those. The intricacy of those hearts, just pop those out and start using those. We have the laser cut flowers, which are stunning. Let me just pick up a few of these laser cut flowers. Getting a lot of those, so you can see that there. Lots and lots of laser cut flowers. And then we have our die cuts in the mix too. I mean, come on, look at that for your die cuts. And you can see how many you are getting just down here. So you've got your mannequins in there. I'm trying to think if there's anything. Oh, yeah, oh, that's nice. Beautiful teapots. So die cuts, laser cuts, 15 double-sided 12 by 12s. You're getting your tag sheets, again, double-sided. You've got your chipboard, and we are 40% of the stock if you want to get hold of this, 670192. Now we're going to move on to the steampunk rice papers. Stunning designs. You're getting 2 of each design. I'm going to, before we get on to the actual designs of rice paper, look at the size of these cogs. These are your resin cogs that you're getting. So you are getting 7 of these. Big, big, big. And then you've got your 12 metal embellishments as well. So those are your resin. Then we have our 12 metal. I'll just show you here. So these were great if you wanted to introduce these with, and Blanche was showing you the UV resin and light. They work really well. So you're getting all of those. I mean, $17.99. Again, my mind goes to how much you would pay just for your resin cogs and your metal cogs. But then we have the rice papers, which are stunning, and I will just show you the designs that we are getting. Kind of tell a story, and to me it's all about this lady because she's kind of your heroine, and it tells a story. This is her starting out her journey, and then she ventures. So she found a place, a magical place. She ventures in, and as she starts exploring, she meets someone. Very nice. Her fairy tale begins, but unfortunately it doesn't end well. There you go. I mean, that's the story. That's the story I made up in my mind. Spoiler alert. So you are getting all these beautiful, and they are lovely rice papers. And I love the moody atmosphere that you're getting with the rice paper design. 716727 your item number, $17.99 your price. Now, something we haven't seen this hour yet. Brand new. You're getting your Mylar stencils. 5 A4 stencils for $17.99. Look at. Okay, stop it. Look at that. For a design, that is stunning. So that's just one. I'm going to go through all the designs that you're seeing there. Oh, run your texture paste through here, spritzing, so many techniques. Or, how about that? Now that's just a great background. That's a really nice worker background for texture. And then, now Blanche, these, I'm so impressed with these stencils, and they're perfect for mixed media.
We have a lot of samples with these. We have a combination on boxes with the stencils and the decoupage papers. And we have some samples here with the, in combination with the microbeads.
Oh, and now that's actually one I've got in my hand.
Yes, here you see, this is the stencils with the French lisle here.
Yeah.
And this is a seamless stencil. You can use it for any surface, and here you use it on a cardboard frame in combination with our borders. And you see here all the small micropods. We use the micropods in the border. We use the ultraviolet resin for the pearls here. You see the small, and this is a rose, and around the rose and in the edges of the rose we always put a little bit of the golden micropods in combination. It looks very nice.
Lovely. And just showing you how well the stencils, how effective the stencils can be used. That's the final design that you're getting. So 5 absolutely stunning designs with the stencils. I will just show you one glass plate using the stencils. And they are flexi stencils as well. And it's important saying that because if you are working on mixed media and you need to flex those in, say into a drawer or piece, you are able to do that. For 851491 your item number. 5 large A4 stencils for $17.99. Blanche, we're going to start our next demonstration. What have you got for us? You've got 17 minutes remaining in this hour.
Yes, okay. I normally want to show you the stencil, but now I start doing a small greeting card with our elegant rose kit, and after this I will do some with the shrink sleeves.
Okay.
Okay. In the Elegant Rose kit, we have these chipboard ornaments like this one, and we have the hearts. Yeah. And these, I give them a layer of white gesso, and then on top, I work with the distress ink. I work with the distress ink, seedless preserve, and antique linen. You see here, it looks very nice, and these colors are matching perfectly to the paper.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's nice.
You see? And if you like, you can stamp on top. Here I use a stamp with a crackle design, and I think it looks very nice to stamp. But you can stamp with writing on top if you like. And I want to show these two colors are matching perfectly to the paper. Okay, I start with these. I take this card.
Yeah.
And these are the die cuts, and we take one of these envelopes. You see the envelope are pre-folded. You fold these like here and put on these two lashes a little bit of glue. Yeah. Then you can fold these on both sides. Right. And that's ready.
Oh, that's cute. That's really nice. Yes. Great for your journals as well, scrapbooking journals.
It's really nice. You can use it. It's wonderful, printed on both sides. And now I use this only as a pocket to fill it. Okay, I start with the card. This is a normal greeting card. And I put one of the smaller designs on top. Then I will use these. We have these writings. Everything of this is from the tags. I think I start with this one. I use this here, okay. First here, and then I take these. Then first I open all the laser cuts.
Yeah.
Like this. Here, and I like to emboss the laser cuts a little bit. Okay, I take this one, and now I'm searching the right flowers to combine.
Yeah.
I like this one, like here, and the same on this side. I often cut the flowers. I will show you. Okay. I start to emboss these a little bit.
Yeah.
It's more dimension if you do these.
So she's using the scissors, the back of the scissors?
The back side of the scissor.
Yeah.
Okay, like these. And that's not enough. A little bit like this.
Nice.
Start to do these. Okay.
Everything coordinates. You've got so many elements at your disposal as well, and that's what I love about this the kit, Blanche.
Okay. I take the foam pad to get more dimension. And on this side is one. Okay. Now I use some lace, a little bit of lace, and I use the lace and put them into the envelope. Only a small part, like this.
Nice,
I fold this, open the envelope, and put it like this, you see? And I open this, some parts like this one, and one of the other flowers. Okay. Now I will cut these because I need not so much from this flower.
Nice.
I start to put them behind like this to get the flower behind this. Okay, one drop. And then we have at the bottom of the papers, we have a lot of writings like these.
Oh, okay. Didn't even notice that. Oh, they're great. Cutting in, so you've got little tags, elements.
Okay. And I like to put a little bit It's a little bit of antique linen. You can, and I fill these with the writing here, like this one of this, and then we have one of the smaller ones. You can fill these with the smaller one too.
Look at that, and that is a La Blanche card.
You can fill these, everything like this.
Yeah, got to tell you, half the stock of the rose paper kit has gone, and Blanche, to make that card, use a fraction of what you were getting. You've got 15 of your double-sided 12 by 12 papers. You're getting so many of your tags. Again, these are double-sided with your actual tags, so you can see that there. You've got so many of your laser cuts. You've got your die cuts. You've got your beautiful chipboard in there as well. But as a kit, I think what Blanche is demonstrating there so beautifully is how easily any level of crafter can achieve something that is really, really stunning, because you've got all the coordination. Every aspect of the kit works together. Think how many cards. Actually, Blanche, can I ask you, obviously it depends on how much we throw at it. How many cards do you reckon we could make out of, sorry, Blanche just lost her earpiece. Blanche, I was going to say, can you hear me, Blanche? Can you hear me?
Huh?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay.
We build up the shrink sleeves now, okay?
Okay, we can do that. Yeah, if you get set for that, we'll be back with you in a second. I'm just going to show you some other items that are proving popular. Chipboard elements. Now, you found these online. Let's have a look. Ooh, half the stock has gone. Worthy of a serenade there. $9.99 the price, 506-968 your item number. We also have the lilac paper kit. Now, you cheeky, you found it. We weren't going to show this until maybe later on or tomorrow. What? We're approaching 70% of the stock. My goodness, we are busy. 310-650 your item number, $18.99 the price. I'm a little bit worried for the latter hours tomorrow, because we weren't even going to show you the lilac paper kit yet. We're just busy. Okay, now with regard to the one-day special, flying, something so unique, and this is what we, as crafters, we love discovering something that's a bit different, but something that really does change the way we craft. So you're getting your UV resin. And the way this works, you need a UV light, but you are getting that included. So you've got your UV torch that allows you to cure your resin. That's included in the bundle. So you're getting that. That's sold out individually, but you're getting it with the one-day special. Now all you need to decide is which option you want to go for. The first option, the pink, violet and silver, over 60% of the stock has gone. Second option, you've got your gold, champagne and your steel blue. We are approaching 40% there. And then, final option, mint, rose gold and red is proving very, very popular too. So if you want to get hold of that, those are your options. We're approaching 30% of the stock there. So if you want to get hold of it, that is your one-day special, $26.98 your price, saving £7, 387-127 your item number. We do have the shrink. Now, we're about to see these in demonstration. Anybody who has enjoyed a La Blanche show before and seen the shrink knows how good they are, especially if you bought them. If not, you're in for an absolute treat. Look at the effects you're able to create effortlessly. I mean, they look beautiful, and it is all courtesy of your shrink. 30% of the stock's gone. Wait, all I'm going to say is the minute we see the demonstration, we're already busy. Watch how quickly these go. So we're heading back to Blanche. We're going to see some of the shrink.
Shrink sleeves are these kind of foils, wraps, and you can use these shrink sleeves to cover every jar you like. We have these jars in this size. It's 10 centimeter diameter and 25 centimeters high. These are a little bit smaller with a lid. Please show these.
Yeah.
Okay, so with the lid, then we have the really small one like this one. Or you can cover bottles if you like to.
Yeah.
Everything you can cover with this kit. In this kit we have two different designs. We have the design from Blue Symphony and we have the design from the Elegant Rose. What you need is a pot with boiling water, nothing else.
Okay.
Okay, we start. Pull the shrink sleeve over your jar and pay attention that you have 1 centimeter more on every side of the jar.
Yeah.
Then hold the shrink sleeve and the jar with your hand and dip it into the water as far as you can. You see, it shrinks perfectly around the bottom.
Perfect.
Take a cloth, dry these, and then turn the jar and dip it again into the water.
Okay, double dip.
Okay. Now, dry these, and you see, you have some rests here on the top of the jar. Take a craft knife and cut off all these and dip it again into the water.
Okay.
Okay, now it shrinks perfectly around the curves. Look here. Look like here.
Oh, no, that's such a lovely
Now,
design.
Yes, you have these wonderful glossy surface. You have the wonderful image around the
stunning.
whole surface of this jar. It looks like porcelain painting.
Yeah.
And everyone can do these. And this is only a jar you normally throw away.
And that's the key for upcycling. You've turned something, so it could have been pickles in there or sausage or whatever. Just going to show you here. So just an old jar, and we all know the kind of jars we have at home. Can I just show you here, and this is something that Blanche always draws attention to, the actual thread of the jar. So when it shrinks down, you can see that it still means that we can screw the top on. It's not affecting the thread. But that looks shop bought. If you were to buy that as some home decor in a boutique shop, think how much you would pay. And we're getting 18 of the foils, so we can do that, or we can. So that's from your Elegant Rose, or your Blue Symphony. There we go. Now you are getting all. I'm just